Chapter 322, DD2 Chapter 322, An Ugly Scene. Shrek and Yuhao keep making excuses for themselves. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the condemnation and outrage directed at Yuhao by a group of soul masters intensified. As mentioned before, the Mingdu explosion brought suffering to countless families. Who knows how many spectators, who originally went to Mingdu to watch the game, died inexplicably in that explosion. Among these spectators were some natives of the Sun Moon Empire and others from the DOLOU Three Kingdoms who came to see the match. Regardless of their origins, they all tragically lost their lives in that explosion. After learning that the culprits behind it all were Shrek Academy and Yuhao, accumulated public anger could no longer be contained. Regardless of whether Yuhao and Shrek intended to cause harm, they had inflicted indelible damage. It was entirely normal for the soul masters in the gap between the planes to denounce Yuhao and Shrek at this moment. Thus, Shrek Academy and Yuhao faced severe backlash. Even those who had previously held a good impression of Yuhao and Shrek now stood up to express their positions on this matter. Jing Hongchen, I didn't expect that this was perpetrated by Yuhao and Shrek on our side. On behalf of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy, I will make our stance clear. From today onward, our Sun Moon Royal Academy will fight to the death against Shrek Academy and Yuhao. Sun Moon Emperor, this aligns with my thoughts. Shrek Academy has caused enormous losses to our nation and harmed countless individuals. After this incident is resolved, I expect to see a reasonable explanation from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, we will go to war. Su Jiawei, Shrek Academy must provide everyone with an explanation regarding this matter. In light of such a significant issue, not a single person stood by Shrek Academy or Yuhao. Qian Rengsu and Bibai Dong spoke even more bluntly. Bibai Dong, I couldn't believe that Yuhao in the original timeline appeared so well-behaved. However, he shows no moral compass when acting. His behavior is worse than Tang San's destruction of Slaughter City. Qian Rengsu, indeed, while Tang San massacred in Slaughter City, he at least targeted the villains. But Yuhao in the original timeline caused countless civilian deaths in the explosion he initiated. This sin can never be erased. Both Qian Rengsu and Bibai Dong had lost their favorable opinion of Yuhao. In truth, they never held Yuhao from the original timeline in high regard. They preferred the version of Yuhao from the parallel world. Thus, they voiced their opinions once more. Qian Rengsu, I never expected that in the end, Yuhao from the parallel world had a stronger moral foundation. Unlike Yuhao from the original timeline, who claims to be virtuous yet lacks conviction, the Yuhao in the parallel world is decisive when confronting enemies. But he has a clear moral code in his actions. Even in seeking revenge, he never implicates innocent people. Let's consider something recent. If he wants to kill Yi Zishui and the others, he ensures to lead them to a location that won't affect others before acting. He could easily choose otherwise, but he adheres to his principles, which I respect greatly. Qian Rengsu expressed her views, and Bibai Dong nodded in agreement. They continued to watch the screen, but what they didn't expect was to see another scene from the original timeline play out. After learning that they had made a monumental error, the people of Shrek Academy did not choose to atone for their sins or confess their crimes to the world. Their first reaction was to conceal the situation. But that's not all. The most outrageous thing is that they chose to rationalize their actions afterward, continuously making excuses for their choices. At this moment, Yuhao on the screen stated, "We didn't foresee that this matter would conclude like this. I located the underground warehouse while tracking it through spiritual detection. Today, I took a huge risk, but still proceeded with this. The main reason was that I sought to obtain enough rare metals to promote the future development of Tang Sect and Shrek Academy. Simultaneously, I wanted to inflict enough losses on the Sun Moon Empire so they would be unable to initiate war. It's undeniable that my miscalculation led to this result, but let's consider. If these explosives, along with the soul guidance devices and fixed soul guidance shells I detonated, had been used in warfare, how many casualties would that have caused? Therefore, I don't believe I did anything wrong. If given another chance, I would choose the same path again, because everything I did was entirely for the DOLOU continent. After Yuhao spoke, the remaining Shrek 7 devils also stood up to support him. What's even more outrageous is that Xuanzai, an elder of Shrek Academy, chose to protect his shortcomings in the face of this monumental issue. He claimed they would not delve into the matter, insisting that today's events must remain hidden from everyone. And then they simply retreated after that. After witnessing this scene, the Soul Masters in the Plains Gap were once again enraged. Yuhao and the Shrek members had committed an unforgivable mistake, which already infuriated them. But the most infuriating aspect was their continued self-justification. They tried to paint a pretty picture. These explosions were supposedly intended to prevent war, but why did they wish to avert war? Weren't they afraid that innocent civilians would be harmed during conflicts? What results have they achieved now? They directly caused the deaths of millions. In the eyes of many soul masters in the Plains Gap, it would have been preferable to go to war. At least in that scenario, they wouldn't die without explanation. Consequently, the condemnation of Yuhao and Shrek Academy in the Plains Gap grew more and more intense. Meanwhile, the picture on the screen continued to play. At this point, the soul masters in the Gap had lost all interest in watching. Yet suddenly, they recognized a scene on the screen that seemed familiar. They couldn't help but look again, and then one soul master finally noticed the connection. Wait, isn't this the place where Yuhao in the parallel world trapped Yizishui and the others before? Yuhao from the original timeline has also come here. What a coincidence. Moreover, the direction they're headed now seems to be the same as where Yizishui and the others fled from previously. Chapter 323, DD Chapter 323, play the story of Kaiyankun Wenking Valley. Tang San was scared. After the previous incident, the soul masters in the gap between the plains had completely lost their favorable feelings toward Yuhao and Shrek. Their feelings could only be described as disgust and hatred. Thus, many of the soul masters in the gap secretly resolved that when they eventually left this plane, they would settle accounts with Yuhao and Shrek Academy. Given this atmosphere, their interest waned as they continued to watch the screen portraying the original timeline, which focused on Yuhao. After all, they wanted to kill Yuhao in the original timeline, so how could they be motivated to keep watching anything related to him? However, if it were Yuhao from the parallel world, the situation would be different. Only after comparing him to the original timeline did the soul masters in the gap realize the rarity of Yuhao from the parallel world once more. Thus, upon recognizing that this location resembled the place where Yuhao from the parallel world had pursued Yizishui and the others, they finally regained some interest. They were eager to discover where Yuhao from the parallel world would go next. Since the screen featuring Yuhao from the parallel world was not illuminated at that moment, they could only use this current narrative as a substitute. They turned their attention to the screen, eager to see what would unfold if the characters continued walking in that direction. At that moment on the screen, Yuhao and the others suddenly entered an extremely mysterious area. After stepping into this place, they felt as if they had become lost, as if they had entered a maze. Moreover, this location isolated spiritual detection. The range of spiritual detection did not exceed 10 meters, which was even less than they could see with their eyes. Consequently, Yuhao's spiritual detection and sharing, which had always been successful, completely lost its effect. As they moved forward, they eventually entered a thick fog. Then, golden and silver halos surged from the shadows in the distance like a tide, instantly enveloping everyone. Yuhao and the others felt as if they were being controlled, pulled into the deepest part of the thick fog. Suddenly, Yuhao remembered something. From the Poison Sutra he obtained from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, he learned that the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well are one of the 3 treasure lands in the world. While it contains the ultimate powers of ice and fire, it is also dangerous and houses countless treasures of heaven and earth. Yuhao had previously encountered the ice and fire yin-yang well. However, he learned from the Poison Sutra that above the ice and fire, yin-yang well lies the Kyankan-Wenking Valley, which is also one of the 3 treasure lands, and the environment here is strikingly similar. Excitement coursing through him, Yuhao looked around and became increasingly confident in his guess. He exclaimed to those around him, "Everyone, this is the Kyankan-Wenking Valley, one of the 3 treasure lands in the world, filled with countless opportunities for us. If anyone asks you questions later, regardless of the circumstances, you must always tell the truth. If you lie, it could cost you your life. Remember this, especially concerning emotional matters. Never tell a lie." After hearing this, the rest of the group quickly agreed. But in the next moment, they found themselves separated and teleported to different sections of Kyankan-Wenking Valley. At that moment, in the gap between the plains, although all the soul masters held biases against Yuhao, they couldn't help but marvel at the strange place. "I never thought there would be a place like this on the DOLOU continent. Yes, Kyankan-Wenking Valley, this is the first time I've heard of it. There are so many opportunities here. Why does it always seem like the chances go to the bad guys?" The soul masters in the gap continued their discussions. Bibaidong and Kyan Rengshu exchanged glances, baffled. Kyan Rengshu remarked, "This Kyankan-Wenking Valley, I've never heard of it before. And as for the ice and fire yin-yang well, that was discovered long ago. It seems it was found by Dugu Bo. But what exactly is Kyankan-Wenking Valley?" Bibaidong responded, "I suspect there's something suspicious going on here. All the information about Yuhao came from the Poison Sutra, but who authored the Poison Sutra? If it was Tang San, this implies that this place is certainly closely connected to him." Kyan Rengshu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. From their prior experience with the god of destruction's failed attempts to trouble Tang San, they resolved that for the god of destruction to help them deal with Tang San legally, they needed at least one piece of evidence of Tang San's crimes. And now, considering that Kyankan-Wenking Valley is so secretive and related to Tang San, perhaps they could find some evidence there. Determined, Kyan Rengshu continued to focus on the screen. Meanwhile, the god of destruction shared the same idea. He had no interest in the trivial conflicts that Yuhao faced in the original timeline. The only person he wanted to deal with was Tang San. And the Kyankan-Wenking Valley before him might present a significant opportunity to confront Tang San. After contemplating this, even his gaze became a bit more serious as he looked at the screen. But Tang San remained calm. "HMPH," he scoffed. "You all want to catch me in a mistake. It's futile, you won't find anything. If that big hand had brought us into the gap between the plains slightly later, I might have let you catch me. But the problem is that I was brought here before I could act, so I didn't do anything at all. Naturally, there's nothing to hold against me." Tang San displayed no signs of panic as he continued watching the screen. "If all goes according to plan, that mysterious hand will appear soon, right? Then everyone from the DOLOU continent and the gods in the god realm will be caught in the gap between the plains. At that point, this farce should conclude, right?" He gazed at the screen with high expectations, eagerly awaiting the big hand's appearance. But instead of the hand, he received an explanation. After hearing this, Tang San's expression turned very grim. What will be played next will depict events from the original timeline in the future. Although these events have not occurred, yet because I brought you here to the gap between the plains. This is solely due to my interference. Next, the story that was originally set to unfold will be shown. Chapter 324, DD2 Chapter 324, The defense failed, Tang San panicked. At this moment, in the gap between the plains, after hearing this sudden sound, all the soul masters found themselves stunned. It was the first time they had heard that even the future could be predicted, so they couldn't help but begin discussing this remarkable revelation. Dubusi. So, that means the next story to be played is what will happen in the original timeline in the future. Jing Hongchen, well, predicting the future. Although it sounds bizarre, it seems quite reasonable in this context. Kong Deming, yes, after all, we are in a gap between the planes. The powerful entity who brought us here possesses extraordinary abilities. Since he can help us review the past, it makes sense that he can also help us predict the future. This isn't surprising. They continued to discuss this among themselves, each contributing their thoughts. None of them questioned the voice's claims. To them, this kind of phenomenon seemed possible. Their interest was piqued. Perhaps they were more eager to learn about the future than to dwell on the past. On the other side, however, Tang San couldn't share their enthusiasm. His earlier calmness stemmed from knowing that he had been brought to the gap between the planes by the mysterious hand just before he took action. Thus, even if he intended to commit wrongdoings, he hadn't technically done anything yet, so guilt was not his burden. But now, a dilemma has surfaced. This mysterious existence was set to deduce possible futures, and that made Tang San's face turn ashen. He realized that, as the deductions continued, it was very likely they would reveal the moment he planned to act against Yuhao. Wouldn't that spell disaster for him? Let us not forget the god of destruction had previously sought to deal with him. Last time, Tang San had managed to turn the tide with his eloquence, redirecting the conversation that was once against him. However, he knew all too well that had he failed to speak up, he would have faced dire consequences. While he was able to calm the god of destruction back then, he worried that if he found himself at a loss for words now, the god of destruction might directly launch an attack. This thought ignited a wave of panic, prompting Tang San to begin crafting excuses to salvage his position. So he stood up and voiced his concerns. "Everyone, this isn't quite right. It's understandable that we can uncover the past, since the past has already occurred. But predicting the future seems outrageous, doesn't it? Is this truly possible? Why do I feel it's not entirely reliable?" After hearing Tang San's words, the soul masters in the gap began to contemplate. At that moment, Bibai Dong interrupted, directly expressing her thoughts. "Tang San, why do I sense you are so anxious?" She understood Tang San intimately. If this matter hadn't threatened him, he would have never voiced such doubts. Bibai Dong intended to provoke him, igniting his discomfort. Cayenne Renksu chimed in, sharing the sentiment. "Tang San, just because you lack this ability doesn't mean others can't, okay? This great being who brought us here, how could you possibly understand his capabilities? If you truly possessed this ability, you wouldn't have been brought here without any means of escape." Tang San struggled to respond, momentarily silenced by Cayenne Renksu and Bibai Dong's pointed remarks. The tension showed on his face. "Could it be that you are feeling guilty?" Bibai Dong pressed on. "Or do you have hidden motives? Why do I feel you're terrified?" The god of destruction shot Tang San a knowing look upon hearing her words. Tang San was rarely afraid, and he promptly shot back at Bibai Dong. "Don't slander me, Bibai Dong. Don't impose baseless accusations on me. I won't entertain them. I was only sharing my perspective. You don't have to agree with me. If you insist on labeling me a criminal, there's no need for that." Tang San feigned anger, looking away in silence. Witnessing Tang San's intense reaction, Bibai Dong and Cayenne Renksu exchanged amused looks. They recognized that only a few things could evoke such a strong response from him. Therefore, Tang San's behavior indicated that something was amiss. Cayenne Renksu and Bibai Dong found themselves watching the screen displaying moments from the original timeline with growing anticipation. The god of destruction had similar sentiments. "Brother San, ignore them," Xiao Wu interjected, standing up for her husband. "These people have dirty minds and see only filth. They enjoy slandering others. I believe in you." As Tang San's wife, Xiao Wu naturally felt compelled to defend her family. Observing the hostility directed at Tang San from Bibai Dong and Cayenne Renksu, she could no longer sit idly. He could only express gratitude warily. "Thank you, Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu smiled gently at his response, but she failed to notice the unease twisting Tang San's features, his eyes betraying a depth of panic. Because the truth was Tang San was genuinely scared. He had secrets to hide. In contrast to previous circumstances, where everything was largely under his control, this time he faced a vastly different situation. This time, events had yet to unfold. Yet, the others were already preparing to peer into the future. How could Tang San navigate this dilemma? He found no way to resolve this issue. At this moment, with his heart racing, Tang San's anxiety peaked as he glanced at the screen, which was about to reveal its next scene. Story has reached the final stage. Chapter 325. DD2 Chapter 325. Playing with People's Hearts? What a disgusting Kyankun Wenking Valley. At this moment on the screen. After truly entering the interior of Kyankun Wenking Valley, Yuhao, Wang Donger, Wang Kiyuer, Beibei, and Keidu, a total of 13 people, were all suddenly teleported to a huge round platform. Each of them was encased in a golden and silver bubble. Yuhao tried to shout, but found that his voice could not be transmitted at all. The others were also carefully observing the surroundings. Some were shouting, but unfortunately, the sound could not be transmitted. It was quiet here. And at this moment, a voice that sounded very peaceful, yet could not be distinguished as masculine or feminine, rang in the ears of the 13 people simultaneously. Kyankun Wenking, true adventure start. In the gap between the planes, Bibai Dong and Kyan Rengsu watched the screen with serious expressions. They had already noticed something was off with Tang San and were eager to see what would happen next on the screen. They hoped to find some evidence regarding Tang San, so they observed the entire process very carefully. After hearing the strange voice, Bibai Dong began to ask Kyan Rengsu, "Zuer, does this voice sound like Tang San to you?" Kyan Rengsu shook her head, "No. But that doesn't mean anything. For us, processing sound is very easy. Tang San is cautious by nature. This may just be one of his hidden means." Bibai Dong nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Kyan Rengsu's thoughts. "That's right, let's continue watching," she replied. The two continued to monitor the screen, intending to see if they could find new evidence. Meanwhile, Tang San breathed a secret sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I was cautious and didn't reveal anything. I hope I can remain this careful. As long as I can avoid this incident, there shouldn't be any incriminating evidence against me in the future." He quickly directed his attention back to the screen. And at that moment on the screen, as the previous voice faded, the eyes of Yuhao and the others transformed into golden and silver light screens, soon obscuring the figures of everyone else. The beam of light in the sphere's center began to rotate rapidly, passing through the bubbles encasing each person. At the moment the light passed by, their bubbles illuminated, only to return to their original state after passing. Suddenly, the golden light stopped. The beam just happened to point at a small round platform where the person standing was Wu Feng. "Do you have a lover?" the voice asked Wu Feng inexplicably. "Yes," Wu Feng gritted her teeth and replied loudly. "Who is your lover?" the voice questioned again. "Ning Tian," Wu Feng stated without hesitation. "Is it her?" Soon, a golden light flashed, landing on Ning Tian's head. The bubbles surrounding Ning Tian also burst. "Do you have a lover?" the voice began to inquire of Ning Tian. Ning Tian shook her head, "No." "She said you are her lover, right?" the voice pressed again. Ning Tian was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, "I know she likes me, but I can't accept it. I just think of her as a good friend." But at that moment the voice returned, "If you don't love her, she will die. Will you choose to love her?" Ning Tian was stunned. This question was genuinely difficult for her to answer. In the gap between the planes, all the soul masters frowned at this scene. They couldn't help but voice their opinions. What kind of opportunity is this? This Kyankun Wenking Valley is just teasing people. Yeah, what's her relationship with Wu Feng? Killing someone if they don't love them, this is too much. The god of destruction remained silent throughout the ordeal. Although he still hadn't discerned any connection to Tang San, the way this other party was playing with emotions made him extremely dissatisfied. He frowned and continued to watch, wanting to see what would transpire next. "Please answer. If you don't answer 3 times in a row, the punishment is death." Hearing that Ning Tian had not replied, the voice sounded again. Ning Tian had no choice but to bite the bullet, answering, "No, love isn't something that can be achieved just by saying it. I can die for her, but I can't fall in love with her." As Ning Tian said this, the shadow of the voice immediately untied her bubble. Wu Feng heard Ning Tian's response, and her expression instantly became extremely ugly. "You heard what she said. Do you still love her now? The voice continued to interrogate Wu Feng. With clenched teeth and anger in her eyes, Wu Feng quickly said, "You are so cruel." However, the voice ignored Wu Feng's intent, only urging indifferently, "If you don't answer 3 times in a row, the punishment is death." "Love, she doesn't love me, but that doesn't mean I can't love her. Can I have unrequited love?" Wu Feng shouted angrily. The voice returned, seeming to relish Wu Feng's pain. "She just said she can die for you, but she can't love you. Are you sad?" At that moment, Wu Feng's defenses completely crumbled. "Nonsense, bastard," Wu Feng cursed loudly. Snap! Just as Wu Feng cursed, a golden light flashed from somewhere, striking Wu Feng fiercely and instantly tearing her clothes around her waist, leaving a shocking blood mark. The voice resumed, "Insults warrant punishment by whip. Answer the question, otherwise you shall face death." The tone was still high and mighty. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after witnessing this scene, the Soul Masters, already irritated, became even angrier. Although they did not have a particular fondness for Wu Feng, they could not abide by the bullying of the weak. This mysterious voice was tormenting the other party, yet it disallowed any retaliation. What was its purpose? Consequently, all the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes were filled with rage. On the other side, Bibaidong and Cayenne Rengsu frowned after viewing the scene. That was divine power, right? Chapter 326, DD2, Chapter 326. Yuhao, do you have no feelings for Wang Keyur? That was divine power, right? At this moment, in the gap between the planes, although Cayenne Rengsu and Bibaidong felt very dissatisfied with this disgusting trial after seeing the clip about Cayenne Kun Wanking Valley played on the screen, they were gods after all. Compared with other soul masters in the gap between the planes, they could see more things. So, when the soul masters in the gap between the planes were still discussing the content on the previous screen, Cayenne Rengsu and Bibaidong had already realized that the power used by the voice to whip Wu Feng just now was divine. The difference between divine power and soul power is still very large. Once a soul master becomes a god, all the soul power in their body transforms and can no longer be converted back into soul power. This was very obvious to Cayenne Rengsu and Bibaidong. At this moment, after successfully realizing that the power was divine, Cayenne Rengsu directly raised this matter. Bibaidong nodded in agreement. Yes, the one just now was indeed divine power. However, it is still unclear what kind of divine power it is. After all, it was just a little bit of power used casually, so the probability of us being able to discern it isn't particularly high. We can only wait to see if he makes another move later. Cayenne Rengsu nodded in response to Bibaidong. In that case, we can only continue to watch. The god of destruction, who was watching from the side, showed a cold look in his eyes. He spoke lightly. The god realm has rules. No matter what god it is, they cannot interfere with the affairs of the lower world at will. And right now, this god has violated the rules of our god realm. HMPH, he'd better not be identified by me. Otherwise, I, the god of destruction, will punish him. After the god of destruction finished speaking, his gaze returned to the screen. Meanwhile, Tang San couldn't help but sweat profusely. He too looked at the screen with trepidation. At this moment on the screen, under the repeated difficulties of that voice, in the end, Ning Tian and Wu Feng both passed the first test. However, it must be said that both of them were disgusted by this test. Afterward, the other people present began to accept the test of that voice one after another, and were subjected to all kinds of difficulties. Finally, it was Wang Keyur's turn to be the test subject. Do you have a lover? The same question appeared, but this time it was directed at Wang Keyur. Wang Keyur replied coldly, I don't. Have you ever loved someone else? The voice soon sounded again. Wang Keyur said coldly, yes. Who is he? The voice inquired. Wang Keyur replied calmly, Yuhao. Yuhao on the side was moved when he heard this. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He also had a good impression of Wang Keyur. But the problem was that he already had Wang Donger. The voice again asked Wang Keyur, does he love you? Wang Keyur replied, no. Then do you still love him? Wang Keyur said calmly, love. This time, the voice posed a different question. If you were asked to choose again, would you still choose to fall in love with Yuhao? Yes, Wang Qiwer said calmly. Why? Wang Qiwer replied, although I hate the feeling that he doesn't like me, I like the feeling of loving him. Love makes me different. If one day he faces a life-and-death crisis, would you be willing to give your life for him? Wang Qiwer said calmly, I have tried it so I can answer you affirmatively. I would. Wang Qiwer and the voice on the screen continued their dialogue. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the others began to look at Yuhao, Wang Donger, and Wang Qiwer with a strange expression. To be honest, they all had a good impression of Wang Qiwer. Although she was usually cold, she was reliable at critical moments. She was a typical cold-faced but warm-hearted type. People with this kind of personality would find it hard to dislike her after getting to know her. So, they hoped that Yuhao and his friends could properly address this relationship. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy for outsiders to intervene in such matters. They only wished that Yuhao and his friends could have a good talk at this moment. Yuhao, how about you guys have a good talk? Bebe suggested, standing up at this time. But Yuhao felt awkward after hearing this. He didn't know how to start. Wang Qiwer, who was nearby, said coldly, Is there anything to say? Yuhao suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After witnessing this scene, the other soul masters with emotional experience shook their heads secretly. Don't hesitate when you should. If you can't be decisive, it will only make both sides sad in the end. They continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, soon, the object of the test became Yuhao. After the bubbles around him vanished, the voice once again asked, Do you have a lover? Yuhao answered without hesitation, I do. Who is she? Wang Donger. Yuhao took a deep breath and calmed himself down a bit. At this moment, the bubbles around Wang Donger and Wang Qiwer disappeared simultaneously, indicating that they could hear Yuhao's answer. The voice soon sounded again. Is she the one you love the most? Yes, Yuhao replied without hesitation. Wang Qiwer just said that the person she loves the most is you. You should have heard it. What do you think? Yuhao said with a wry smile, I don't know, Qiwer is a good girl. If I hadn't met Donger first, I would have fallen in love with her. But now, my heart is filled with Donger. The voice suddenly became stern. Then you leave no room for Wang Qiwer. Dare you say you haven't been moved by her? Yuhao smiled bitterly and didn't know how to answer. Chapter 327, DD2 Chapter 327, The Soul Masters Were Stupid. He asked Yuhao to save the White Tiger Duke. This task was disgusting. Yuhao liked Wang Qiwer. After all, Wang Qiwer and Wang Donger looked the same, and Wang Qiwer had done Yuhao a favor several times. In this case, how could Yuhao have no feelings for her at all? But the problem was that Yuhao still liked Wang Donger, and he had known Wang Donger longer than he had known Wang Qiwer. That was why this situation occurred at this moment. Yuhao seemed extremely hesitant in dealing with Wang Qiwer. Although he kept saying that he didn't like Wang Qiwer, he couldn't make up his mind to cut off all contact with her. And since Wang Qiwer liked Yuhao, didn't this complicate things? Therefore, at this moment, in the gap between the planes, when everyone saw Yuhao's handling of the matter with Wang Qiwer, they couldn't help shaking their heads. Yuhao handled this matter very poorly. Yes, he made a decision when he should have. He didn't make a decisive choice and kept giving Wang Qiwer room for imagination. What's this? In the end, it only serves to delay Wang Qiwer in vain. Doesn't Yuhao care? After all, he has to choose between Wang Qiwer and Wang Donger, while the other person left hanging will be miserable. To put it bluntly, isn't his behavior equivalent to playing both sides? Many soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but discuss this matter. Perhaps they couldn't compare with Yuhao in terms of cultivation and talent. However, Yuhao might not be better than them when it comes to emotional experience. So many of them saw that Yuhao's behavior was inappropriate at this moment. They denounced him directly in the chat room, hoping to help him make a better choice. He is indeed a scumbag. In this regard, Yuhao is far inferior to him. He has always been very clear about his feelings. After confirming his relationship with Wang Donger in the parallel world, he kept a good distance from all other women. Bibai Dong also felt uncomfortable with Yuhao's actions. After seeing this, she complained about him fiercely. Kaiyan Rengsu nodded in agreement with Bibai Dong and said, "Yes, Yuhao in the parallel world did a much better job. The more I watch Yuhao in the original time and space, the more I dislike him. If I remember correctly, he not only had an unclear relationship with Wang Qiyu, but also seemed to have the same relationship with that Juzi girl at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, right? But look at Yuhao in the parallel world now. Nothing happened between him and Juzi." She looked down at Yuhao in front of her. On the other side, the god of destruction had no interest in these matters. These things are not important. What's important is, who is the god behind this? He genuinely didn't care about this kind of issue at all. For the god of destruction, reminiscing about the order of the god realm was more important than anything else. He had no interest in Yuhao and Wang Qiyu's interactions on the screen in front of him. Therefore, after observing this scene, he merely complained a few words in dissatisfaction and continued watching the content on the screen. And at this moment on the screen, the disgusting test of that voice continued. However, this first round of tests is easy to handle once familiar with the routine. It's nothing more than not hiding anything and then answering the other party's questions. Therefore, after figuring out these things, Yuhao and others did not encounter any further troubles. But with the end of the first round of tests, the second round of adventures soon began. In this round, the participants received their respective tasks and were teleported to various locations to perform them. The tasks performed by others were not bad, nothing too outrageous. But when it came to Yuhao, the scene gradually became abstract. The second round of assessment begins. Assessment topic: Rescue. You are to accompany the White Tiger Duke to inspect the military camp. Later, there will be an enemy attack. You will absorb the appearance of the White Tiger Duke's guard, and you will not be recognized due to your appearance and special equipment. Assessment requirements: you must help the White Tiger Duke when he is attacked by the enemy next time, and protect him to escape smoothly and return to the military camp. At the same time, you must ensure that Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu in the team survive. If all three of you return to the White Tiger Duke's camp successfully, your assessment will be deemed successful. If any one of you dies, the assessment fails, and the punishment is death. The assessment begins now. The mysterious voice on the screen suddenly rang out again. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the expressions on the faces of a group of soul masters grew ever more peculiar as they witnessed this scene. They couldn't help but start to discuss. No way, this is intentional, right? Knowing that the White Tiger Duke is Yuhao's enemy, he still deliberately arranged such a task. If the task isn't completed, Yuhao will die. This time, Yuhao is going to be ruined. To be honest, this Kaiyankun Wenking Valley should just change its name. Valley of Disgusting People would be fitting. The tasks here are too repugnant. But do you think Yuhao will choose to carry out the task in the end? If he doesn't, he will die. What else can he do? Is he going to die? This is too miserable. He's being toyed with. He does whatever others tell him to do, like a puppet. I wonder if Yuhao in the parallel world will also face something like this. Appear. Yuhao in the parallel world has already killed the White Tiger Duke. What's the point of assigning him such a task? A group of soul masters kept discussing in the chat room. And under this discussion, even Yuhao, who found himself caught between the planes, began to look grim. Because of the White Tiger Duke, he truly didn't want to save him. While he didn't handle things as straightforwardly as Yuhao in the parallel world, and his strength wasn't as formidable, to be honest, his hatred for the White Tiger Duke was no less than that of Yuhao in the parallel world. So upon seeing this scene, he recalled being harassed by the White Tiger Duke as soon as he entered the Kaiyankun Wenking Valley and felt a little annoyed. Damn, who is the owner of this voice? There is a way to die. Chapter 328, DD2, Chapter 328. Let Wang Donger and Wang Qiyu fight to the death. Xiao Wu was angry. At this moment, looking at the content of the future scenes constantly playing on the screen, Yuhao's face became more and more grim. Because this future was not what he wanted to see. He still wanted to seek revenge on White Tiger Duke. After all, it was that Duke who had caused him and his mother so much suffering. But now, as Yuhao watched the future unfold on the screen, it directly left him feeling half dead. Finally, he couldn't help but swear, secretly making up his mind, "No, I don't want to do this. What Kyankun Wenking Valley? I won't go there even if you kill me. If I go to Kyankun Wenking Valley, I will have to save White Tiger Duke. But I won't go there, no matter how many opportunities I get. Damn it, who is controlling this Kyankun Wenking Valley?" He couldn't help but curse a few words and continued watching the screen, wanting to see how things would develop in the future. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao was also very annoyed after learning about this mission, but after considering the punishment for failure, he still had to choose to take on this mission. He continued to hide in White Tiger Duke's guards as required. Not long after, an enemy attacked White Tiger Duke. Although he was reluctant in his heart to survive, Yuhao ultimately had to save White Tiger Duke's life. This left Yuhao, caught between the cracks of the plane, looking very grim. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? I saved my enemy with my own hands. Yuhao's mood soured further. The opportunity for revenge was right in front of him, yet his future self was completely unable to grasp it. Not only could he not seize that opportunity, but he also had to save the White Tiger Duke. This was simply a joke in Yuhao's eyes. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Especially whenever he compared himself with his parallel world self, his dissatisfaction only grew stronger. During this time, his counterpart had already killed the White Tiger Duke cleanly and neatly, sending him straight to meet the King of Hell. But what about himself? To put it bluntly, he was gradually becoming the person he hated, walking further down the path of violating his original intentions. Therefore, when he pondered this, Yuhao began to attribute all of this to that mysterious voice, for this disgusting mission was initiated by it. If someone told Yuhao that this kind of mission was just a coincidence, he would never have believed it. He thought that the other party did it on purpose, deliberately arranging such a disgusting mission for him. It was only reasonable for him to hate this mysterious voice, right? So, when he considered this, Yuhao despised Kyankun Wenking Valley. He also wanted to know who the person behind this was. If given a chance, he would retaliate, letting that person know what it felt like to be on the receiving end of disgust. At this moment on the screen, after completing the second round of trials, Yuhao was directly teleported back to Kyankun Wenking Valley. After that, the others were teleported back one after another. However, Wang Donger and Wang Qiwer had not returned for a long time. This left Yuhao, who was in the gap between the planes, looking extremely worried. Although he had always been confused about the feelings between Wang Donger and Wang Qiwer, his feelings for both of them were genuine. Therefore, as he watched the screen, seeing that everyone else had returned but not Wang Qiwer and Wang Donger, Yuhao's unease grew. What is going on? Where are Donger and Qiwer? Why haven't they returned yet? What could be happening? Will they be in trouble? Thinking of this, Yuhao became increasingly anxious. He continued to watch the screen. And at that moment on the screen, the cold wind accompanied by flying snowflakes filled the air, and the surroundings were covered in snow. Snowflakes swirled around, and the ground was blanketed in ice. This was the top of a mountain, a peak with an area of less than 200 square meters. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice and snow, cold and hard. At this mountaintop, two people stood, two who looked the same. Both had long pink-blue hair, a pair of large pink-blue eyes, and stunning faces. At this moment, both looked around blankly and couldn't help but say, "Where is this?" Suddenly, the strange voice sounded again. "This is the location of your second round of tests. The decisive battle is on the top of the frozen peak. Whoever wins will have Yuhao belong to them." The voice then began to incite Wang Donger and Wang Qiwer to start fighting. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters present couldn't bear it any longer after witnessing this scene. No way, he's causing trouble again. Can this be called a trial? letting them fight to the death, with the survivor getting Yuhao. What madness is this? Who is the owner of this voice? How can he be so excessive? Besides, this is a matter between three people. What does it have to do with him? Why does he need to meddle so disgustingly? The soul masters in the cracks of the plane kept discussing this. To be honest, they felt that the owner of this voice was going too far. Would Yuhao be happy if he knew about Wang Donger and Wang Qi were fighting to the death? Damn it, who is he? After seeing this scene, Yuhao's face contorted with anger. Because of the earlier encounter with White Tiger Duke, he already hated the owner of that voice. Now, witnessing such a thing made him even angrier. He wanted nothing more than to catch the owner of the voice and kill him immediately. On the other side, Xiao Wu shared in the outrage, glaring at Tang San. Brother San, who is this bastard? This is too much. Chapter 329, DD2 Chapter 329, Mysterious Figure. Tang San appears. At this moment, after seeing the scene on the screen, Xiao Wu in the gap between planes was truly angry. Before this, although she had seen the owner of the voice on the screen and noticed he had done many excessive things, they had never directly affected her. So, while she felt a little dissatisfied before, she hadn't been truly enraged. But this time was different. Among the two people involved in this situation, Wang Qiwer was one thing, but Wang Donger was her daughter. After witnessing this kind of scenario, how could Xiao Wu not react? So at that moment, she was extremely furious. Not only did she express her dissatisfaction with the voice, but she also looked directly at Tang San and indignantly said, "Brother San, do you have any way to find out who the owner of that voice is?" He dared to target Xiao Qi. It's too much. If anything happens to Xiao Qi, I will never let him go. Tang San could probably guess that the voice belonged to himself, as he had already contemplated this plan. So, at this moment, he didn't need to think to realize that it must be his future self involved. Thus, his expression became a little strange after hearing Xiao Wu's words. However, Tang San was always adept at hiding his emotions. He knew that if he showed any sign of weirdness, it would be easy for people to catch on. So, pretending to be unaware of who the other person was, he said angrily, "Yes, that person has already had a way to death. Unfortunately, this is something that will happen in the future, and I have no way to find out who the other person is for the time being. But no matter what, he dared to do something to my daughter, and I will never forgive him. Let's continue to wait and see. There may be a reversal later." After saying this, he pulled Xiao Wu to continue watching the content on the screen. At this moment, Bibai Dong and Cayenne Rengsu were staring at Tang San from the side. They wanted to judge whether this matter had anything to do with him based on his behavior, but it must be said that Tang San was hiding it very well. Therefore, even as they scrutinized Tang San, Cayenne Rengsu and Bibai Dong still didn't see any clues. Bibai Dong said, looking at his reaction, this matter should have nothing to do with him. Cayenne Rengsu nodded. Yes, if it had something to do with him, he would not be so angry. Then who is the owner of this voice? On the other side, with the god of destruction, to be honest, before the incident involving Wang Donger, he had been somewhat suspicious of Tang San. After all, Tang San's reaction had been a bit intense previously, and this so-called Kainkun Winking Valley was also mentioned in Tang San's Poison Sutra when he advised Yuhao. However, after seeing that the incident involved Wang Donger, the god of destruction retracted his suspicions. He felt that he had wronged Tang San in this matter. After all, a tiger will not eat its cubs. The god of destruction knew that Wang Donger was Tang San's daughter. He thought that no matter what Tang San did, he would not joke around with his daughter. So this matter should have nothing to do with Tang San. When he thought about this, the god of destruction frowned again, constantly thinking in his mind. Since this matter had nothing to do with Tang San, who was really behind it? He quickly looked back at the screen. At this moment on the screen, the battle between Wang Donger and Wang Qiwer continued. Both of them demonstrated impressive power. Although their soul power levels were not particularly high, they both showed abilities in this battle that far exceeded what their cultivation should allow. Consequently, the spectators outside the screen were left in awe. But after all, The difference in strength between Wang Donger and Wang Qiwer was not particularly large, so they couldn't discern who was superior for a while. At this time, the picture on the screen shifted again. The scene returned to Yuhao. Yuhao realized that, after waiting in the depths of Wenking Valley for a while, he was teleported to another area again. He found himself in a golden square, which was different from the previous one. Now, besides himself, there was only a strange man left in the square. The man was enveloped in a faint blue-gold halo. Yuhao could intuitively feel that the other party was extraordinarily powerful. Yuhao thought he was going to begin his third round of assessment. So he approached the man and asked, "Hello, who are you? What is my third round of assessment?" However, the man did not respond. He merely ignored him. Seeing this, Yuhao used his mental power to try to sense the man's appearance through the layer of blue-gold light. But the next moment, Yuhao's pupils constricted rapidly as he discovered he could not perceive this person's existence at all. It was as if the figure standing before him was merely a figment of the air. His mental power detected the man, but it was not blocked. He simply could not sense anything. This realization left Yuhao in shock. At that moment, the man's voice finally resonated. "Your name is Yuhao." This was a vague, ethereal voice. Unlike the previous voice, it sounded a bit gentler. "Yes." Yuhao relaxed his guard slightly, but still focused intently on the figure in front of him. "Do you want to know the question for the third level?" The man's voice suddenly took on a playful tone. "Yes," Yuhao responded eagerly. The man smiled at Yuhao and said, "In that case, defeat me. Defeat me at all costs. I can tell you that I am not the question for your third level, but if you want to take the test, you need to defeat me." Chapter 330, DD2 Chapter 330, God of Destruction. Tang San, stop pretending. This figure must be you. After hearing the man's voice, Yuhao was stunned. He couldn't figure out what was happening for a while. However, the man on the other side didn't care whether Yuhao wanted to understand or not. He seemed determined to deal with Yuhao. Not long after the man's voice fell, the figure in front of Yuhao suddenly started to move. Swish! Yuhao heard a strange sound. Then, before he could fully react, the man who had been very far away abruptly flashed in front of him and slapped Yuhao. There was no special aura, but when the man's attack came toward Yuhao, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. He was somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to deal with the man in front of him. But at that moment, the man's attack landed fiercely on Yuhao's chest. Bang! A massive sound erupted, and then a terrifying force exploded in Yuhao's chest. His bones shattered, and a wave of severe pain spread uncontrollably through his body. Despair death. In an instant, Yuhao became a bloody storm, which spread outwards. However, soon after, Yuhao, who had seemingly died, reshaped his body in front of the man. He had experienced the feeling of death, and it was genuinely uncomfortable, leaving his face pale at this moment. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters present could not help but start discussing after witnessing this scene. Is Yuhao dead? Resurrected again? Can he even come back from the dead? Who is that man? But Yuhao is suffering too much, isn't he? This is a complete massacre. Yeah, he is constantly being killed by the other party. Even if he can be reborn, the experience of death is not pleasant. Tusk, this is so miserable. The soul masters in the gap between the planes continued to sigh, feeling pity for the future Yuhao on the screen. As Yuhao watched the screen, a strong anger ignited in his eyes. This bastard, what on earth is he going to do to him? Mother, this divine power seems a little familiar, Kayan Renksu suddenly noted, sensing a slight familiarity from the divine power of the man on the screen. Although Yuhao was very weak, the man didn't have to use all his strength to overpower him. Because the man was currently just a phantom, Bibai Dong and Kayan Renksu couldn't ascertain his identity at all. However, when the man resurrected Yuhao, he still had to expend some divine power. Kayan Renksu inexplicably felt a familiarity emanating from this power. She quickly glanced over at Bibai Dong and then said, "I also feel somewhat familiar, but I can't figure out whose soul power this is." Bibai Dong felt similarly, but despite the familiarity, she couldn't recall whose divine power it was. She continued to watch the content on the screen with a serious expression. On the other side, the god of destruction wore a contemplative expression. "It feels a bit like Tang San's divine power," he thought while observing intently. He frowned and continued to scrutinize the unfolding scene on the screen. At this moment on the screen, the man's killing of Yuhao persisted. However, after killing Yuhao countless times, there seemed to be a trace of kindness in his heart. Suddenly, he said to Yuhao, "Let your legs resume movement for the time being." As soon as the voice fell, Yuhao noticed that the ultimate ice and earth energy within him seemed to vanish, and his legs, which had been immobile due to his prior encounter with the ice and fire yin-yang well, regained their movement. "Can I move?" Yuhao felt an overwhelming joy. But before he could celebrate, the man reappeared in front of him and punched him hard in the chest once again. Bang! Yuhao was struck again, sent flying by the man's punch until he turned into blood mist once more and quickly reassembled. But just after he reformed, the man's disdainful voice came through again. "I'm disappointed in you. Don't you even have the courage to fight? You're just a living target, weak, too weak." Yuhao was filled with rage. He wanted to fight back, but the reality was that the opponent's strength vastly exceeded his own. It could be said that they were not even in the same dimension. In this situation, even if he willed himself to fight, what good was it without the strength to back it up? He couldn't help but complain internally, but decided to summon all his strength to give it a try. However, it still yielded no results. Soon, he was beaten into a pool of blood mist once again, dying tragically, only to reassemble yet again. In the gap between the planes, the group of soul masters really couldn't bear to witness this scene. Even though they didn't have a good impression of Yuhao in the original timeline, the sheer fact that this mysterious man bullied the weak made him a less than pleasant character. At that moment, everyone shook their heads in disbelief, expressing their sympathy. "It's miserable, too miserable." On the other side, Bibai Dong and Cunning Rengsu, who had been deep in thought, suddenly brightened. They had now remembered why the divine power felt familiar. This divine power was unmistakably Tang San's divine power. Though he had hidden it extremely well, after scrutiny, they could see that there were still many things that couldn't be obscured. Realization dawned on Bibai Dong and Cunning Rengsu, and they immediately cast their eyes toward the god of destruction beside them. The god of destruction seemed to understand everything, as if they shared a telepathic connection. He fixed a cold glare on Tang San. "Tang San, you don't have to pretend anymore. This figure on the screen, is it you?" Chapter 331, DD2 Chapter 331, Tang San's reply, "I must have a reason for doing this." At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after repeated contemplation, the god of destruction finally confirmed that the figure on the screen was Tang San. The divine power he exhibited was quite similar to Tang San's. Even though he had tried his best to conceal it, he couldn't hide it completely. As a super strong being, the god of destruction successfully recognized Tang San's identity after his thorough examination. So, he didn't continue to indulge Tang San and turned his gaze directly toward him, questioning him without hesitation. Tang San suddenly broke into a sweat. He quickly began devising a response in his mind. He knew very well that if he couldn't provide the god of destruction with a reasonable explanation, the other party might directly attack him. This was something Tang San wanted to avoid. Thus, he kept searching for a way to resolve the situation in his heart. What is it, the sea god? Isn't that impossible? If it is the sea god, then he has broken the rules, right? But to be fair, this person's divine power is very similar to the sea gods. I didn't notice that before, but thinking back, it does seem to be the case. Yes, I also just realized this. This person isn't the sea god, right? The other gods began to discuss among themselves, unable to comprehend how events had led to this point. However, it should be noted that Tang San was one of the 5 great gods in the god realm, and while the god of destruction dared to confront him, they did not. Thus, they could only whisper among themselves. Xiao Wu couldn't help but take a few steps back upon hearing these words. Looking intently at Tang San, her eyes were filled with disbelief. She then asked him in a somewhat angry tone, "Brother San, is it you? Come on, what's going on?" The entire situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable to Tang San, causing him to sweat even more. The god of destruction did not want to let Tang San off the hook. So, without giving him much time to think, he pressed further. "See, God, are you guilty? Why are you silent?" At that moment, several other god kings stood up to voice their opinions. The goddess of life said, "Destruction, this is something that happened in the future, so it's normal for the sea god to need some time to explain it." God of kindness added, "Yes, destruction, who knows what sea god has to hide. Let's wait to hear what he has to say first." The god of destruction snorted coldly, then let him speak. The eyes of all the gods turned back toward Tang San. After seeing this scene, Tang San realized he couldn't escape today, and he had to provide a suitable explanation. But it must be said that Tang San's mind was incredibly sharp. While the situation was extremely unfavorable, he still conjured up a plausible excuse. He stood up directly and addressed the gods. "Everyone, please listen to me. There are two things I want to emphasize. Please bear with me. The first thing, I have already mentioned, is that everything displayed on the screen has yet to occur. Even if that powerful existence has confidently told us this is a future event we should trust, I still believe we must exercise caution concerning things that have not yet transpired. We shouldn't wrongly accuse anyone based on this." But Tang San knew this statement alone would not convince everyone, so he spoke again soon after. "Of course, I understand that simply stating this won't sway you. Everyone believes that what is shown on the screen is likely a real future. Now, let's first resolve the notion that it is indeed the future. Because this situation has not yet happened, all I can provide now are speculations about my thoughts in the future. I can try to hypothesize why I might act this way in the future and offer you my reasoning. Whether or not you accept it, or whether you choose to believe it, that is entirely your decision." After he finished speaking, all the gods nodded. The god of destruction pressed Tang San again. "Stop beating around the bush. Hurry up and explain." Tang San continued, "I admit that the figure on the screen is indeed me. I had already discovered this before the god of destruction pointed it out. But why didn't I acknowledge it sooner? It's not because I want to shirk responsibility. I've been pondering why I would behave that way in the future." As he spoke, Tang San's tone rose significantly. After some reflection, I concluded. The reason my future self-manifested at this time and initiated such a large-scale assessment is primarily because I seek to find a successor. The god of destruction and the other gods paused, a little stunned. "A successor?" Tang San continued, "Yes, a successor. Before becoming gods, we all believed the god realm to be a carefree and wonderful place. But in reality, is that truly the case? Since my arrival in the god realm, I've realized how naive my earlier views were. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since ascending to godhood, each of us gods has had to shoulder new responsibilities, making every day feel exhausting. And as the enforcers of the god realm, especially for the sea god and the Asura god, my responsibilities are even heavier. So, after a long period of hard work, I must admit, I am truly fatigued. I had planned to speak about this later, but now feels appropriate. I want to take this opportunity to share with you all. I have long wanted to find an heir to take on the roles of the sea god and the Asura god so that I can pass on my powers. After that, I want to leave the god realm with Xiao Wu and live a life that belongs solely to us. For so many years, I haven't truly accompanied her on adventures in the DOLOU universe." Chapter 332, DD2 Chapter 332, Wang Donger died, angry Yuhao. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, facing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Tang San finally gave a reply after some thought. His response was a strategic retreat, using an appeal to sympathy. He reminded all the gods of his contributions over the years, providing a very legitimate reason for his actions, finding a successor. At that moment, all the gods present were at a loss for words. Because, according to Tang San's explanation, there was truly nothing wrong with his actions. Many gods in their realm had done the same. Tang San's previous statements echoed the sentiments of several gods who were present. Yes, when they first became gods, they truly believed they were entering a realm of enjoyment. It wasn't until they reached the top that they realized how far from that ideal reality they were. How could this be a good life? This was pure torment. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Once they became gods, they needed to take on corresponding duties. Initially, they could manage these obligations, but the problem was that many of them had endured for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. Gradually, they began to resent that responsibility. At this point, the gods started looking for successors, new beings willing to take on the mantle of divinity. As soon as they found a worthy successor, they would naturally retire. Although their strength would diminish after relinquishing their divine status, the freedom they gained in return was invaluable. And this word, freedom, was exceedingly rare for gods. Thus, upon hearing what Tang San had said, many gods felt a profound sense of resonance in their hearts. They expressed their opinions. So that's how it is. Then there's no problem. Yes, seeking an heir is perfectly normal. Everyone does this, so it isn't against the rules. Yes, and Yuhao is the son-in-law of the sea god. Understandably, he'd find an opportunity to test him. Suddenly, the consensus around Tang San shifted once again. The god of destruction grew silent upon hearing this. While he felt discontent and was eager to retaliate fiercely, he couldn't find a suitable angle to counter Tang San's reasoning. Ultimately, he could only snort coldly and continue to watch the screen. On the other side, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with guilt. Taking the initiative, she said to him, "Brother San, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before. I was wondering why you did this, and it turns out it was for this reason." Tang San felt a surge of pride in his heart. He increasingly believed he was quite clever. However, he was careful not to overindulge in his pride in public. He reached out, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, and smiled. "It's okay. This is something that will happen in the future. Don't mention it. If I didn't think about it carefully, I wouldn't have figured it out either. But this is a good thing. I'll take this opportunity to announce my desire to leave the god realm. Xiao Wu, remember when you said you wanted to visit other places? I've always kept that in mind. When we find a successor, we'll go. If Yuhao can pass my test, I'll marry Xiao Qi to him. That way, we won't have to worry about Xiao Qi, and we can explore the universe freely." Tang San kept conversing with Xiao Wu. After hearing this, Xiao Wu felt deeply moved. What Tang San said reflected a casual remark she had made earlier, but the fact that he remembered it touched her heart. "Thank you, Brother San. You are so kind." Thinking of this, Xiao Wu hugged Tang San and kissed him on the cheek. Tang San smiled and patted her back, saying, "What's the matter? I will keep my promise, because you are my most treasured one." After he finished speaking, he continued to watch the screen, believing he had overcome the difficulties. However, at that moment, the scene on the screen shifted. The picture shifted to Wang Donger and Wang Qi'er. Because their strengths were almost identical, and they had never fought to the death, no winner had yet emerged between Wang Donger and Wang Qi'er. However, this seemed to cause dissatisfaction with the mysterious voice. At that moment the voice reappeared. "You hesitate in battle. In this case, choose another way. Yuhao is now on the brink of death. Whoever is willing to die for him can survive. Remember, if one of you dies for him, he will have the chance to be with another person. In other words, while your death could save him, it also means helping his rival get closer to him. You have 3 seconds to decide." 3. Wang Qi'er was momentarily stunned. She subconsciously glanced at Wang Donger, her vertical pupils glowing with her golden dragon martial soul. It was a white jade hand that defied the cold and frost. It was a pair of eyes filled with love for life. It was a touch of sadness and reluctance. It radiated natural, reckless determination. Without hesitation, without a moment's pause, she took the irrevocable step to allow Yuhao in the light and shadow a moment's safety. Puff! The white imperial hand, pressed against her smooth forehead, and radiant golden light erupted from her forehead like a small sun. The magnificent light from the goddess, wings at her back, instantly fractured into countless luminous specks, dissipating into nothingness. Wang Donger's eyes no longer gazed at the sky but at Wang Qiar, who stared vacantly. In Donger's eyes, there was a mix of pleading, exhortation, and profound reluctance. "Donger," Wang Qiar shouted as if struck by lightning. At that moment, in the gap between the plains, all the soul masters were stunned upon witnessing this scene. How could it be like this? How could it end like this? Yuhao's expression changed dramatically as he reached for Wang Donger. "No, I absolutely will not accept this future." Chapter 333, DD2 Chapter 333, Angry Xiao Wu, "Why did you kill my daughter, Tang San?" At this moment, in the gap between the plains, Yuhao never imagined that the future awaiting him would be so cruel. Before this, he endured countless hardships imposed by the mysterious voice. Even when he was asked to save the White Tiger Duke, Yuhao persevered. But now, upon discovering that Wang Donger would die in the Wenking Valley, he could no longer bear it. In an instant, Yuhao felt nearly unhinged. His face contorted with rage as he looked at the screen, desperately hoping for some sign of a turnaround. But at that moment, the screen revealed. Wang Donger's death became a reality. Following Wang Donger's demise, the tests for Yuhao, Wang Donger, and Wang Qiar by the mysterious voice concluded. The mysterious voice suddenly spoke again, announcing rewards for all who passed the test. Regardless, the mysterious voice failed to revive Wang Donger. After this incident, Wang Donger became a vegetative state and could not move. This revelation sent Yuhao into a complete frenzy. No. Damn it. Damn Wenking Valley, who is the master of this voice? I will never forgive him. Yuhao was utterly consumed by madness. For him, both Wang Qiar and Wang Donger were his most cherished beings. At that moment, the hatred he felt toward the owner of that voice eclipsed even the enmity he harbored for the White Tiger Duke, whom he had always loathed. Because Wang Donger was the person he loved most. Yuhao, don't worry. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't go to Wenking Valley? There's still a chance now. Nothing has happened yet. When we leave this gap between plains, we will get away from that canyon as soon as possible. That's it. At this moment, Wang Donger sensed Yuhao's escalating emotions. She hugged him tightly, comforting him beside her. After hearing Wang Donger's words, Yuhao's grip on her only tightened. Yes, that's right. The tragedy hasn't occurred yet. The future can still be altered. In that case, we must never venture into Wenking Valley again. He echoed Wang Donger's sentiments while resolving to find a way out. The mysterious voice was targeting both Wang Donger and himself. Ever since entering the Wenking Valley, it had been hunting them. Yuhao vowed to remember this grudge and memorize the aura of the adversary. The next step was to grow stronger, and one day, when he was more powerful, he would uncover the identity of that voice. He vowed not to let the perpetrator off easily. I am inferior to Donger, Wang Qiar suddenly said, breaking through Yuhao's turbulent thoughts. After witnessing the scene on the screen, Wang Qiar felt shame. During the test, when she realized that only her death could revive Yuhao and that the survivor could be with him, she hesitated. In stark contrast, Wang Donger had not wavered. From that moment, Wang Qiar realized that she had lost, and she lost miserably. She truly had no grounds to assert her love for Yuhao. Her previous declarations were ultimately just empty words. When a genuine crisis arrived, she faltered. This realization filled Wang Qiar with deep disappointment in herself. On the other side, Xiao Wu's expression darkened. Tang San had previously mentioned he was selecting a successor, and Xiao Wu had believed him. But how did that relate to him killing her daughter? The more she thought about it, the more she sensed something was amiss. Moreover, she hadn't seen any indication from Tang San that he was testing Yuhao. Everything appeared inconsistent with their divine test process. Thus, after contemplating these thoughts, Xiao Wu took a few steps back. When she looked at Tang San again, her eyes were full of intense skepticism. Calling Tang San again, her voice was much colder this time. Brother San. Can you explain what happened on the screen just now? Why did you kill Ziochi? The more I think about it, the more troubled I become. You mentioned you were selecting a successor, but throughout this whole ordeal, you didn't reveal anything about yourself or the God realm, nor did you create a corresponding assessment for him. Your tests pertain to love, yet you must ask, are you the God of love? You are not the God of love. You are the sea god and the Asura god. Therefore, I believe that regardless of the angle taken, the assessments you set for Huyu, and those you set for everyone else, are fundamentally unreasonable. Zio Wu continued articulating her concerns. Everything she said was well-reasoned and hard to dispute. The god of destruction initially intended to wait until Zio Wu finished speaking before adding his thoughts, having pondered much during the earlier events. He planned to let Zio Wu finish before contributing, hoping Tang San would respond. However, upon hearing Zio Wu's words, the god of destruction realized there was nothing left for him to add. She had articulated everything he wanted to say. Therefore, he stood up, cast his gaze back at Tang San, and directly posed the question. Tang San, I agree with what Zio Wu has said. Though your earlier justifications were reasonable and well-founded, after further contemplation, I've found many elements troubling. Especially what Zio Wu just mentioned. That strikes at the heart of my doubts, and I didn't expect her to voice it first. Can you provide a proper answer to Zio Wu's question? What she questioned is also what I have pondered. I hope you can provide a satisfactory response in your next reply. The god of destruction looked at Tang San with a cold expression. After hearing the words of the god of destruction and Zio Wu, Tang San felt a bead of sweat run down his back. Chapter 334, DD2 Chapter 334. It's over, Tang San is completely exposed. Under the sharp questioning from Zio Wu and the god of destruction, Tang San racked his brain, trying to formulate a quibble. However, after much thought, he couldn't devise an answer. He realized he couldn't fabricate a story. Some things could be resolved with lies, but once a lie surfaced, it would inevitably lead to another lie. At this point, even Tang San didn't know how many lies he had already told. Consequently, he truly struggled to explain himself, which only deepened Zio Wu's disappointment in him. She was about to voice her feelings when the mysterious voice in the gap between the planes sounded again. Next, a piece of news will be presented. This is a report about Tang San, but it occurred a long time ago. Upon hearing this announcement, Zio Wu immediately focused on the screen, eager to discover what Tang San had done behind her back. Tang San's face instantly paled with unease. He couldn't help but curse the owner of that voice in his mind. Who is the owner of this voice? Why do I feel like he is targeting me? If it weren't for him, many of my actions would never have been revealed. Previously, I was exposed because of Yuhao, so that was understandable. But now, this is getting more and more outrageous. Are they about to expose my actions directly? Who have I offended? Tang San was consumed by anger. Although he had no idea what was about to play next, he already sensed it wouldn't be good. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the screen. At that moment, the screen displayed. Once again, Tang San appeared. This time, he was in the god realm. Moreover, he stood before a crystal bed, where a beautiful girl with exquisite features lay. The girl had long, wavy pink and blue hair, and her eyes were closed as she slept peacefully on the crystal bed. Everyone in the gap between the planes could instantly recognize who she was. Is that Wang Donger or Wang Qier? This scene appears to be set in the god realm. Why are Wang Donger or Wang Qier in the god realm? They continued to discuss among themselves, and Yuhao shook his head after a careful observation. She is neither Donger nor Qier. He cast his gaze to Wang Donger and Wang Qier beside him again. Donger Qier, do you have sisters? The two girls rolled their eyes at him unhappily. How could there be? Yuhao's confusion deepened. Then what's going on? On the other side, Zio Wu quickly recognized the girl as Zio Qi. The best way to differentiate Wang Donger, Wang Qier, and Zio Qi was to look for signs of divinity. Frowning, she remarked, what was happening at that time? She also gazed intently at the screen. And at that moment on the screen, After standing in front of Xiao Qi for a moment in silence, Tang San whispered to himself. Xiao Qi, don't blame me. All this is for your father's long-term plan. As a child, it's reasonable to make some sacrifices for your father, right? Only in this way can you help me take down the son of the destiny of the DOLOU continent and assist me in fulfilling my long-term plan. Therefore, your sacrifice is valuable. After speaking briefly, he suddenly slapped Xiao Qi's head. At that moment, bursts of dazzling divine light radiated from Tang San's palm. Xiao Qi, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, was jolted awake by a sharp pain. Upon realizing that the one causing her torment was Tang San, her devastation deepened. Father, why? Tang San said coldly, I need you to do me a small favor. I'm sorry to disturb you for a moment. Then, with more force, he directly pulled Xiao Qi's soul out of her body. But this step was not the most painful. The real agony came next. After pulling Xiao Qi's soul out of her body alive, Tang San tore her soul apart, splitting it into two. At that moment, Xiao Qi felt the most intense pain in the world. Father, please let me go. Did Xiao Qi do something wrong? Can't I chain? Xiao Qi begged for mercy from Tang San, but it was in vain. Tang San continued to use his divine power to ruthlessly tear apart Xiao Qi's soul. Finally, Xiao Qi's soul split into two, becoming two independent entities. The original soul belonging to Xiao Qi completely dissipated from this world. Finally, it's done. Tang San expressed satisfaction with his grim task. Using his soul power again, he purified the two souls held in his hand. Then he called out, Titan Niu Tian. Immediately, Titan and Niu Tian arrived. Tang San said coldly, according to the plan. This soul is called Wang Donger, and you will raise her from now on. You must train her well. Shortly, she will become my tether, ensnaring the son of the destiny of the DOLOU continent for me. Yes, Titan and Niu Tian replied eagerly. Then, he placed the soul within another body he had prepared in advance, transporting it directly to the DOLOU continent. As for Tang San, he used his divine sense to observe the DOLOU continent. After carefully examining the Stardew Great Forest, he focused on the Emperor's auspicious beast of the Stardew Great Forest. With a flick of his finger, he quietly injected this soul into the Emperor's auspicious beast, assimilating it with the beast. After witnessing this scene, all the soul masters in the gaps of the entire plane were left in shock. Chapter 335, DD2 Chapter 335, Tang San's house is completely collapsed. Shrek Academy is also in trouble. At this moment, all the soul masters in the entire plane gap fell into silence after seeing the new content played on the screen. All the soul masters in the plane gap felt that their perspectives had been completely shattered. They stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, after a long while, they came back to their senses. They couldn't wait to open the chat room, and then they started to frantically express their thoughts. Friends who understands, this is the first time I've encountered a man so mean, he didn't even let his daughter go. Is there a father like this? This is the first time I've seen someone so outrageous. Yeah, this Tang San is truly unfathomable. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its cubs, but what about him? He didn't even spare his daughter. This beast is truly a living monster. I can't even imagine how desperate that child must have felt when this happened. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found herself in crisis, and that's not even the most outrageous part. The most outrageous part is that the person who attacked her was her father, who turned a blind eye to her pleas for mercy. If it were me, I would have collapsed directly. So, his daughter is dead now, right? The remaining two soul fragments are completely new souls and have nothing to do with his original daughter. How miserable. This is truly too miserable. The soul masters in the gap between planes kept commenting on Tang San's behavior in the chat room. Although what Tang San did had nothing to do with them, and they had never met Xiao Qi, to be honest, Tang San's actions were outrageous both to humans and gods. After witnessing the scene just played on screen, all the soul masters felt compelled to stand up and speak out. Later, they began discussing Tang San himself. Is this the sea god? This is the first time I've learned that sea god Tang San is this kind of person. This is completely different from the version circulating on our DOLOU continent. Yes, I can only say that the legends are all lies. This sea god Tang San is not a good person at all, he's even a villain. It's truly disgusting. Even if he treats his daughter so cruelly, how will he treat others? I really can't fathom it. Damn, I am guilty. I believed in the sea god during my early years. Did I believe in this kind of thing? I must be mentally unwell. Damn, if you hadn't pointed it out, I would have forgotten that my family has also worshipped the sea god for generations. God, no wonder our ancestors were so poor. It turns out they believed in the wrong god. Damn it, I'm going to change my faith. What do you mean? You still believed in the sea god? I even built a sea god temple. Oh my god, what have I done? When I return to DOLOU continent, I will tear down that damn sea god temple as soon as possible. Yes, tear it down. By the way, I remember that this sea god Tang San seems to have a deep connection with Shrek Academy. They often used sea god Tang San as a gimmick before. A group of soul masters kept discussing, and later in the conversation, they even began reflecting on their previous belief in the sea god. They felt they were committing a crime. Why believe in something else when they could believe in this nonsense? For a while, they all despised their previous beliefs in their hearts. Because of this, Tang San's divine power suddenly decreased at that moment. For gods, the power of faith is a crucial link. The sea god, inherited by Tang San, has always been worshipped by countless people, so the power of faith had long occupied a significant part of Tang San's divine power. However, at this moment, with the exposure of the previous scene, Tang San's image in the hearts of all the soul masters completely collapsed. Not only did they stop believing in Tang San, but this group of soul masters even wanted to step forward and spit on him immediately. Thus, the endless power of faith they had been providing to Tang San was immediately drained. A strong sense of weakness followed, making Tang San realize that his cultivation had dropped directly to the half-step god-king realm at that moment. The power of faith is truly vital for him. Tang San's time as a god hasn't been long, and his talent is not much stronger than that of the god of destruction, the goddess of life, the god of kindness, and the god of evil. How can he catch up with them in such a short time? Isn't it all reliant on his dual god position and this power of faith? Now that the power of faith is gone, it is equivalent to cutting off one of Tang San's powerful arms, thus directly dropping his realm down a level. Speak, Shrek Academy. Now, are you pretending to be dead? Didn't you claim before that you have a good relationship with Tang San? I think you are all the same. Of course, if Tang San's house is ruined, Shrek Academy cannot escape responsibility. After all, Tang San and the original Shrek 7 devils have always been the biggest selling points of Shrek Academy. Why has their Shrek Academy been able to operate over the years? Isn't it because they produced gods? Thus, they have gained immense benefits from Tang San over the years. But everything has two sides. They are so closely associated with Tang San. When he was not in a downfall, and even when he enjoyed a good reputation, they indeed reaped huge benefits. But now that Tang San's house is crumbling, they are also finished. As a result, many soul masters on the DOLOU continent began actively attacking Shrek Academy. Even many students in Shrek Academy were left without any face to remain there. Consequently, many Shrek Academy students soon began announcing their withdrawal from school in the chat room. Chen Gilong at Chen Zefeng. Little brat, drop out of school immediately. You don't have to remain in this shabby Shrek Academy. What a rubbish school. Chen Zefeng Chen Gilong. Yes, Dad. Then he announced directly in the chat room, I want to quit Shrek Academy. Similar occurrences continued at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the entire chat room was swept up in a wave of students dropping out of Shrek Academy. Students kept announcing their withdrawals in the chat room. Chapter 336, DD2 Chapter 336, Shrek is finished. Wang Donger and Wang Qiuer's choice. What should we do now? What should we do? Xu Lao, say something. Mu Lao, say something too. What should we do? At this moment, the elders of Shrek Academy were naturally aware of everything that happened in the chat room. After seeing the discussions unfold, all the seniors of Shrek Academy were anxious, as expected. However, the problem was that none of them could think of a way to address the situation right away. Clear up with Tang San. No use. The impression of others would only worsen, making them appear ungrateful. Because across the entire DOLOU continent, everyone could vilify Tang San, except for Shrek. They couldn't. After all, their Shrek Academy had been benefiting from Tang San all these years. If it weren't for Tang San, how could they have developed to their current scale? So, they must not be able to sever their relationship with Tang San. But if they don't cut ties, it will be a significant problem because Tang San has completely collapsed at this moment. All the elders of Shrek Academy in the gap between the plains felt a headache. They truly didn't know what to do at the moment. So they kept looking for guidance from their current leader, Xuanzai, and the previous leader, Muen. Among these two, Xuanzai didn't have any solutions. After all, with his limited capabilities, he was not well versed in management or strategy. So, after hearing the questions from other elders of the Sea God Pavilion, Xuanzai was just at a loss. He was also anxious. But his mind wasn't functioning well. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any solution. So he could only look to Muen for assistance. But Muen saw things. He understood that Shrek Academy was finished. Tang San was essentially their foundation. Their ability to attract students to join Shrek and entice empires to invest relied entirely on Tang San's reputation. But now that Tang San's house has collapsed, their foundation was shattered. No matter what actions they took, it was impossible to save the situation. Therefore, Muen exhaled in despair upon realizing the predicament. He knew that when they returned to DOLOU continent, Shrek Academy was bound to experience a complete decline. He simply gave up. He addressed the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. At this point, the future of Shrek Academy is no longer something that can be rewritten by us. Alas. Muen sighed again and continued speaking to everyone. From now on, don't do anything. Don't respond to anything. Let it be. After hearing Muen's words, all the elders of the Sea God Pavilion fell silent. Moon had always been the backbone of Shrek Academy. They had always trusted Muen's choices and judgments. And at this moment, since even Muen had come to this conclusion, it could only mean that Shrek Academy was truly hopeless. At this moment, all the elders of the Sea God Pavilion felt a mix of emotions. On the other side, Yuhao, Wang Donger, Wang Qier, and others saw everything that transpired on the screen just now. After witnessing the recent events on the screen, Yuhao's eyes turned icy. He recognized Tang San. It turned out to be him. I remember that breath and voice. The person who attacked me in Kyankan Winking Valley must be him. I didn't expect that he's the father of Donger and Qier. Damn guy, I can't stand him. Yuhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although he knew he was not Tang San's opponent at the moment, he still wanted to cut Tang San into pieces. Because for Yuhao, his two reverse scales are nothing less than Wang Qier and Wang Donger. But this damn Tang San inflicted greater harm on them. That's right, Yuhao regarded Xiao Qi as his woman. After all, Wang Donger plus Wang Qier is Xiao Qi. So if he likes Wang Qier and Wang Donger, doesn't that mean he likes Xiao Qi? But Tang San, this bastard, harmed Xiao Qi despite her pleas for mercy, and even had evil thoughts about him. So, at this moment, Yuhao's desire to kill Tang San was an understatement. He wanted to torture him half to death before ending him. Contemplating, this made his heart blaze with anger. I don't have this father, he is not my father. Wang Donger was completely enraged after learning the truth. She never envisioned that everything would pan out this way. She didn't expect that Titan and Niu Tian to be aligned with Tang San. Therefore, Wang Donger felt deeply betrayed at this moment. Her resentment toward Tang San was on par with Yuhao. Especially after ruminating on what had unfolded in Kyankan Winking Valley just now, Wang Donger couldn't help but reflect. Isn't this the second time Tang San has harmed his daughter? Since he doesn't regard her as a daughter, why should she consider him a father? She will never stop fighting against this damn guy. I didn't expect it to be like this. No wonder we are attracted to the same man. It turns out we are connected. Wang Qier's expression was full of complexity. From what she just witnessed on screen, she also gleaned a revelation. She and Wang Donger share the same soul. Even if her body is of the Emperor Beast, after having her soul injected by Tang San, it has assimilated with Xiao Qi's soul, so this conclusion cannot be erroneous. Thinking of this, Wang Qier let out a breath. Wang Donger had always wanted to be sisters with her, but Wang Qier had been unwilling due to Yuhao. But now she felt compelled to accept it, even if she was reluctant. Because their bond is even closer than that of sisters. They are essentially split from the same soul. Qier, perhaps the three of us should stick together from now on. Wang Donger also noticed Wang Qier's emotional state. She had long wanted to say this, but had never found the opportunity to do so. However, now, after seeing the content on screen and confirming her relationship with Wang Qier, she finally couldn't contain herself and directly told Wang Qier her thoughts. Chapter 337, DD2, Chapter 337, Cut It Off. Xiao Wu decided to deprive Tang San of his Asura godhood. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after hearing Wang Donger's sudden proposal, Wang Qier was completely dumbfounded. She stood there blankly, looking at Yuhao and Wang Donger in front of her, her face filled with disbelief. Because she never dreamed such words would come out of Wang Donger's mouth. Doesn't she want to monopolize Yuhao? Wang Qier couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard she thought. She continued to stand there in a daze for a long time, before finally coming to her senses. Soon after, Wang Qier couldn't hold it back any longer. She directly expressed her views on the matter. With disbelief, she asked, "Donger, are you serious?" Wang Donger nodded in response. "Of course I am serious. Can I joke about this?" Wang Qier shook her head. "But why do you say that? Don't you like Yuhao?" Wang Donger smiled and replied, "It's precisely because I like Yuhao that I would make such a suggestion. I know you like Yuhao, and Yuhao likes you too. True love is selfless. How can I monopolize Yuhao alone? Moreover, you are also a good girl, willing to give everything for Yuhao. What's more, we are originally one, so it's not too much for me to share Yuhao with you." Still, Wang Qier found it difficult to accept. She smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying to Wang Donger, "Let me take it easy. This kind of thing is no joke. Let's all calm down." Wang Donger began to wink at Yuhao again. "Yuhao, say something." Yuhao smiled awkwardly at this. "Speak, what do you want me to say?" Wang Donger said, "We two sisters will serve you together. Are you willing?" Yuhao's breathing suddenly quickened. "Well, if it's possible, he. Wang Donger rolled her eyes at him. "At this time, if you still want to pretend to be reserved, you may miss your chance. Also, although I agreed this time and even took the initiative to set this up, it's only because this person is Qier, do you understand? If it were someone else, I wouldn't be so easy to talk to." Yuhao nodded quickly when he heard this. Then he turned his attention to Wang Qier. "Qier, how about you consider it?" Wang Qier's face suddenly flushed a little. But she didn't agree right away. Still, it was undeniable that after they had all exposed their feelings, even the air around them became a bit ambiguous. Meanwhile, on the other side of the plane gap, Tang San's side wasn't as harmonious as Yuhao's. "Tang San, do you have anything else to explain?" At this moment, after reading through the new content completely, Xiao Wu's address for Tang San changed completely from Brother San to Tang San. When communicating with Tang San, Xiao Wu's tone was icy. At this moment, Xiao Wu had completely given up on Tang San. She once trusted him immensely, but Tang San had ultimately shattered that trust. Just now, especially when she saw Tang San tearing Xiao Qi's soul apart on the screen, Xiao Wu's eyes turned red. At that time, Xiao Qi kept crying and begging Tang San for mercy. But what did Tang San do? He didn't care about his daughter's pleas at all. Instead, he continued to act cruelly. Every time Xiao Wu recalled Xiao Qi's screams, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Now she couldn't hold back her anger. She wanted to seek justice for her daughter. Looking at Tang San with cold eyes, a bold plan emerged in her mind. Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. I do this for a reason. But upon seeing Xiao Wu's attitude, Tang San felt fear creep in. He was worried that Xiao Wu would act recklessly, so he wanted to stabilize her first. As for the reasoning, he would think about it later. Tang San, I'm tired. I've heard enough of your lies. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. What you said is all nonsense. I've had enough. Xiao Wu was entirely unwilling to listen to Tang San's explanations any longer. I want justice for my daughter immediately. Since you dared to attack my daughter, it means you don't take me seriously at all. In that case, I want you to know the price for hurting my daughter. Xiao Wu said coldly. As she spoke, a surge of Asura God's divine power gradually emanated from her body. Yes, it was Asura God's divine power. Although Xiao Wu was not the Asura God, she was the bridge between the Asura God and Tang San. After all, at the beginning, Tang San obtained the inheritance of the sea god and became the new sea god. But the Asura God also took a fancy to Tang San, who chose Xiao Wu as a vessel and made her Asura God scabbard. It was through this special arrangement that Tang San could simultaneously possess two god positions. It can be said that Tang San's current status was all due to Asura Wu's efforts. But now, Xiao Wu no longer wanted to pay that price. She only wanted Tang San to face the consequences. Thus, she would rather destroy the bridge between Asura God and Tang San. Although after the destruction, Xiao Wu would still not become Asura God and could not utilize Asura God's power, Tang San would have to pay a price. Because afterward, he would completely lose the position of Asura God. Losing one of his two god positions was significant, especially the more critical one. Then Tang San's cultivation realm would directly plummet back to that of a first-level god, remaining at the mid-level of a first-level god. Xiao Wu quickly started to act, channeling more and more of the Asura God's power. When Tang San saw this, his face changed completely. He had guessed Xiao Wu's intent. So he was terrified. No. I finally became the god king of the god realm. I finally became one of the top masters of the god realm. How can I fall back to a first-level god? Xiao Wu, please give me another chance. I know I was wrong. Tang San begged Xiao Wu on the spot. He realized he must not let Xiao Wu proceed with her plan. Otherwise, he would be truly finished. Chapter 338. DD2 Chapter 338. In order to avenge Tang San, Xiao Wu teamed up with Qian Rengsu and Bibai Dong. At this moment, Tang San was truly scared. He knew what he would become if he allowed Xiao Wu to continue like this. In the end, to keep his Asura God position, even Tang San had to beg Xiao Wu in front of everyone without dignity. Xiao Wu, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. One night of marriage is worth 100 nights of grace. Have you forgotten how good I was to you? Please, I beg you. Tang San kept pleading for mercy from Xiao Wu. This scene successfully attracted the attention of the other gods present. Because this large group of gods had always been in the same area, Tang San's commotion was noticeable. Alas, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. But it can't be blamed on Xiao Wu. It was Tang San who made the mistake first. Yes, that's his daughter. How could he do that? In my opinion, he should just face the consequences. Don't listen to his nonsense. Xiao Qi was so cute, but she was killed by Tang San, that beast. If he doesn't pay some price, how can we honor Xiao Qi's spirit in heaven? After witnessing the scene, the gods couldn't help but discuss it among themselves. However, despite Tang San being one of the 5 great gods in the god realm and the law enforcer, none of the gods present defended him. What Tang San did was excessively infuriating to both humans and gods. At this moment, no one would look at him favorably. Now you know how to beg me? Xiao Wu's tone was cold. What's the use? If I remember correctly, Xiao Qi begged you before, right? But how did you treat her? Xiao Wu's attitude mirrored the sentiments of others, but hers was fueled by deep hatred. Because Xiao Qi was her daughter, and Tang San had killed her. For Xiao Wu, no matter how Tang San begged for mercy at this moment, it was useless. She remembered clearly how her daughter, Xiao Qi, had begged for Tang San's mercy, only to be ignored. So, in Xiao Wu's view, what she was doing to Tang San now was simply returning the favor. After speaking, she forcibly began to cut off the connection between Tang San and the Asura god. As Xiao Wu initiated the severance, Tang San felt the power of the Asura god within him gradually dissipating. A strong sense of weakness quickly overtook him. "No, no," Tang San shouted, unwilling to accept it, but it was futile. Under Xiao Wu's control, more than half of the Asura power within him had vanished, leaving him extremely weak. "I asked you to stop." Tang San was becoming frantic. Despite his attempts to persuade her, Xiao Wu refused to relent, causing him to lose a third of his Asura god power. Finally, Tang San collapsed. He realized that continuing to plead with kind words was useless. So, he decided to resort to violence to make her stop. "I have already pleaded with you, but you didn't listen. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless," Tang San said in a cold tone. At this moment, he resolved to use forceful means. As long as he could stop Xiao Wu, he no longer cared about her well-being. He planned to incapacitate her first. Even if he had to employ some special method to seal her divine powers or consciousness, making her a mere shell, he believed that was a reasonable course of action. Because as long as that happened, she would no longer be able to deprive him of his Asura god position. However, at this time, two divine powers, one purple and one gold, shot from behind Xiao Wu, colliding fiercely with Tang San's attack and completely neutralizing his divine power. Soon after, Qian Rengsu and Bibaidong appeared beside Xiao Wu. "Qian Rengsu, Bibaidong, it's you," Xiao Wu said in disbelief. Qian Rengsu and Bibaidong smiled at her. "Very surprised, right?" "Hee, I'm surprised too. I never expected there would be a day when we would fight side by side. But we should fight together. After all, our goal at this moment is the same. We all want to make sure Tang San doesn't have an easy time, so we can put aside our past grudges." Xiao Wu was silent for a moment, but finally said to Bibaidong and Qian Rengsu, "In that case, thank you very much." Although she held grudges against Qian Rengsu and Bibaidong, at this moment, her singular focus was on avenging Tang San and her daughter. Every mother loves her child deeply, even Bibaidong, who had defended Qian Rengsu against Tang San's attack at the cost of her life. So, it was no different for Xiao Wu. The moment she learned Tang San had killed her daughter, Xiao Wu went into a rage. Driven by her need for revenge, she was willing to team up with Qian Rengsu and Bibaidong. Together, they quickly launched a coordinated assault to forcibly strip Tang San of his Asura god position. As Tang San grew furious, he spat, "Qian Rengsu, Bibaidong, you two bitches. Get out of my way." But how could Qian Rengsu and Bibaidong step aside? Seeing Tang San in such a rage brought them a sense of pleasure. For both Qian Rengsu and Bibaidong, witnessing Tang San's fury was a source of enjoyment. The two laughed happily. "Hee, it seems you're very angry, Tang San. If you're angry, that's right. The angrier you are, the happier we are." Then they turned to Xiao Wu behind them and encouraged her. "Xiao Wu, give it your all. This guy is going to be mad to death." Chapter 339, DD2 Chapter 339. Shrek 7 Devils, follow me to take down this bitch. To be honest, Xiao Wu had always been very disgusted with Bibaidong and Qian Rengsu. One of them was her enemy, and the other was the daughter of that enemy. For a long time, before becoming a god, Xiao Wu harbored deep-seated hatred for them in her heart. Naturally, she had no positive feelings toward either of them. But at this moment, especially after witnessing Tang San's furious reaction to Qian Rengsu and Bibaidong's verbal attacks, Xiao Wu felt a flicker of good feeling toward them. Thanks to them, she saw Tang San's furious expression once more. It was exhilarating for Xiao Wu. Therefore, after hearing what Bibaidong and Qian Rengsu had said, Xiao Wu directly nodded to them and replied, "Okay, I'll work harder now." With that, she began to control the divine power within her more forcefully, attempting to sever the unbreakable bond between Tang San and the Asura god. "You bitch, stop it," Tang San shouted, his anger escalating. He could feel the divine power draining from his body more acutely now, as a strong wave of weakness surged through him. At this moment, Tang San was truly at his breaking point. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he didn't even try to disguise his fury, openly scolding Xiao Wu. "Tusk, tusk, tusk, is this Tang San's true face?" one of the onlookers commented. "He's desperate. He always pretends to be elegant and graceful, but now, faced with danger, he's finally jumping the wall, right? He is a jerk. He doesn't look like a husband at all. All of this just reveals his true nature." This scene was witnessed by all the gods in the god realm. They were quite familiar with Tang San, but they never expected his true face to be so ugly. The elegant and pure persona he maintained in front of them had completely collapsed. Instantly, the gods developed a very poor impression of him. Even the goddess of life, who had always been concerned about the entire god realm, now looked at Tang San with extreme disgust. "You called me a bitch," Xiao Wu retorted, her annoyance growing even more. "Okay, see how I deal with you." Feeling increasingly agitated after being insulted, Xiao Wu ramped up the divine power she controlled. She began to pry at Tang San's divine position even more frantically, causing his divine power to drain even faster. "Get out of here, fuck," Tang San yelled in retaliation. "Damn bitch, I want you to die." Naturally, Tang San became even more defensive, attacking Xiao Wu with increasing ferocity. He summoned his sea god trident and launched it forward with great force, aiming it directly at Xiao Wu. But Caiyan Rengsu and Bibaidong were not passive. Seeing Tang San attack again, Caiyan Rengsu summoned the angel sword, and Bibaidong called forth her Rakshasa scythe. Ding! The clash of their artifacts against Tang San's sea god trident resulted in yet another failed attack. Since Tang San had already been weakened significantly, due to the previous loss of divine power and some Asura power, he was now at a critical disadvantage. Also, it's important to note that Caiyan Rengsu and Bibaidong had both received rewards from the cracks in this plane, meaning they were stronger than before. As a result, Tang San found it almost impossible to deal with Caiyan Rengsu and Bibaidong at that moment. He utilized every means at his disposal, but under the combined force of Caiyan Rengsu and Bibaidong, all his efforts were futile. Would Tang San choose to surrender? The answer was no. Tang San never gave up easily. Although he could not handle Xiao Wu on his own at that moment, he was not completely desperate. He still had his power. He didn't dare to rely on the gods from other divine realms at this moment. However, if it was the other Shrek 7 devils, that would be entirely different. After several consecutive attacks proved unsuccessful, Tang San immediately shouted to Dai Mubai and the others on the other side. "Mubai, fatty, why aren't you coming to help? Hurry up and assist me in taking down these 3 bitches." He called out loudly to Dai Mubai and the others. However, they hesitated to act immediately upon hearing Tang San's plea. The target Tang San wanted them to deal with was also a member of the Shrek 7 devils. As the saying goes, husbands and wives quarrel, they argue at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu were in a fierce argument now, what if they reconciled later? Dai Mubai and the others were reluctant to intervene, and it was not an easy matter for them to get involved. They stood still, wearing awkward expressions. Seeing this response, Tang San grew even angrier. He shouted again, "Don't forget who has been supporting you in the god realm. If I am no longer the god king, the ones who will suffer the most directly are not others, but you. Consider your situation." He stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table for Dai Mubai and the others. After all, the situation was critical at that moment, and what he said was indeed true. Dai Mubai and the others were also members of the Shrek 7 devils. In the past, when they were in the god realm, other gods often offered them assistance for Tang San's sake. But what would happen if Tang San were to cease being the god king? In that scenario, Dai Mubai and the others would truly be left without any support. After considering this, even though they had initially been reluctant to get involved in the dispute between Tang San and Xiao Wu, they faced a dilemma. After weighing the pros and cons carefully, they eventually made their choice. Dai Mubai stepped forward and rushed to Tang San's side. "Don't worry, Xiao San, we are brothers at heart. Brothers always support each other." We understand the cause and effect of this incident. We will help you take down those on the opposite side. Chapter 340. DD2 Chapter 340. Ning Rongrong enters. The Shrek 7 devils were in disarray. Although Dai Mubai initially didn't want to get involved in the conflict between Tang San and Xiao Wu, Tang San's words suddenly resonated with him. Yes, Tang San can't fall. Otherwise, he would lose his biggest backer in the God realm. Realizing this, Dai Mubai quickly changed his mind now that the situation involved him. He adopted a completely different demeanor, showing a look of loyalty and support for his brother. He rushed directly to Tang San and echoed the supportive sentiments he had just expressed. But Ma Hongzhen and Oscar had opinions too. Although these two didn't think as quickly as Dai Mubai, they were also smart and quickly understood that Tang San couldn't afford to fail. Moreover, by helping Tang San with such an important matter today, he would reward them later. On the contrary, if they assisted Xiao Wu, would she offer them any benefits? Not at all. With this realization, Ma Hongzhen and Oscar quickly followed Dai Mubai's lead. They expressed their support. Yes, Xiao-san. We're brothers at heart. Don't worry, brothers will help you. None of the three bitches on the opposite side can escape. Since Xiao Wu, this bitch, is disloyal to her husband, she shouldn't blame us for being cruel. The two ingratiated themselves with Tang San, even going as far as to insult Xiao Wu. After hearing their words, Tang San felt utmost disgust. Hypocrisy, it was truly hypocritical. He thought to himself how his so-called brothers were full of it. Before this, when he had asked them for help, none had been willing to step forward. Only now, after calculating their interests, did they choose to support him. But the worst part was that they had to pretend to be good brothers. This disgusted Tang San to no end. Good brothers? Who calls you good brothers? I'll settle accounts with you after this is over. Tang San felt angry about this, but knew he must keep his composure on the surface. At that moment, he genuinely needed Dai Mubai and the others' assistance. So he continued pretending, putting on a moved expression as he spoke to Ma Hongzhen, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. Good brothers, I knew I was right about you. When this is over, I will repay you well. He maintained a facade of gratitude. This only fueled Dai Mubai, Ma Hongzhen, and the others' excitement. Then Dai Mubai, Ma Hongzhen, and the others rallied around Tang San, attacking Caiyan Rengsu, Bibai Dong, and Xiao Wu with fervor. Die bitch, Tang San shouted. You've offended me, and you're already doomed. The four of them relentlessly targeted Xiao Wu, Bibai Dong, and Caiyan Rengsu. As for Xiao Wu, she was essentially just there for show. At that moment, she was still preoccupied with severing the connection between Tang San and the Shura god, and thus had no means to fight back. Although Caiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong had been empowered after arriving in this plain gap, as the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Earlier, when they had faced Tang San together, it had seemed effortless. But now, with Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongzhen against them, the entire dynamic shifted. In the subsequent exchanges, despite Caiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong's strength, they began to find it increasingly difficult to fend off the combined assault. Soon, Caiyan Rengsu, Bibai Dong, and their allies found themselves on the defensive. Damn it, Caiyan Rengsu exclaimed. Suddenly, there are 3 more troublemakers. This is not easy to deal with. She had just been knocked back by a punch from Dai Mubai and was struggling to stabilize herself with her angel wings, but she quickly surged forward once again. It won't work if this continues. Xiao Wu realized the seriousness of the situation. She then called for help, shouting directly to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who had not yet joined the fray. Rongrong, Zhuqing, come and help me. She was appealing for help from the last 2 members of the Shrek 7 devils. However, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, displaying evident concerns. Still, it was undeniable that they were essentially aligned with Xiao Wu. Otherwise, they would have already engaged. Understanding this, Xiao Wu urged them further. Rongrong, Zhuqing, after all these years of sisterhood, are you going to watch someone die without helping? You've seen the cause and effect of this matter. Am I wrong? She continued speaking. Rongrong, do you remember? When you were a child, you loved Xiao Qi very much. I brought her to your home, and you even hugged her to sleep. She said you were her favorite. Xiao Wu's words stirred nostalgia and anger within Ning Rongrong. Initially torn, remembering her past fondness for Xiao Qi ignited a fierce determination in her heart. Damn it, I won't hold back any longer. This is all Tang San's fault. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, rushing into the fray alongside Xiao Wu. How could you bear to attack such a cute child? You deserve to die. No longer pretending, Ning Rongrong, usually tough and resolute, had made her choice. As Oscar, who was preparing to attack, crossed her path, she confronted him. Oscar, are you blind? Do you want to help him? Get back here. Otherwise, we won't be able to live like this anymore. Helping Tang San means you want to kill my child in the future, right? Chapter 341, DD2 Chapter 341, The God of Destruction enters the field. Tang San, you have crossed the line. At this moment, after Xiao Wu's persuasion, Ning Rongrong had completely joined the battlefield. She was naturally on Xiao Wu's side. As soon as she entered the fray, she immediately put pressure on Oscar. Rongrong this. Oscar, taking Ning Rongrong's feelings into account, knew he couldn't continue to attack Xiao Wu. He didn't want to break apart his family. Oscar replied weakly, Hey, Rongrong, don't be so excited, I won't help him. But Tang San, on the other side, became anxious upon hearing this. He shouted to Oscar, Xiao Ao, what's wrong with you? Oscar responded helplessly, You saw it too. It's not that I don't want to help you, but there isn't a way. Still, Oscar didn't want to offend Tang San, so he quickly added, But don't worry, I won't help Xiao Wu either. This matter is your family affair, you can handle it yourself. After saying this, Oscar moved forward and hugged Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong initially reacted strongly, she was eventually pulled away from the scene by Oscar. This change made Tang San's expression darken significantly. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing also entered the fray after seeing what had transpired. However, she didn't curse like Ning Rongrong. Instead, she gave Dai Mubai a way out. Come back, this is someone else's family affair. Why interfere? Dai Mubai hesitated, but Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly. No buts, I'll count to 3. If you don't come back, be prepared for a divorce. Dai Mubai's mouth twitched in response. Don't, Zhuqing, can't I just come back? He turned to Tang San and added, Xiao San, you've seen it, right? It's not that I don't want to help you, I just have no other choice. Who told you and your wife to be members of the Shrek 7 Devils? It's inappropriate for me to help either of you right now. So, I'm sorry. After assuring Tang San, he concluded, But I promise we won't favor either of you. You'll need to handle this matter on your own. With that, he retreated alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing Oscar and Dai Mubai step back made Ma Hongzhen scratch his head awkwardly. What? Then I'll just let it go. Honestly, I've wanted to say for a long time that you all should handle your family affairs yourselves. Soon, Ma Hongzhen also left the scene. Tang San's situation, which had initially favored him, was now completely overturned thanks to Xiao Wu. His expression grew increasingly grim. Once Dai Mubai and the others departed, he would be left vulnerable. Without allies, breaking through Bibai Dong and Caiyan Rengsu's defenses would be impossible, leaving Xiao Wu able to continue severing his connection with the Asura god. Thus, Tang San was in an increasingly perilous situation. He launched a series of frantic attacks against Bibai Dong and Caiyan Rengsu, but without any external assistance, he found himself in a dire predicament. God of killing, God of axe, for the sake of our past friendship, please lend me a hand. Tang San was forced to use his last resort. Over the years, he had cultivated some allies of his own in the God realm. Although he usually kept his relationships concealed for emergencies, he realized he could no longer afford to hide. If he continued to stay hidden, he would undoubtedly face doom. Immediately, he called upon several gods for assistance. Upon hearing Tang San's call, these gods prepared to help him. Unlike Dai Mubai and his companions, they were not members of the Shrek 7 Devils, making their loyalty to Tang San unwavering. Moreover, they had also gained significant benefits from him and would strive to protect him to continue enjoying those advantages. See God, we are here to help you. They called out as they surged forth, divine power radiating from their bodies as they rushed towards Tang San, ready to offer their support. Damn, there are a lot more troubles now, Bibaidong remarked, her face darkening. Tang San, this bastard, still has many tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Wu, glaring at Tang San, felt even colder. As expected of you, you enlisted such a large group of gods without telling me. You've truly kept me in the dark. The more she looked at Tang San, the more dissatisfied she became. Everyone, step back. Do you want to cause internal strife in the god realm? Just then, a majestic voice boomed across the battlefield. The speaker did not attack directly, but their presence alone halted the advancing group of gods. Did the god of destruction also intervene? The terrified gods murmured. The god of destruction spoke calmly. Step back. This is my last piece of advice to you. The gods exchanged glances, but ultimately succumbed to the god of destruction's immense authority, refraining from advancing. Tang San, meanwhile, was furious. He knew this was his last trump card, and if it was diffused, the outcome of the day's events would likely turn against him. He couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Destruction, this is a family affair, what does it have to do with you? Yet the god of destruction stood firm against Tang San's fury, unfazed. Family affair? Who cares about your family issues? I believe your actions have severely disrupted the laws and peace of the god realm. Tang San, you have crossed the line. Chapter 342, DD2, Chapter 342. The punishment began. Tang San was anxious. Tang San, you crossed the line. At this moment, with the cold words of the god of destruction hanging in the air, the expressions of all the gods present shifted dramatically. The god of destruction's status was much higher than that of the other gods. Therefore, his words carried significant weight. If anyone else had uttered those words, the gathered deities might not have felt compelled to react strongly. However, since they were spoken by the god of destruction, it became clear to many that Tang San was in serious trouble. Even the gods who had initially prepared to aid Tang San quickly reconsidered their positions as they weighed the consequences. This matter has nothing to do with us. Yes, although we wanted to help Tang San because of our past friendship, we did not participate in his violation. God of destruction, don't take your anger out on us. The group of gods distanced themselves from the situation. Tang San was left to face the consequences alone. The entire atmosphere shifted dramatically. On the other side, Tang San's complexion darkened. The very situation he dreaded had finally unfolded. Throughout his experiences in the god realm, the god of destruction had always posed the greatest threat to him. When the matter was exposed earlier, Tang San was primarily concerned about the god of destruction's reaction. However, he hadn't anticipated that before the god of destruction had spoken, Xiao Wu's outburst would precede him. Now, with Xiao Wu's issue unresolved, and the god of destruction prepared to take action, Tang San found himself overwhelmed. What are you going to do, destruction? Do you want to fight to the death with me? He asked, staring at the god of destruction with cold eyes. To this, the god of destruction merely chuckled, seemingly finding Tang San's words amusing. Fight to the death? Tang San, you think far too highly of yourself. Even if you were in your prime, what would I have to fear? Do I need to fight to the death to deal with you? Tang San's expression grew angrier, but deep down, he knew the god of destruction spoke the truth. He wasn't an equal match for the god of destruction. Otherwise, the god of destruction would have been eliminated long ago. Qian Rengsu and Bibaidong, meanwhile, silently hoped for the god of destruction's intervention. They harbored intense animosity towards Tang San and weren't willing to let any opportunity to eliminate him slip by. Since Tang San's crime has been confirmed, god of destruction, just kill him directly. Why waste words on him? Bibaidong urged. The god of destruction shook his head. I, too, would like to punish him immediately, but this isn't my territory. If I recall correctly, that powerful being said that you can't take action here at will. I cannot break the rules casually. Bibaidong frowned, but didn't Tang San act just now? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed, causing all the soul masters within the plane gap to shudder. Tang San felt a wave of dread wash over him as he registered the implications of that voice. Then he heard it again. According to the rules, random moves or private fights are not allowed in the plane gap. And just now, the God King crossed out. Tang San, who is nearly not the God King, took the initiative to start a private fight due to personal grudges. Now he is subject to punishment. As this proclamation ended, 2 screens in the sky shifted to depict Tang San's perspective, allowing everyone in the plane gap to see him. At that moment, Tang San was livid. He remembered that he was not the only one who had acted earlier. Alongside him, Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, and others had also engaged. Why was he being singled out for punishment? His anger boiled over as he shouted in response to the mysterious voice, "I want a report. The penalty is wrong. I admit that I acted, but I wasn't the only one who did." Tang San was aware that he had no means of resistance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. However, being powerless didn't mean he wouldn't fight back. At the very least, he wanted to implicate Kaiyan Rengsu, Bibai Dong, and the others in his punishment, because he believed their actions contributed to his downfall. Thus, he directly challenged the mysterious voice's ruling. In response to Tang San's questions, the mysterious voice calmly replied, "Questions have been received and will be reviewed again." Review started. Review in progress. Review ended. Questions rejected. Reason: Tang San is the main initiator of this conflict. If it weren't for Tang San's troubles, the following chain reactions would not have occurred. Furthermore, after review, the previous actions of Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, and others are deemed legitimate self-defense. Thus, the inquiry is invalid. Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, and others do not require punishment. With this pronouncement, a wave of relief washed over Bibai Dong and Kaiyan Rengsu. Despite their arrogance toward Tang San, they were keenly aware of the power held by the mysterious voice. Their happiness was palpable, as they learned that they would escape punishment. Tang San, however, was anything but pleased. His discomfort deepened as he felt the weight of injustice settles upon him. It would have been tolerable if he had to face the consequences alone, but to not bring them down with him was unacceptable. "Damn it, this isn't fair, this is outrageously unfair," he roared, frustration boiling over. But his anger was met with a chilling response. Questioning the fairness of the review is a graver offense. Begin the punishment immediately. Chapter 343. DD2, Chapter 343. You will die when you get out of the plane gap. At this moment, after putting in so much effort to complete the ritual, Xiao Wu naturally would not delay any longer. She directly and forcefully severed Tang San's connection to the Asura god position at the moment the ritual was completed. Kai kai kai. In an instant, accompanied by a strange sound, Tang San sensed that the divine power within him had been drastically weakened. My god position, oh. He lay on the ground, his face twisted in pain, gasping for breath. The previous punishment had already made him miserable, but now he felt a complete loss of the Asura god's power. His realm plummeted to the mid-stage of a first-level god, leaving him feeling hollow and vulnerable. Anger surged within him, mixing with the pain on his face. He realized it was Xiao Wu who had betrayed him. With a cold and murderous glare, he directed his wrath at her. "You bitch, you've chosen your death." He no longer held back his murderous intent toward Xiao Wu. His earlier patience had been because he didn't want to abandon the Asura god position. Ever since arriving in the god realm, he had encountered various goddesses with stunning bodies and transcendent temperaments, far superior to a village girl like Xiao Wu. So why had he ever treated Xiao Wu well? Because she had been the sword that allowed him to wield the power of the Asura god. But now that she had lost her value to him, he reverted to his true nature, filled with vengeance. HMPH, when you get out of this plane gap, it will be your death. Xiao Wu, however, was not about to back down. Tang San's blatant killing intent met with her resolve. Now that their relationship was fractured, she hoped for Tang San's downfall. Xiao Wu looked at him with cold eyes. "That's right, Tang San. When you leave this plane gap, you will know true cruelty." Kaiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong stood up and also spoke, their murderous intents directed at Tang San. They had openly fought him when he was still the God King, and now that he was weakened, they felt emboldened to be even more ruthless. After all, Tang San's current diminished strength made him an easy target. What you did has completely violated the laws of the god realm. The god of destruction interjected, rising to speak. Having learned all the details, he finally had a reason to deal with Tang San. Yet, he shared the same concern as before. Due to the rules laid out by the mysterious presence, they could not engage in combat within the plane gap, forcing them to wait until they left. "Damn it!" Tang San exclaimed with rising fear. He never imagined that the plane gap would become his safest haven. Once he exited, Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, or the god of destruction would undoubtedly seek revenge, and he was entirely incapable of fighting back in his current state. Deeply frustrated, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. At that moment, the mysterious voice returned. The story regarding Yuhao and the parallel world has reached its conclusion. After the subsequent playback, the plane gap will close. After that, all soul masters in the plane gap will be teleported back to their original world. Hearing this announcement, Tang San's panic grew. Damn, time is running out. He scratched his head anxiously, frantically searching for a solution. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, having determined that there was no way to defeat Tang San within the gap, was eager to leave. She longed to see her daughter, so she left the area and continued searching in the plane gap. Eventually, she found Wang Donger, Yuhao, and others. "Donger Kier, my daughters," she exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace them. Wang Donger and Wang Kier were momentarily stunned by the scene. Yet, they both felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity emanating from Xiao Wu. Combined with Xiao Wu's earlier words, Wang Donger couldn't help but ask, "Mother, are you my mother?" Xiao Wu gently stroked Wang Donger's hair and replied, "Yes, I am your mother." Wang Kier frowned and interjected, "I am the Empress of the Star Du Great Forest. You are not my mother." Xiao Wu countered, "You are both an auspicious beast and my daughter because your soul has merged with half of my daughter's soul. This is an undeniable fact. I understand this might feel sudden for you, and it's normal not to accept it. But even if it's just wishful thinking, I hope you can live well." Wang Kier fell silent at those words. Meanwhile, Wang Donger pressed, "Mother, what is happening here?" Although she had gleaned some information from the previous screens, it gave her only a glimpse of the situation. Now that Xiao Wu had arrived, she needed to understand the full context. Chapter 344, DD2, Chapter 344, Parallel World, Yuhao enters Wenking Valley. Alas, this is a long story. Since Wang Donger wanted to know the truth of everything, Xiao Wu would naturally not hide it. However, once it involved Tang San, there were a lot of things to discuss. So, after a brief sigh, Xiao Wu decided to start from the beginning. At that time, Tang San and I had known each other since childhood, and I had a good impression of him. But I didn't see his true face clearly, and I married him in a daze. Then I followed him to the God realm, and that's how you were born. But Tang San hid a lot from me at that time, so I didn't know many of the bad things he did in secret. Thanks to this incident, I learned the truth of the matter. Otherwise, I don't know how long he would have continued to hide it. Xiao Wu kept talking, telling Yuhao, Wang Donger, and Wang Kier the whole story. After learning the truth, Wang Donger and Wang Kier were all shocked. A strong look of surprise appeared on their beautiful faces. They never thought that things would turn out like this. So this is the complete story. Damn Tang San, he is unworthy of being my father. I will never forgive him. Wang Donger said with an extremely cold look. Wang Kier on the side was also full of murderous intent after hearing everything that had happened. As for Yuhao, the murderous intent he exhibited at this moment was even heavier than that of Wang Donger and Wang Kier. After all, both Wang Kier and Wang Donger were Yuhao's reverse scale. However, after learning the whole story, he found that Tang San had completely touched Yuhao's reverse scale, which was unacceptable to him. He hated Tang San to the bone at this moment. Okay, let's leave this matter to us adults. You kids, don't think too much about it. But Xiao Wu said to Yuhao and the others. She didn't want Yuhao and the others to interfere too much in this matter. We are not kids anymore. Wang Donger pouted and complained. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, No, you are still children. you are not even 100 years old. How can you say you are not children? You have experienced too little, and you are still very weak now. Tang San is at least a first-level god now. How can you be his opponent? Wang Donger heard this and said with some worry, "Then mother, can you deal with Tang San later?" Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, "I can't use the power of Asura, so I can't do anything to Tang San. But having said that, there are still many people in the god realm who can deal with him now. And there is also your uncle, the god of destruction. Even Tang San in his prime was extremely afraid of him, let alone the current Tang San, who is not the opponent of your uncle, the god of destruction, at all. So when the time comes, just leave it to him to deal with Tang San." Yuhao and the others wanted to say something else when, unexpectedly, the mysterious voice suddenly sounded again. The video playback was interrupted due to a series of episodes. The playback continues. The video continues to play the scene of Yuhao in the parallel world. After hearing the mysterious voice again, all the soul masters in the plane gap looked at the screen playing the parallel world once more. When they watched it, they found that the screen showing the parallel world with Yuhao lit up again. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao is still chasing Xuanzai, Yizishui, Long Xiao, and others. Unlike Yuhao in the original world, Yuhao in this parallel world possesses the powerful strength of level 99. He is also accompanied by the three masters, Ice Empress and Snow Empress, Alex. With the help of Yuhao in the parallel world, the strength of the three of them is much greater than that of them in the original time and space. Therefore, when facing Xuanzai, Yizishui, and Long Xiao previously, Yuhao and his team easily crushed them, almost killing them all. Unfortunately, at a critical moment, Tang San suddenly intervened. He saved Yizishui and his team's lives and instructed them to lead Yuhao to Wenking Valley. At this moment, Yuhao didn't know what awaited him ahead. He just took Zhu Dai and his team back to the ancient tree space first, and then he kept chasing Yizishui and his team in front. In this chase, Yuhao got closer and closer to Wenking Valley. He came to an area filled with fog. Even he, with his powerful mental strength, couldn't penetrate the fog here, which made Yuhao feel uncertain. But he still forced his way into the fog. Opportunities are rare, and this is a good opportunity to kill Yizishui and Long Xiao. If he missed this chance, it would not be easy to kill them later, so Yuhao rushed in without hesitation. Unfortunately, he still lost them. He walked in the fog for a long time, and finally reached the core area of Wenking Valley. Just then, Tang San's voice suddenly sounded in Yuhao's ears. Wenking Valley, true adventure start. In the gap between the plains, all the soul masters looked at the scene before them with solemn expressions. They had already learned what kind of place Wenking Valley was from Yuhao's perspective in the original time and space. So they also had a comprehensive understanding of Wenking Valley. To be honest, the soul masters in the gap were genuinely worried about Yuhao in the parallel world. Although he is very strong, much stronger than Yuhao in the original time and space, the problem is that his enemy is even stronger. His enemy is Tang San, and Tang San is still the god king at this stage in the parallel world. Given this situation, even if it is Yuhao in the parallel world, can he fight against Tang San? Many soul masters in the plane gap felt that this matter was very uncertain. After seeing the end, they began to discuss the plane gap. It is indeed Wenking Valley. Yuhao in the parallel world was also deceived by Tang San to come here. This time, things are in trouble. Yuhao in the original time and space suffered a great loss here. Can Yuhao in the parallel world turn danger into safety? Chapter 345, DD2 Chapter 345. The first test passed easily. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, many soul masters were very worried after seeing that Yuhao from the parallel world had also come to this mysterious place. After all, they had already passed through the future fragments of the original time and space, and seen some of the things that Tang San might do in the future. However, Yuhao from the parallel world was not as fortunate as Yuhao from their side. while Yuhao from their world was also targeted by Tang San, he had been saved from experiencing a tragic future. Just as he was about to step into Kaiyankun Wenking Valley, he was directly brought to this gap between the planes by that mysterious existence. But it seemed that no one was helping Yuhao from the parallel world. Therefore, many soul masters in the cracks of the planes became extremely worried for him as they watched Yuhao in the parallel world step into Kaiyankun Wenking Valley. It's all Yuhao's fault. I will tame him hard. On the other side, Tang San also saw this scene. Although Yuhao in the parallel world was not responsible for this incident, Tang San still resented him. He believed that the reason this incident had unfolded this way was that his potential future actions against Yuhao in the original time and space had been exposed. Now that he had fallen to the bottom, he couldn't stand to see anyone else doing well. So he stopped pretending and wanted to see Yuhao in the parallel world get into trouble. He glared at the screen with cold eyes. At this moment on the screen, as the previous voice faded, Yuhao's eyes transformed into a golden and silver light screen, revealing that he had been transported to a special round platform. The light in the center of the platform began to glow rapidly, focusing on Yuhao's body. Suddenly, the light became more dazzling, and an unfamiliar voice echoed. "Do you have a lover?" The voice asked Yuhao inexplicably. "Who are you?" Yuhao replied, slightly confused. The voice responded again, "Please answer the question, otherwise you will be punished." Yuhao frowned at this, but continued to answer with the intent to observe. "Yes." "Who is your lover?" the voice asked again. Yuhao answered, "Wang Donger." "Do you only love her?" the voice questioned once more. Yuhao replied calmly, "Yes." "Do you dare to say that you only love her and have never been attracted to another woman, even the slightest?" Yuhao asserted again, "I dare." The whole scene suddenly became a bit quiet. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters could no longer restrain themselves and began to discuss the scene unfolding before them. Dubusi, it seems that Tang San in this parallel world also wants to test Yuhao with the same method. Jing Hongchen, unfortunately, he tested the wrong person. Although it is the same question, this question cannot be difficult for Yuhao in the parallel world. He is a true pure love warrior. Bibai Dong, it seems that, at least in this first level, Tang San in this parallel world has no way to deal with Yuhao in the parallel world. They continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, after hearing Yuhao's answer, the voice remained silent for a long time. The owner of the voice kept trying to use divine power to discern whether Yuhao was lying. In the eyes of the voice's owner, such a thing seemed impossible. What man is not lustful? Even if Yuhao professes love for Wang Donger, can it be true that he has never been tempted by another woman? But in fact, it was not a lie. The owner of the voice exerted all his efforts to probe, waiting for an opportunity. As soon as he detected any signs of deception from Yuhao, he would punish him immediately. To his surprise, Yuhao was telling the truth. So the whole scene became a bit awkward. The owner of the voice stood there in confusion. Yuhao felt somewhat uneasy. "What's wrong? Don't you have anything to ask me?" He turned around to address the mysterious voice. After a moment of silence, the mysterious voice finally responded to Yuhao. "Congratulations, you passed the first test." Yuhao's expression was calm, though he felt a bit confused. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters couldn't help but laugh. This Tang San from the parallel world, what is he thinking? He seems to have no way to deal with Yuhao from the parallel world. Is this truly pure love? Does he think everyone is like him? Ha, this is funny. The laughter of the soul masters echoed through the gap, which made the seriously injured Tang San's expression turn extremely ugly. He snorted coldly, "Wait. The first level is just a small test. The second level is the real test. Even if he passed the second level, the third level will be challenging for him." He is finished. Tang San continued to gaze intently at the screen. At that moment on the screen, it seemed that Tang-san was a little annoyed after the failure of the first level. After the first level concluded, Tang-san immediately began to prepare for the second level. He didn't give Yuhao too much time to think and quickly teleported him to another space. At this moment in this new space, Long Xiaoao and Yi Zishui were frantically attacking Xu Wenzai. Once they entered this space, Tang-san had promised them that as long as they killed Xu Wenzai, they would leave safely. Thus, to ensure their survival, they naturally followed Tang-san's instructions. What they didn't expect was that Yuhao had been teleported here by Tang-san. At the same time, Tang-san also revealed the content of the second test to Yuhao. Chapter 346, DD2, Chapter 346. Tang-san starts to act like a demon, the second level, saving Xu Wenzai. At this moment, when Yuhao in the parallel world was teleported to another place, the soul masters in the plane gap were staring at the screen with serious faces. They were all very curious about where Yuhao in the parallel world had been teleported. After the teleportation, what task would Tang-san assign to Yuhao in the parallel world? Therefore, once Yuhao appeared in another area, the soul masters in the plane gap began to discuss again. Where is this place? It seems different from the original time and space. It's not where the White Tiger Duke is. The White Tiger Duke, still with the White Tiger Duke. The White Tiger Duke was killed by Yuhao in the parallel world a long time ago. How could he still be the White Tiger Duke? Oh, right, it's almost a mess. The White Tiger Duke in this parallel world has been killed by Yuhao. Then I don't know what will happen next. Wait, aren't those people Xu Wenzai, Long Xiaoao and Yi Zishui? The soul masters in the plane gap finally noticed Xu Wenzai, Long Xiaoao and Yi Zishui. They realized they were in a fierce battle. At this moment, they saw Yuhao was also teleported to the side of these people. All the soul masters in the plane gap sensed a hint of conspiracy and couldn't help but start to discuss. It seems not right. Why was Yuhao from the parallel world teleported here? It feels like Tang-san from this parallel world has a conspiracy. He must be playing games with people again. After all, when it comes to manipulating others, both Tang-san from the parallel world and Tang-san from our world are exceptionally skilled. The soul masters felt that something was amiss, and each of them wore a solemn expression as they gazed at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, second level, Great Adventure start. When Yuhao was teleported to this area, Tang-san's voice rang in Yuhao's ears again. At this moment, Yuhao had not yet discovered Xu Wenzai, Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoao and the others. So Yuhao asked Tang-san directly, "Great Adventure, what great adventure?" Tang-san answered Yuhao, "Great adventure means that I set the task and you complete it. If you pass, you will be considered to have completed the assessment. If you fail, you will be punished." Yuhao frowned slightly when he heard this, getting something for nothing. Tang-san ignored Yuhao and continued with the details of the next task. He said, "Begin issuing tasks. Task content, save Xu Wenzai. Currently, Xu Wenzai is being hunted by Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoao. So, what you have to do is save Xu Wenzai before Long Xiaoao and Yi Zishui succeed. If you can save Xu Wenzai, it will be considered a successful completion of the assessment, and you will enter the third level. But if you can't save Xu Wenzai, you will be punished. The punishment is death." After Tang-san finished speaking, he fell silent, as if waiting for Yuhao to make a choice. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, Bibai Dong, sure enough, it's Tang-san again, this beast, who loves to manipulate people as always. Kaiyan Rengsu, even if the White Tiger Duke is dead, he still finds a way to manipulate Yuhao. It's nothing more than replacing the White Tiger Duke with Xu Wenzai. This beast's methods are truly despicable. Xiao Wu, but why does he always have to devise such insidious tasks? God of destruction, don't you understand how to control slaves? Tame by gradually lowering the opponent's bottom line. And once the bottom line is crossed, it can't be recovered later. So Tang-san's current behavior is essentially taming Yuhao in the parallel world. Wang Donger and Wang Qier's faces were filled with anger. Wang Donger, damn Tang San. Wang Qier, will he succeed? Xiao Wu, it's hard to say. If it were Huo Yuhao from our side, he would not resist him. Huo Yuhao scratched his head awkwardly. Xiao Wu continued. But if it's Huo Yuhao from the parallel world, I don't think he's the kind of person who would back down easily. Especially regarding matters involving the bottom line, he's unlikely to give in. Bibai Dong, in that case, he's very likely to oppose Tang San right here. Kaiyan Rengsu, this is also Tang San from the parallel world's desire. Goddess of Life, in any case, this scene is extremely dangerous for Huo Yuhao from the parallel world. We'll have to see if he has a way to resolve it. After a discussion, the Soul Masters quickly turned their attention to the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, after hearing what Tang San said, Huo Yuhao was indeed angry. He didn't want to waste any more time with Tang San. So he made his attitude clear. What the hell are you talking about? I won't serve you anymore. I'll give you one last chance. Who are you? But Tang San still didn't answer. He merely said, the punishment for failure is death. Huo Yuhao snorted, I'm not listening to your nonsense. After that, he was too lazy to pay attention to Tang San. He directly opened the spiritual detection. This time, to Huo Yuhao's surprise, he could use his mental power here at will. This also allowed Huo Yuhao to easily locate Xu Wenzai, Yi Zishui, and the others. He had no desire to listen to Tang San's orders. Regardless of what he said, Huo Yuhao decided to eliminate Yi Zishui, Long Xiao, and the others first. So he rushed forward quickly, simultaneously using the ancient wood space to summon Electrolux, Ice Empress, and Snow Empress to assist him. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, Bibai Dong, I told you, things turned out like this. Huo Yuhao in the parallel world will not yield to Tang San. Kaiyan Rengsu, but did you notice that Huo Yuhao from our side, his undead demi-plane, could not be activated here? But this ancient tree space seems to be unaffected. Chapter 347, DD2 Chapter 347. What is the God King at this moment? The Dragon God in his prime was killing at will. At this moment, the Dragon God in his prime was killing at will. In the gap between the planes, along with a group of Soul Masters, Huo Yuhao from the parallel world appeared on the screen, using the ancient tree space to summon Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux again. They all realized one thing. The ancient wood space did not seem to be affected by Kaiyan Wenking Valley. So they engaged in a heated discussion about it. Bibai Dong, not affected. It seems that this ancient tree space is indeed more advanced than the undead demiplane. After all, Huo Yuhao tried to use the undead demiplane in the original time and space, but it seems he was restricted by Tang San and couldn't use it. Xiao Wu, however, even with the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux, Huo Yuhao in the parallel world is still no match for that bastard Tang San. Tang San in the parallel world is still at his peak. Even if his original body is in the God realm at this moment, he can't use all his strength to deal with Huo Yuhao in the parallel world. But the gap between gods and humans is still too vast. Kaiyan Rengsu. That being said, Huo Yuhao in the parallel world isn't without a trump card. It is indeed unlikely that the other things he has can help him out of this current crisis. But what about the 9-colored dragon tattoo behind him? That has saved him several times. Who knows, maybe it will create a miracle this time. After some discussion, they continued to look at the screen. On the other side of the gap between the planes, Dai Tian and Gu Yuina were not communicating in the chat room but spoke directly, as they were close enough to each other. After seeing the screen, Dai Tian couldn't help but ask Gu Yuina, Master, do you think Huo Yuhao in this parallel world can escape danger this time? Gu Yuina was silent for a moment before replying, It's difficult, but there is a chance. If I'm not mistaken, that ancient tree must be the inheritance left by the dragon god. Although he was split into two by the Asura god and gave birth to me and the golden dragon king, he left his inheritance a long time ago, prepared for future generations. So I think that if he can gain the recognition of the dragon god, then at a critical moment, That ancient tree will save his life. Dai Tian asked Gu Yuina with some doubts. But Master, Tang San in the parallel world is still the God King. Even if it is the inheritance left by the dragon god, it is not the dragon god himself, after all. Gu Yuina replied lightly. If the dragon god isn't present, can Tang San go all out? Although he is the God King, you have seen the situation before. He was suppressed by the god of destruction. How could he dare to act? So even if he is tempted to do so now, he will do it discreetly. Does he think he can stop the dragon god from saving people? Let's take a step back. What level is the dragon god? What level is he? When the dragon god was at his peak, he could kill someone with a slap. Even if it's only a part of that power, it would still be easy to rescue someone from him. Gu Yuina said this to Dai Tian, who could only smile awkwardly in response. He then continued to look at the screen. At this moment on the screen, after summoning the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux, Yuhao didn't care about Tang San's threats at all. He truly didn't take Tang San seriously, and after locating the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux, he led them to attack Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoyao, and Xuan Zai in front of him. Yuhao, why did he catch up? He's haunting us. Damn, that annoying kid. Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao's faces changed drastically upon seeing Yuhao and the others rushing at them again. After the previous battle, they already knew how formidable Yuhao was. And Xuan Zai on the side cursed out loud. Damn, is it God's will to kill me? I, Xuan Zai, a dignified Taudi Duluo, am I going to die in such a remote place today? I hate it. At this moment, Xuan Zai was extremely depressed. He knew that among all the people present, his strength was the weakest. In other words, everyone present could kill him. And everyone wanted to kill him. Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao wanted to, as did Yuhao, along with Bingdi, Zudi, and Electrolux, who were Yuhao's subordinates. Therefore, at this moment, Xuan Zai didn't know how he was going to survive today. He looked around, filled with despair. At this moment, Yuhao and the others' attacks arrived. Their division of labor was still very clear. What happened before was still the same now. Not long after, the entire battlefield was divided again. Yuhao and Electrolux teamed up to battle Yi Zishui again. Snow Empress challenged Long Xiaoyao alone. The Ice Empress faced off with Xuan Zai individually. They fought until the sky grew dark. However, this division demonstrated that Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoyao, and Xuan Zai could not withstand the onslaught. Didn't they escape because they couldn't win before? To their astonishment, after fleeing here, they were still pursued by Yuhao and had to engage in battle again. So this time, when they fought again, the outcome was naturally the same as before. Although they initially managed to hold out, their endurance was short-lived. As the fight with Yuhao and the others went on, signs of defeat began to appear in Long Xiaoyao, Yi Zishui, and Xuan Zai. And this scene was fully observed by the soul masters in the gap between the planes. Bibai Dong, it seems that Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoyao, and Xuan Zai are all going to lose. Compared to Yuhao on our side, Yuhao in the parallel world is still ridiculously strong. Cunning Rangsu, but this is not important. What is important is what Yuhao in this parallel world will do next. If he continues to act on his own and kills Xuan Zai, Yi Zishui, and Long Xiaoyao, then Tang San will attack him directly. Then the real trouble will come. Chapter 348, DD2 Chapter 348, No Mercy, Kill Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao. Yes, that's true. After hearing Cunning Rangsu's words, Bibai Dong nodded in agreement. But she also knew that they had no way to influence the direction of the parallel world. So after a discussion, they could only continue to watch the screen again. At this moment on the screen, the scene suddenly shifted to Tang San in the God Realm. Upon seeing the situation in Wenking Valley, Tang San was not pleased, but became quite entangled. The reason he set up such a situation in Wenking Valley was not that he wanted to kill Yuhao. If he wanted to kill Yuhao, why would he go to such great lengths? He could have just acted, and it would have been over. He spent so much effort creating such a large game because he wanted to tame Yuhao. However, the problem was that things were becoming increasingly outrageous. His original idea was to tame Yuhao little by little through his unique means, letting him gradually lower his bottom line. But who would have thought that Yuhao wouldn't play along at all? Tang San hadn't even started to operate, and Yuhao was already planning to fight him to the death. This left Tang San in a bit of a dilemma. He had just made it clear that if Yuhao failed the final mission, the punishment would be death. But from the current situation, his mission was indeed a failure. Then the question was, should Tang San kill him or not? If Yuhao were killed, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? This would mean that he gained nothing after all that effort. However, if he did not kill Yuhao, wouldn't everything he said before become a joke? Wouldn't Yuhao be even more dissatisfied with him at that point? Tang San truly felt a headache at this moment. He didn't want to see things develop like this at all, but unfortunately, even if he didn't want to, events continued to unfold in an unwanted direction. So, after much contemplation, he could only attempt to rectify the situation. He sent a voice message to Yuhao in Wenking Valley once more. Warning, you are destroying the mission. If you continue like this, it will eventually be regarded as a mission failure. At that point, you will face the punishment of death. Tang San felt helpless. At this moment, he could only verbally warn Yuhao again. But the problem was that Yuhao didn't buy his threats at all. After hearing Tang San's words, Yuhao simply snorted disdainfully. "Who are you trying to fool? You dare not show your true face to others. I won't believe a word of your nonsense." Tang San. He was immediately infuriated, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing this scene, all the soul masters laughed so hard they felt numb. Bibai Dong, I didn't expect that Tang San from this parallel world would be treated like this by Yuhao from this parallel world. He has the advantage in strength, but the problem is that he doesn't truly want to kill Yuhao from this parallel world. Yet Yuhao is incredibly stubborn and has directly pushed this guy to the brink. Qian Rengsu, he's truly worthy of it, he's quite impressive. Zio Wu, but if this continues, Yuhao from this parallel world will soon kill Yi Zishui and the others. What can Tang San do then? They continued to observe the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after fiercely berating Tang San, Yuhao became even more fierce. Yi Zishui, Long Xiao, and the others were already feeling overwhelmed. With Yuhao's attacks becoming increasingly ferocious, Yi Zishui finally couldn't resist any longer. A careless misstep caused Yi Zishui to fall into Yuhao's trap. She was struck hard by Yuhao's light of time and space, and suddenly felt dazed, top-heavy, and extremely weak. At this moment, Electrolux summoned a large number of skeleton knights to stab Yi Zishui multiple times. Suddenly, Yi Zishui's body was cut open. Bright red blood flowed profusely from her wounds, and Yi Zishui tragically died on the spot. Zishui. Oza. Damn you. Seeing Yi Zishui being killed by Yuhao, Long Xiao went berserk on the spot. He was prepared to detonate all the soul cores in his body. Today, he would drag Yuhao down to pay for his life, no matter the cost. But the Snow Empress would not give him this chance. Empress's sword, Empress's palm, Empress's chill. The Snow Empress unleashed all three unique skills simultaneously, instantly freezing Long Xiao and rendering him physically calm. Don't talk nonsense, I'll send you to see her now. And Yuhao did not give Long Xiao any chance at all. When the Snow Empress controlled Long Xiao, a beam of time and space light shot fiercely toward him. Long Xiao's mental power was not significantly stronger than Yi Zishui, so he had no immunity to Yuhao's mental attack. Consequently, he soon experienced symptoms similar to Yi Zishui, feeling dazed, mentally confused, and half-dead. Electrolux used the same trick again and cut Long Xiao in half. As the large knife wielded by the skeleton knight descended, Long Xiao's body was severed in two. Bright red blood flowed out from the bodies of both Long Xiao and Yi Zishui, quickly staining the ground and filling the air with a pungent, bloody smell. But Yuhao had no intention of stopping. After killing Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao in quick succession, he appeared entirely calm, as if he had just killed not two long-famous ultimate duoluos on the Duoluo continent, but merely two insignificant animals. His shoes stepped on the corpses of Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao as he walked straight ahead. With each step, bright red footprints stained the ground. Then, Yuhao brought Zhu Dai and Electrolux to join the battle against Bing Dai and Xuan Zai at the same time. Chapter 349, DD2 Chapter 349, Xuan Zai dies tragically. At this moment, Xuan Zai was the weakest among all the people present. With his soul power cultivation at only level 98, he could not defeat any of them. As a result, when Xuan Zai fought against Bing Dai earlier, he was beaten the entire time. Although Bing Dai did not possess the combat power of an ultimate duoluo, she was essentially invincible below that level, allowing her to beat Xuan Zai without any ability to fight back. However, no matter what, Xuan Zai could still manage to resist somewhat before and was not killed outright by Bing Dai. But at this moment, after Yuhao, Zhu Dai, and Electrolux entered the scene, the situation instantly changed. Damn you, you crazy people! Did you kill Long Xiaoyao and Yi Zishui? You are all executioners. Xuan Zai was so frightened that he kept retreating. One Ice Empress was enough for him to handle. Who would have thought that Yuhao and the others would show up now? He had just seen the miserable fates of Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao. In the hands of Yuhao and the others, both Long Xiaoyao and Yi Zishui had died tragically. Xuan Zai was truly scared at this moment. He feared he would meet the same end. Recognizing his inability to resist, he bent his body, knelt, and prostrated himself before Yuhao and the others. He stopped fighting and chose to kneel and surrender, because Xuan Zai believed that this was his only chance of survival. Please, Yuhao, for the sake of our past friendship, let me live. After all, Shrek Academy has done you a favor, hasn't it? Xuan Zai kept kowtowing to Yuhao. He knew very well that the true backbone of the group before him was Yuhao. As long as Yuhao was willing to nod, he would surely be saved. But his display of submission made the soul masters in the gap between the planes extremely disdainful. They all began to mock him. Debussy, what a shame, Xuan Zai. I never expected you to be so afraid of death. Kneeling and kowtowing, how pathetic. Jing Hongchen, is this the touty duoluo of Shrek Academy? It's truly laughable. I never thought the touty duoluo of Shrek Academy would be so soft-hearted. But Xuan Zai couldn't withstand the mockery. He retorted, HMPH, the knife hasn't fallen on you, so you can say whatever you want. Anyway, I don't believe you aren't afraid of death. In a real life-and-death situation, if it were you, you would make the same choice as me. However, Debussy did not agree with Xuan Zai's statement. After hearing his words, he scoffed and replied, bullshit. When a person dies, the birds fly up to the sky. If it were me, I would never do such a shameful thing as you. It's just death, what's there to be afraid of? Xuan Zai was left speechless after being rebuffed by Debussy. He fell silent in shame. And in the gap between the planes, waves of laughter at Xuan Zai began to echo. They continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, Xuan Zai suddenly made such a move, and Yuhao couldn't handle it. He had just attacked Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao before. But neither Long Xiaoyao nor Yi Zishui had behaved like Xuan Zai. In all honesty, seeing Xuan Zai's actions shocked Yuhao. He suddenly realized that although Long Xiaoyao and Yi Zishui had committed many evil deeds, at least compared to Xuan Zai, they seemed to have more backbone. Yet here stood Xuan Zai, a truly spineless coward. Faced with such waste, Yuhao had always felt extreme contempt. Thus, what Xuan Zai did at this moment not only failed to earn Yuhao's sympathy, but also made Yuhao even more disgusted with him. He looked at Xuan Zai with a cold expression, then stepped forward, grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him. It's so ugly, Xuan Zai. I didn't expect you to be such a weakling. At this moment, Xuan Zai had lost all fighting spirit. When he looked at Yuhao, his eyes brimmed with desperation. He pleaded, "Please let me go. After all, our Shrek Academy has done you a favor." Yuhao replied indifferently, "Favor? What kind of favor? Did I not pay your tuition, or did I receive your gift? If I remember correctly, my relationship with Shrek Academy has always been one of fair transactions, right?" Yuhao had never been a kind-hearted person. If the other party did not provoke him, he would still treat them well for the sake of past connections. He had done the same when first seeing Xuanzai during the Soul Master competition. Unfortunately, Xuanzai had been shameless at that time and had worn down Yuhao's patience. He had added fuel to the fire when Yuhao was in a dangerous situation. Thus, Xuanzai had already received a death sentence in Yuhao's heart. In this case, now that Xuanzai's life rested in his hands, how could Yuhao let him go, even if he begged for mercy? So he replied to Xuanzai very calmly. Then he raised Xuanzai's body high before suddenly exerting force. "You cruel butcher, you deserve to die." Xuanzai felt Yuhao's murderous intent and became enraged. He was ready to fight to the death right then and there. After all, he had lowered his dignity and begged for surrender to save his life. Now that surrender proved useless, he could only fight for his life. Looking for deaths. But the Ice Empress and Snow Empress were not just for show. Upon seeing Xuanzai preparing to act, they attacked simultaneously. Suddenly, a chilling sensation emanated from Xuanzai's hands. Xuanzai could muster no strength at all, as his hands were frozen at that very moment. Then, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress worked together, shattering Xuanzai's frozen arms in one swift motion. Xuanzai felt a surge of pain. He screamed in agony. In the next instant, Yuhao froze his head and neck as well. And just like that, with a mere crush of his hand, Xuanzai met his tragic end. Chapter 350, DD2 Chapter 350, Tang San attacks and severely injures Yuhao and his group. With the force of Yuhao's palm, he directly crushed Xuanzai's neck in front of him, and Xuanzai's life had completely come to an end. After witnessing this scene, the group of soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but cheer loudly. "Good, good, good, good kill. Good death, good death. This bastard should have been killed long ago." The soul masters praised Yuhao in the parallel world, all believing he had acted admirably. After all, the current Shrek Academy had collapsed, and most soul masters in the gap between the planes were filled with resentment toward the people of Shrek Academy. Naturally, they had a strong dislike for Xuanzai as well. Additionally, they looked down upon Xuanzai's spineless behavior. Therefore, after seeing Xuanzai begging for his life, the soul masters in the rift between the planes hoped to witness a tragic end for him. Just now, Yuhao in the parallel world had fulfilled that wish perfectly. So at this moment, they all felt very pleased. Naturally, they expressed their opinions in the chat room. At this moment, Dubu and others also felt very excited after watching the scene. After all, he had harbored resentment towards Xuanzai for quite some time. So now, seeing that Xuanzai in the parallel world had died miserably, he laughed out loud without holding back. "Good death, good death, good death. Xuanzai, this waste, should have been killed long ago." Jing Hongshan, who could disagree? This guy, without any backbone, is simply a disgrace to our titled duo. Kong Deming, this spineless individual even sacrificed his dignity to survive. Unfortunately for him, it was futile. In the end, he lost both his dignity and his life. He truly deserved it. They mocked Xuanzai one by one. However, Bibai Dong and others on the other side didn't pay much attention to this matter. Bibai Dong, compared to this, what I care more about is what Tang San will do next. From the current situation, Yuhao in the parallel world has completely violated Tang San's orders. What? Will Tang San in the parallel world take action? Kaiyan Rangsu, at this point, he has no choice but to take action, right? Next, we can only see how Yuhao in the parallel world resolves this real crisis. They continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after witnessing Yuhao kill Xuanzai, Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoyao and others, Tang San remained silent for a long time in the god realm. This outcome was something he did not wish to see in any case. But the problem was that this result still occurred. Even if he didn't want to see it, events had already transpired and could not be reversed. He was forced to make a corresponding response to this outcome. He exhaled and said, "There's nothing I can do. Although I didn't want this to happen, I must change my approach now. First, beat him half to death and then capture him. Since a gentler method has failed to tame him, I must resort to more forceful measures." Having made his decision, Tang San acted immediately. Swish, swish, swish. Failed the assessment, please accept the punishment. In an instant, accompanied by a strange voice, Tang San's body appeared directly before Yuhao and the others. At that moment, Tang San was hidden from view. Yuhao could only see a figure in front of him, unable to discern his true face or sense his strength clearly. After sensing this, Yuhao's expression grew solemn. Something is wrong. He frowned and said to the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux on one side, "Everyone, be careful. This person is not ordinary." Electrolux realized this too. After carefully sensing Tang San's divine consciousness, his expression suddenly became more grave. He said to Yuhao, "Yuhao, this person's spiritual level is even higher than my heyday. If my guess is correct, he should be the god on your side." The Snow Empress also said to Yuhao with a serious expression, "Master, what Electrolux said is indeed correct. Now our strength ranks at the top of the DOLOU continent. Even if beast god Daitian were here, we would surely sense his presence. But at this moment, we cannot detect his presence, which can only mean the opponent's strength far exceeds ours. If so, it means he has entered the realm of God." After Yuhao listened to the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, his expression grew increasingly serious. On the opposite side, Tang San was determined to deal with Yuhao using tough measures. Since gentler methods had failed, he was resolved to succeed even if it meant using force. He instantly moved and quickly rushed toward Yuhao. Seeing this, the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux surrounded Tang San and attacked simultaneously. But Tang San was still Tang San. Even if he was only using a fragment of divine consciousness at this moment, he was the God King. Though the current strength of the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Electrolux, and Yuhao could be considered among the best in the DOLOU continent, they were still nothing compared to Tang San. With a cold snort, a powerful divine aura spread from his body instantly. Before Yuhao, the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux could even land their attacks, they were instead hit by Tang San's counterattack, sending their bodies flying. Tang San also adopted the strategy of killing the chicken to scare the monkey this time. In dealing with Yuhao, since he was the son of destiny, Tang San wanted to subdue him, so he showed some mercy. But when it came to Electrolux, the Ice Empress, and the Snow Empress, Tang San was merciless. With just one attack, he seriously injured the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Electrolux, and the others. They fell to the ground, each vomiting blood, looking pale and weak as they clutched their wounds. At this moment, Tang San continued advancing. Chapter 351, DD2 Chapter 351. Breaking Tang San's trick again, Yuhao in the parallel world is in danger. At this moment, after seeing the scene that appeared on the screen, the soul masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but become solemn, engaging in one-on-one discussions. Bibai Dong, sure enough. Just as I suspected before, Yuhao and his companions in the parallel world are no match for Tang San in the parallel world. Kaiyan Renksu, there's nothing to be done. After all, they are still mortals. No matter how strong mortals are, some limits cannot be surpassed. The so-called gods have successfully broken through this limit. Hence, it is naturally impossible for them to be Tang San's opponents. Xiao Wu, but if this continues, things will become troublesome. Can Yuhao in the parallel world resolve this crisis? Most of the soul masters still hope to see Yuhao in the parallel world find a way out of this predicament. After all, they had a good impression of Yuhao and had developed a strong disdain for Tang San after learning about his actions. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Yuhao in the parallel world fall into crisis, they all empathized with him, thinking about how to help him navigate this challenge. At this moment on the screen, after defeating Bing Dai, Zhu Dai, and Electrolux in one blow, Tang San watched them seriously injured and vomiting blood on the ground. A good idea formed in his mind. He thought to himself, although I want to tame Yuhao, I can't kill him directly. But the rest of these ants can be dealt with at will. I see that this kid seems to have always valued these ants very much. Therefore, I will kill one in front of him first and use the remaining two as bargaining chips for threats. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but sneer. After knowing the consequences of disobeying me, I believe he won't dare to continue to resist. And in addition to the remaining two ants, I also have this kid's mother. If necessary, even Zioki can be used to threaten him. The more he contemplated this plan, the more feasible it seemed. So he quickly continued moving forward, a strong killing intent radiating from his body. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, Bibai Dong commented, as expected of Tang San, so ruthless as always. Even Tang San in the parallel world is the same in this respect. Kaiyan Renksu, however, this method may indeed be very effective against Yuhao in the parallel world. After all, he is truly loyal and principled. If it comes to the lives of his family and friends, he might very well choose to tolerate Tang San. Zio Wu, damn it, this scoundrel Tang San is just repulsive. Why didn't I realize how disgusting he was before? How have I spent so long with such a loathsome person? It's infuriating. Bibai Dong sighed. Alas, now all we can do is pray for Yuhao in the parallel world and hope that a miracle occurs. Otherwise, his end will be as miserable as we can foresee. They all became solemn and continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, as Tang San approached Yuhao and the others, Yuhao could sense Tang San's murderous intent. However, he soon discovered that this killing intent didn't seem to be directed at him alone. He observed the current state of the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux, who were unable to defeat Tang San. Thus, Yuhao made a bold decision. Since he was no match for the man before him, Yuhao contemplated why he should allow everyone to sacrifice themselves along with him. This would serve no purpose. With this thought, Yuhao began channeling the soul power within him and activated the ancient wood. Under Yuhao's control, the ancient tree suddenly emerged, spinning rapidly in the air, emitting a dazzling 9-color light. Collect. Then Yuhao concentrated on controlling the ancient tree. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force radiated from the ancient tree. When the ancient tree first appeared, Tang San couldn't help but frown. But he found that the ancient tree was not coming for him, but for the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux. Realizing what Yuhao was attempting, Tang San became infuriated. After all, he had just conceived a brilliant plan. He certainly didn't want Yuhao to thwart it. He was determined to prevent Yuhao from achieving his goal. Unfortunately for him, despite his best efforts, he failed to stop the ancient tree's power from being exerted, and the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux were all continuously absorbed by the ancient tree at this moment. Yuhao, what are you doing? Master, don't. Master, stop. Electrolux, Ice Empress, and Snow Empress immediately changed their expressions and shouted at Yuhao. But in the next second, they were completely absorbed by the ancient tree. While they could see everything happening outside the ancient tree, they could not leave at will without Yuhao's permission. They could only watch helplessly from within the ancient tree's space, filled with worry. Yuhao smiled triumphantly after carrying out his plan. In the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters stared in shock after witnessing this scene. Jing Hongchen, Yuhao in the parallel world would do such a thing. He would protect Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and Electrolux at all costs. Debussy, Humph, this is a real man. Compared to the cowardly fellow we saw earlier, the difference is glaring. Kong Deming, Snow Empress and Ice Empress both acknowledge Yuhao in the parallel world as their master. It's a worthy relationship. Many soul masters in the gap between the planes were touched by Yuhao's actions in the parallel world. After all, they had just witnessed a scene where a person could sacrifice everything in the face of death. Unexpectedly, when death approached Yuhao in the parallel world, he made an opposite choice. That is, to save his companions to the best of his ability. They believed that if it were Xuanzai in this situation, he might have turned tail and fled, leaving others to buy time for him. On the other side, Bibaidong couldn't help but sigh, but if this happens, he will face misfortune. He has once again disrupted Tang San's plan in the parallel world. Chapter 352, DD2 Chapter 352, Cruelly Slaughtered, Vicious Tang San. Bibaidong knows Tang San very well. After all, as the saying goes, the one who knows you best is always your enemy. Bibaidong has fought with Tang San for so long that she knows better than anyone how ruthless he is. So at this moment, after seeing what Yuhao in the parallel world did, even Bibaidong has full respect for Yuhao in her heart. However, she also clearly understands that after doing this, Tang San in the parallel world will inevitably become furious, and the unlucky person at that time can only be Yuhao in the parallel world. And in reality, it is indeed the case. At this moment on the screen, as Yuhao once again resolved Tang San's conspiracy, Tang San's defenses were completely broken. To subdue Yuhao, he had thought of countless ways and made countless efforts. But every time he was about to succeed, he was thwarted by this damn Yuhao. Tang San thought he was very close to victory just now. But how could he have thought that Yuhao had this method to foil his plan again? At this moment, Tang San had thought of all the plans he could think of, and all of them were resolved by Yuhao one by one. So at this moment, he became extremely angry. Damn guy. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. He went berserk and punched Yuhao directly. After receiving such a punch from Tang San, although Yuhao's cultivation was extremely strong now, he still felt an intensely agonizing pain. After that, pieces of bones in his body were instantly broken, and bright red blood kept flowing from his mouth. In the end, he fainted because he couldn't bear it. I wanted to use some gentle methods, but it's a pity that you don't know how to be shameless. In that case, I can only beat you until you surrender. He used his divine power again, after a cold snort. I saw a ray of light shining on Yuhao's body, and then Yuhao's body, which was already seriously injured, recovered instantly. What's going on? Am I not dead? Yuhao's face was full of disbelief, because he had just experienced the taste of death. But Tang San soon attacked him again. Another punch was thrown, and Yuhao was beaten to death. Yuhao once again experienced the so-called taste of death. After that, Tang San kept repeating this process. He wanted Yuhao to be trapped in hell. He wanted to make Yuhao live a life worse than death in this way. He wanted to wear down Yuhao's will. And when Yuhao's spirit completely collapsed, he would give him a little bit of grace and stop abusing him. Of course, Yuhao would have to pay a corresponding price at that time, which was to submit to him. So in the following period, Tang San abused Yuhao cruelly. He killed Yuhao over and over again without tiring of it. Later, he even disassembled his limbs, cut off his fingers, and dug out his eyes because he was disgusted that his death was too quick. Although Yuhao would continue to be reborn later, the constant pain continued to torture Yuhao's nerves, making him feel miserable. Beast, this bastard, I must kill him. In the ancient tree space, Electrolux was completely furious after seeing this scene. A strong aura of death emerged from his body. In fact, after practicing to this point, Electrolux rarely got so angry. But at this moment, after seeing his beloved disciple being abused like this, his long-lost hatred resurfaced. At this moment, he truly wanted to skin Tang San alive. The same was true for Ice Empress and Snow Empress. They were extremely loyal to Yuhao, especially after witnessing how Yuhao still tried his best to protect them at the critical moment of life and death just now. Their loyalty to Yuhao had reached its highest level. For the current Ice Empress and Snow Empress, really, as long as they can save Yuhao, they are willing to do anything. As long as Yuhao desires it, they will give him everything. So after seeing Yuhao being tortured like crazy in the outside world, Ice Empress and Snow Empress were truly going insane. Both of their eyes turned red with anger, and they also wanted to skin Tang San alive. Wang Donger was also going crazy. She really couldn't bear to see Yuhao being tortured like that in the outside world. After witnessing Yuhao's torment, she felt her heart was about to break. At this moment, she wished that the person being tortured outside was herself instead of Yuhao. So later, Wang Donger's tears dried up. She looked at the illusory figure with resentment on her face and secretly swore, "In this life, I will kill him. Either I die or he dies. If Yuhao dares to do this to me, I will make him die a miserable death." This is the first time Wang Donger made such a crazy oath. Before this, no matter what she encountered, she would not become so insane. But at this moment, after seeing Yuhao being tortured outside, she was truly going mad. At this moment, she only wanted to save Yuhao. She only wanted Tang San to die a miserable death. It's a pity that she was still powerless. In the gap between the planes, all the soul masters were completely enraged after witnessing this scene. "Dubusi, kill him if you want. What's the point of torturing him repeatedly like this? This Tang San is such a beast." "Bibai Dong, this is Tang San. He is still as resentful as ever." "Zio Wu, damn it, is there no one in the parallel world who can punish him?" They continued to look at the screen. And Tang San on the screen was still madly killing Yuhao. But finally, in the next moment, the 9-colored dragon tattoo on Yuhao's back suddenly flashed, and then a burst of angry dragon roars enveloped the entire Kyankan-Wenking Valley. Tang San originally wanted to continue to attack, but at this moment, after seeing the 9-colored dragon, he was stunned. Chapter 353, DD2 Chapter 353, Defeat Tang San, Powerful 9-colored dragon shadow. A loud dragon roar suddenly sounded, and then a huge 9-colored dragon shadow appeared in front of Tang San. The 9-colored dragon had a strong momentum, and the radiant 9-colored light gave people an impression of ancient power. Even Tang San, after seeing the huge 9-colored dragon shadow in front of him, was stunned for a long time. After a while, Tang San finally came back to his senses. As he continued to look at the 9-colored dragon shadow, a deep solemnity emerged in his expression. "What is this? 9-colored dragon. According to legend, isn't there only one 9-colored dragon in the strongest dragon god of the god realm? Why is there another one here? Could it be that this kid has obtained the inheritance of the dragon god? This is impossible." Tang San frowned and kept thinking. Although he had never seen the dragon god in person, as a law enforcer of the god realm, Tang San also had a certain understanding of its history. So he knew that in the history of the god realm, the most powerful god was the dragon god, whose appearance was symbolized by this 9-colored dragon. Therefore, Tang San's heart was almost in turmoil at this moment. He had never thought that Yuhao had such a strange entity within him. Roar! At this moment, after the 9-colored dragon appeared, it directly bared its fangs and claws at Tang San. The giant dragon roared continuously, intimidating him. Tang San was irritated by the 9-colored dragon phantom. "No matter how many colors you have, you can never be the dragon god of that day. If you are not, don't show off in front of me. Because I am one of the 5 strongest gods in the god realm. Do you have the ability to be arrogant in front of me?" Tang San snorted disdainfully. Then he directly summoned his sea god trident. He could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the 9-colored dragon, so at this moment, he also gave it full respect. He used the sea god trident to stab at the 9-colored dragon shadow. Suddenly, a terrifying Asura aura, carrying waves of oceanic power, blasted towards the 9-colored dragon. Roar, roar, roar. But the 9-colored dragon shadow was not afraid. It roared again in anger, and then an ancient and sacred aura gushed forth from its body. It suddenly unleashed a dragon breath that completely countered Tang San's energy, instantly overpowering it. Damn, how is this possible? Tang San was shocked by this sudden turn of events. Yet his movements were still very fast, and he soon used the sea god trident in his hand to protect himself. Although he was pushed back a long way by the dragon's breath, he was not seriously injured. However, he had sensed great pressure from the 9-colored dragon phantom. When he looked at it again, his eyes were filled with fear. What kind of weird phenomenon is this? At this moment, in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters witnessed the scene on the screen. Although they had thought that the 9-colored dragon might have an extraordinary origin and might be powerful, they didn't expect it to be capable of suppressing Tang San from the parallel world. After seeing the scene on the screen, the soul masters in the gap between the planes were as shocked as Tang San in the parallel world. I never thought that the 9-colored dragon phantom within Yuhao in this parallel world would be so powerful. Yes, that was Tang San in his prime. While his character may not have been the best, his strength was still formidable. But who would have thought that such a powerful figure would be bested by this 9-colored dragon phantom? It seems that Yuhao in the parallel world is saved this time. They continued to discuss amongst themselves. On the other side, Dubusi felt relieved after witnessing this scene. Fortunately, he is finally safe. Just now, I watched him being slaughtered by Tang San in the parallel world, and I was almost furious. Thank goodness for this 9-colored dragon phantom. Although he had no prior interactions with Yuhao from the parallel world, Dubusi had been following him for so long that he developed a great admiration for him. Naturally, he did not want to see Yuhao continuously suffer at the hands of Tang San. He was quite satisfied with the result unfolding before him. Jing Hongchen added, but in this case, it is Tang San in the parallel world who will be breaking a sweat. After all, Yuhao in the parallel world has a completely different personality from the one on our side. Yuhao on our side is truly a soft persimmon. Pinch him, and he will yield. He resolves problems by simply admitting his mistakes later. But offend Yuhao in the parallel world, and you'll be in serious trouble. He might survive this time. If he gets another chance in the future, Tang San will be finished. Kong Deming stated, that's true, but Tang San is a god king. Can Yuhao catch up to him? Although Yuhao in the parallel world is very powerful now, the gap between him and Tang San is still substantial. Dubusi replied, but there's still the 9-colored dragon shadow, and the ancient tree. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will be straightened. There will surely be a way. Kong Deming nodded after hearing that. That's right. Meanwhile, Tang San was seething with rage upon witnessing this scene. Originally, he had hoped to see himself in the parallel world, completing what he could not achieve. But now, all of that seemed impossible. He was truly frustrated at this moment. Looking at the images playing on the screen, he angrily cursed, "Damn dragon god." Chapter 354, DD2 Chapter 354, Dragon God Inheritance? Gu Yuina's Expectations. Tang San was well aware that even though he felt an overwhelming anger about this situation, venting his frustration would ultimately not affect the parallel world. Continuing to act incompetent and furious would only make his appearance more pitiful. Thus, after a brief catharsis of his anger, Tang San quickly calmed himself. He no longer wished to appear foolish, so he focused back on the screen, hoping to see a turn of events. At this moment on the screen, after repelling Tang San with one blow, the 9-colored dragon phantom directly grabbed Yuhao, who had fallen asleep in the back. It held Yuhao in its mouth and planned to take him away from this place. But Tang San was completely unwilling to let this happen. He had already put in great effort to subdue Yuhao. Seeing that he was now only one step away from success, Tang San could not allow this hard-won victory to slip away. Therefore, realizing the dragon's intent, Tang San once again resolved to attack with all his strength. He instantly positioned himself in front of the 9-colored dragon's phantom, intent on stopping it. HMPH. But the 9-colored dragon merely glanced at Tang San with disdain, as if looking down upon him. Then, facing Tang San, who was blocking its path, it slashed out with an angry claw. This time, the power of the 9-colored dragon's attack was even more terrifying than before. The seemingly ordinary claw tore the surrounding space the moment it struck. Tang San had initially vowed to block this attack, but upon sensing the terrifying power, he suddenly became timid. He dared not continue to resist this formidable assault, for he knew that if hit, he would be torn to shreds. Though this thought briefly crossed his mind, Tang San considered it extremely foolish to lose his confidence for no reason. So in that moment, he resolutely evaded the attack. Boom! Sure enough, this attack was unleashed, tearing apart the space in front of him. After that, the huge nine-colored dragon held Yuhao in its mouth and slipped into the shattered space. Damn it! Tang San was truly furious after witnessing this scene, but after several encounters, he clearly understood the power of the nine-colored dragon. He could not dare to pursue, he knew it would be futile. He realized that unless his real body was present today, he had no chance of defeating the nine-colored dragon. Otherwise, he would have no means to contend with it. Thus, he watched helplessly as the nine-colored dragon and Yuhao gradually disappeared, leaving behind even the shattered space that eventually returned to its original state. This also meant that Tang San had completely lost track of their whereabouts. He cursed again, exhibiting his impotent rage. Afterwards, he could only retract his divine consciousness back to the divine realm. At this moment, in the gap between the planes. After witnessing this scene, Gu Yuina appeared quite proud. I told you before, compared to the power of the dragon god, Tang San is nothing. Even if the real bodies of both parties were present, the outcome would still be the same, and Tang San would only end up in a more miserable state. Dai Tian responded, "As expected of you, my lord, your prediction was accurate. But what intrigues me is what Yuhao in the parallel world will do next. He has completely severed ties with Tang San. Even if he successfully escapes this time, he cannot continuously avoid confrontation, right? Once he appears again, I believe Tang San will come after him once more. Is he going to rely solely on the power of the dragon god?" Gu Yuina shook her head. "Dai Tian, you are overthinking this. Why do you think Tang San had to have people lead Yuhao from the parallel world to this Wenking Valley? If he truly could act freely, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. He could have simply attacked outside. But he didn't, why do you think?" Dai Tian asked Gu Yuina, "Why?" Gu Yuina responded lightly, "Because he cannot act at will. As a god, he cannot indiscriminately interfere with matters in the lower realms. Tang San's current actions are essentially violating the rules. If the god of destruction learns of this, he would certainly not let him off easily. And this Wenking Valley can be deemed the only place on the DOLOU continent where secrets can be concealed. Here, Tang San can attack freely, but outside, he would not have the courage to do so." Dai Tian suddenly understood, so that's it. However, even though Yuhao in the parallel world is safer, he currently lacks the means to deal with Tang San. Gu Yuina replied, "Then we must see if he can pass the test of the dragon god. If he can pass the dragon god's trial and obtain true power from the dragon god. Let alone a mere Tang San, even if there were 10 or 100 of him, what could they possibly do? The reason the dragon god was defeated that day was simply because something went wrong with his cultivation. But even in that state, he still severely injured the 5 great god kings of the god realm, ultimately succumbing only to the combined might of those 5. What if Yuhao in the parallel world obtained the complete power of the dragon god? As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, dealing with a mere Tang San will be a breeze." Having said this, Gu Yuina continued to watch the screen with great anticipation. In truth, she was eager to see Yuhao in the parallel world acquire the dragon god's inheritance. Once he obtained the dragon god's legacy, even if he was originally human, he would become the new leader of their Soul Beast clan. And at present, their Soul Beast clan was indeed lacking such a leader. Although Gu Yuina had always aspired to lead the Soul Beasts to the god realm, she honestly felt inadequate for the task. She was merely a first-level god and remained seriously injured. In her current state, if she ventured into the god realm, any god king would easily kill her. Thus, if they wanted to change the future of the Soul Beasts, they could only rely on Yuhao in the parallel world. After contemplating this, she looked at the image on the screen with even greater hope. Chapter 355, DD2 Chapter 355, Mysterious Plane, the Dragon God Appears. At this moment on the screen, after being rescued by the 9-colored dragon phantom, Yuhao came directly to a mysterious space. Although he was rescued by the 9-colored dragon phantom, he did not stay in the space crack in the end, nor did he return to DOLOU continent. He was directly brought to another special plane by the 9-colored dragon phantom. This is the resting place of the souls of all deceased soul beasts. After returning to this plane, the 9-colored dragon phantom gradually became solid. It seems no longer to be a phantom, but a living creature. At least when it is on this land, it exists with flesh and blood. After returning to this place, it first placed Yuhao in an open space and waited for him to wake up. Then it also released Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Electrolux, and Wang Donger from the ancient wood space. After all, if we want to say who the owner of the ancient tree space is, it is this 9-colored dragon. The reason Yuhao has been able to use this ancient tree space is that he has won the attention of the 9-colored dragon and completed some of its tests. But at least for now, the true owner of the ancient tree space still belongs to this 9-colored dragon. What is this place? Who are you? Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Electrolux, and the others became extremely vigilant after leaving the ancient tree space. They had also seen everything in the outside world from the ancient tree space before, so they knew very well that the 9-colored dragon was powerful. When facing this 9-colored dragon, they dared not show the slightest disrespect, but they also had to ascertain the other party's identity and whether the other party had other intentions. Me, no one has asked my name for a long time. I am the dragon god. You kids should not have heard of me. The 9-colored dragon said calmly to the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux. And they had never heard of the dragon god, let alone what the title meant. So they remained silent at this moment. The dragon god didn't care about it at all. After all, his era passed long, long ago. Now, the soul beasts such as the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress are too young, so normally they have not heard of him. However, the dragon god thought that since he had already taken action this time and brought Yuhao here, he would naturally have to negotiate with him formally in the future. Anyway, he would have to explain it to Yuhao again in the end. In this case, it is better to wait until Yuhao wakes up before explaining it. Save trouble. So, the dragon god quickly said to the people in front of him, Anyway, you should find a place to sit down and rest for a while. As for other things, wait until this kid wakes up. I will tell you everything then. Ice Empress and Snow Empress sat down obediently after hearing this. As soul beasts, they can feel the pressure brought to them by the dragon god more clearly. When they face the dragon god, they feel an instinctive awe, so they quickly do as they are told. Alex, however, looked thoughtfully at the other creatures in this plane. Rather than say they are living beings, they are more like the undead. As a necromancer, Electrolux's perception in this aspect is very sharp. He can say with certainty that the dragon god before him, including all the creatures in this plane, are all undead. So, what is going on? He was also waiting there, with a puzzled look on his face, waiting for Yuhao to wake up. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters had been completely stunned by the scene on the screen. After seeing this scene, they couldn't help but discuss it. Where is this? Isn't this DOLOU continent? Dragon god? Is he also a god? No wonder he was able to beat Tang San before. It seems that Yuhao in this parallel world has obtained a great opportunity. Oh, wake up quickly. I'm looking forward to the plot later. Alia. A group of soul masters in the gap between the planes kept talking about it. On the other side, the gods in the god realm changed their expressions after seeing this scene. God of destruction, dragon god, how could he still be alive? What kind of space is this? Goddess of life? No, the dragon god is dead. There is no doubt about that. Although I am observing through a screen, I can still conclude from my observation that the dragon god is now a dead spirit. Even all the creatures in this plane are dead spirits because there is no trace of life on their bodies. God of evil, I think this should be the final resting place of the dead. Maybe all soul beasts come to this plane after death, existing in another way. Of course, it should not affect the real world. The situation of the dragon god should be a special case. God of destruction? In short, we can only continue to watch. I don't know what the dragon god is planning. As they talked, they continued to look at the screen. And at this moment on the screen, Yuhao fell asleep on the spot for a long, long time. Because his loss this time was very large. Although Yuhao would be resurrected again, no matter how many times he was killed by Tang San in Kaiyankun Wenking Love Valley. But he died countless times in those few short hours, and was tortured by Tang San in various inhuman ways. Therefore, for Yuhao, the physical and mental pain he suffered was extremely great. When he fell into a coma, he would twitch his body and groan in pain from time to time. And every time during this time, Wang Donger on the side would touch him with heartache, and she was so distressed that she almost cried. Finally, Yuhao woke up from his coma. He subconsciously thought that he was still fighting with Tang San. A pair of eyes showed a terrifying murderous aura, and powerful mental power quickly emerged from his body. But he soon found that the person in front of him was Wang Donger, whose face was swollen from crying. He quickly released his martial soul and drew back his soul power. Seeing Wang Donger's haggard appearance after crying, he couldn't help but hug her. "What's wrong, Donger? Why are you so haggard?" After Wang Donger finally found out that Yuhao had woken up, she hugged him tightly. She almost cried for joy, but now her tears had completely dried up. She hugged Yuhao tightly and kept murmuring, "Great, you're okay. I was scared to death." Yuhao's expression softened instantly, and then he looked around and found Bingdi, Zudi, and Electrolux were all there. He immediately looked at them with some confusion. "Binger, Zuer, teacher, what is going on now? Are we no longer in that valley?" Bingdi and Zudi nodded to Yuhao and then explained directly. "Yes, master, you were knocked unconscious by Tang San before, and it was this senior who saved us at the critical moment." After saying that, they looked at the dragon god on the side. Yuhao also looked at the dragon god on the side. Until now, he finally noticed the dragon god, and he saw at a glance that it was the 9-colored dragon shadow whom he had met before. As smart as he was, he naturally had some guesses, so he first thanked the dragon god and then said, "Thank you for saving me, senior. If I'm not wrong, you are the owner of this ancient tree, right?" The dragon god laughed when he heard this. When he faced Yuhao, he seemed much more enthusiastic. "Ha ha ha, as expected of the inheritor I like, that you are smart. Yes, I am the owner of this ancient tree. I know you all have many questions to ask me. For example, who am I? Where is this place? And where was the place you were before, and who was the mysterious phantom that attacked you? You must have a lot of doubts, but it doesn't matter. Next, let me help you resolve your doubts." The dragon god said, and Yuhao and the others on the side listened very carefully. The dragon god looked at them a few more times, and after finding that they were all so serious, he continued to talk. "First, tell me where the area you were in was." The area you were in was Kaiyankun Wenking Valley, a rare area on the DOLOU continent that can conceal the secrets of heaven. In other words, even if a god attacked you there, no one else would know. Yuhao and the others were slightly stunned upon hearing this. Although they had obtained new information after listening to the dragon god's words, they also had new doubts. Yuhao couldn't help but ask again. "So, senior, you mean that the person who attacked us before was a god? But why did he attack us, and why did he have to choose there? Is he restricted by some rules?" The dragon god nodded to Yuhao and said, "Yes, he is a god. He is one of the 5 great gods in the current god realm. Tang San, the sea god and the Usura god, the law enforcer of the god realm, and one of the highest decision-makers in the god realm." "Why did he attack you?" "Because you are the son of destiny on the DOLOU continent. You are the destiny of the entire DOLOU continent. If he can subdue you, then he can obtain the destiny of the DOLOU continent, which is of great benefit to him." As for why he had to choose that place to start, you guessed right. He was indeed restricted by the rules. When he said this, the dragon god asked them back, "When have you seen gods attack ordinary people? Those who have just become gods don't count, but those who have been gods for a long time and entered the god realm, should you have never seen them attack ordinary people, right? Why haven't you seen it? It's not because you don't know, but they haven't. Because the God realm has a clear rule that all gods cannot interfere in the affairs of the lower world. If there were no such rule, then everything would be a mess. The gods will be high above those lower planes, which is not a good thing for ordinary creatures in the plane. So, as far as this matter is concerned, Tang San is in serious violation. Everyone raised their eyebrows upon hearing this. Like Ice Empress and Snow Empress, although they also felt very angry, considering that the enemy this time was Tang San, they had a lot of fear in their hearts. Wang Donger was somewhat shocked because Tang San was the ancestor of their Clear Sky sect, but she didn't expect that he would do such a dirty thing now and even almost killed her lover. This was unbearable in Wang Donger's eyes. Yuhao's eyes showed a strong hatred. After understanding the other party's motives and the course of events, he completely hated Tang San. Maybe he is not as good as Tang San at this moment, but Yuhao will remember him in his heart first. This kind of thing has happened more than once or twice. Starting from the White Tiger Duke to Xuanzai, and then to Yi Zishui and Long Zaiao, Yuhao has always been like this. So, this time Tang San is also the same. After learning that the other party is powerful, Yuhao does not feel afraid. Rather, he secretly makes up his mind to cut him into pieces in the future. And this is also one of the points that the dragon god appreciates in Yuhao the most. Fearlessness is very rare. The dragon god continued, "Let's talk about my business." He asked Yuhao, "Do you think this is DOLOU continent?" Yuhao carefully sensed it and shook his head. The dragon god replied with great appreciation, "Yes, this is not DOLOU continent. But this is the final resting place of all soul beasts on DOLOU continent. That is to say, after the soul beasts die, their souls will come here." After saying that, the dragon god looked at the Ice Empress and Snow Empress on one side and said, "If you look carefully, you may find some familiar people here." The Ice Empress and Snow Empress began to use their divine thoughts to investigate, and after some investigation, they indeed found many familiar old friends. These friends were all powerful soul beasts who died under the heavenly tribulation before. The two of them showed a strong sense of shock. And the dragon god continued, "Some things are quite troublesome to explain. So, let me tell you a story about the god realm and all the gods. I believe that after listening to this story, you will understand everything." Chapter 356, DD2, Chapter 356, The Dragon God's Request. At this moment, after hearing what the dragon god said on the screen, all the soul masters in the plane gap watched very seriously. After all, everything that happened on the screen at that moment was too fantastic. It can even be said that it completely surpassed their cognition. Therefore, under these circumstances, they were also very curious to know what the dragon god was going to say next. All of them looked at the screen with curiosity. At this moment, on the screen, the dragon god noticed that Yuhao and the others were listening attentively, so he continued to speak. "A long, long time ago, there were no soul masters or soul beasts on DOLOU continent. At that time, there were only humans and beasts, and no matter whether they were humans or beasts, they were not as powerful as they are now. They were just like ordinary people with zero innate soul power or ordinary beasts. They lived an ordinary life. But at this time, a very powerful creature suddenly appeared on the DOLOU continent. Through his practice, he successfully reached the upper limit of the DOLOU continent plane. After that, he was summoned by the God realm and went to the God realm. At that time, there were no other creatures in the entire God realm. That creature was the first to arrive in the God realm. He began to continuously expand the territory of the God realm and govern this universe. After that, other creatures came to the God realm one after another. They later became gods in the God realm and ruled the countless planes in the universe. But I don't know since when the human gods and beast gods in the God realm gradually had conflicts. Although the conflicts did not completely break out at that stage, the seeds of conflict had been planted in the hearts of both sides. Finally, one day, the creature who first came to DOLOU continent had a problem with his cultivation, and the war between the human gods and beast gods in the God realm broke out completely. In that war, both sides suffered heavy losses, but in the end, the beast gods were defeated. Although the original existence was powerful, he had become mentally disturbed due to cultivation problems at that time and attacked indiscriminately. In the end, the side he led was destroyed by the human gods. After his death, his blood was spilled all over DOLOU continent, and all the creatures stained with his blood gained power. From then on, there were human soul masters and soul beasts on the DOLOU continent. But the human gods in the god realm set a new rule because of that incident. Soul beasts cannot become gods. Moreover, as long as the cultivation of soul beasts breaks through 100,000 years, they will suffer heavenly punishment. Because all the human gods in the god realm could no longer tolerate the existence of beast gods, they wanted to completely eradicate the soul beasts when they matured. As for the being that first arrived in the god realm, his power was split into two, turning into the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. Originally, the matter should have ended here. But he didn't expect that one of his residual souls would accidentally float back to a legacy he left on DOLOU continent, this ancient tree. He brought the ancient tree to the final resting place of the beasts he had created all those years ago, and originally planned to seal himself here forever, no longer opposing the gods in the god realm. He believed that the events of that day were all caused by him, so he had always felt very guilty. However, in the days that followed, through the long years, he saw countless young soul beasts coming here. They may have only cultivated for 100,000 years, or 200,000 years, or 300,000 years, but they all died young, as they all succumbed to the thunder tribulation sent by the god realm. He learned about the so-called thunder tribulation from these creatures, and he immediately realized that this punishment was given by the god realm to the soul beasts because of his actions. From that time on, he felt sudden struggle and regret. He thought it was his fault that countless soul beasts had to endure this suffering. If it weren't for the thunder tribulation, all soul beasts would have had the opportunity to become gods, and they wouldn't have to go through the great tribulation after breaking through each 100,000-year mark in their cultivation. They only needed to practice peacefully. But everything changed because of him. From that time on, he made up his mind to fight his way back to the god realm and demand that the gods change the rules. He didn't seek forgiveness from the gods for the mistakes he made, but he couldn't bear to see his descendants continue to pay the price for his mistakes. He just wanted the gods to remove that rule. But now he is just a remnant soul, so he can only wait for a suitable successor. He will leave all his inheritance to him so that he can become as powerful as he was in the past. And in the end, he hopes that the successor can complete one thing on his behalf, to remove this damn shackle from all soul beasts. Soul beasts don't deserve this kind of treatment. Chapter 357, DD2, Chapter 357, Know Everything. The choice of Wang Donger in the parallel world. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters couldn't help but discuss the new content emerging on the screen. See, what does the dragon god want Wang Donger in the parallel world to see? Moreover, from his tone just now, it seems he doesn't believe Wang Donger will wholeheartedly assist Yuhao in the parallel world. Wait, his ability is somewhat similar to that of the player in the sky. They also project images, but his seems to be more illusory and is used to directly display some memory images. Doesn't that mean the person who brought us to the gap between the planes is the dragon god? They kept talking, and as they continued, they even arrived at a very outrageous conclusion. The mysterious existence that brought them to the gap between the planes was indeed the dragon god. The development of events at this moment suggests there is such a possibility. But on the other side, the god of destruction quickly rejected everyone's speculation. He said lightly, "This is impossible. Although the dragon god has similar means, this does not mean that the mysterious existence is the dragon god. From my understanding, while the dragon god is powerful, he certainly does not possess such terrifying strength. Furthermore, don't we already know the purpose of the dragon god? If he truly had this ability, he would have killed us in the god realm and forced us to modify the rules. It's a pity that he didn't do that. So it can be concluded that this mysterious existence has nothing to do with the dragon god." All the other gods felt that what the god of destruction said was very reasonable. As for Xiao Wu, she was not interested in anything else. There was only one thing she wanted to know now. What exactly did the dragon god want to show Wang Donger? Could it be that he also wanted to reveal the truth to Wang Donger, like the mysterious existence did before? If that is the case, it would be a good thing. After all, judging from the current situation in the parallel world, Yuhao and Tang San have completely turned on each other. So the sooner Wang Donger learns about her affairs, the better. This way, she can mentally prepare herself in advance. Otherwise, when the most critical moment arrives, Yuhao in the parallel world may plan to kill Tang San, while Wang Donger only learns the truth about Tang San's identity at that moment. What will Yuhao in the parallel world do then? She thought that if the dragon god shared her perspective and allowed Wang Donger to learn about her past in advance, it would certainly be for the best. She continued to watch the screen, eager to see how the subsequent events would develop. At this moment on the screen, Xiao Wu's guess was correct. What the dragon god allowed Wang Donger to watch was indeed about Tang San. Through this viewing, Wang Donger not only understood her true identity, but also learned everything Tang San had done to her, as well as the true identities of Tai Tan and Niu Tian. After seeing this scene, Wang Donger fell into silence. She was deeply hurt. After all, what could be more painful than the betrayal of the closest person? At this moment, Wang Donger was completely stunned. She couldn't help but ask the dragon god, "Dragon god, what you just showed me, is it true?" The dragon god replied calmly, "Absolutely true. That's why I asked you to choose after you finish reading it. I can tell you clearly that no matter what choice you make in this matter, it will be wrong. Although Tang San has been unkind and unjust to you, you are, after all, his daughter. If you don't help him kill Yuhao, you will be deemed unfaithful and unfilial. But if you choose to help him kill Yuhao, then you will be aiding a tyrant, as what he has done has completely violated the rules of the god realm, and you would be betraying Yuhao's feelings for you." As he said this, the dragon god took a deep breath and continued, "Okay, now it's your turn to choose. How do you plan to choose?" Wang Donger was truly silent for a long time. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress approached her with concern and hugged her. Finally, Wang Donger made up her mind. She looked at the dragon god and said, "Dragon god, I have made my decision." The dragon god raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, you have made a decision? Then tell me, what do you think?" Wang Donger exhaled and said, "I will help Yuhao kill Tang San." The dragon god was silent for a moment and then asked, "But no matter how bad he is still your father. What you are doing is unfaithful and unfilial." However, Wang Donger snorted coldly and said, "I am not a good daughter, but he is also not a good father. He may not even treat me as his daughter. How can a father treat his daughter like this?" Wang Donger clearly stated her position. "In my short life, only Yuhao has treated me the best. He has given me everything and provided me with countless care. I am willing to dedicate everything I have to him. Since someone wants to harm him, I will stand by Yuhao's side even if it makes everyone in the world laugh at me. As long as he can understand me, I don't care about other people's opinions." She spoke sincerely. The dragon god was fully focused on Wang Donger the entire time, watching and testing her to see if she was lying. The conclusion was that Wang Donger did not lie. Everything she had just said came from her heart. In the end, the dragon god couldn't help but laugh. He said to Wang Donger, "I'm happy for Yuhao. He's lucky to have a woman like you by his side." Wang Donger shook her head. "No, meeting him is the greatest luck of my life." The dragon god didn't continue to tease on this topic and quickly said, "But your current strength is too weak. Although you have good talent, Yuhao is the son of destiny on the DOLOU continent, which means the opportunities he receives are far beyond yours. Fate is far greater than yours. Therefore, your realm has been completely overshadowed by him without you realizing it." Chapter 358, 4 Third-Level Gods, the Work of the Dragon God. At this moment, after hearing what the dragon god said, Wang Donger's expression became a little embarrassed. This matter had always caused her distress. After all, although Wang Donger's talent was also very good, She had been left far behind by Yuhao over the years. When Wang Dong'er saw that Bingdi, Zudi, and Electrolux were able to help Yuhao, she couldn't help but feel envious. No, Wang Dong'er was extremely envious. She wanted to possess great strength and help Yuhao when he needed assistance. But her strength was still not enough. To catch up with Yuhao, she had completely changed her lazy habits over the years and become extremely diligent. But even so, she still couldn't catch up to Yuhao's progress in cultivation. Therefore, this matter always made Wang Dong'er feel extremely distressed. After hearing what the dragon god said, she smiled bitterly, feeling a sense of inferiority. Yes, my strength is too weak. However, the reason the dragon god said this to Wang Dong'er at this time was not to mock her. It was merely stating Wang Dong'er's situation, and afterward, he planned to help her. Since Wang Dong'er had completely passed his test, she would become a significant helper to Yuhao in the future and work towards his goals. How could the dragon god be stingy with his help? So the dragon god quickly said to Wang Dong'er, "Don't worry. Although I cannot make you as powerful as Yuhao, I have reserved a small part of my power for you. I believe that with this portion of power, you can at least break through to the third-level god level." After the dragon god finished speaking, he looked at the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress, and Electrolux on the side. It was evident that in what he had just said, Yu referred not only to Wang Dong'er, but also to the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress, and Electrolux. Everyone was stunned upon hearing the dragon god's words. Wang Dong'er's face was filled with surprise. She genuinely wanted to help Yuhao. So, at this moment, the dragon god gave her such a significant opportunity, which made Wang Dong'er very excited. Wang Dong'er quickly thanked the dragon god. "Thank you, dragon god." The same was true for the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux. The Ice Empress and Snow Empress had never thought they could become gods, but that did not mean they were unwilling to become gods. On the contrary, becoming a god was extremely sacred to them. Therefore, after learning they could become gods, they were very excited. Electrolux felt similarly. While he was not as eager to become a god as the others, he hoped to restore his strength to its prime. After all, Yuhao was his apprentice, and isn't it the duty of a master to help his apprentice? So at this moment, after hearing this news, he was genuinely happy. "No need to thank me." The dragon god simply shook his head very calmly. Then he continued speaking to everyone. "You have all passed my test, and you will all become significant aids to Yuhao. So, to be honest, helping you is helping myself. This is just part of the cooperation." After saying that, the dragon god flicked his fingers. The remaining energy from his body transformed into several small balls of light, which were evenly distributed among Wang Dong'er and the others. After these energies were dispersed, the phantoms of the dragon god and all the creatures in the entire plane completely dissipated. In the end, only the slightly illusory voice of the dragon god remained. "This is the last strength of me and all the soul beasts here. Everyone, we have paid the ultimate price for this, and I hope you will not forget the agreement with us. Finally, I also wish you all the best in your future endeavors." The dragon god's voice soon dissipated completely. After witnessing this scene, Wang Dong'er and the others felt a wave of emotion. After all, they hadn't expected that, to achieve this goal, the dragon gods would voluntarily embrace a fate of destruction. They all felt an immense weight. The energy balls in their hands were originally weightless, but at this moment, they could distinctly feel the pressure that this power brought. Anyway, absorb it. Then don't fail the trust of these soul beasts. Electrolux spoke first. He exhaled and addressed the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Wang Dong'er in front of him. "Yeah." The Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Wang Dong'er quickly agreed. Then, they all began to absorb the energy. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes. After witnessing this scene, a group of soul masters were completely stunned. They kept talking. "Dubusi, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Wang Dong'er, Bingdi, Zudai, and Electrolux in this parallel world are all about to become gods. Jing Hongchen, it seems that the parallel world's god realm is going to become lively." On the other side, Bibai also displayed a gloating expression after seeing this scene. This time, Tang San will be busy. 4 third-level gods, plus Yuhao who has obtained the dragon god's inheritance. I'm afraid that even Tang San will feel a bit overwhelmed. Qian Rengsu said, in fact, the most important factor is Yuhao. After all, the gap between a third-level god and a god king is still quite large. Whether it can pose a threat to Tang San depends on Yuhao. Bibai nodded. Yes, so let's continue to watch and see what realm Yuhao will reach after absorbing this energy. They continued to look at the screen. At this moment on the screen, in this mysterious plane, time passes very slowly. But Yuhao and the others absorb energy very quickly. After a long period of absorbing energy, Yuhao and the others finally emerged. Chapter 359, DD2 Chapter 359, Above the God King, the unfathomable Yuhao. And at this moment, on the screen, after everyone absorbed the energy light balls obtained from the dragon god, the people in the mysterious plane also withdrew from their cultivation state. The first to withdraw from their cultivation were naturally Wang Donger, Bingdi, Zudi, and Electrolux. After all, the energy they obtained was far less than that of Yuhao, so their absorption time was naturally shorter than his. Once they absorbed the energy, they opened their eyes completely, and as they did, a stream of extremely powerful auras emerged from their bodies. These are the auras of gods. Although they are only at the level of third-level gods and have not even been blessed with godhood, their strength has reached this level, which is significantly stronger than their previous abilities. At this moment, sensing their newfound power, Wang Donger and the others displayed strong excitement in their expressions. Ice Empress, is this the realm of God? Sure enough, it is completely different from before we became gods. Snow Empress, I didn't expect that after crossing that level, we would experience such a remarkable transformation. I now realize how weak I was before. Electrolux, although the power system of this world is different from the one I was in before, once I entered this realm, I can still deeply feel the significance of divine power. Is this truly the realm of God? Wang Donger, in this way, I finally have a certain amount of strength and can help Yuhao in the subsequent battles. Everyone kept sighing. Becoming a god is an event that evokes a lot of emotions for them. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing this scene, the Soul Masters couldn't help but start discussing. Sure enough, just as the dragon god said, the 4 of them have all become third-level gods. Yes, these are the gods from legends. This is the dream of so many people. To have the opportunity to become gods now is incredible. All of a sudden, they finally have the strength to challenge Tang San in the parallel world. However, the critical factor is Yuhao in the parallel world. Although the 4 third-level gods are not weak, they are still far from enough to face Tang San. Whether this matter will eventually succeed depends on Yuhao in the parallel world. Hey, that's... Yuhao in the parallel world has also come out of his retreat. After seeing this, the Soul Masters widened their eyes, eager to learn more. They continued to gaze at the screen with anticipation, wanting to see what realm Yuhao in the parallel world had reached. At that moment on the screen, as Yuhao opened his eyes, a terrifying pressure instantly surged from his body. He did not intentionally display this power. Even at that moment, the reason why it leaked out was simply because he had just gained it and was still unable to control it properly. Regardless, even the small amount of power that escaped Yuhao's body shook the entire plane. Though Wang Donger, Bingdi, Zudi, and Electrolux had all become third-level gods, they felt immense pressure as the powerful aura of Yuhao surged forth. They were overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, which left them in disbelief, their hearts filled with shock and surprise. They had never imagined that Yuhao had become so powerful. Yuhao, you finally came out of your retreat. Master, you are so strong now. Yes, we have all become level 3 gods, but at that moment just now, we all felt like ants. Master, what level have you reached in your cultivation now? Yes, please tell us. They couldn't help but ask Yuhao. As for Yuhao, the energy around him had been briefly out of control, but soon he fully regained control. He answered the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress, and the others beside him. My current strength, above the God King. I have absorbed the soul power of soul beasts in this plane for millions of years. Although what exists here are the residual souls and obsessions of some soul beasts, even so, every little bit adds up. Over millions of years, tens of millions of soul beasts have willingly turned their strength into my own. So how strong my power is now, honestly, I cannot say precisely. Certainly, it cannot be as low as the God King. If it were merely the God King realm, I should be able to control it easily. Yuhao explained his current condition. Then they all noticed that the space around them suddenly showed signs of collapsing. Master, what's going on? The Ice Empress couldn't help but ask Yuhao. Yuhao replied calmly, this space was created by the dragon god. But now he has completely dissipated along with all the energy in this space. It has all become part of me, so this space cannot hold on any longer. With complete composure, he said to the Ice Empress and the others, let's get out first. It's time to return to the DOLOU continent. After saying that, he flicked his fingers, and a massive tunnel suddenly appeared in the space before him. Yuhao took a step forward and entered the tunnel. Afterward, the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress, Electrolux, and Wang Donger followed his lead. They traveled through the space tunnel for a while and finally saw the exit, then they stepped out. Chapter 360, DD2 Chapter 360, Mu-En and Tang San cooperate, the army presses on the body sect. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after witnessing the current strength of the parallel world Yuhao on the screen, the Soul Masters were shocked once again. They couldn't help but start discussing. I didn't expect that Yuhao in the parallel world has become so powerful now. Yes, he can easily create a time-space tunnel. He even admitted it himself just now. His current strength is far above that of the God King. This is truly incredible. It seems that Tang San is finished this time. But that's not the case. Although Yuhao in the parallel world is stronger than the God King, there are still 5 God Kings in the God realm. Unless he can defeat all 5, the outcome is uncertain. And Wang Donger and the others are only 3rd-level gods after all. In addition to the God Kings, there are many 1st-level gods, 2nd-level gods, and 3rd-level gods. In general, although Yuhao and his companions in the parallel world have significantly improved their strength, they still lack the comprehensive strength needed to contend with the God realm. Of course, if they can manage to break through to the God realm, the gods there will find it difficult to deal with them. Unless all the gods in the God realm come out in full force, this kind of thing is essentially impossible. Yes, in short, the story of this parallel world has become increasingly exciting, making me more curious about how it will develop in the future. They continue to talk among themselves, their eyes fixed on the screen. And at this moment, inside the parallel world, Yuhao and the others have finally returned to the DOLOU continent. Finally, I'm back. I must say, the air in our DOLOU continent is great. Upon returning to DOLOU continent, Bingdi couldn't help but sigh. Wang Donger, standing nearby, smiled slightly, then asked Yuhao. Okay, Yuhao, now that we have returned to DOLOU continent, what should we do next? Should we go directly to the God realm? Yuhao shook his head. It is still a bit dangerous to go to the God realm right now. He understood that his team's strength was still insufficient. Although he had promised the dragon god and hoped to help the soul beasts resolve their crisis as soon as possible, he was fully aware of the consequences of failure. So, before Yuhao felt he had made adequate preparations, he would not rush to the God realm. Failing to do so could result in devastating consequences. Therefore, he rejected Wang Donger for the time being. He continued speaking to Wang Donger. When I accepted the dragon god's inheritance, I received some information about the God realm. With my current strength, I might be able to deal with 5 God Kings at once, but I'm not certain I can win. But the issue doesn't stop there. Besides the God Kings, there are countless 1st-level, 2nd-level, and 3rd-level gods in the God realm. In that regard, we lack sufficient combat power. After hearing this, Wang Donger breathed a sigh of relief. Is it because our strength is too weak? Yuhao smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, we have made a significant breakthrough and gained the ability to protect ourselves, which is enough. As long as we can safeguard ourselves first, we can continue to grow and become stronger. This way, one day we can fulfill our promise. Speaking of this, Yuhao added, I also learned from the dragon god's previous memories that the silver dragon king is still in the Stardew Great Forest. She is also a first-level god. Now that we share a common goal, she can naturally assist us. The Snow Empress raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Silver Dragon King? Is she the co-lord among soul beasts? Well, Master, if we can gain her support, it will greatly benefit us. Should we go directly to the Stardew Great Forest now? Yuhao shook his head. Not so fast, let's return to the body sect first. He explained to everyone. Last time, we parted ways with the poison sect master while pursuing Yi Zishui and Long Xiao. I am quite concerned about their situation. Let's head back to the body sect first to see how they are doing. Moreover, since we killed Xuanzai, if Shrek Academy finds out, they definitely won't let it pass. The Snow Empress and the others nodded in agreement. In that case, let's set off now. They quickly rushed toward the body sect. Having all become gods now, they moved at incredible speed. Although this place was quite far from the body sect, their travel time was minimal. At this moment, outside the body sect, the army organized by Shrek Academy had surrounded the mountain gate of the body sect. The individuals taking action this time were all the high-ranking members of Shrek Academy. After Yuhao's escape that day, Tang San first searched for him for a while. However, he grew a bit angry after fruitlessly searching. So he transmitted the scene of Yuhao killing Xuanzai and Long Xiao to Mu En in Shrek Academy, even using his divine power to heal Mu En's injuries. Now Mu En has struck a deal with Tang San. He will serve Tang San's interests by forcing Yuhao to appear, up to and including killing the body sect. Afterward, Tang San will personally confront Yuhao. As long as this task is completed, Tang San will grant Mu En the complete inheritance of godhood. Thus, Mu En has now led the army to encircle the body sect. This time, they are not without justification. Yuhao has killed Xuanzai, making Shrek Academy's actions valid and placing the blame on the body sect. Consequently, the Heavenly Soul Empire cannot reinforce the body sect. At this moment, Mu En had already flown high above the body sect. He looked down at all the disciples of the body sect with a cold expression. I will give you one last chance. Hand over Yuhao. This matter was instigated solely by him, and we at Shrek Academy do not wish to implicate your body sect. However, if you refuse to hand him over, do not blame us at Shrek Academy for being ruthless. Chapter 361, DD2 Chapter 361. Swear to protect Huoyuner, the choice of the body sect. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters were shocked after seeing the latest picture on the screen. They couldn't help but begin to discuss. I never thought that Tang San in this parallel world would be so cruel. To take down Yuhao, he even began to instigate Shrek Academy to let their army invade the body sect. Yes, this time, the body sect in the parallel world is in trouble. Although the body sect in the parallel world is powerful, ultimately, the strongest member of the sect is none other than the godly sect master Du Bu-Si. However, Du Bu-Si's soul power cultivation is only at level 98. But the person leading Shrek Academy this time is Dragon God Mu En. His strength is as high as level 99, which is not something Du Bu-Si can handle. Moreover, he is different from our Mu En. His hidden injuries have all been healed by Tang San. Therefore, what Du Bu-Si has to face next is Mu En at his prime. This time, the body sect is really in danger. Now, we can only hope that they can hold on until Yuhao and his friends from the parallel world arrive. They have all returned to the DOLOU continent. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be able to return to the body sect soon. With the strength of Yuhao and his friends in the parallel world, they should easily be able to eliminate the opponent. Yes, for now, we can only hope so. They continued to discuss among themselves. As for Caiyan Rangsu and Bibai Dong, they couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, it's Tang San. he ignores the rules of the God realm as always. Damn it. They continued to look at the screen. And at this moment on the screen, with the voice of Mu N, all the disciples in the entire body sect were also on alert. They had received threats from Shrek Academy some time ago. They had previously asked them to hand over Yuhao through letters, but Yuhao refused. After that, Mu N seemed to know that Yuhao was not in the body sect, so they planned to ask Yuhao to hand over Yuhao. Of course, this was also rejected by Yuhao. So this scene happened at this moment, as Mu N led a group of Shrek Academy Soul Masters to attack. At this moment, in the Sect Masters Hall, after hearing Mu N mention Yuhao again, Yuhao took the initiative to stand up. She had learned about Mu N's power during this period. She also knew that if she continued to hide at this time, it might cause the body sect to suffer. Therefore, today she walked from her home to the Sect Masters Hall to ask Yuhao to hand her over. She didn't want to harm so many innocent disciples in the body sect because of herself. No. Madam, please go back home and wait. All the disciples in our body sect will swear to protect your safety. But after hearing Yuhao's words, Yuhao outright refused her. Although he knew that the situation was critical at the moment, since Yuhao had entrusted Yuhao to their body sect for care, they would naturally protect Yuhao. Even though they were aware that the body sect was likely to be unable to protect Yuhao and might even face the threat of extermination, this was their bottom line as human beings. They would never let Yuhao down. Even if they had to die, they would die before Yuhao. But Yuhao wanted to persuade him again. But before her voice completely fell, Yuhao interrupted her. Madam, don't mention this again. After saying this, he turned his eyes to Long Yashin at the side and said sternly, Take Madam back to rest. Don't forget my previous instructions, you must ensure Madam's safety. No matter what, you must not let her fall into danger, even at the cost of your life. Yes, Sect Master, Long Yashin agreed immediately. After that, he took Yuhao back to his residence. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after witnessing the choices made by Yuhao, Long Yashin, and the disciples of the body sect on the screen, all the soul masters in the plane gap were shocked. They couldn't help but express their opinions. I didn't expect that the body sect in this parallel world could show such integrity at such a critical moment. It seems that Yuhao in this parallel world did not make a wrong choice in joining the body sect. Yes, if it were any other forces, they might not be able to make a decision when facing life and death. They made the same choice. Especially Shrek Academy. If it were them, they would have handed over Yuhao to protect themselves right now, wouldn't they? In short, they did a good job. Now, we can only hope that they can hold on for a little longer. As long as they can hold on until Yuhao from the parallel world comes back, all the crises will be resolved. Yes, that's all we can do now. All the soul masters in the plane gap showed sufficient respect for the body sect in the parallel world. And at this moment on the screen, after ensuring Yuhao was settled, Yuhao did not remain in the sect any longer. As the leader of a sect, he naturally cannot hide behind his sect's disciples. When danger arises, he must stand in front of all the sect's disciples and protect them from harm. Therefore, at this moment, along with Yuhao and Long Yashin, he let out a roar, and a strong dark green light suddenly surged into the sky, dyeing half of the sky dark green. His body swelled, and he grew more than 10 times larger. His dark green skin bulged into huge muscles like granite. Only a pair of specially made shorts protected his vital parts, otherwise they would be torn by his massive frame. At this moment, Yuhao had flown to the upper end of the body sect. He faced Mu N directly in front of him, and behind him emerged 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red soul rings, a total of 9 soul rings. Chapter 362, DD2 Chapter 362, Light God Spear, Demigod, Mu N. It must be said that Yuhao's soul power level is extremely high, and the aura he exudes is also very powerful. But unfortunately, the enemy Yuhao is facing now is not just anyone, but the strongest person in Shrek Academy, Mu N. He is one of the few level 99 ultimate Duoluos on the Duoluo continent today. Before Yuhao came onto the scene, there were not many people on the Duoluo continent who could challenge him. So, Mu-En is also one of the rare individuals on the Duoluo continent capable of controlling Dubusi. Therefore, at this moment, while others might feel a strong fear at sensing Dubusi's aura, Mu-En merely sneered disdainfully. Hee. Still level 98. Old Du, your talent is not even a little worse than your brother's. Mu-En mercilessly mocked Dubusi. Dubusi knew that he was not Mu-En's opponent, but at this moment, he certainly could not give in, so he just snorted coldly and said, "Then you can try." Moon smiled and replied, "Finally, I'll give you a choice. I know that Yuhao is not in your body sect now, and Xuanzai was not killed by your body sect, so I only want Yuner. As long as you hand over Yuner, the matter will end here, and we will leave immediately." But Dubusi snorted coldly and replied, "You are dreaming." Mu-En shook his head and said lightly, "It seems that you are determined to die. I have given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. In this case, today, I will remove your body sect from the Duoluo continent." After saying this, Mu-En directly summoned his martial soul. Suddenly, his body became enormous. A bright and sacred power surged from him, and Mu-En transformed into a colossal holy light dragon. He was unwilling to continue talking to Dubusi, as he had given him enough opportunities previously, and Dubusi had not chosen to value them. Therefore, Mu-En would not continue to show them leniency. He suddenly struck Dubusi in front of him. At that moment, a massive dragon claw radiating strong light slammed into Dubusi fiercely. Dubusi could only grit his teeth and use his massive form to withstand Mu-En's assault. However, at the moment when their attacks collided, a bright, sacred power began to corrode his body. He kept using the soul power within him to resist, but everything he tried felt insignificant against the sanctified light. Boom! Finally, a thunderous sound erupted, and the surrounding world seemed to collapse in an instant. All the disciples in the body sect could see that at that moment, Mu-En had slapped Dubusi away, sending him crashing into a mountain peak, which shattered upon impact. He was embedded deep into the mountain, and the ground began to tremble. But Mu-En did not stop there. He opened his dragon mouth wide, and a brilliant light began to gather in his throat. Roar! He let out another roar. This time, along with it came a huge golden ray that shot toward Dubusi. Dubusi found himself caught in a ray hundreds of meters long and wide, along with the mountain itself. In the end, the entire mountain was obliterated under Mu-En's relentless assault, and Dubusi was gravely injured, struggling to rise from the ground. But the defiance in his eyes did not wane. The soul power within him surged, and dazzling light began to glow behind him. The light started as bronze, transformed into silver, and ultimately blazed into an incredibly bright golden hue. At this moment, Dubusi's entire being surged with power. Brilliant green light enveloped him as he launched a punch toward Mu-En. Bang! Mu-En did not underestimate him and quickly raised a punch in defense. However, suddenly, Dubusi's strength seemed to surpass his. Although Mu-En sustained no injuries, the force of Dubusi's punch sent him hurtling backward. He quickly spread his wings to channel his power and deftly countered Dubusi's attack. A deep smile crept across Mu-En's face. Is this the golden awakening of the body martial soul? Interesting. Dubusi, I must say that your body martial soul awakening is quite impressive. Obviously, you're just a super Duoluo, yet you can temporarily gain the strength to compete with me, also a super Duoluo, through this method. As it happens, I've recently acquired a new power. Mu-En grinned and remarked, I thought you weren't qualified to witness my power because you are too weak. But now, it seems that no matter how weak you are, you possess combat power at the ultimate Duoluo level. Most importantly, I have been seeking someone to test my new power. So, this works out well for you. After saying this, Mu-En raised his right hand and opened his palm. Suddenly, a blinding golden light burst forth, and a colossal spear materialized from his palm. A sacred, powerful aura radiated from this spear. This energy did not belong to any ordinary soul master. It bore a more sacred and formidable essence. "What is this?" Dubusi gasped at the sight. Moon proudly proclaimed, "Let me introduce you. This is my artifact, the Light God Spear. And I am the inheritor of the new Light Spear God. As long as I can complete all the God test requirements later, I can become the new Light Spear God. So, in reality, I am not an ultimate duo. A more accurate description of me would be demigod. Mu-N." Chapter 363, DD2, Chapter 363, Poison does not kill but falls. Mu-N showed off the artifact in his hand with great pride. Although this Light Spear God is only a third-level god, in the eyes of mortals like Mu-N, it is already his lifelong pursuit. At this moment, he wanted to show off even more in front of others. Especially after his voice fell, Mu-N released the soul power within him more unabashedly. The terrifying soul power shocked all the soul masters present. Looking at the shocked faces of everyone, Mu-N felt a great satisfaction in his heart. He finally couldn't hold it anymore. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and pride swelled within him. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes. After witnessing the scene on the screen, all the soul masters in the plane gap were stunned. They couldn't help but discuss it. Light God Spear. I didn't expect that Mu-N in the parallel world obtained the inheritance of the God position. This is incredible. Although he has not yet completed the assessment, he has entered the realm of demigods after obtaining the inheritance. Now, he may have reached the level of beast god Daitian. It seems that Dubusi in this parallel world is becoming less likely to succeed. Suddenly, things have become much more difficult. The soul masters in the plane gap kept talking. Although they didn't have a favorable impression of Shrek Academy, nor of Mu-N, at this moment, they had to admit that Moon in the parallel world was indeed powerful. After all, he already possessed the combat power of an ultimate duo, and now he had gained the inheritance of the god position, stepping into the demigod realm. In the entire duo continent, if we don't count Yuhao and other powerful figures who recently entered the deity realm in the parallel world, I fear that only the beast god Daitian would be qualified to challenge him. Thus, they naturally thought that Dubusi in this parallel world had become somewhat vulnerable. On the other side, Bibai Dong couldn't help but sneer. It's truly worthy of Tang San. His methods are as dirty as ever. Kaiyan Rengsu nodded. That's true, but while it's dirty, it's highly effective. Rather than intervene directly, he opted to empower Mu-N with a god position. This way, even if the god of destruction in the god realm wants to convict him, he can't. Wang Donger was puzzled upon hearing this. Why not? Xiao Wu replied, "The rule of the god realm is that gods cannot interfere in the affairs of the lower world at will. But the inheritance of a throne does not fall under this rule. In other words, if this matter is examined, it would be the Light Spear God selecting a successor. And he only needs to set the content of his divine test as killing Dubusi. At that point, even if the god of destruction becomes aware of this matter, he won't be able to act against him. Because it aligns with the rules." Wang Qiuer snorted sarcastically. He truly deserves to be a law enforcer of the god realm. He excels at exploiting loopholes. Everyone continued to focus intently on the screen. After all, in their opinion, Dubusi in the parallel world was not Mu-N's equal. However, now that Mu-N had obtained the inheritance and entered the demigod realm, he seemed to have even less chance against Mu-N. At that moment, they all silently prayed for Yuhao from the parallel world to arrive quickly. Although they did not know Dubusi in the parallel world personally, based on his previous actions, they recognized his efforts. Naturally, they didn't want to see him meet a tragic end at Mu-N's hands. Thus, the soul masters in the gap between the planes turned their attention back to the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after Mu-N continued to smile smugly in place, he soon attacked Dubusi once more. However, at this stage, although Mu-N could easily kill him, he had just obtained this power. He aimed to explore it further in actual combat. He toyed with Dubusi like a cat playing with a mouse, his face full of mockery. Despite many of his attacks being capable of killing him, he refrained from doing so, opting instead to humiliate Du Bu-si repeatedly. Du Bu-si, furious at Mu En's taunts, found himself powerless to retaliate. Even though he realized he was being humiliated, he had no means to respond. For after Mu En harnessed the power of the light spear god, he had completely overwhelmed Du Bu-si. Even with Du Bu-si's strongest efforts, he could not inflict any harm on Mu En. So, at this moment, Du Bu-si could only continue to struggle beneath Mu En's taunts, his heart consumed by humiliation. He awake to wake. Super Duoluo, ultimate Duoluo, tut, nothing special. I never thought I would be so strong now. Is this the power of a demigod? Moreover, this is far from my limit. When this matter is over, I will become a true god. By then, my strength will undergo a significant leap. I must say, it's genuinely thrilling. Mu En's face radiated pride. But at this moment, he was completely fed up. He no longer wished to continue playing with Du Bu-si here. In the next second, as he regarded Du Bu-si, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It's time to end this boring farce. After you die, I will exterminate all the disciples of your entire body sect, and then I will take Yuhao away. Mu En sneered as he uttered these words, then raised his spear and lunged toward Du Bu-si before him. Du Bu-si sensed Mu En's lethal intent. As Mu En's attack pressed on, Du Bu-si's body kept retreating. Unfortunately, Mu En's speed was too swift, and the light god spear attacked from a distance. In that instant, the light god spear transformed into a beam of light, nearly piercing Du Bu-si's heart. Faced with this scenario, even Du Bu-si's heart fell silent. Old man, is this all you've got? Chapter 364, DD2, Chapter 364, the body sect is completely destroyed. Yuhao is arrested. At this moment, when Mu En's light spear was about to hit the heart of the poisoned immortal, the scene in the sky was fully visible to all the soul masters present. For the group of Shrek Academy soul masters, what was happening now was naturally something they relished. So they felt no worry or dissatisfaction. But for the disciples of the body sect, the situation was quite different. At this moment, the faces of the body sect disciples all turned extremely pale. It's over, the sect master is going to die. Although they didn't want to see this happen, given the current situation, it appeared Du Bu-si didn't seem likely to survive. They were all filled with dread. And in the gap between the planes, all the soul masters felt the same way upon seeing this scene. They were equally anxious. Has Yuhao from the parallel world not come back yet? Du Bu-si from this parallel world is truly going to die. Ah, damn it, how did things turn out like this? Why hasn't he returned yet? All the soul masters in the gap between the planes kept talking. They watched the screen with serious expressions. They all hoped to see if there would be any turning point in the unfolding events. What if Yuhao from the parallel world arrived at the critical moment? Unfortunately, Yuhao from the parallel world still hadn't shown up. In the next second, the light god spear in Mu En's hand pierced Du Bu-si's heart. Du Bu-si was instantly killed, the light spear impaling his heart. The powerful light energy directly took Du Bu-si's life, and his body fell heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. Master dead. All the disciples of the body sect stared at the scene in front of them in shock. They were stunned, unwilling to accept that such a thing had occurred. But soon their disbelief shifted into deep panic, as they realized that after the death of their sect master Du Bu-si, they could very well be next. And Mu En had indeed planned this. After he shot Du Bu-si, he issued an order to the Shrek Academy leaders behind him. Except for Yuhao, all other disciples of the body sect will be killed without mercy. After he finished speaking, he said to everyone present, "This decision is endorsed by that lord. I hope you will show no mercy. If executed well, there may be new gods to inherit in the future." And what this means, I believe everyone understands well. The leaders of Shrek Academy observed him with eager anticipation. They were all older, their potential mostly squeezed out. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for them to make progress in their remaining years, and they could only await death in silence. But this incident with Mu En painted a different picture. As long as they could also obtain the inheritance of the god's throne, they would gain not only stronger abilities, but also eternal life. With this thought in mind, the Shrek Academy leaders present became very excited. After all, the body sect had been the first to become an enemy. In this case, even destroying the body sect would be justifiable, right? Yes, so soon, all the Shrek Academy leaders agreed with Muen. Then they rushed into the body sect, slaughtering the elders and disciples within wildly. The pungent smell of blood soon spread throughout the mountain gate. All the disciples in the body sect lay dead, their bodies strewn across the ground, with bright red blood staining the entire sect. After this carnage, the Shrek Academy leaders sought out Hu Yuner and Long Yashin. Long Yashin knew that he would die if he stood in front of Hu Yuner, but he still did not forget his promise. If anyone wanted to harm Hu Yuner, they would have to step over his body. However, Muen saw Long Yashin's identity and offered him a chance to choose. "I'll give you a chance. Join our Shrek Academy and hand over Hu Yuner. You can avoid death today." Long Yashin smiled coldly. "Dream on." Muen shook his head upon hearing this. "You've missed an important opportunity. You will pay the price with your life." Long Yashin simply snorted. "Yuhao will not let you go." Muen sneered. "Ha ha ha ha, Yuhao, can he become a god? He has been targeted by that lord. If he dares to show up, he will die." After saying this, Muen didn't want to waste any more time arguing with Long Yashin. The light god spear stabbed directly and killed Long Yashin in an instant. Long Yashin fell to the cold ground as bright red blood flowed from his wound. Yan Sheaj knocked Hu Yuner unconscious and seized her, then asked Muen, "Teacher, what should we do with her?" Muen replied calmly, "Take her away. That lord said this woman is the best tool to lure Hu Yuhao out. Hu Yuhao is the most filial, so as long as we capture her and torture her in Shrek Academy, Hu Yuhao will come for us. When that time comes, it will be an excellent opportunity to make our mark." Yan Sheaj quickly agreed after hearing this. After that, everyone left swiftly and hurried toward Shrek Academy. And in the gap between the plains, everyone's faces turned grim after witnessing this scene. Because they never imagined things would unfold like this. Finally, they spotted Hu Yuhao from the parallel world again on the screen. But he was too late. They began to sigh with regret. At this moment on the screen, Hu Yuhao's face darkened intensely. He used his divine power to quickly deduce everything that had transpired before. After some deductions, his expression twisted with fury. "Muen Shrek Tangsan. You all deserve to die." Chapter 365. DD2 Chapter 365. The Power of Creation, the Dead Resurrect. At this moment, the reason Hu Yuhao's face was so ugly was that he had just deduced everything that happened in the body sect. In fact, he had just come out of the mysterious space created by the dragon god not long ago. He had set off to rush toward the body sect and deduced what had happened there. After his deduction, he found that the body sect had been destroyed before his return. It was even half a day before Hu Yuhao and Wang Donger returned to the DOLOU continent that it had already been completely obliterated. So at this moment, Hu Yuhao's face turned extremely ugly. "Yuhao, what's wrong?" Wang Donger, who was standing by, also noticed Hu Yuhao's mood shift. She suddenly felt a bad premonition, as Hu Yuhao rarely lost control like this. Something must have happened to make him so angry. It must involve Hu Yuner and the body sect, which made her anxious. Hu Yuhao said, "With the help of Tang San, Muen obtained the inheritance of the light spear god, and now he has the strength of a demigod. Just before, while we were still in that mysterious space, Muen led an army to the body sect and slaughtered everyone there." Wang Donger's face instantly turned extremely pale. "How could this happen?" "What about my mother's?" Hu Yuhao replied coldly. "She was captured by Muen and his men and is now on her way to Shrek Academy." At this moment, in the gap between the plains, all the soul masters who witnessed the scene couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the previous scene occurred before Hu Yuhao returned from the parallel world. No wonder Hu Yuhao in the parallel world failed to catch up. Oh, what a pity. I felt that the body sect in this parallel world was decent. I didn't expect it to end up like this. Isn't that right, damn Tang-san? The Soul Masters continued their discussions. On the other side, Kaian Rangsu and Bibai Dong spoke one after the other. However, if this is the case, Shrek Academy is finished. The current Yuhao should go directly to Shrek Academy for revenge. They continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, Wang Donger immediately addressed Yuhao after hearing his words. In that case, Yuhao, let's go save my mother right away. Yuhao responded, your mother needs saving, but Donger, you, Binger, and Zuer go together. I need to go back to the body sect. It's only been half a day, so there's still time. The Snow Empress, hearing this, replied with a puzzled expression. In time? What's in time? Yuhao explained. The power passed down to me by the dragon god contains both the power of destruction and the power of creation. Although I haven't completely inherited all the dragon god's power and do not possess his immense strength, I can use some special abilities. At the very least, I can revive both inanimate objects and living beings that were destroyed or died within 24 hours. I just deduced that only half a day has passed, so everything is still possible. Therefore, I must return to the body sect immediately. Wang Donger felt overjoyed upon hearing this. After all, she had spent many years at the body sect and held deep feelings for its disciples and Du Bu Si. Hearing that they had all been killed by Mu En made her heart burn with anger. However, she knew what needed to be done. Since Du Bu Si and all the body sect's disciples were dead, her priority must be saving Huo Yuner to prevent further misfortune. What she could do for the disciples and Du Bu Si was to avenge them later. She didn't expect Yuhao to say he could save them, which made Wang Donger extremely excited. She said to Yuhao, then Yuhao, go save them. Leave my mother to me, Zuer, and Binger. The three of us are all level 3 gods. Mu En is just a demigod. Killing him is like slaying a chicken. We will save my mother. Yuhao nodded at Wang Donger. Well, then I'll leave it to you. But as for Mu En, leave him to me. I want to deal with him myself. Bring him back later. Wang Donger nodded. Okay. After that, Yuhao pointed the way for them. The divine power surged within them, and they flew toward the direction indicated by Yuhao at a terrifying speed. In the gap between the planes. After witnessing the new content, all the soul masters in the gap stood dumbfounded. Resurrect the dead, can even such a thing be done? Is Yuhao in the parallel world really that powerful now? I truly didn't expect this. But it's a good thing. I don't want to see the disciples of the body sect ending up like this. That's true. They all felt a surge of joy and continued to focus on the screen with anticipation. At this moment on the screen, unlike Wang Donger and the others, Yuhao's strength was significantly greater. Therefore, when he set off, his speed far exceeded that of Wang Donger and the others. As soon as Wang Donger and the others began moving, Yuhao's body shook, and a loud dragon roar resonated. By the time this dragon roar subsided, Yuhao's body had already arrived directly at the body sect. At this moment, the body sect was already covered in corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuhao's face grew more twisted with anger. Fortunately, he still harnessed the power of creation, so he wasted no time and immediately said to Electrolux, who was by his side, Teacher, I will use the power of creation to revive everyone here. During this time, no one is to disturb me. I will need you to protect me. After hearing this, Electrolux agreed with a serious expression. Okay. Chapter 366, DD2 Chapter 366, the whole body sect is resurrected. Tang-san is numb. Yuhao did not delay at all. After hearing Electrolux's reply, he quickly began to act. Accompanied by an extremely powerful surge of divine power from his body, the light of creation and life continuously radiated outward, instantly covering the land. The entire body sect was originally in disarray. The air was thick with the smell of blood, countless corpses lay scattered on the ground, and the sex buildings were in ruins. But at this moment, illuminated by this aura, the entire body sect began to look brand new. The first thing to change was the buildings of the sect. Originally, under the wanton destruction wrought by the high-ranking members of Shrek Academy, the ground of the body sect was pocked with holes, huge gaps where not a single intact stone brick remained. The bricks were either missing or cracked beyond recognition. Countless buildings had been destroyed, roofs were lifted off, or they were simply smashed in half by powerful blows. In short, there was no intact structure remaining in the entire body sect. But now, under the radiant, holy light of creation emanating from Yuhao, the floors began to recover first, followed by the buildings that had been devastated by Shrek Academy. Afterwards, the stench of blood in the air gradually dissipated, and the blood on the ground completely vanished. The corpses began to breathe again, transitioning from lifeless to seriously injured, then from seriously injured to lightly injured, and finally, from lightly injured to fully healed. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the entire body sect appeared to be resurrected. On one side, Electrolux had been diligently protecting Yuhao throughout this process. He knew Yuhao must not be disturbed and maintained a high degree of concentration. Despite this, he could still clearly sense all the changes around him, and Electrolux's face began to show signs of intense shock. Is this the power of creation that Yuhao mentioned? It's incredible. To restore destroyed creatures or objects to their original state, this ability is truly terrifying. I didn't expect Yuhao's strength to grow so formidable in the blink of an eye, Electrolux muttered to himself. Previously, he had understood how powerful Yuhao was, but he had not fully grasped it. Now, however, he finally realized just how potent Yuhao had become. Even he couldn't help but feel a sincere awe in his heart. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters watching the scene were equally shocked. As they observed everything unfold on the screen, they couldn't help but engage in heated discussion. Is this the current strength of Yuhao in the parallel world? The power of creation is truly overwhelming. What can Tang San possibly compare with him? They continued their discussions, their astonishment visible on their faces. Bibai Dong and Kaiyan Rangsu on the side couldn't help but exclaim. Is this the power of the dragon god? Yuhao in the parallel world is so powerful. If that's the case, then it's Tang San and Shrek Academy in the parallel world who will surely pay for their actions. Speaking of which, I'm looking forward to it. After all, Yuhao in the parallel world is now much stronger than they are. They continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, Tang San in the God Realm had been watching the events unfold in the body sect. He also believed that Yuhao would return. But he never expected Yuhao's strength would become so terrifying upon his return. This incredible power of creation, combined with the surging divine power emanating from Yuhao, made even Tang San feel an unsettling fear. How is this possible? How long has it been? Why has his strength grown so markedly? From the aura surrounding him, it seems even I am no longer his opponent. Tang San's expression grew grim. However, seeing that Yuhao was in a vulnerable state, he decided to attack him directly. HMPH. At the critical moment, however, he was blocked by Electrolux. Electrolux could not contend with Tang San, who was attacking at full strength. Unfortunately, Tang San could not unleash his full power and could only employ a covert assault. But if Tang San continued on this path, his tricks would not be sufficient to deal with Electrolux, who had become a god. Tang San's expression quickly darkened. Damn it! Things are getting complicated. I must consider everything carefully. He quickly retracted his divine thoughts. Then he began to strategize on how to confront this situation. For now, he may need to consult with the other god kings. After all, Yuhao had acquired the power of the dragon god, and his existence had completely altered the dynamics of the god realm. Under these circumstances, the other god kings in the god realm became Tang San's potential allies. Back in the body sect, Yuhao continued to wield the power of creation. Finally, under the illumination of Yuhao's power, everything in the body sect returned to normal. Yuhao then retracted his power of creation. The sacred power dissipated immediately. the disciples of the body sect, who had been lying on the ground, gradually regained consciousness. What just happened? Were we resurrected? Is this heaven? I clearly remember being killed by those from Shrek Academy. What on earth is going on? The disciples of the body sect buzzed with confusion. After a while, Dubusi also resurrected and looked equally shocked. What the hell is going on? Yuhao, why are you here too? I'm so confused. Chapter 367, DD2 Chapter 367, Dubusi's doubt. Yuhao, what level of God are you now? After successfully resurrecting, Dubusi was extremely shocked by his current situation. He clearly remembered being dead. Before this, the light god's spear in Mu-En's hand had pierced his heart and cut off his life. But why was he still conscious at this moment? He looked around, puzzled. After realizing that countless disciples of the body sect were surrounding him, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Is this not heaven? However, he soon saw Yuhao again, and a deep solemnity appeared on his face. Could it be, Yuhao, you were also killed by Mu-En? Yuhao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He replied to Dubusi, what do you mean you were killed by Mu-En? Sect master, you are not dead. Dubusi was stunned. I am not dead. That doesn't seem right, I clearly remember it. Yuhao continued to explain, to be precise, you did die once, but I resurrected you. I have become a god now, sect master. I can bring people back to life, so everyone present was resurrected by me using this power. Yuhao explained carefully to Dubusi and the others. This revelation left Dubusi and the others in shock. But after a moment, they began to accept this reality because they found they were still alive. They could move freely and feel their senses, all signs of life. So they quickly expressed their surprise. I didn't expect that, Yuhao, your strength has become so strong. At that moment, Long Yashin also successfully resurrected. However, he had been the last to die in the body sect, so unlike the others, Long Yashin already knew Yuner was in danger. Upon understanding what had happened, Long Yashin pushed aside all other thoughts and hurriedly said to Yuhao, young sect master, it's not good. Your mother has been captured by Mu-En and others. Upon hearing this, Dubusi and the others immediately displayed angry expressions. But Yuhao remained calm, having already anticipated this before returning to the body sect. He had even sent people to remedy the situation. Thus, Yuhao showed no signs of panic. He quickly reassured Long Yashin, don't worry, I already knew about this. Before I came back to the body sect, I had already asked Donger, Binger, and Zuer to rescue my mother. Long Yashin naturally knew Wang Donger, but he didn't know much about Bingdi and Zudi, so he was confused when Yuhao mentioned them. However, Dubusi was well aware of their strength. After all, they had fought side by side before. Dubusi knew that Zudi now possessed the combat prowess of ultimate Duoluo, while Bingdi had the combat power of super Duoluo. Still, Dubusi felt this would not be enough. Now that Mu-En had obtained the inheritance of godhood, he had become a demigod, making him a formidable opponent. Dubusi quickly said to Yuhao, no, Yuhao, Mu-En is no longer the same as before. He has inherited the power of the light spear god and has become a demigod. On the Duoluo continent, I fear that only the beast god Daitian of the Stardew Great Forest can contend with him. Let alone anyone else, even Yi Zishui and Long Xiao are not his match, Dubusi said earnestly. As he spoke, he planned to set off again to pursue the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. But Yuhao remained composed. He smiled at Dubusi and said, Master, don't worry. I already know how strong Mu-En has become. After obtaining the inheritance of the light spear god, he has gained the power of a demigod. Even Dai Tian may be slightly inferior to him. Dubusi looked puzzled. In that case, then you. Yuhao smiled reassuringly. No problem. Mu-En is indeed different now, but Donger, Zuer, and Binger are also different now. Dubusi looked at Yuhao with doubt after hearing this. And Yuhao continued to speak. Although Donger, Binger, and Zuer didn't receive as tremendous an opportunity as I did. They have all entered the realm of God and possess the strength of a third-level god. This is not something that a mere demigod like Mu-En can compare to. So, let alone if Binger, Zuer, and Donger attack together, even if just one of them attacks, Mu-En is not a match, Yuhao explained. Dubusi was extremely shocked after hearing this. He was both stunned and confused, and soon asked Yuhao the question he cared about the most. So, Yuhao, what about you? Is your current cultivation also at the level of a third-level god? Chapter 368, DD2, Chapter 368, Wang Donger takes action to save Huoyuner. At this moment, after hearing Yuhao's words, Dubusi asked what he was most concerned about. The other disciples of the body sect present were also very curious. So, after Dubusi's question, the other disciples cast their eyes toward Yuhao, eagerly awaiting his answer. Yuhao smiled slightly upon hearing this. Me, I'm not a level 3 god. My realm is slightly higher than that of a level 3 god. Dubusi and the others were immediately intrigued by Yuhao. They became even more curious, and each wanted to know more about Yuhao's current realm. So they asked Yuhao again, tell us quickly, what realm are you in? Yuhao didn't keep it a secret this time, he directly answered, above the god king. Upon hearing Yuhao's answer, all the soul masters present were stunned. Everyone opened their mouths as if they had seen a ghost. After all, they had previously learned from Yuhao the specific ranking of the gods in the god realm. But how could they have anticipated that Yuhao would say, above the god king? At this moment, the soul masters present were all shocked. They stood there in a daze, finally expressing their disbelief. Above the god king. You didn't mention this level just now. They said, their faces filled with shock. Yuhao answered innocently. Under normal circumstances, there is indeed no such level because I am the only one in the god realm who has reached this level of strength. Dubusi's mouth twitched. Good guy. The rest of the body sect disciples couldn't help but complain. You call this a little bit. Yuhao replied, it's a billion points. On the other side. On the road to Shrek Academy, Mu-En and his companions were moving forward quickly. At this moment, Mu-En and the others were extremely excited. There was no need to elaborate on why Mu-En himself was so thrilled. The reason for his excitement was that he had tested his strength well during this journey. He was very satisfied with his power. Thus, he eagerly anticipated obtaining the complete inheritance of God's throne. He wanted to bring Huoyuner back to Shrek Academy as soon as possible, because that would signify the successful completion of his mission. The other Shrek senior executives, having witnessed Mu-En's formidable strength, also felt envious. They too wanted to acquire the inheritance of God's throne, sensing that there was a chance to do so. They believed that if they performed well in front of that adult, there was a possibility that he might grant them a God's throne, just as he had given Mu-En. Thus, on this journey, the entire team was filled with excitement. However, Huoyuner wanted to die. Having seen Mu-En's powerful strength when she was in the body sect, Huoyuner believed that Yuhao could never be Mu-En's opponent. Consequently, now that she had fallen into Mu-En's hands, she felt she would only drag Yuhao down. Thus, Huoyuner had intended to bite her tongue to commit suicide on the way. Unfortunately, her intention was ultimately discovered by Mu-En, who sealed her with his soul power, rendering her unable to move. Now carried on Mu-En's shoulders, they continued to be rushed toward Shrek Academy. Yuhao, please don't come for me. She kept praying in her heart. But at that moment, as Mu-En and his companions rushed forward, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the road ahead of them. All 3 figures were women. Upon their arrival, they directly blocked Mu-En and the others' path. These 3 individuals were, of course, Wang Donger, Bing Dai, and Zhu Dai. Having attained godhood, their strength now far exceeded that of Mu-En and his companions. They successfully caught up with Mu-En and the others and positioned themselves in front of them, looking at them with indifference. Wang Donger said, "Let my mother go, and I might consider granting you a comfortable death." But Mu-En and his companions recognized Wang Donger. Their faces lit up with excitement upon seeing her. Is it finally here? Finally, it's hooked. But where is Yuhao? Why don't I see Yuhao? Doesn't he dare to show up? Wang Donger snorted coldly and replied, to deal with you, Yuhao is not needed. Mu En laughed disdainfully, haha, shameless. He didn't waste any more time. In his opinion, although Yuhao was absent, capturing Yuner and Wang Donger would surely draw Yuhao out. In that case, there was no need to argue with them further. Mu En intended to act directly and capture Wang Donger and the others. However, what Mu En did not expect was that, in the next second, Wang Donger suddenly vanished from his sight and reappeared behind him. Wang Donger's speed was astonishing. It was as if she had materialized out of thin air, leaving Mu En completely unprepared. With shock on his face, he turned to look ahead. But by the time he regained his senses, Yuner had already been rescued by Wang Donger. A deep solemnity appeared on Mu En's face. Wang Donger immediately unsealed Yuner from Mu En's restraints. Once Yuner recovered, she urgently warned Wang Donger, be careful. Mu En's strength is that of a demigod. Though Yuner wasn't entirely sure what a demigod entailed, she had heard Mu En mention it before and wanted to inform Wang Donger. Wang Donger, however, was already aware of Mu En's status. To her, a demigod was insignificant. She merely shook her head with a smile and reassured Yuner. Don't worry, mother. A mere demigod is like an ant, not something to be concerned about. Binger Zur, I leave it to you. Chapter 369, Freeze Mu En, Kill all the elders of Shrek Academy. Okay, mistress. Leave these people to us. We will make him pay for what he did. At this moment, after hearing Wang Donger's words, Ice Empress and Snow Empress quickly agreed. They stepped forward at the same time, and what emerged from their bodies was an extremely strong killing intent. It is obvious that both Ice Empress and Snow Empress are extremely disgusted with Mu En and the senior leaders of Shrek Academy in front of them. After all, they are also Yuhao's allies, so they have a favorable impression of the people of the body sect. Although Yuhao was able to help the disciples of the body sect come back to life this time, Mu En and others did kill many of their disciples. The most important point is that Mu En also captured Yuner. Therefore, the various deeds committed by Mu En and the Shrek Academy senior leaders are completely unforgivable in the eyes of Ice Empress and Snow Empress. At this moment, Wang Donger finally spoke up and asked them to take action. In this case, they naturally did not want to hold back when facing Mu En and others. Donger, are Binger and Zur okay? Yuner's face, on the side, showed deep worry. Although she is not a soul master, but just an ordinary person, she has also lived on this DOLOU continent for so many years. Through what she has seen and heard, she understands what kind of existence gods are on the DOLOU continent. Although Mu En is not a true god now, he is still a demigod after all. In addition, Yuner had witnessed Moon's strength before in the body sect. Therefore, after seeing Ice Empress and Snow Empress about to attack Mu En, Yuner's face was full of worry. After all, both Ice Empress and Snow Empress were Yuhao's allies, and Yuner naturally didn't want anything to happen to them. Don't worry, mother. Binger and Zur are very powerful now. Wang Donger comforted Yuner upon seeing her distress. You don't know what you're talking about. On the other side, Mu En sneered with extreme disdain after seeing this scene. After a sneer, he took a step forward. An extremely powerful soul power suddenly emerged from his body. Mu En has not truly become a god yet, so the power in his body still belongs to soul power rather than divine power. But even so, at this moment, the soul power within him is still far beyond that of an ordinary ultimate DOLOU. As he displayed his soul power, he also summoned his light god spear. That's a divine weapon. After Mu En summoned his martial soul and gripped the light god spear with one hand, the aura around him suddenly became stronger. Then let me show you what a demigod is. Mu En quickly stabbed forward with the spear. After his strength increased, he was eager to demonstrate his power. So at this moment, he did not waste this hard-won opportunity to show off. He was seen holding the light spear aloft, flying high. The golden holy light, radiating from his body, illuminated everything around him. In the next second, Although Mu-En was far from the two women, Bing Dai and Zhu Dai, he shot 2 shots at them from a distance. Swish, swish. A series of strange sounds suddenly rang out, and as Mu-En's 2 shots fell, 2 dazzling golden lights appeared in the air. The 2 golden lights were extremely thick, aimed at the chests of Bing Dai and Zhu Dai, and they stabbed directly toward them. It's this move again. The poison sect master died from this move. Yuner, who was watching the battle from behind, became extremely solemn upon seeing this scene. She had witnessed the battle between Du Bu-Si and Mu-En before, so when Mu-En used this move again, Yuner recognized it immediately. This was the move Mu-En used to kill Du Bu-Si. Rock, paper, scissors. I won. Yet, facing Mu-En's attack, both Ice Empress and Snow Empress acted quite childishly. Even as Mu-En's attack was about to hit them, their faces remained calm. They played a round of rock, paper, scissors slowly, and after successfully winning, Ice Empress stepped forward. In that case, then leave it to me. Indeed, Ice Empress and Snow Empress were deciding who would attack through rock, paper, and scissors, as they didn't see Mu-En as a worthy opponent. Both of them didn't have to attack at the same time against someone they viewed as weak. Thus, they agreed that whoever won this round would be able to attack Mu-En. Based on the result, it was clear that Bing Dai won, so she smiled lightly and prepared to attack. Damned, you arrogant fool. Since you are so arrogant, then the price must be paid. Seeing this, Mu-En was also extremely angry. After all, he has been famous for many years. No one on DOLOU continent dared to underestimate him. Especially now that he had entered the realm of demigod, he was naturally very proud. He couldn't stand others looking down on him. Bing Dai's actions had completely infuriated him, and he made up his mind that this time he would not show mercy. He would kill Bing Dai directly. HMPH, whatever you want, as long as you can do it. But Bing Dai still looked disdainful. When Mu-En's attack came toward her again, a strong smile appeared on her face. As Mu-En's attack approached, Bing Dai stretched out her delicate hand. She had transformed into her human form at this moment. Bing Dai usually preferred her beast form, but after becoming a god, she felt that her human form was more convenient and powerful. The most important reason was that her master had suggested she looked better in human form, so she kept this in mind and usually presented herself as a human. Therefore now, after Bing Dai stretched out her delicate hand, she gave the impression of being remarkably fragile. But in the next moment, this slender palm executed a move that shocked everyone present. The attack launched by Mu-En was directly pinched by Bing Dai. The powerful holy light that seemed invincible instantly dimmed when it was grasped by the Ice Empress's jade hand. Then, as the light faded, it finally dissipated entirely. After doing this, Ice Empress maintained a calm expression. There was no other ripple on her face, giving the impression that she had just performed something insignificant. However, everyone else present was in shock. After all, in the eyes of the soul masters there, the power behind Mu-En's attack was terrifying. With that recent move, none of the soul masters present or the senior leaders of Shrek Academy dared to claim they could withstand it. Mu-En had used this move to kill Du Bu-Si not long ago, so they understood its power. But at this moment, the Ice Empress had easily neutralized it, which filled them with shock and created a bad premonition in their hearts. No wonder Ice Empress and Snow Empress had always acted calmly. It turned out they had their confidence. Could it be that they also got the opportunity? Mu-En was extremely worried at this moment. After all, unlike others, he had been the kind of person who suddenly gained immense power, leading to a surge in strength. So, he could accept that others might also improve their strength through similar means, as he had done. However, the thought of Ice Empress possibly having received an even greater opportunity than him filled him with dread. If that were the case, it would spell disaster for him. Damn it, let God's spear destroy the world. Yet Mu-En didn't give up. He decided to test Ice Empress again. His choice was to unleash his strongest move directly. If he couldn't take down Ice Empress after using this move, he planned to escape. That would mean he was no longer a match for her. So at this moment, he prepared to unleash his most powerful attack. Ice for thousands of miles. But Ice Empress showed no signs of weakness. Her patience had been completely worn thin by Mu-En. Maybe the move Mu-En had just used seemed incredibly powerful to others, but to her, it was as ridiculous as a child's playfight. Now, Ice Empress was no longer willing to waste time. She also unleashed her attack, and this time, she used her third-level god power. While the move was the same as before, the Ice Empress had completely transformed, and its power had changed drastically. Cracked! Bursts of freezing sounds echoed as Mu-En's attack failed to land successfully. Everything around had already turned into ice and snow. Mu-En and the others became frozen into ice sculptures, and a thick layer of snow began to accumulate on the ground. The ice shattered into pieces beneath the snow. Surrounding flowers, trees, and everything else were also frozen, and the freezing effect covered an exceptionally wide area. It could be said that a large swath of thousands of kilometers around was frozen by the Ice Empress at this moment. How is this possible? Mu-En was still a demigod after all. Although he had been frozen, he remained conscious. However, as he watched in disbelief, he understood that he and the Ice Empress were not on the same level. How could he possibly defeat her with his limited strength? It was an utterly foolish dream. Yuhao, standing aside, was equally shocked. Gazing at the Ice Empress before her, she couldn't help but ask, "Is Binger that powerful?" Ice Empress exhibited strong arrogance when facing Mu-En, but she was humble and respectful to Yuhao, understanding her significance as Yuhao's mother. Thus, in a low-key manner, Ice Empress replied, "My strength is average. I am where I am today thanks to my master. Compared to my master, I am nothing." This revelation left Yuhao even more astounded. She widened her eyes and asked, "Is this true?" Yuhao's strength is even greater than Ice Empress's. How strong is that? However, Ice Empress didn't elaborate further. She casually pinched, and the ice sculptures of the high-ranking Shrek Academy officials before her erupted instantaneously. They all perished tragically in an instant, leaving no trace. But she held back against Mu-En, as Yuhao had previously instructed that he intended to deal with Mu-En himself, so at this moment, the Ice Empress did not kill Mu-En outright. Instead, she kept him frozen and captured him directly. "You are lucky. The master said he would kill you personally, so you can still live for a little while longer. Now, just follow us and see the master honestly." Chapter 370, Yuhao attacked and killed Mu-En, 2 in 1. With a sound, the Ice Empress directly carried the frozen Mu-En with one hand. Then she returned to the body sect with Ice Empress, Wang Donger, Yuhao, and others. Mu-En was unable to resist at this moment. But he still retained his consciousness. After all, the Ice Empress simply froze him and did not kill him directly. However, he was full of worries. Damn it! This time, things have become troublesome. Mu-En was genuinely scared. After all, he had done everything before. Although he had not encountered Yuhao many times, he knew what Yuhao's personality was like. He is a man who values friendship and loyalty. However, he had already destroyed the body sect, who had once done Yuhao a favor, which must be unbearable for Yuhao. In fact, Mu-En knew the consequences before doing this, but he thought that having broken through to the demigod level, he should be invincible on DOLOU continent. He didn't expect that a mere Ice Empress would be able to take him down. So he was really scared at that moment. He feared how Yuhao would deal with him once the Ice Empress brought him back. Therefore, at this moment, he kept calling out in his heart, "Master Tang-san. Master Tang-san, are you watching? Hurry up and save me." He kept praying that Tang-san in the God Realm could hear his pleas. Then personally take action to save him. But this scene was utterly ridiculous to the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes. Bibaidong, hehes. How stupid. This parallel world's Mu-En thinks he can be rescued. Kayan Renksu. After all, in his worldview, Tang-san should be a more powerful being than Yuhao, so it's understandable that he asked Tang-san for help. Bibaidong. Unfortunately, Yuhao in the parallel world is no longer the same as before. Don't assume that Tang-san may even be aware that Mu-En has been captured. Even if he knew, would he dare to interfere? Now it's not a matter of being discovered by the god of destruction. Now, Tang San, who has Yuhao in the parallel world, has no choice. Xiaowu, indeed. If he only uses divine consciousness, even Tang San in the god realm will not be a match for Ice Empress, and Wang Donger, who can fight with all their strength. But if he chooses to descend into real body, Yuhao in the parallel world will feel it. And with the strength of Yuhao in the parallel world now, Tang San is certainly not his opponent in a one-on-one situation. Bibai Dong, hee, that's why I said that Mu-En in this parallel world is stupid. Now he can be sentenced to death. Bibai Dong and others continued their discussion. On the other side, Du Buxi couldn't help but sneer after seeing this scene. Good death. He seemed very excited. After all, Mu-En in this parallel world had personally killed their body sect disciples before. Although this happened in the parallel world, for Du Buxi, it made him very angry. So at this moment, he hoped for Mu-En in this parallel world to die sooner. A pair of eyes stared at the screen with anticipation, eager to see his next fate. Don't worry, he must be finished. Long Yashin, standing beside Du Buxi, also spoke. Everyone continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, after rescuing Du Buxi and others, Yuhao waited for a while in the body sect. Finally, with the approach of 3 powerful auras, Wang Donger, Bing Dai, Zhu Dai, Yuner, and others appeared before Yuhao. Mother, are you okay? Upon seeing Yuner, Yuhao hurriedly stepped forward to support her, quickly examining her physical condition. He checked carefully, and soon found that Yuner was fine, relieving his heart. Yet at this moment, Yuner was completely dumbfounded. She not only saw Yuhao, but also noticed countless disciples of the body sect along with Du Buxi and others behind him. In her memory, these people had been killed by Mu-En before. How could they all be standing here, alive and well? This left Yuner feeling extremely bewildered. She quickly glanced at Yuhao and others in front of her, unable to help asking. Yuhao, Poison Sect Master, what is going on? If I remember correctly, the Poison Sect Master was killed by Shrek's people before, wasn't he? Du Buxi could not help but sigh, yes. Before, I was indeed dead. Not only me, but all our disciples of the body sect should have died. But we were all saved by Yuhao. Speaking of this, Du Buxi felt somewhat surprised and outrageous. He didn't know how to explain it, so he quickly turned to Yuhao. Yuhao, you should tell me the reason yourself. After all, until now, I still don't quite understand everything here. Yuhao smiled and said, Mother, it's like this. I have now become a god, several levels higher than Mu-En over there. So I also have some abilities to revive the dead. When I saved the Master and others before, I utilized this ability to bring them back. Yuhao didn't elaborate too much, just briefly summarizing, then informing Yuner of the situation. This revelation left Yuner even more shocked. If she had not experienced it firsthand and seen it with her own eyes, along with Yuhao explaining it to her personally, she would never have believed such a thing was possible. But as it was Yuhao who explained it personally, she chose to accept it, though she must admit this kind of thing truly shocked her, leaving her standing in a daze for a long time. Yuhao asked Wang Donger and the others on the side, where are the other people from Shrek Academy? Wang Donger directly replied, we killed all the other people from Shrek Academy, only Mu-En is left. Yuhao didn't say much after hearing this, he merely nodded and said to the Ice Empress, yes. Unfreeze him. Ice Empress nodded immediately, okay, Master. She flicked her fingers, and suddenly a cold divine power emerged from her body. A bright blue light surged over the ice that had encased Mu-En. With a flash, the thick layer of ice around Mu-En melted instantly. Mu-En finally regained the ability to move freely. However, at this moment, after being frozen for so long, his entire state was extremely poor. He trembled all over. When he looked at Yuhao, his eyes were filled with strong fear. Before, he had heard the conversation between Yuhao and Yuner very clearly. At this moment, Mu-En's shock was no less than Yuner's, as he didn't expect Yuhao to possess the power to bring others back to life. As for other gods, Mu-En had not interacted with them, so he couldn't speak to that. However, as for his own inherited god, the light spear god, Mu-En could affirm that it lacked any ability to bring people back to life. So at this moment, Mu-En was overwhelmed with dread and fear toward Yuhao. Do you know why I didn't let Binger and the others kill you? But Yuhao ignored Mu-En's emotions. He simply walked forward slowly and calmly inquired. Mu-En dared not speak, looking at Yuhao in fear. Yuhao quickly continued, because I want to make you live a life worse than death. I have never offended Shrek, yet the people of Shrek have repeatedly provoked me. As the saying goes, even a clayman can get angry. You Shrek Academy are so cruel and leave no room for others. If that's the case, then why should I discuss morality with you? Although the people of the body sect have been rescued by me, one thing is one thing. The wrongs you've committed cannot be erased. What's more, you kidnapped my mother before. Do you know what that crime is? Yuhao spoke to Mu-En in a monotone, methodically enumerating Mu-En's crimes, his voice calm. But at this moment, upon hearing what Yuhao said, Mu-En felt a strong fear arise in his heart. Because he felt as though Yuhao was speaking to him, as if he were already dead. Strike first. Mu-En was not foolish, he was experienced. He clearly understood that after all he had done, Yuhao would never let him go. In this case, rather than waiting to die, Mu-En deemed it better to fight to the death. After all, he was at least a demigod. If he fought fiercely, he still had a chance. But if he chose to give up, there would be no chance at all. So in that moment, Mu-En's eyes turned cold as he prepared to attack Yuhao directly. He summoned his light god spear and gripped it tightly. Then, his divine power surged wildly. Aiming at Yuhao's chest, he shot a powerful thrust directly. Yuhao, be careful. Seeing this, Dubusi, standing behind, shouted a warning to Yuhao. But in the next second, Yuhao merely snapped his fingers, and Mu-En's right wrist, which held the divine spear tightly, was severed by Yuhao out of thin air. His entire palm fell to the ground, and the divine spear he had been holding also landed with a clang. Mu-En clutched his amputated arm in agony and began to howl like a ghost. What's going on? Dubusi and the disciples of the body sect who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded. They never imagined that the strength of Mu-En, a demigod, was as fragile as an ant before Yuhao. What happened just now? None of them saw clearly, but what was undeniable was that one of Mu-En's hands had been directly removed by Yuhao. I've said it before, I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Just right, let Tang-san see what your end will be. And this will also be his end. Yuhao said lightly. Then he raised his index finger again. He pointed upwards, and Mu-En lifted off the ground. Suddenly, a series of cuts appeared on Mu-En's body. His left hand's 5 fingers were severed in an instant, followed by his toes and ankles. Yuhao relentlessly continued the mutilation, until Mu-En was reduced to a stick figure. This made Mu-En howl in pain. Be quiet. But Yuhao abruptly silenced him. Then he clenched his fist. At that moment, a powerful divine power erupted. Mu-En's body began to swell rapidly, as if being inflated. He attempted to open his mouth to breathe, but unfortunately, his mouth, anus, and all vents in his body were closed, causing him to inflate more and more. Bang! Finally, an enormous sound erupted. Under the astonished eyes of everyone in the body sect, Mu-En exploded like a balloon overinflated. The sound was deafening, and in the end, Mu-En's body shattered into a blood mist that rained down from the sky. After witnessing this scene, all the disciples of the body sect stared in shock. That demigod Mu-En died just like that. Chapter 371, DD2 Chapter 371, How to Deal with Yuhao, Meeting of the 5 Great Gods in the God Realm, 2 in 1. On the screen, the end of the parallel world Mu-En is indeed very miserable. After all, the parallel world Mu-En went too far this time. He completely touched the reverse scale of the parallel world Yuhao, so when dealing with the parallel world Mu-En, the parallel world Yuhao did not show any mercy. The final result was, naturally, that the parallel world Mu N died tragically, resulting in a very miserable outcome. However, for the soul masters in the gap between the planes, at this moment, after seeing the miserable state of Mu N in the parallel world on the screen, they did not feel sorry for him. They felt that he deserved it, and they did not just think so. They also associated the tragic death of Mu N in the parallel world with the tragic death of Tang San in the parallel world. After all, for the soul masters in the plane gap, their disgust for Tang San in the parallel world was no less than that for Mu N in the parallel world. So they naturally wanted to see Tang San in the parallel world suffer the same fate. Therefore, at this moment, the soul masters in this plane gap could not help but begin to discuss. Bibai Dong, haha, the Mu N of this parallel world is finally dead. My evaluation of this is that he died a good death. It is only natural to pay debts and kill people. The Mu N of this parallel world has already planted the cause and effect, so he naturally has to pay the price for his actions. So, he deserves it. Kayan Renksu, compared to the Mu N of this parallel world, I want to see the tragic death of Tang San of the parallel world even more. After all, the only enemies of Yuhao in the parallel world should be Tang San of the parallel world and the gods in the god realm. When he kills Tang San of the parallel world and completes the dragon god's instructions, all his tasks will be completed. By then, according to his strength, he shouldn't encounter any troubles, right? So his story in the parallel world should be coming to an end soon. When Xiao Wu heard this, her eyes became a little hot. If that's the case, then we should all be able to get out of this plane crack, right? Kayan Renksu nodded. Yes, we will be able to get out of this plane crack at that time. After that, it's our turn to settle accounts with Tang San on our side. Having said this, Kayan Renksu looked directly at Tang San on one side, her eyes filled with extremely strong murderous intent. The same was true for Xiao Wu and Bibai Dong. After all, when it came to their hatred for Tang San, whether it was Xiao Wu or Bibai Dong, their feelings were no less than Kayan Renksu's. Therefore, after hearing what Kayan Renksu said, Xiao Wu and Bibai Dong became more expectant in their hearts. The coldness in the eyes of the god of destruction on the other side also became stronger. Damn it, don't I have a chance to turn the tide? Tang San felt the malice of everyone around him directed at him. Yet, he also knew very clearly that he couldn't resolve these dangers. So all he could do was wait for the opportunity and take a gamble. He remembered that there were many quiz sessions with prizes when he watched the movie before, and the rewards in these sessions were very generous. Now that his cultivation had dropped significantly, if he wanted to turn the tide, there must be only this one chance. He must wait quietly for the opportunity to come. Thinking of this, he looked at the screen more and more nervously. And at this moment on the screen, in fact, Tang San also knew that Mu N had died on DOLOU continent. Even Tang San used his divine consciousness to observe Mu N's miserable condition throughout the scene. However, Tang San already clearly understood that Yuhao was now very powerful. So he didn't dare to intervene rashly. But when he used his divine consciousness to observe the DOLOU continent in the god realm, he could see Mu N's miserable condition. This made him even more afraid. So he made up his mind to get rid of Yuhao. Otherwise, his fate would probably become the same as Mu N's, and this was something Tang San absolutely could not accept. So he quickly went to the God King Hall to convene a God King meeting. After being summoned by Tang San, the 5 great God Kings of the God realm gathered together in an instant. Although they didn't know what happened, Tang San called them to come to discuss matters in the name of Asura God, so all of them respected Tang San. At this moment, the 5 great God Kings of the God realm had already sat at the round table for discussion, and the other 3 God Kings of life, kindness, and evil were looking at Tang San at the same time, waiting for him to speak. The god of destruction on the other side even spoke directly to urge. Tang San, just speak up. What is the purpose of summoning us here today? I believe that as one of the 5 great God Kings of the God realm, you should be very clear that this kind of emergency meeting is not a joke. So, tell me, what is your purpose? Tang San did not waste too much time, as he was also very anxious at the moment. He was eager to get rid of Yuhao, So, after hearing the words of the god of destruction, he did not complain at all, but instead followed the god of destruction's lead. Okay, since everyone knows this meeting is very important, I won't say those polite words. I'll just get to the point. Tang San said to the other 4 gods, "In fact, the reason I suddenly called everyone here is mainly that I noticed the inheritor of the dragon god." Speaking of this, Tang San flicked his fingers, and a crystal ball appeared suddenly on the round table. This crystal ball originally had no picture. It was empty and crystal clear, looking very ordinary. But in the next second, with Tang San flicking his fingers, a black divine power flew out directly. This black divine power flew straight toward the crystal ball and soon entered it. After being injected with this black divine power, the crystal ball suddenly became a little brighter. And then one by one, the scenes of Yuhao killing Mu N on DOLOU continent appeared in the crystal ball. The 4 great gods of life, destruction, kindness, and evil took this matter very seriously. When they saw the picture that suddenly appeared in the crystal ball taken out by Tang San, they naturally became very curious. So, the 4 great gods of life, destruction, kindness, and evil looked into the crystal ball at the same time. After seeing the ability displayed by Yuhao and the extremely strong divine power on his body in the crystal ball, they were all shocked. They couldn't help but exclaim, "This is such a powerful divine power." The god of destruction also frowned and said, "This person's divine power is not inferior to mine." The other great gods cast their eyes at Tang San at the same time, intending to hear his explanation and learn all the news about Yuhao from him. Tang San explained directly, "This person is the one I just mentioned, the one who obtained the dragon god's inheritance. His name is Yuhao, the son of destiny on DOLOU continent. In fact, for a long time before this, he was still immortal, but he seemed to have accidentally obtained the dragon god's inheritance, so he suddenly possesses such powerful force. Although I haven't fought with him yet, through my perception, I have already understood his strength. I guess his strength should be above that of the God King. In other words, if it is just a one-on-one fight among the 5 God Kings of our God realm, there should be no God King who can be his opponent." Tang San continued. After hearing Tang San's words, the 5 God Kings in the God King Hall all became silent. As they continued to look at Yuhao on the screen, their eyes became extremely solemn. The god of destruction then spoke directly to Tang San. "So, Tang San, tell me what you think. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Tang San spoke directly. "I think this person has obtained the inheritance of the evil dragon god. Although I came to the god realm relatively late, after I arrived, I spent a lot of time learning about the history of the god realm, so I also roughly know about the changes of the dragon god back then. So, I think that letting Yuhao continue to grow is not good. Not to mention whether he has reached some kind of deal with the dragon god that is disadvantageous to our god realm after obtaining the inheritance of the dragon god. Just by his existence, he poses a danger to our god realm and the entire universe. Because his strength is too strong, and with the dragon god's previous experience, who can say when he will lose control again? At that time, the innocent creatures in this universe will pay the price. So, for the sake of all the creatures in our universe, the best way to deal with this matter is to kill him directly. Eliminate the scourge forever. As long as he's killed in advance, all our worries will cease to exist." Tang San kept talking, trying to persuade the other god kings of the god realm to help him eliminate Yuhao. And in the plane gap, after seeing this scene, all the soul masters in the gap were furious. They couldn't help but complain, "This parallel world's Tang San is as shameless as ever." It's just a personal grudge between him and Yuhao, but he escalates it to the level of the entire god realm or even the universe. If you don't know, you will be deceived by him. Isn't Tang San's personality always like this? He seems to always be on the side of justice, but he's never stopped doing bad things. I can only say that he's hypocritical. However, it seems that Tang San has completely given up on the idea of taming the parallel world's Yuhao. That's for sure. Before, the parallel world's Tang San still wanted to tame Yuhao because, at that time, he was still in a state that Tang San could manage. At this point, he must do his utmost to control it. But for Tang San now, Yuhao in the parallel world is completely unmanageable and may even become his enemy, so he must want to eliminate him. However, the attitude of the other gods in the god realm is crucial. After all, although parallel world Yuhao has become very powerful now, he's not the dragon god. He can't possibly deal with the 5 gods in the god realm simultaneously like the dragon god did back then. Yes, we have to see what the other gods in the god realm think. After discussing this, everyone hurriedly looked at the screen. At this moment, on the screen, the other gods looked at each other. Finally, the goddess of life spoke first. I think what the sea god said makes sense. This kind of existence is indeed too dangerous. It has completely surpassed the control of our god realm. If we let him continue to grow like this, once he reaches the level of the dragon god of the past, or even surpasses the dragon god, it will be our turn to tremble in fear. The god of kindness asked, but having said that, how can we deal with him? We can't just go to DOLOU continent and destroy him, right? In that case, we 5 great god kings would have to act on DOLOU continent at the same time. Destroying Yuhao is indeed not a problem, but the question is, what price will it cost to eliminate him? DOLOU continent will be beyond saving, so will the countless creatures on DOLOU continent be buried with him? And if his strength is above the dragon god, if he insists on leaving, can we keep him? Tang San had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After hearing the words of the god of kindness, Tang San spoke directly. It's just DOLOU continent. Let it be destroyed. As long as we can kill him, everything is worth it. This is for the entire DOLOU universe. We must not lose sight of the big picture for the small. As for being afraid he will escape, I suggest capturing his mother and partners. In this way, I don't believe he will dare to flee. Chapter 372. DD2 Chapter 372. The other 4 great gods. We disdain to use such despicable means. At this moment, on the screen, after hearing the inquiry from the voice of kindness, Tang San finally seized an opportunity to express his position. He immediately articulated his stance and expressed his inner thoughts without reservation. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, after seeing what Tang San said on the screen, all the soul masters in the plane gap were furious. This Tang San is too despicable. Yeah, he is a god king, but he resorted to such a dirty trick. It's disgusting. The people in the plane gap kept talking, expressing their disdain and anger towards Tang San without reservation. On the other side, Bibaidong also mercilessly criticized Tang San. Humph, Tang San has always been like this. Although he puts on a loud show about being the pure and innocent Tang San Shao, in reality, his methods are utterly vile. Whoever experiences it will know the truth. Let me put it this way. For Tang San, such despicable ways are simply child's play. He has a dark heart and possesses many disgusting methods. She openly shared her understanding of Tang San. This made the soul masters in the plane gap look at Tang San with even more contempt. Afterward, the soul masters in the gap once again looked at the screen, each filled with worry. Despite expressing disdain and dissatisfaction with Tang San's actions, they could not interfere in the matters of the parallel world. Thus, whether Tang San's evil plan could succeed ultimately depended on whether the gods in the parallel world would support his decision. As a result, after a brief discussion, the soul masters in the plane gap looked back at the screen, worry etched on their faces. At this moment on the screen, after Tang San's words were spoken, the entire God King Hall fell into silence. Tang San was naturally waiting for the response from the other gods. He already knew very well that his strength was not on par with Yuhao's. Thus, to take action against Yuhao, he needed the support of the other gods. Therefore, he was quite nervous, as this was crucial for his future safety. The other god kings were stunned at this moment, as none of them had thought Tang San would stoop so low. To eliminate Yuhao, he even resorted to such a vile method. However, the others present were all god kings. Though they came from different realms than Tang San and did not originate from the DOLOU continent, they were all distinguished figures in their respective universes. Each god king had their principles in their actions. They could indeed take action against Yuhao if it was for the safety of the creatures of the DOLOU universe and the entire God realm, as it would be for justice. However, this was still not a valid reason to use such despicable means. Each of them had their bottom line. Even when confronting an enemy, they would not resort to such lowly tactics. At that moment, upon hearing Tang San's suggestion, the expressions of the other great gods when they looked at him turned very peculiar. The god of destruction spoke first. Having always been extremely displeased with Tang San, he seized this opportunity to express his dissatisfaction. I don't agree with Tang San's suggestion. What a terrible idea. We are the god kings of the god realm. We are not robbers, butchers, or villains who will do anything to achieve our goals. How can we do such a thing? My cultivation and self-restraint prevent me from stooping so low. Even if Yuhao has become an enemy of our god realm, I disdain to resort to such despicable and shameless actions. If you want me to engage Yuhao with real swords and spears, I will be the first to step forward, but this kind of behavior is out of the question. The god of destruction snorted coldly, speaking passionately to Tang San. Tang San's expression immediately shifted upon hearing this. He quickly cast his gaze around at the other god kings. Unfortunately, the other great god kings, who had previously given him some semblance of respect, chose to side with the god of destruction this time. They found Tang San's suggestion completely unacceptable as well. They felt as though they were meeting Tang San for the first time, shocked to learn he could employ such despicable and shameless tactics. Consequently, several of the god kings stood up one after another to voice their positions. The goddess of life quickly joined in. Under Tang San's expectant gaze, she shook her head. No, sea god, we cannot do this. My opinion on this matter aligns with that of destruction. Regardless of whether the opponent is our enemy or not, and irrespective of their methods, that is no justification for us to resort to despicable means. As god kings of the god realm, we should adhere to our principles. Otherwise, we are not worthy of the title of god kings. This time, sea god, your proposal has completely crossed my bottom line, and I cannot support it either. When Tang San heard this, his expression darkened significantly. The god of goodness and the god of evil also chimed in, voicing their opinions one after another. Our views are consistent with those of the god of destruction and the goddess of life. Sorry, sea god. This time, we cannot agree with your proposal either. They all expressed their thoughts in succession. This response incited Tang San's inner fury. A bunch of idiots. Oza. How abominable. Tang San seethed with anger, yet he still relied on these god kings. Without their support, he truly had no way to deal with Yuhao. Thus, he could only suppress his rage and continue speaking. Fine, then how should we deal with Yuhao? Chapter 373. DD2 Chapter 373. Destruction. Tang San, you are so anxious. You have a grudge against Yuhao. At this moment, Tang San was very angry about the replies from the other gods. Their responses had thwarted Tang San's evil plan. Moreover, since everyone had their principles, didn't that make him, Tang San, seem very despicable? Tang San was truly annoyed at this moment. Reflecting on his character, he was seething and silently shouting at the four gods of life, destruction, kindness, and evil in his heart. You already have a death wish. Of course, while he thought this, he still didn't dare to express these thoughts directly. After all, Tang San understood very clearly that he still needed to rely on them. Therefore, rather than voicing his anger directly, he asked the four gods of kindness, evil, life, and destruction once again. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, after witnessing Tang San's defeat on the screen, the Soul Masters couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, a pure clown. Does he think everyone is as despicable and lacking in principles as he is? Does he think others can't see through his methods? Ha ha, as if. It's not that others can't think of it, it's that they have their bottom lines and won't stoop to such lows. But he's still so smug about it. Tut tut tut, it's truly ridiculous. The Soul Masters in the gap between the planes continued to discuss, constantly ridiculing Tang San. After all, they regarded Tang San with disdain. So, after seeing his evil plan fail, they all felt a surge of happiness and couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, they highly praised the decisions of the four great gods of life: destruction, kindness, and evil. But honestly, the four god kings, the god of kindness, the god of destruction, the god of evil, and the goddess of life, are truly commendable. Although they are all god kings, they have entirely different styles from Tang San when it comes to their actions. One side is upright and holds steadfast to their principles and bottom line, while the other side is dirty and will do anything at all costs. Tusk, the difference is quite evident. Isn't it? This time, we can see who has degraded the honor of being a god king. They continued to talk among themselves, before looking back at the screen. At this moment on the screen, after hearing Tang San's words, the other four god kings fell silent for a moment. Then the god of destruction took the initiative to speak. I have contemplated carefully how to deal with Yuhao. It is not an option for us, the great god kings, to go directly to DOLOU continent. Doing so would harm the creatures on DOLOU continent, which is against the rules. Therefore, we must avoid going to DOLOU continent. Moreover, Yuhao has yet to demonstrate any intent to harm our god realm or other creatures in the universe. All our prior discussions stemmed from a premise that he would pose a threat to the god realm and DOLOU universe in the future. But the problem is, this is merely our speculation. The god of destruction led with this argument. Soon, the god of goodness and the god of evil nodded in agreement. Yes, the other party has made no transgressions thus far. We can't convict him without cause just because he is powerful, right? Besides, Yuhao is immensely strong now. We should avoid conflict with him unless necessary. This is not only dangerous for our god realm, but also for the entire DOLOU universe. If a battle breaks out with such a being, the most harmed will undoubtedly be the ordinary creatures, and we might not even be able to defeat him. The goddess of life also nodded repeatedly. I agree with this. At least until Yuhao shows real harm to the universe and the god realm, we should refrain from taking action against him. Of course, we should keep a close watch on him, but we shouldn't engage in any unnecessary actions. After some discussion, the several great god kings reached a consensus. To be honest, Tang San was very dissatisfied with this outcome. At this moment, he desperately wanted Yuhao to perish, but if he followed the decision of the other four god kings, Yuhao would be safe. So he quickly said with a cold expression, "Everyone, haven't you heard the saying? Raising a tiger is a disaster. This Yuhao is a tiger. We must eliminate him before he fully matures. Otherwise, when he truly becomes a threat in the future, it will be too late." However, the other god kings remained unconvinced. They voiced their opinions once again. The god of destruction was particularly direct. He snorted coldly and addressed Tang San. "Tang San, why do I feel like you can't wait for Yuhao to die? Isn't your animosity towards him a bit excessive? Do you too share a personal grudge?" The god of destruction's words silenced Tang San. In truth, he and Yuhao did have a grudge. At this moment, with Yuhao becoming so powerful, their feud weighed heavily on Tang San's mind. If Yuhao remained alive, how could Tang San feel at ease? That's why he had been persistently urging the other four gods to deal with Yuhao. Unfortunately, the god of destruction understood Tang San all too well, picking up on his underlying motives. The other great gods also turned their inquisitive gazes toward Tang San. Tang San realized he could not maintain the charade any longer. Otherwise, he would be exposed. "Damn destruction. You are already digging your own grave." "Oza." He continued to scream inwardly in frustration. Yet he had to maintain his facade, so he quickly spoke to the assembled god kings. "Grudges? How could I have any? I haven't even met him. Destruction, don't slander me. HMPH, you don't know how to appreciate a good person. I'm doing this for the sake of the god realm and the universe. Since you think so low of me, then let's leave it at that." With that, Tang San flung his sleeves and left in a huff. Chapter 374, DD2 Chapter 374, Recognize Relatives, Tang San's Conspiracy. Seeing that his conspiracy was exposed by the god of destruction, Tang San no longer had the face to continue fooling around. After hearing the god of destruction's doubts, he quickly snorted. Then he turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. This scene, which fell into the eyes of the soul masters in the plane gap, was extremely amusing to them. At this moment, after witnessing the scene on the screen, the soul masters in the gap couldn't help but comment. Hee hee, it seems that Tang San in this parallel world is anxious. There's no way around it. The god of destruction in this parallel world knows him too well. Just by speaking casually, he exposed Tang San's intentions. Right now, Tang San in this parallel world is fleeing to avoid scrutiny. He's scared that if he continues talking, all his previous actions will be revealed, which is why he looks genuinely afraid and runs away. A clown, he's truly a clown, I'm laughing to death. They continued to discuss, each contributing to the laughter at Tang San's expense. On the other side, Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. It looks like Yuhao and his companions in this parallel world are safe for now. Fortunately, the other great gods in this parallel world still have their own principles and bottom lines. They're not as despicable and shameless as Tang San. If we truly followed Tang San's proposal, then Yuhao in the parallel world would still be in great danger. Bibai Dong nodded in agreement as she heard this and replied, "Yes, there is indeed a clear divide between gods. At least, in terms of character, Tang San has consistently been a negative example. What a low-class man." She conveyed her contempt for Tang San openly. Meanwhile, Caiyan Rengsu proposed another idea. He will indeed do anything to achieve his goals, and he is quite cunning. So I guess, even though this time didn't pan out, he won't give up easily. He must have other tricks up his sleeve. Bibai Dong nodded, satisfied with Caiyan Rengsu's assessment. Tang San had always been like this. So at this moment, after hearing Caiyan Rengsu's words, Bibai Dong frowned slightly and quickly looked back at the screen. She muttered to herself, "In that case, let me take a good look at what conspiracy and tricks Tang San in this parallel world has." The rest of the group also turned their attention back to the screen. At that moment on the screen, after leaving the God King, Tang San became increasingly angry. Unable to hold back, he finally cursed it out loud. He had previously sought their help, but had refrained from cursing in front of the great God Kings. Now that his plan had failed and they were not present, he felt the need to vent his frustrations. Tang San's rant was particularly unflattering at that moment. Once he felt satisfied with his outburst, he took a deep breath and said, "These damn idiots will pay the price for their stupidity sooner or later. They're foolish, but I can't afford to be as foolish as they are. I need to come up with a countermeasure." Tang San furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Finally, after a moment, inspiration struck him, and he relaxed his brow. A proud smile emerged on his face. "I've got it, I found a way. Even though I can't directly attack Yuhao right now, I still have one final and strongest trump card. Donger is still by his side." With this thought, a strong sense of pride washed over Tang San. After all, he clearly remembered how Yuhao had always doted on Wang Donger. As the saying goes, love the house and its owner. Since Yuhao loves Wang Donger so much, he must have great respect for his future father-in-law. It may seem unlikely to use Wang Donger to manipulate Yuhao now, but as long as he leverages their relationship well, gaining a certain standing with Yuhao in the future will be easy. With this realization, he immediately devised a plan. "It seems it's time to recognize Donger as my relative. As soon as I recognize Donger, I'll establish my status as a father-in-law. That way, at least I will be safe. If I cultivate this relationship well enough, I might be able to use Yuhao's power to deal with those foolish god kings. From this perspective, things might not be so bad after all." Tang San's smile grew prouder as he contemplated this. "However, the recognition of relatives must be flawless. I need to prepare thoroughly. After all, this is my last trump card." His expression turned serious. Then he began to strategize on how to implement the plan he had just decided upon. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes. Upon seeing this scene, the Soul Masters laughed again. "Recognize relatives, that's classic Tang San, he's truly something else." It's true that shameless people can be invincible. I'm impressed that Tang San can do something like this. But how could he not know that the dragon god of the parallel world has already informed Wang Donger about all of his actions in advance? Hazihahi. Right now, Tang San of the parallel world seems to be failing in his calculating schemes once again. This is quite amusing. I'm curious to see how Tang San reacts when he makes a mistake later. I must say, the dragon god is indeed as wise as his reputation states. He sees far ahead. Things are getting more and more interesting now. The soul masters in the gap continued discussing, finding Tang San's current antics exceedingly ludicrous. Then they turned their eyes back to the screen. At this moment, on the screen, the perspective shifted to Yuhao and his companions. Chapter 375. DD2, Chapter 375. The suggestions of the two empresses of ice and snow. At this moment, we see things from Yuhao and others' perspective. Of course, they are unaware of what has transpired in the God realm. After successfully killing Mu-En, the incident concerning Shrek Academy has finally come to an end. However, the ramifications of this incident are still significant. After all, they killed several high-ranking officials of Shrek Academy. The truth will come out sooner or later. Thus, after considering this matter, Du Buxi turned to Yuhao and asked, "Yuhao, now that we've destroyed Mu-En, should we keep this under wraps?" Although Du Buxi is still the nominal leader of the body sect, the true authority now rests with Yuhao. This is something Du Buxi has always been pleased to see. So, faced with such an important question, he did not make a rash decision, but directly asked Yuhao for his thoughts on the matter. There's no need to hide this. Yuhao expressed his opinion straightforwardly. He understood the truth that paper cannot conceal fire, and given his current strength, there was nothing to obscure about this matter. Let's not forget that it was Shrek Academy that attacked them first. Even if they weren't entirely justified, what could the others do? The DOLOU continent has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. To put it bluntly, whoever has the power holds the right. And now, is there anyone on the entire DOLOU continent stronger than Yuhao? Not to mention, in the God realm, in a one-on-one fight, no one can match him. Therefore, even if Yuhao destroyed Shrek Academy, he felt there was no reason to hide it. Thus, after hearing Du Buxi's question, Yuhao provided a direct answer. He flicked his fingers again, and 4 tiny water droplets appeared in front of Du Buxi. The water droplets soon floated onto Du Buxi's palm, and Yuhao said, "Sect Master, you can go to the major empires and inform the monarchs of what transpired today. At the same time, you can give them 1 water droplet per empire." Du Buxi nodded in agreement, but soon he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He asked Yuhao, what is the purpose of these water droplets? Yuhao snapped his fingers casually, causing one of the water drops to burst open. Clear images emerged from the droplets, footage of Shrek Academy's high officials attacking the body sect, followed by scenes of Yuhao bringing them back to life, and even a visual of Yuhao killing Mu-En. The images played quickly, and when they finished, the first droplet completely dissipated. But Yuhao could create as many of these as he wanted. With his current abilities, he effortlessly made a few more water beads and handed them to Du Buxi, smiling and saying, "Sect Master, do you know the purpose of these now? You can directly inform the major forces of what happened. We are not at fault here. It is Shrek Academy's own choices that led to this outcome. Moreover, I believe that after seeing the scenes in the water beads, they will fully grasp my power. Even if they may still harbor dissatisfaction with us over Shrek Academy in the future, they should reconsider after witnessing our overwhelming strength." Du Buxi nodded repeatedly. "In that case, I will visit the other major empires," he quickly replied. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The Ice Empress then asked Yuhao, "So, Master, what do we do next? Are we heading to the Star du Great Forest?" After all, as a soul beast, the Ice Empress has a deeper connection with her kind than Yuhao. Thus, after learning from the dragon god about the plight of their soul beasts due to the God realm, she wanted to resolve the issue as swiftly as possible, freeing all soul beasts in the DOLOU continent from the bondage of the thunder tribulations. So at this moment, she naturally sought Yuhao's agreement to go to the Star du Great Forest as soon as possible. However, the Snow Empress appeared less anxious. While she wished to help their soul beast clan, she was more rational than the Ice Empress. Thus, responding to Bing Dai, Zudi said, "Binger, don't rush. Now isn't the best time for us to go to the God realm. Although our strength has dramatically increased, our previous analyses indicate it would be very dangerous for us to visit the God realm right now. A trip to the Star du Great Forest should be limited to discussions with the Silver Dragon King. There's no need to hurry." Bing Dai frowned. "What's the rush?" Zudi advised, "We need to ensure the security of the body sect. After the previous incident in Wenking Valley, we know that Tang San employs vicious methods. Who knows if he might attack both the body sect and the grandmother again? My suggestion is that the master should establish some protections within the body sect before we leave, or we should leave one of us here to guard the grandmother and prevent Tang San from doing anything malicious. Then the rest of us can accompany the master to the Star du Great Forest, or we can practice independently. Although we've all ascended to godhood, to be honest, our contributions as mere third-level gods will be limited. If we can enhance our current strength, we could make significant contributions, even if we only reach first-level god status. It would greatly benefit the entire situation." The Snow Empress's composure and logical reasoning stood out as she voiced her thoughts. After considering Snow Empress's suggestions, the Ice Empress appeared more composed. She replied approvingly, "That's true. It seems I was too impatient before." Chapter 376, DD2, Chapter 376, Setting Up the Formation, Terrifying Power. After hearing what Zhu Dai said, Bing Dai also quickly realized that she had not considered it carefully before. Indeed, she was a little too impatient. Although it is very important to help the soul beasts on DOLOU continent remove the restrictions of the God realm, it is even more important to determine the probability of success. After all, they could be said to be the last chance for all soul beasts on DOLOU continent, so they should either refrain from taking action or once they do, they must be sure. Thus, after thinking this over, Bing Dai said to Yuhao with a guilty look on her face, "Sorry, master, I didn't think enough this time." Yuhao didn't care too much about this. He had already made his own decision, so regardless of whether Zhu Dai persuaded Bing Dai just now, he would not be influenced by Bing Dai. It was just that the explanation to Bing Dai shifted from Zhu Dai to himself. So at this moment, Yuhao smiled and said to Bing Dai, "It's okay, just realize the problem and modify it. Don't worry too much." Bing Dai nodded to Yuhao and said, "Thank you, master." Then she asked Yuhao, "So, master, do you plan to follow Zhuer's advice?" Yuhao nodded and said, "Yes, Zhuer's idea coincides with mine. Tang San's methods are still too vicious, after all, so we must ensure the safety of the body sect and my family in the future." Zhu Dai took the initiative to propose, "In this case, master, I can stay with my grandmother to protect her in the future." But Yuhao shook his head after hearing this. "There's no need to be so troublesome about this." He continued to explain, "After I obtained the inheritance of the dragon god, I also gained some other abilities from him. I found that he seemed to be proficient in some special formations. Although it is a bit difficult to defeat the gods directly, it can still be done if it's just to resist the attacks of some gods. Moreover, I can use these formations to connect with me, allowing me to teleport back directly at a specific time." Yuhao kept talking, outlining the approximate abilities of the formations he could set up. This left Bing Dai and Zhu Dai stunned. The two of them couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect that you have this ability. That way, it's much more convenient." Bing Dai and Zhu Dai felt relieved after hearing this. In the gap between the planes, after seeing this scene, all the spirit masters also exclaimed in amazement. "I never thought that Yuhao in this parallel world would have such a method. In this way, the safety issues of the body sect and Yuner in this parallel world can be resolved. It seems that Tang San has lost another method to deal with Yuhao in the parallel world." They kept discussing and quickly focused back on the screen, eager to see what Yuhao in the parallel world would do next. At this moment on the screen, after a brief introduction, Yuhao quickly began to set up the formation. All the disciples of the body sect dispersed at this moment and did not dare to interrupt Yuhao's actions. Yuhao's actions were also very quick. After he saw that all the disciples in the body sect had cleared the area, he activated the divine power in his body, and suddenly, a powerful divine power surged forth from him. After this divine power emerged, Yuhao let out a roar, and a huge dragon roar echoed. Mysterious formations suddenly appeared in various locations throughout the body sect. Delicate inscriptions began to be drawn at the locations where these formations appeared. Upon seeing these formations, the disciples of the body sect retreated further, while Yuhao continued to channel the divine power in his body to perfect these powerful formations. Finally, after Yuhao's efforts, many powerful formations sprang to life across the body sect. Yuhao finally ceased his movements, and the divine power around him gradually dissipated. A smile appeared on his face. It's done. After witnessing this scene, the disciples of the body sect gathered around Yuhao. Since they had been observing the entire process, they could see the mysterious super formations that had appeared on the ground. All of them were stunned, eager to learn what the formations arranged by Yuhao could do. In unison, all the disciples of the body sect asked Yuhao, "Young sect master, you said your formation has been successful. In that case, please tell us what these formations are used for." All the disciples looked at Yuhao with anticipation. Yuhao did not keep them in suspense. He smiled slightly at their questions and replied, "Of course." Then he turned directly to the Ice Empress at his side. "Binger, show me how it's done. Fly directly outside the sect and use your strongest power to attack the sect." The Ice Empress was taken aback for a moment after hearing what Yuhao said, but soon she asked, "Use my strongest power to attack the sect? Master, are you serious?" Yuhao was not joking, so he simply smiled and replied, "Of course I'm serious." After hearing this, the Ice Empress said to Yuhao again, "But Master, I've become a god now. Although I don't have a clear god position, I possess the ability to fight at the level of a third-level god. Are you sure you want me to go all out?" The disciples of the body sect became confused as they looked towards Yuhao. Under their curious gazes, they soon saw Yuhao chuckle. "Well, just go all out. Nothing will happen, just rest assured." After hearing what Yuhao said, the Ice Empress did not hesitate any longer. After all, she had always trusted Yuhao. Although she knew her current strength was indeed immense, since Yuhao said so, he must have his reasons. Therefore, she simply needed to follow his instructions. Thus Bingdai quickly agreed, "Okay, Master, I will act." After finishing her words, she transformed and jumped. Then her tall and graceful figure soared high into the air. Bingdai floated like a small elf outside the body sect, eventually reaching the sky above it. At this moment, she launched her attack. "Huh!" she shouted, and as her voice echoed, the air around her instantly became cold and piercing. Countless terrifying cold currents emerged from the surrounding air, making it extremely frigid. Subsequently, the mountain of the body sect and all the flowers, plants, and trees present were frozen under this terrifying cold current. The Ice Empress finally made her move. After the chilling power froze everything around, she stretched out her palm and struck the mountain gate of the body sect fiercely. Though it was merely a simple strike, the Ice Empress's status as a god meant the terrifying force behind it was even greater than when Mu-En made a move last time. Consequently, upon seeing this scene, all the disciples in the body sect were left awestruck. Is this the power of the Ice Empress? It's truly terrifying. Yes, this terrifying power surpasses even that of Mu-En. Can the formations made by the young master withstand the Ice Empress's attack? The disciples of the body sect began to murmur. They kept watching intently, observing the Ice Empress's palm approaching the mountain gate of their body sect. Some soul masters with lower psychological resilience couldn't handle it and displayed solemnity on their faces. They gazed at the ice palm that was advancing, fear etched across their features. Swish. At this moment, changes began to unfold throughout the body sect. First, an extremely strange sound reached everyone's ears. Along with this peculiar sound, dazzling lights burst forth from a specific spot in the body sect. These lights appeared incredibly bright, emanating from one of the formations Yuhao had set up. In other words, one of Yuhao's formations was finally activated. As the Ice Empress's attack neared the body sect, the formation seemed to sense it, and countless lights began to emit, ultimately converging in front of the sect. These lights grew thicker and thicker, culminating in the formation of a massive light shield. This light shield was radiant and vast, and it radiated an overwhelmingly powerful and majestic aura. Finally, the Ice Empress's enormous ice palm collided with the light shield. Boom! In the next moment, the Ice Empress's fierce strike was effortlessly intercepted by the massive light shield. Countless cold currents surged towards the body sect, but at that moment, they were directly absorbed by the enormous light shield. Before long, the power from the Ice Empress's palm was entirely absorbed, yet the energy of the vast light shield remained abundant. What a strong light shield! Is this the formation set up by the young master? Incredible! If we had this formation earlier, why would we have fallen to Mu N and others? The disciples of the body sect were astonished by the spectacle. They widened their eyes and continued expressing their disbelief. In the next second, several other formations arranged by Yuhao were activated simultaneously. This time, 3 colors emerged: red, blue, and purple. The lights emanated from 3 different directions and launched a fierce attack towards the Ice Empress outside the sect. At that moment, the 3 beams transformed into terrifying lasers, each dozens of meters wide, and shot toward the Ice Empress's position. Seeing these 3 beams approaching her, the Ice Empress swiftly reacted, using her ice rays to counter. However, she didn't expect that her ice rays would shatter instantly upon contact with the 3 beams, as though they were nothing more than dead wood. Ultimately, she found herself in an extremely perilous situation. Of course, Yuhao had been watching closely from the side, and he would not simply observe the Ice Empress getting hurt. So, at this moment, after noticing the potential danger she faced, he promptly snapped his fingers. At the sound of his snapping fingers, the formations throughout the entire body sect dimmed in unison. The beams aimed at the Ice Empress dissipated in an instant. The whole place fell silent. Yuhao smiled at everyone and asked, "So, what do you think? The formation I set up is not bad, right?" Chapter 377, DD2 Chapter 377, Create a Plane, Yuhao's Plan, 2 in 1. At this moment in the body sect, after hearing Yuhao's words, the disciples were stunned. They were still immersed in the shock that Yuhao had just brought to them. Unexpectedly, the formation created by Yuhao has such terrifying attack and defense capabilities. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that their body sect will become a super fortress with astonishing defense from now on? After all, even a powerful god like the Ice Empress had no way to successfully break through the defenses of their body sect just now, and in the end, she was attacked by the powerful formation. If Yuhao had not acted in time at the last moment, even someone as powerful as the Ice Empress would have been seriously injured on the spot. Therefore, after considering this, the shock in the hearts of all the disciples of the body sect intensified. They couldn't help but give Yuhao a thumbs up and said with admiration, "You're worthy of being the young master. The formation you set up is truly terrifying." At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the picture that appeared on the screen, not only the group of ordinary soul masters feel extremely shocked, but even the gods in the gap between the planes were also taken aback. After observing the formations, the god of destruction couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He remarked, "In my opinion, these formations should possess the power of a second-level god." Aside from the fact that they can only attack and defend in the area where the formations are arranged, their capabilities can match the combat power of second-level gods in our god realm. The inheritance of the dragon god is truly formidable. Meanwhile, the faces of the god of goodness and the god of evil exhibited strong shock. They couldn't help but inquire, God of destruction, this dragon god has such methods. The god of destruction exhaled and replied, Dragon god, omnipotent. When he spoke, there was a touch of admiration in his tone. All the gods in ancient times in the god realm held a deep respect for the dragon god. If not for the dragon god's sudden loss of control, all the gods in their realm would still follow his lead. However, regardless, for the current god of destruction, mentioning the dragon god invoked a strong sense of respect. On the other side, upon witnessing this scene, Tang San snorted coldly and said, So, you in the parallel world are utterly foolish. If you were smart, you would listen to my advice and attack Yuhao directly in this parallel world. Especially now that he possesses such great strength. If he continues to grow, the future god realm will undoubtedly become his domain. But Tang San didn't expect the god of destruction to suddenly respond. What if he does become the leader of the god realm? The so-called leader is always the most capable. As long as he possesses enough ability, I see no issue with him leading our god realm. It's better than allowing an incompetent person to take charge, right? The god of destruction did not object to anyone becoming the head of the god realm as long as that person was competent. He had always been a pragmatic individual, and frankly, he did not care who led. He was still worried about whether Yuhao in the parallel world might lose control in the future, as the dragon god had done before. If Yuhao didn't lose control, even if he wished to lift the restrictions on soul beasts in DOLOU continent, the god of destruction thought it was not a bad idea. His rationale for setting that rule back then stemmed from wanting to prevent the past from repeating itself. To be honest, after watching the scene that appeared on the screen, the god of destruction could see the dragon god's intentions. He still respected the dragon god in his heart, so as long as Yuhao in the parallel world proved himself capable enough, he deemed that this rule was not impossible to change. Thus, the god of destruction addressed Tang San directly. Destruction, you. After hearing these words, Tang San's expression darkened, for he never expected the god of destruction to hold such a view. If it were him, he would undoubtedly do everything in his power to halt Yuhao's growth in the parallel world. After all, the god realm was currently managed by the 5 god kings, and they represented the highest authority. But if Yuhao ascended, they would be relegated from the highest positions to the second line, effectively becoming subordinates to Yuhao in the parallel world. Tang San certainly did not wish for his status to diminish like that. What truly shocked him was that the god of destruction seemed indifferent to this issue. Consequently, Tang San's face contorted in anger. What do you mean by that? Not everyone is like you, who regards power as supremely important, Tang San. For me, as long as it benefits the god realm, I'm willing to do it. Unlike you, who treats the entire god realm merely as your power. The god of destruction mercilessly exposed Tang San's true nature. In truth, he held Tang San in disdain. At this moment, he had the opportunity to illustrate the significant difference between himself and Tang San. Following the god of destruction's remarks, the other gods in the god realm silently began to support him in their hearts. Indeed, after discovering Tang San's nature, they grew increasingly disillusioned with him. In contrast, the god of destruction's image appeared grander and more dignified. They quickly redirected their attention to the screen. At this moment on the screen, after hearing the praises from the disciples of the body sect, Yuhao smiled slightly. He did not linger on this topic, but quickly asked the Ice Empress at his side, Binger, are you okay? Upon hearing Yuhao's question, the Ice Empress shook her head. Although she realized that she would have been seriously injured had she been attacked by the spirit formations he arranged, she was safe and sound in the end. So she quickly replied, I'm fine, Master. The Snow Empress, on the other hand, directly asked Yuhao, By the way, Master, I remember you set up more than just these spirit formations. In addition, you also prepared several others. The textures and divine power of those formations seem more intense than the ones that were previously triggered. I'm genuinely curious about what purpose the other spirit formations serve. The Snow Empress voiced her biggest doubt. After hearing her question, all the disciples of the body sect cast inquiring looks at Yuhao, as the Snow Empress's query mirrored their own. They were all eager to know what the other spirit formations arranged by Yuhao were meant to do. They were all waiting for Yuhao to address their curiosity. "Well, okay, I'll tell you about it." Yuhao had no intention of concealing anything, so he explained directly to everyone present. He turned around first, then flicked his finger, and suddenly a powerful divine power surged from his fingertip. This divine power transformed into a stream of light and shot directly into one of the formations before him. After the stream of light entered the formation, it was like the formation was activated, suddenly emitting an extremely dazzling light and divine power. This divine power only lasted for a brief moment before dissipating entirely. Soon after, a massive black hole began to emerge in the center of the formation. "This is Ice Empress, Electrolux, Wang Donger, and all the disciples of the body sect were astonished as they witnessed this scene. Like the disciples of the body sect, they were seeing this type of phenomenon for the first time. They felt the power of nothingness emanating from the black hole, leaving them puzzled as they gazed ahead. As for the Ice Empress, Electrolux, and Wang Donger, they had previously visited the mysterious plane of the dragon god, so they could also sense similarities in the breath emanating from the black hole. Thus, Electrolux immediately conveyed his speculation to Yuhao, saying, "Yuhao, is this a special plane you set up?" Alex spoke with excitement. Yuhao nodded, "Yes, teacher." He readily confirmed it. In fact, this was not particularly difficult for Yuhao. After all, before this, even Electrolux, before becoming a god, could create an undead demi-plane. Though it was merely a demi-plane and not entirely complete, it was still a creation. For Yuhao, who had inherited the power of the dragon god and possessed a realm above the god king, creating a complete plane was not overly challenging. So at that moment, after nodding at Electrolux, he said, "This is an independent plane I created by imitating the plane where the dragon god was before. Of course, I created this plane for my purpose. I've carefully considered it. Our current combat effectiveness is still too weak. While my strength surpasses that of the God King, I lack confidence in facing 5 opponents at once. As for you teachers, your current strength isn't sufficient either. After all, you are still at the level of 3rd-level gods and have not yet obtained a god position, so your strength still has substantial room for improvement." Yuhao shared his thoughts candidly. After hearing Yuhao's insights, Electrolux and the others began to understand his intentions. Wang Donger spoke up, "So, Yuhao, you mean you want us to enter this plane to train?" Yuhao nodded and replied, "Yes, I've adjusted the time flow rate of this space. While time cannot be entirely halted, the time flow inside is equivalent to 10 times that of the outside world. In other words, practicing in here for 10 days will equate to practicing outside for only 1 day. Thus, for the time being, you can train in there as much as you wish." When the Ice Empress, and the others heard this, they were overjoyed. "That's truly fantastic." They all expressed their excitement. Realizing their limitations was inevitable, and they knew it well. However, they had lacked the channels and time to grow stronger beforehand. This moment offered them hope, and they were thrilled to think that they could enter the plane set up by Yuhao for training, significantly increasing their chances. Their hearts swelled with excitement. On the other side, the other disciples of the body sect also became thrilled upon hearing this. The Ice Empress wanted to grow stronger, but why not them? Witnessing the strength of Mu-En, Yuhao, and the Ice Empress fueled their desire for power. At that moment, all of them wanted to grow stronger. Upon hearing Yuhao's declaration, they showed a keen interest. They quickly asked Yuhao, "Young master, can we enter as well?" Chapter 378. DD2, Chapter 378. The full use of the 3 arrays, the body sect is thriving. With full expectations in their hearts, many disciples of the body sect cast their eyes towards Yuhao in front of them and directly asked the doubts in their hearts. After hearing the questions of this group of disciples from the body sect, Yuhao quickly shook his head at them. He replied, "No way, you can't go into practice." Upon hearing what Yuhao said, the group of disciples of the body sect suddenly showed deep disappointment. After all, they all wanted to become stronger. But at this moment, they realized that this opportunity for growth had nothing to do with them, and they naturally felt extremely sorry. Some disciples of the body sect couldn't help but ask Yuhao, "Why, young master, why can't we go in?" They all wanted to know why the Ice Empress, and others could enter this plane to practice while they could not, so they couldn't help but ask Yuhao. Yuhao did not hide much about this. He said directly, "Because your bodies can't bear the pressure of that space." He continued explaining to the group of disciples of the body sect before him. Although you can gain many benefits if you go to that space to practice, the time flow rate of that space is different from the time flow rate of the outside space, so the requirements for your body's endurance are naturally higher. He continued, "Therefore, under this situation, if it is Binger, Zuer, Teacher, or Donger, it is not a problem. After all, although their godhood level is only level 3, they have already become gods. Their bodies are very powerful, and they can withstand this terrifying pressure. But you are still mortals. With your bodies, once you enter that plane, you will not be able to withstand the pressure of that space at all. So, in the end, what awaits you is that you cannot endure the pressure of that space, and you will die tragically." Yuhao explained all the reasons for this to the group of disciples of the body sect. After hearing Yuhao's explanation, the group of disciples of the body sect felt very sorry in their hearts. After all, they coveted the benefits of that space. Practicing in it for 1 day is equivalent to practicing outside for 10 days. Doesn't that mean practicing there for 1 year is equivalent to practicing outside for 10 years? They could only imagine how fast their strength would improve by then. However, they were not ignorant of life and death. Now that Yuhao had reminded them so seriously and explained the dangers involved, they would not enter and risk death. After all, they trusted Yuhao. Therefore, although the disciples of the body sect felt disappointed, they did not force themselves to enter together. But Yuhao did not simply set up such a special formation. Among the formations he had just established, in addition to the ones that had been triggered and the ones he had described, 2 formations had not yet been explained. One of these 2 formations was specifically created by Yuhao to deal with this situation. Therefore, at this moment, after seeing the disappointed disciples of the body sect in front of him, Yuhao smiled faintly. "Hee. It seems everyone is quite disappointed." The disciples of the body sect naturally replied to Yuhao without any concealment. "That's right, young sect master. We thought we could seize this opportunity to become stronger." Yuhao smiled and said, "Don't be disappointed yet, because I anticipated this situation." After hearing this, the disciples of the body sect couldn't help but feel overjoyed. They looked at Yuhao again and asked, "Oh, young sect master, what do you mean?" Yuhao flicked his finger again as he said this. Suddenly, another powerful divine power emerged from his finger. This time, for Yuhao, the divine power that emerged did not fly to the previous formation he had introduced, but immediately flew to another formation that they had never triggered before. Wherever this divine power flew to, it immediately triggered that formation. Powerful divine power emerged directly from the formation, and the originally dim carvings on it suddenly became brighter. Then, like the previous formation, a huge space crack emerged directly from the center of this one. This space crack was also connected to another plane, but the function of this plane was different from the previous one. Seeing this, the group of disciples of the body sect suddenly showed strong excitement. After all, they had some guesses in their minds upon seeing this formation. They wondered if this formation was specially created by Yuhao for them. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to reveal it just now. So, what would the effect of this formation be? The disciples of the body sect looked at Yuhao with expectation and directly asked, "Young sect master, what is the function of your formation? Is it the same as the previous one, and can it also allow us to reach another dimension?" After hearing the disciples' questions, Yuhao nodded and said, "Well, this formation is the same as the previous one. It is also a teleportation formation. But the difference is that this formation will teleport you to another plane, which is completely different from the one I introduced before. The time flow rate of that plane is not as terrifying as 10 to 1 on our DOLOU continent. It can only reach 2.5 to 1 at most. It is precisely because of this that it is still at a level that your physical bodies can resist. Therefore, if you enter this plane, you will not encounter the dangers I mentioned before. Yuhao smiled and explained to the group of disciples of the body sect. After hearing Yuhao's explanation, the group of disciples was very excited. After all, this sense of surprise, regaining what was thought to be lost, was truly thrilling. Previously, they thought they had no chance, but now Yuhao told them they still had one. Although this plane was not as extreme as the one Yuhao had previously described, they could enter it to practice, which was the most important thing. At this moment, the disciples of the body sect were all very excited. They kept praising Yuhao. "Young sect master, you are incredible. Yes, the surprise you brought us is truly significant. Now, we can improve our strength. Young sect master, you are so handsome. Young sect master, I want to have your baby." The disciples of the body sect were full of excitement, shouting to Yuhao. After hearing the enthusiastic voices of the disciples of the body sect, Yuhao just smiled and shook his head. He did notice many people in the crowd confessing to him, but Yuhao didn't care too much. It wasn't because he was narcissistic. He thought it was normal for girls to like him, understanding that some young women would take the opportunity to confess. Unfortunately, Yuhao's heart was entirely occupied by Wang Donger, so he didn't take other girls' confessions too seriously. Therefore, Yuhao ignored this group of confessions and refocused his attention on the other members. He spoke again to the disciples of the body sect. "By the way, although you can go into practice, your bodies will still face considerable pressure. So my suggestion is that if your cultivation level is below the 7th ring, generally speaking, after practicing there for a month, you should come out to rest for a few days and then go back in again. If your cultivation level reaches the 7th or 8th ring, you can extend this time to half a year. Of course, the most reliable ones are the titled DOLOU. Once your cultivation breaks through to titled DOLOU, you will have the first soul core in your body. At that time, all your abilities will be significantly enhanced, so you can naturally stay in there longer. If you step into the titled DOLOU realm, it should not be a problem to stay for a year or two at a time. As long as you pay attention to these things, you will have nothing else to worry about." Yuhao provided this information and briefly explained the remaining formation that had not yet been discussed. He quickly addressed the group of disciples before him, saying, "As for the last formation, I will tell you its purpose as well as how to trigger it." With that, Yuhao flicked his fingers once again, causing several light spots resembling small stones to fly directly to a stone platform he had created earlier. At that moment, all the disciples of the body sect looked at the stone platform simultaneously. It was only then that they discovered the light spots were dazzling small stones. They asked Yuhao, "Young sect master, what is this?" Yuhao smiled and replied, "This formation is a teleportation formation. It is also the last backup I made for the safety of the sect. I will not be able to stay in the body sect forever, but to prevent you from encountering irreparable problems, I deliberately created this formation. Its purpose is for you to use in critical situations." He continued, "If you encounter danger at a critical moment and all the formations I've set up are unable to protect you, then what you should do is use these small stones to activate this formation directly. Once you trigger this formation, no matter where I am, I will sense it instantly and be able to teleport back to our body sect using the formation I set up earlier. At that time, I will personally deal with whatever adversaries might be there." Yuhao said with a faint smile, and his words made the group of disciples of the body sect feel more secure. They now had full confidence in Yuhao's strength, and they truly felt their body sect had become incredibly safe. And on the other side, in the gap between the planes. At this moment, after hearing Yuhao's words, many soul masters in the gap between the planes were stunned. They couldn't help but stare in amazement, having never expected Yuhao's ability to become so powerful. Finally, they couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Yuhao in this parallel world has such terrifying means. It seems that shortly, whether it's the disciples of the body sect or the Ice Empress and the Ice Empress, their strength will become even more terrifying. Chapter 379, DD2 Chapter 379. A pattern of one superpower and many strong powers is formed. Yuhao rules DOLOU continent, 2 in 1. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the latest content appearing on the screen, all the soul masters in the gap couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, this time, the body sect was lucky. Although the body sect was originally a first-class force on the DOLOU continent, it was still far from the top forces of the continent. But after this event, I believe that no matter which force on the DOLOU continent is discussed, they will change their tune when mentioning the body sect. After all, within their ranks is the most powerful existence on the DOLOU continent today. Furthermore, because of Yuhao's influence, the disciples of the body sect will become even stronger. As a result, all the soul masters in the plane gap couldn't help but reflect on their thoughts. The body sect in this parallel world has made a wise choice. Yes, this truly reflects their insight into recognizing true talent. When Yuhao faced despair in this parallel world, it was the body sect that came to his aid. Now, the body sect has gained significant benefits due to the choice made that day. They may become the top force on DOLOU continent. Whether it's other sects or the so-called four empires, I believe they will become extremely wary of the body sect shortly. After their discussion, they quickly continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after leaving the body sect, Du-Bu-Si began to visit the major empires on the DOLOU continent at Yuhao's request. Because the body sect was originally in the Heavenly Soul Empire. After leaving, Du-Bu-Si naturally arrived first at the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire. At this moment, in the palace of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Sect Master, are you all right? As soon as Du-Bu-Si arrived, Princess Wei-Na quickly stepped forward and asked him with concern. It turned out that on that day when Shrek Academy threatened to attack the body sect, Du-Bu-Si had asked Princess Wei-Na to return to the Heavenly Soul Empire. After all, she is still a princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Even though Princess Wei-Na is openly a member of their body sect, her status meant that people from Shrek Academy did not dare to embarrass her too much. However, the Heavenly Soul Empire had no way to assist the body sect because, this time, they were in the wrong, and Shrek Academy was too strong. For this reason, during this time, Princess Wei-Na was very worried about what would happen to the body sect. Now, upon seeing that Du-Bu-Si was safe, she finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. She quickly approached him to offer comfort. Du-Bu-Si smiled faintly and asked, "This is a long story. Where is the emperor? Is he in the palace?" Du-Bu-Si looked at Princess Wei-Na. His main purpose for coming here was to inform the emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire that the senior leaders of Shrek Academy had been wiped out. This was to ensure he stood on their side. Thus, Du-Bu-Si thought it better to discuss everything in the presence of the emperor. "Yes, I'll take you to see him." Princess Wei-Na, knowing Du-Bu-Si well, guessed that he had important matters to discuss with the emperor and didn't waste time in getting to the point. "Please follow me." She quickly led Du-Bu-Si into the palace, and with her guidance, Du-Bu-Si's journey became smooth. After all, as the princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire, she could enter and exit the palace at will, and with her leading the way, Du-Bu-Si would not encounter any obstacles. With Princess Wei-Na's guidance, Du-Bu-Si finally met the emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Although the emperor was the king of a nation, he recognized the power of the body sect and Du-Bu-Si. So, upon seeing Du-Bu-Si again, he did not show an ounce of arrogance. Instead, he simply asked, "Master Du, your sect will not blame us for this matter, right?" The emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire sighed and said to Du-Bu-Si, "In fact, we originally wanted to help with all our strength, but your sect was at fault this time, and most importantly, Muen from Shrek Academy already possesses the strength of a demigod." "I believe you, Master Du. Know that the power of a god transcends that of mortals. While I would naturally help for the sake of our friendship, I am still the king of a nation, and I must consider the well-being of the countless people in the Heavenly Soul Empire. Therefore, I made this choice out of necessity. The Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire apologized directly to Du Bu Si upon meeting him. They had not provided their body sect with any support this time, and the Emperor understood that it was essential to establish a good relationship with them. After all, Du Bu Si standing there safely meant that the body sect had not encountered major issues. Du Bu Si didn't worry too much about this issue. For him, it was already in the past. He merely smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Our body sect will not harbor resentment against the imperial family for this incident. We fully understand the imperial family's difficulties. I have come here for other reasons." After hearing this, Emperor of Heaven's Soul Empire quickly changed the subject. He looked at Du Bu Si with a puzzled expression and asked, "Oh, for other matters, what exactly are you here for this time, Master Du?" "Your Majesty, please look at this." But Du Bu Si did not elaborate. Instead, he retrieved the special water droplets that recorded everything that had happened this time from Yuhao. At this moment, he didn't need to explain too much. He simply detonated the water droplets, and immediately everything that had occurred appeared before Princess Wei Na and the Emperor of Heavenly Soul Empire. At that point, Du Bu Si would carefully observe their reactions. Thus, at this moment, Du Bu Si took out the water droplets given by Yuhao and detonated them. A clear image materialized directly in front of Princess Wei Na and the Emperor of Heavenly Soul Empire. Upon seeing this scene, both Princess Wei Na and the Emperor of Heavenly Soul Empire expressed deep surprise. They began to watch the content in the image, but with each moment, their shock only grew as they witnessed the terrifying strength displayed by Mu En and the brutal slaughter of everyone in the body sect. After witnessing this scene, both Princess Wei Na and the Emperor of Heavenly Soul Empire were left shocked. When they looked at Du Bu Si again, their expressions indicated disbelief because they couldn't comprehend the situation. If the content displayed in this image was true, then Du Bu Si before them should have perished. Yet here he stood alive, leaving Princess Wei Na and the Emperor of Heavenly Soul Empire puzzled. They could not fathom what had happened, so they looked at Du Bu Si and asked, "Master Du, what is going on?" Du Bu Si merely smiled and replied, "Just keep watching." After hearing this, both Princess Wei Na and the Emperor could only continue to observe with patience. As they watched, they finally understood the situation. It turned out that Yuhao had suddenly appeared and resurrected all the deceased members of their body sect. The footage included Yuhao's climactic battle with Mu En. Thus, after witnessing this scene, both the Emperor and Princess Wei Na were astounded. They could not help but stare in astonishment. Although the Emperor saw Yuhao for the first time, he had heard tales of him long before. Princess Wei Na, who had always known Yuhao, could not conceal her shock at this moment. Has young master's power become so terrifying? Has he become a god? Du Bu Si smiled and replied, "Yes, Yuhao has become a god, and he is the most powerful among them. This power cannot be compared to a third-level god like Mu En." The Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire realized the implications of this and cautiously asked Du Bu Si, this time with more fear in his tone, "What does Lord Yuhao mean?" He understood that Du Bu Si had come because of Yuhao's suggestion. The Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire had already begun to contemplate a future policy of governance, which would involve meeting all of Yuhao's needs. Otherwise, the terrifying divine power he wielded was something they could not afford to challenge. Thus, the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire did not hold back at this moment and began to probe Yuhao's intentions. Du Bu Si revealed, "Yuhao means that the top leaders of Shrek Academy have been eliminated by us. While we can handle this matter, we cannot conceal the truth. If we must deal with the aftermath ourselves, our methods may be too overwhelming. Therefore, if possible, we request the Heavenly Soul Empire to take charge of the follow-up regarding Shrek Academy. Of course, I will also be visiting the Star Luo Empire, Du Spirit Empire, and Sun Moon Empire later." The Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire quickly grasped the situation. What Du Bu Si implied by asking for their assistance was merely a pretext. Their primary goal this time was to flex their muscles and demonstrate Yuhao's current strength. Thus, They were hoping that if the other forces were sensible, they would refrain from causing trouble. If not, Shrek Academy might ultimately face dire repercussions. Therefore, the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire promptly conveyed his stance. He resolutely stated to Du, "That's no problem. Sect Master Du, please return and inform Lord Yuhao that the Heavenly Soul Empire will unconditionally cooperate with any of his requests. We will do whatever he asks." Dubuci smiled upon hearing this. "That's fantastic." He swiftly turned to the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire and said, "Well, I won't stay here any longer. I still have to visit the other empires." As Dubuci departed, the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire and Princess Wei Na watched him leave, and after he was gone, the Emperor could not help but exclaim, "I didn't expect Yuhao's strength to become so terrifying." It seems the situation on DOLOU continent is about to change once again. The balance of power between DOLOU continent and Sun-Moon continent is likely to shift entirely shortly. At that time, what will the Sun-Moon Empire, what will the Heavenly Soul Empire, what will the Star Luo Empire, what will the Dew Spirit Empire matter? None of it will be important. The world will fall into a pattern of one superpower and many strong contenders. And at that time, whether it is our DOLOU continent or the Sun-Moon continent, all forces will need to pay attention to the body sect and Yuhao. Princess Wei Na sighed, "I never expected it would turn out like this." The Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire replied, "Yes, who could have predicted such a turn of events? But we are still rather fortunate. At least we are not like Shrek Academy, which has become the antagonist of the body sect. That is the most fortunate thing. Moving forward, we can only do our best to seek development and self-preservation in this situation. I believe the other major empires must be starting to feel a headache about this situation, right?" Chapter 380, DD2 Chapter 380. Shocked Sun-Moon Empire, is Yuhao so strong now? At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the new content emerging on the screen, the Soul Masters in the gap couldn't help but sigh. They began to discuss among themselves. It seems that at this moment, the situation on DOLOU continent has completely changed. The Heavenly Soul Empire is still very rational. At this point, the status of the body sect should have become supreme. Of course, this is what they deserve. The Soul Masters in the gap kept discussing, feeling very happy for the body sect in the parallel world. After all, whether compared to Shrek Academy or the Sun-Moon Empire, the body sect from the parallel world was more well regarded by the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes. Therefore, after witnessing the parallel world's body sect come to such a favorable outcome, many Soul Masters felt a deep sense of joy for them. Of course, some Soul Masters still remembered events from Yuhao's time in the Sun-Moon Empire. Thus, some of them couldn't help but say, "Speaking of which, if Dubuci goes to the Sun-Moon Empire after this, it should cause another significant shock, right? You make it sound as though Dubuci going to other places wouldn't cause a stir." The Soul Master who had spoken earlier shook his head and replied, "That's different. If it were other empires, like the Heavenly Soul Empire that Dubuci had visited before, they might feel shocked upon learning about what happened in the body sect. However, they were merely astonished by Yuhao's strength in the parallel world. But if it's the Sun-Moon Empire, it would be a different story." As he spoke, the Soul Master's expression became somewhat peculiar. The other nearby Soul Masters understood his implication. They quickly added, "If that's the case, it's not incorrect. After all, before this, the Sun-Moon Empire had the chance to have Yuhao from the parallel world, just like the body sect. Unfortunately, they made the wrong choice, which is why Yuhao was forced away." The previous Soul Master nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly. That's why I said that if the Emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire knew about this, it would surely be very interesting. They missed a huge opportunity, and I'm sure they will feel profound regret upon learning this. Not to mention that Yuhao had many friends in the Sun-Moon Empire. I believe his friends will surely be shocked when they learn about his current strength." After finishing his remarks, he continued to gaze at the screen, his eyes filled with great anticipation. And at this moment on the screen, after leaving the Heavenly Soul Empire, Du Bu-Si quickly went to the Du Spirit and Star Luo empires on the Duluo continent. He informed the emperors of both empires about everything that had transpired, just as he had done in the Heavenly Soul Empire. The attitudes of the emperors of the two empires mirrored that of the Heavenly Soul Emperor. Upon learning of the incident, they were all shocked. After watching the content in the picture, they stood there in shock for a long time before finally recognizing their roles. They asked Du Bu-Si, "In that case, what do you want us to do, Lord Yuhao?" They had already gathered Du Bu-Si's intentions, and therefore adopted a very humble attitude. Du Bu-Si used the same words as before to address them. "We want your assistance in eliminating Shrek Academy. Of course, we will collaborate with the other empires." The emperors responded quickly. As the kings of their respective nations, they were naturally astute. After witnessing Yuhao's displayed strength in the picture, they fully understood that Yuhao and the body sect were truly the only deities on the Duluo continent, while Shrek Academy had completely become a relic of the past. Thus, they recognized the need to align with what Yuhao wanted, as it was their only means of survival. So, the kings of these empires all took a unified stance on this matter, echoing, "Understood. We will handle this matter well." After that, Du Bu-Si swiftly made his way to his final destination, the Sun Moon Imperial City. As Duluo Continent and Sun Moon Continent remained in a hostile relationship, and with the Sun Moon Empire gearing up to attack the Heavenly Soul Empire in recent years, the relationship between the Sun Moon Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire was very tense. Therefore, even upon arriving in the Sun Moon Imperial City, Du Bu-Si found it wasn't as easy to meet the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire as it had been in the Duluo Three Kingdoms. Not long after entering the city, he was already under surveillance. Once his identity and strength were known, all attention was directed toward him. Soon enough, Kong Deming, Jing Hongqian, and others led a large troop to surround Du Bu-Si. Now, Jing Hongqian and Meng Hongqian had joined the ranks of the army, accompanied by Ma Rulong and other former members of the Sun Moon team. Over the years, they had become the backbone of the Sun Moon Empire, boasting not only immense strength but also considerable status. They now acted as junior leaders, questioning Du Bu-Si. "Sir, you must be Du Bu-Si, the leader of the body sect. We harbor no ill intentions, but we currently find ourselves in a state of war. Therefore, we find it necessary to ascertain your purpose in visiting our Sun Moon Empire." After observing the demeanor of the troops facing him, Du Bu-Si understood that it would take some effort to secure an audience with the Sun Moon Emperor. Nevertheless, he aimed to complete the mission assigned to him by Yuhao. After some contemplation, he responded to those before him. "Yes, I am here on a mission. I have come on the orders of Yuhao, the new leader of our body sect, to show His Majesty the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire something important." Du Bu-Si referred to Yuhao as the new leader of the body sect. Upon hearing this familiar name, Meng Hongqian, Jing Hongqian, Ma Rulong, and others in the group, as well as Kong Deming and other leaders, all exhibited profound shock. Is Yuhao now the leader of the body sect? Then why is Du Bu-Si still standing here? Doesn't that imply that Yuhao's strength surpasses even that of Du Bu-Si? Could it be that Yuhao truly killed Yi Zishui, Long Xiao, and the forces of the Holy Spirit sect that day? They engaged in animated discussions. After hearing Du Bu-Si's statement, their surprise led to a flurry of speculation. After all, the members of the Holy Spirit sect had mobilized significant forces to encircle and suppress Yuhao that day. Since then, the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit Church had failed to return, just as Long Xiao and Yi Zishui had seemingly vanished from the earth. Since that time, many speculated their fates, but definitive evidence had been lacking. Now, with Du Bu-Si's arrival and his claims, numerous theories came together, prompting the crowd to voice their conjectures. That's precisely why they had asked earlier. Seizing the opportunity, Du Bu-Si continued, "Yes, Yi Zishui and Long Xiao were both killed by Yuhao that day. Even now, the dragon god Mu En from Shrek Academy has been slain by Yuhao. Presently, Yuhao's level has transcended mere ultimate duo and has broken through to the god realm. I am here on behalf of Yuhao to present something to you, the Emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire. After speaking, Du Bu-Si awaited the response of the Soul Masters from the Sun-Moon Empire. On the other side, the Sun-Moon Empire's Soul Masters were rendered speechless after hearing this. After all, the news of Yuhao killing Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao was already a tremendous shock. Now, unexpectedly, Du Bu-Si claimed that Yuhao had become a god. They couldn't simply ignore this. In their memories, Yuhao was indeed capable of creating miracles. If someone else had claimed to become a god on Duoluo continent, they might not have been particularly inclined to believe it. But if the person in question was Yuhao, they recognized that the possibility was very high. Thus, as Du Bu-Si had spoken, the Soul Masters of the Sun-Moon Empire began to exchange glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Jing Hongqian and Kong Deming, awaiting their verdict. Jing Hongqian and Kong Deming exchanged looks. Jing Hongqian quickly posed a direct question to Kong Deming. "Mr. Kong, what should we do?" Kong Deming fell silent for a moment but quickly responded to Jing Hongqian. "We can't disregard this. If it's Yuhao, it's indeed possible that he could achieve this. I believe we should bring him to meet His Majesty the Emperor." Jing Hongqian agreed but still harbored concerns. But what if he suddenly attacks? Kong Deming smiled and shook his head. "If he attacks, then let him. Although Du Bu-Si is powerful, I have now broken through to Super Duoluo and mastered a level 10 Soul Engineer, so handling a mere Du Bu-Si will be no issue. We just need to remain vigilant. If he dares to attack, we will first use the defensive Soul Guide to protect His Majesty the Emperor and then capture him directly." Kong Deming stated his thoughts. Jing Hongqian concurred with him and nodded. "In that case, let's take him to see His Majesty the Emperor." They quickly turned their attention to Du Bu-Si, who stood nearby. "All right, let's take you to see our emperor." However, Kong Deming reminded Du Bu-Si. "But remember, Sect Master Du, this is our territory, so you should refrain from any ill intentions. We, the Sun-Moon Empire, have no grievances against your body sect and will not initiate hostility. But if your body sect harbors malicious intent, then do not blame us for being ruthless." Du Bu-Si was unperturbed by this remark, as he genuinely had no malicious thoughts that day. Furthermore, he felt quite confident. Although the Soul Masters of the Sun-Moon Empire seemed overly arrogant now, he believed that after they learned of Yuhao's current strength, their attitudes toward both the body sect and Du Bu-Si would shift 180 degrees. Du Bu-Si had full faith in this notion. So he replied with a faint smile, "Don't worry, everyone. I came here with good intentions." Jing Hongqian and the others heard this and led Du Bu-Si onward. They were all eager to learn what Du Bu-Si intended to reveal to the Sun-Moon Emperor. During this process, Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian couldn't help but ask Du Bu-Si, "Master Du, has Yuhao become this powerful? Where is he? Why didn't he come himself this time?" Chapter 381, DD2 Chapter 381, The Sun-Moon Empire Accepts Its Fate. What exactly does Yuhao want? What sets them apart from others is that Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian are friends with Yuhao, after all. Moreover, they are very close friends. Therefore, at this moment, even though they are still on their way, if they have the time to learn about Yuhao, they will not waste this opportunity. Consequently, the two quickly asked Du Bu-Si in front of them. Jing Hongqian and Kong Deming were also very interested in Yuhao's current situation. Although they didn't ask directly like Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian, they all perked up their ears to listen. They planned to pay close attention to how Du Bu-Si would respond next. "You two, are you Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian?" Du Bu-Si's demeanor was noticeably more cordial in the presence of Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian. Although this was his first interaction with them, Du Bu-Si had previously learned from Yuhao that they were good friends. Thus, he was much gentler when addressing them. He quickly replied to Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian. "Yuhao's condition is essentially as I mentioned earlier. His original cultivation had already reached level 99. Moreover, he not only killed Yi Zishui and Long Xiao, but also the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. At that time, his strength was already formidable. Afterward, he seized a significant opportunity, leading to his breakthrough into the God realm. He is now entirely different from before. Du Buxi briefly described Yuhao's situation, leaving Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen stunned. Indeed, upon hearing that Yuhao had grown to such heights, they were deeply moved. Although there had been a gap in their cultivation levels initially, it was not insurmountable. Unexpectedly, after only a few years, Yuhao's cultivation and realm had reached a level that felt unreachable to them. Therefore, Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen felt a wave of emotion. Hey, this guy is as impressive as ever. Xiao Hongchen sighed helplessly. Meng Hongchen agreed, saying, yes, after all it's him, he continues to be as outrageous as ever. Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen then asked about Wang Donger, and Du Buxi shared everything he knew. Finally, under the guidance of Kong Deming and others, Du Buxi arrived at the palace of the Sun Moon Empire. Upon reaching this location, the atmosphere grew more serious. Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen stopped their conversation with Du Buxi, adopting a more somber demeanor as they followed behind everyone. Du Buxi followed Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming directly into the palace of the Sun Moon Imperial City. Given that Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming were his escorts, both having high status in the Sun Moon Empire, none of the guards dared to challenge them. Especially after the elimination of the Holy Spirit Church, Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming had become key powerhouses within the Sun Moon Empire, raising their status further. Eventually, led by Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming, Du Buxi successfully met his target, the Sun Moon Emperor, in the palace. Mr. Kong, This was the first time the Sun Moon Emperor had seen Du Buxi, leaving him filled with questions. He inquired of Kong Deming what was happening. Your Majesty, this is Du Buxi, the former leader of the body sect, Kong Deming explained to the Emperor. The Sun Moon Emperor remained confused upon hearing Kong Deming's introduction, but chose to remain silent, trusting that Kong Deming had his reasons. Thus he held his tongue. Kong Deming then addressed Du Buxi, saying, Master Du, I have fulfilled my promise. I've brought you to see our Majesty, so what you mentioned about Master Yuhao wanting us to see, should we proceed? Kong Deming urged him. The Emperor momentarily faltered upon hearing this. Sect Master Yuhao? Yuhao has become the sect master of the body sect. How is this possible? A wave of shock surged through the Sun Moon Emperor's heart. Truthfully, he had long regretted not forcibly saving Yuhao during their previous encounter. He initially believed his decision was correct, but a few years ago, upon discovering that Yuhao was alive and had grown stronger, he knew his choice was wrong. However, by then, it was far too late. Still, he had not anticipated Yuhao's development to this extent. Thus, after hearing Du Buxi's earlier remarks, the Sun Moon Emperor was truly taken aback. He gazed at Du Buxi with amazement, eager to see how he would respond. Du Buxi retrieved the water droplets he had obtained from Yuhao. Channeling his soul power into his fingers, he flicked them rapidly. With that flick, the water droplets shattered, revealing the events that occurred in the body sect that day. The soul masters present were astonished when they witnessed the imagery. After all, what appeared on the screen were earth-shaking battles. Initially, during these battles, Mu-En displayed demigod-level combat power, which completely reshaped the audience's understanding, leaving them in a state of shock as they watched. So, has Mu-En's strength reached this point? Demigod status, that's terrifying. With such power, even a level 10 soul engineer might not pose a significant threat. Kong Deming calculated and deliberated in his mind. Considering their plans to invade the DOLOU continent, he pondered whether they could handle Mu-En's might if they sent troops there. Ultimately, the conclusion was that there would be no way to contend with him. After all, even the level 10 soul guidance device he developed could only be effective against a super DOLOU. Using this soul guidance device against an ultimate DOLOU was already a leap in levels. But it would still be insufficient against an enemy of Mu-En's caliber. Consequently, after these thoughts, Kong Deming's expression grew solemn. However, as the content on the screen changed, they watched as Mu En not only destroyed the entirety of the body sect, but also abducted Hueyuner. Kong Deming and the others were perplexed at this point, as they couldn't understand why Du Buxi was standing there alive. If the events in the pictures were true, then he should have been dead. Thus, Kong Deming and the others continued to observe with lingering doubts. But upon finishing, they observed Yuhao appearing again shortly thereafter. When he emerged, he resembled a god. Not only did he use extraordinary energy to restore all the destroyed sections within the body sect, but he also resurrected everyone from the body sect who had been killed by Mu En. Seeing this, Kong Deming and the others were left speechless. What on earth is happening? Is this even possible? Has Yuhao truly become this powerful? Is this divine power? His abilities don't seem to stem from soul power at all. Wait, his methods appear beyond human capability. Could Yuhao have surpassed Mu En and become a true god? They continued discussing in astonishment. Previously, although Du Buxi had claimed that Yuhao had become a god, the others remained skeptical. Yet at this moment, they realized that Du Buxi was entirely truthful. Yuhao had indeed become a god. As they kept watching the screen, their shock only intensified. Of course, the most shocked individual present was the Sun Moon Emperor, who was filled with regret and fear. His regret stemmed from the poor decision he made previously. Had he not chosen incorrectly, Yuhao might still have been part of their Sun Moon Empire. Had that been the case, unifying the DOLOU continent would have been a simple feat. His fear arose from the concern that Yuhao might seek retribution against him later. While it had not been the Sun Moon Empire that directly attacked Yuhao, they had failed to protect him, which the Sun Moon Emperor had worried about. He was very afraid Yuhao would settle the score with them. Thus, the expression on the Sun Moon Emperor's face was quite complex. In the footage, Yuhao swiftly resurrected all the disciples of the body sect. After that, Wang Donger and the others captured Mu En, leaving the sole masters of the Sun Moon Empire even more stunned. So, Wang Donger has also become a god. Who are those other three? They seem to be gods too. Now the body sect has 5 gods. The people of the Sun Moon Empire gasped upon witnessing the sight. They could hardly believe how events had unfolded. Even one god was beyond the Sun Moon Empire's capacity to confront. But now, with the body sect possessing 5 gods, how were they expected to contend with that? Consequently, all the sole masters of the Sun Moon Empire felt discouraged. They suddenly realized their efforts to invade the DOLOU continent had become futile. For now, the DOLOU continent and Sun Moon continent were already under the control of the body sect. With 5 gods, they could destroy all the principal combatants of the Sun Moon Empire without even needing to attack with their full force. So, what was the point of all their endeavors? After contemplating this, they felt a deep existential doubt creeping in. Furthermore, they had seen Mu En executed in the footage. As they continued to gaze at Du Buxi, their eyes were filled with deep-seated fear. Finally, as the content on the screen concluded, the entire palace of the Sun Moon Empire fell silent. Despite the presence of countless soul masters and high officials, no one dared to speak, for they were uncertain of what actions to take in such a scenario. Ultimately, it was the Sun Moon Emperor who reacted first. His response mirrored that of the emperors from other empires. Having watched the footage, he had fully accepted his fate. Thus, the Sun Moon Emperor quickly rose and looked at Du Buxi. Then, he asked, "Master Du, I understand your intentions. Just tell me, what does Master Yuhao want us to do? We will fully cooperate." Chapter 382. DD2, Chapter 382. The think tanks of the 4 empires discuss together how to justify the destruction of Shrek Academy. After hearing what the Sun Moon Emperor said, Du Buxi did not waste too much time. He quickly conveyed all of Yuhao's requirements, just as he had done before in the DOLOU 3 kingdoms. As for the Sun Moon Emperor, after hearing Du Buxi's requirements, he could only agree. After all, Yuhao and the body sect were far too strong now. These are 5 god-level combat forces. The two sides are not on the same level of combat power at all. As long as Yuhao and the body sect were willing, they could take control of the Sun-Moon Empire at any time. Under such circumstances, even the Sun-Moon Emperor would naturally be submissive in the face of Yuhao and the body sect. So they quickly expressed their agreement. Dubuci left satisfied after hearing this, ready to report back to Yuhao in the body sect. As for the Sun-Moon Emperor, seeing this scene left him feeling increasingly regretful. If I had only known this, why did I act in the first place? The previous choice was truly wrong. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, lamenting the mistake he had made. However, the Sun-Moon Emperor also understood that things had come to this point, and feeling regret was futile. There is no such thing as regret medicine in the world. So he could only accept this harsh reality, and prepare to contact the other major empires to discuss how to deal with Shrek Academy. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, many soul masters witnessed the events unfolding on the screen and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the pattern of the entire parallel world has been completely established. Yuhao and the body sect have truly become the supreme existence. Tusk, who would have thought such an ending would come about? They continued to lament. However, some soul masters mocked the parallel world's Sun-Moon Emperor. After all, many of them had been dissatisfied with the Sun-Moon Emperor for a long time. Had he not made that wrong choice that day, Yuhao would not have ended up in such a dire situation. Thus, seeing the Sun-Moon Emperor regret so much on screen, many soul masters in the gap between the planes began to laugh heartily. However, Bibaidong was more focused on the affairs of Shrek Academy. After observing the content on the screen, Bibaidong quickly commented, "But, given the current situation, Shrek Academy is truly finished now." "It's remarkably satisfying," she laughed heartily. After hearing Bibaidong's words, Caiyan Rengsu quickly responded, "Isn't it? Now that the senior leaders of Shrek Academy have all been wiped out, this massive academy is left leaderless. And most importantly, Shrek Academy has offended the body sect, so the major empires will impose sanctions to appease the body sect. In this way, I believe Shrek Academy will be disbanded soon." Caiyan Rengsu articulated her opinion. Bibaidong laughed uproariously. "It should have been dealt with long ago. Such a deceitful institution should have faced consequences ages ago. Haha, let's enjoy watching the final fate of this deceitful institution." After a derisive chuckle, Bibaidong returned her attention to the screen. At this moment on the screen, after a brief exchange of letters, the emperors of the 4 empires on the DOLOU continent all decided to convene in the Heavenly Soul Empire. Dealing with Shrek Academy was of paramount importance. While Shrek Academy itself was not their primary concern, how to handle the situation effectively was crucial, as they needed to convey their intentions to Yuhao and the body sect clearly and satisfy them. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face difficulties in the future. The challenge, however, was that Shrek Academy had long enjoyed an impeccable reputation. After all, it was still recognized as the #1 academy on the DOLOU continent. Therefore, even if the 4 empires wanted to act against Shrek Academy, they needed appropriate and legitimate reasons. Otherwise, the general populace would reject their actions, which could damage their credibility and portray them as incompetent. Under these circumstances, the leaders of the 4 empires decided to bring together their think tanks in the Heavenly Soul Empire to discuss the matter collaboratively. This way, everyone could express their views face-to-face, communicate effectively, and arrive at the most suitable course of action. Moreover, since the Heavenly Soul Empire was quite close to the body sect, the outcome would depend on Yuhao's decision, making it convenient for them to gauge his attitude. After deliberation, the senior officials of the 4 empires decided to head to the Heavenly Soul Empire for this discussion, and began their journey to the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Upon their long-awaited arrival, the Heavenly Soul Empire had gone to great lengths to arrange a warm and welcoming venue and accommodations. At this moment, they all appeared cheerful, particularly the Sun-Moon Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire, who demonstrated their newfound closeness. Though they had clashed in the past, they tacitly reconciled now, realizing that further conflict was meaningless. The four empires were, in truth, in the same boat. The strength of the body sect and Yuhao above was overwhelmingly powerful. Without unity, the four empires saw no future for themselves. They were keenly aware of the choices that would allow their nations to survive in these perilous times. The meeting commenced shortly after. As the host, the Sun Moon Emperor sent his think tank representative and began soliciting ideas from the think tanks of the other empires. Everyone, what do you think is the best justification for us to impose sanctions on Shrek Academy this time? The think tanks from the other empires shared their strategies. This time, they were sincere in their approach. After hearing the inquiry from the Heavenly Soul Empire's think tank, the think tank of the Star Luo Empire took the lead in offering their suggestions. I believe we can start with the dark sides of Shrek Academy. Every organization has its flaws, especially one like Shrek Academy, which showcases more propaganda than actual ability. Since everyone present was leaders and thinkers from major empires, they were not ordinary citizens of the DOLOU continent. They were quite familiar with the reality of Shrek Academy. Despite being labeled as the top academy for years, Shrek Academy's teaching quality fell short of being number one. Their reputation stemmed mainly from their strong senior management and their consistent recruitment of geniuses, which made their teaching appear commendable. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Shrek Academy's educational methods were underwhelming. Many parents on the DOLOU continent expressed dissatisfaction with Shrek Academy each year, and the academy was notorious for randomly expelling students. Hence, many societal grievances toward Shrek Academy had existed prior. These criticisms were silenced for years due to its power. Now, the strategic thinkers of the Star Luo Empire believed those grievances could be a tool. Thus, he addressed the high-ranking officials before him. If we want to dismantle Shrek Academy, we must first inform the public that it's not an exceptional and honorable academy. Otherwise, even if we employ forceful measures against them, the public will ultimately reject it, leading to backlash that no one desires. A leader from the Heavenly Soul Empire nodded in agreement and added, "Yes, I concur. I believe we shouldn't rush to assault Shrek Academy, but rather use public sentiment to tarnish their image first, reshaping the public's perception of them. After all, Shrek Academy is merely an empty shell at present, with the senior management now deceased. Thus, no matter what we do, even if we directly discredit them, they cannot retaliate. Moreover, Shrek Academy isn't clean either. We don't need to overstate our claims against them. We can simply unveil the myriad of hidden scandals they have accumulated over the years, which is more than enough to bring them down." The comments made by the think tank from the Heavenly Soul Empire resonated with many intelligent individuals present. Their envisioned approach mirrored this sentiment. As a result, after hearing the words of the Heavenly Soul Empire's representative, another sage from the Dew Spirit Empire promptly stood up. He snapped his fingers, and several guards emerged immediately. They held large, thick documents in their hands and, as they approached everyone present, distributed one to each attendee. The sage then proclaimed, "Your thoughts align with mine. I also believe that to break through Shrek Academy, we must begin with public opinion and dismantle its seemingly invincible reputation. Only then can we launch an actual robust offensive against them. Before coming here, I had my people begin collecting black materials about Shrek Academy from over the years. Everyone, please have a look." After he finished speaking, he began flipping through the documents, and as he did, dense texts and images displayed upon them. Everyone present began to review the contents, and upon examination, they saw each detail clearly. It turned out that many scandals regarding Shrek Academy were documented here. For example, why did Shrek Academy require a letter of recommendation from city lords for admission? In truth, it was because Shrek Academy had established a private arrangement with those city lords. Although they didn't charge exorbitant tuition fees, every city lord was required to pay monthly tributes to Shrek Academy. Only in this way could the city lords decide whether students were qualified for Shrek Academy. Otherwise, those city lords were effectively marginalized. Some city lords who were unwilling to pay tribute would not be acknowledged by the academy, regardless of having a letter of recommendation. Consequently, Shrek Academy received a massive fortune from these city lords, leading to its incredible wealth over the years. However, how could these city lords engage in a losing business? While they had to pay tributes to Shrek Academy, undoubtedly, the parents of those students seeking admission also had to pay bribes to the lords. Even those of a certain status would provide gifts and financial incentives when seeking favors. For those without status, significantly larger sums were required for their children to attend Shrek Academy. The amount of gifts these city lords received was substantial. Although each had limited admission slots each year, everyone wanted their children to study at Shrek Academy. This trend led to an influx of gifts. Ultimately, even if only a few were successfully recommended, the gifts given by others would not be returned by the city lord. Thus, while they were required to pay tributes to Shrek Academy every month, these city lords enjoyed lucrative profits and grew wealthy. And this was just the first scandal concerning Shrek Academy. Chapter 383, DD2 Chapter 383, Shrek's Black Material Exposed, Zhang Lexuan's Entanglement. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, although Shrek Academy has already collapsed, to be honest, before this, most of the soul masters in this gap between the planes did not fully understand that Shrek Academy had colluded with the city lords of various cities, and this matter had never been directly exposed. However, with the new content on the screen starting to play, the soul masters in this gap discovered this matter quite clearly. They all felt a rising indignation. Those who had been harmed stood up and spoke out. Thus, the chat room in the gap between the planes became quite lively once again. I testify that this kind of thing does exist. I spent a lot of money on gifts to get my child accepted into Shrek Academy, but what was the result? The matter was not resolved, and the money was not returned. I can only say it was truly black-hearted. I can also testify I have seen this kind of thing. Although it didn't happen in our family, a friend of mine experienced this. However, what makes people even angrier is that his family conditions are very ordinary. Yet, to send their children to Shrek Academy and obtain the city lord's recommendation letter, they had to sell their pots and pans and give gifts to the other party. But what's the outcome? The city lords who had enjoyed extravagant lifestyles certainly didn't value their petty offerings. In the end, they not only failed to accomplish their mission, but were also looked down upon by the other party. That was truly miserable. I want to share my experience too. The city lord here is particularly notorious. He is a lecher who prefers married women the most. So for families with average financial means, his condition was to let them sleep with him for a few nights. Who would have thought that this would ultimately become his means of controlling those married women? Over the years, I don't know how many women he has victimized. Moreover, very few have succeeded in their mission. People in the chat room stood up to voice their grievances. At this point, Shrek Academy had completely collapsed, and they no longer had to fear as before. They knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they didn't seize it now, it would be nearly impossible to expose these city lords in the future. With such an opportunity at hand, those suffering in the gap between the planes felt compelled to speak up. After hearing these testimonies, many soul masters in the gap of the plane were filled with anger. They expressed their sentiments one by one. So, is it really like this? Tusk, 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 this damned Shrek Academy has indeed committed countless sins. Fortunately, Shrek Academy on our side has fallen into decline. I hope the Shrek Academy in this parallel world is also destroyed soon. What an ugly organization. The soul masters in the gap continued discussing among themselves while maintaining a keen interest in Shrek Academy. They wished for its swift destruction. Meanwhile on the screen. Is this kind of thing true? Upon learning about these events, many senior officials from the three empires of the DOLOU continent also erupted in anger. This kind of behavior is something they, as managers, absolutely do not want to tolerate. At this moment, the emperors of the several empires and high-ranking officials turned their attention to the think tank member who provided the information earlier. It's true, my lords. the think tank member responded directly to the dignitaries. In fact, they had been unaware of such incidents before this. After all, Shrek Academy had always shielded them from scrutiny. If they didn't examine the matter closely, they wouldn't know what was truly happening. This time, they discovered that Shrek Academy was indeed committing sins. Just focusing on the city lord's recommendation letters revealed the harm done to countless families. Thus, they resolutely decided to bring this matter to light. On one hand, it was a brilliant way to bring down Shrek Academy. On the other hand, they recognized that the implications of this discovery were far-reaching. If they did not seize this opportunity, the matter might never be resolved, which is why they made it a priority on this occasion. This matter must be addressed seriously. All city lords who have participated in collusion with Shrek Academy must be dismissed and punished accordingly. Those families who have been harmed over the years must be compensated. As expected, the leaders of the major empires also displayed a tough stance on this occasion. On one hand, this was a strategic move against Shrek Academy. On the other hand, with so many influential figures present, they wanted to save face. The exposure of such actions had already embarrassed them. Failing to handle it properly would result in an even greater loss of dignity. Thus, they all exhibited an extremely serious attitude toward this matter. Yes, all the think tank members immediately agreed. They swiftly acted according to the directives of the heads of the major empires. They dispatched forces to arrest all the implicated city lords according to their lists. Following that, public notices were issued to expose all the illicit dealings between Shrek Academy and those city lords across the various empires. The people of the major empires were infuriated. As they continually condemned these city lords, the previously flawless image of Shrek Academy began to crack. The populace of the major empires grew extremely agitated, relentlessly questioning Shrek Academy. Shouldn't Shrek Academy come out and explain this matter? What is happening here? Is Shrek Academy truly in collusion with these city lords? If that's the case, it's appalling. Initially, we were told it was due to limited teacher resources, merely intended to allow more talented students to receive the education they deserve. Now, it appears this was all for Shrek Academy to profit. So this is what Shrek Academy has become. Frankly, we are very disappointed in you. Yes, where are the senior members of Shrek Academy? Aren't they going to explain? Or will you ultimately pay a price for this? The people of the major empires continued their verbal assault on Shrek Academy. However, despite being mere words, the force of public opinion was terrifying. As for Shrek Academy, almost all senior members had perished. Since Mu-N had previously valued the body sect highly, all strong individuals from Shrek Academy had been deployed. Now, those remaining within Shrek Academy were unaware of the Academy's true core issues. The remaining individuals were either ordinary teachers, outer sect masters, or disciples who were studying in the Academy. Yet, these people were oblivious to Shrek Academy's true nature. Thus, upon hearing of these events, the remaining Shrek members felt anxious. Where are the senior members of our Shrek Academy? Why aren't they saying anything? Yes, I refuse to believe that our Shrek Academy is like this. But why is there no explanation from our Shrek Academy? Where is the dean? Where is the dean? The entire Shrek Academy plunged into chaos. Numerous students expressed their dissatisfaction with the situation, and even some teachers voiced their strong discontent, leading many to the director's office of Shrek Academy to make demands. However, Du Weilan found himself in a troublesome position. Although he was the head of Shrek Academy and had regular interactions with influential figures, he lacked knowledge about the core matters of the Academy. Thus, he was unable to provide the clarity sought by others. Consequently, Du Weilan felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, in Shrek Academy, Bebe, tell me, is this incident true? Is our Shrek Academy so unbearable? Has our Shrek Academy committed so many wrongdoings? Zhang Lexuan was a person with a strong moral compass. She had never been inclined to wrongdoing and had spent years at Shrek Academy, always feeling proud of her contributions. Yet she did not expect such a scandal to erupt this time. Her frustration turned into confusion as she started to question whether her faith in Shrek Academy for so many years was misplaced. Thus, she turned to Bebe with a puzzled expression. But Bebe firmly believed in the righteousness of their Shrek Academy. After hearing Zhang Lexuan's words, he quickly replied, "Big sister, this is impossible. It is certainly a smear campaign by others. We at Shrek Academy have always believed in fairness and justice. How could such a thing arise from our institution? You must have confidence in our academy. And don't forget who has been the leader of Shrek Academy over the years. That's Xuanzu, Muen. Do you truly believe Xuanzu would partake in such actions?" Bebe spoke with righteousness and conviction. He genuinely believed in Shrek Academy. Although Zhang Lexuan still harbored doubts, after hearing Bebe's assurances, she felt a little reassured. Zhang Lexuan had a deep bond with Shrek Academy. Moreover, having been rescued by Muen, she had always trusted him deeply. Under Muen's leadership, she believed their academy could not possibly engage in such despicable acts. In the end, Zhang Lexuan looked at Bebe with sincerity in her eyes. "You're right. It seems I was thinking too much." "Thank you, Bebe. If it weren't for you, I might have doubted our Shrek Academy." "You're right. How could our Shrek Academy do such a thing? Over the years, our academy has put in so much effort for peace and stability on the DOLOU continent. Not to mention, our supervisory group has lost so many students fighting against evil soul masters. Our students sacrificed their lives. I believe Shrek Academy would never commit such an act." Bebe nodded at Zhang Lexuan, saying, "It's great that you can think this way, senior sister. But until now, I still have no idea where Xuanzu and the others are. Logically speaking, with such a significant incident occurring, they should know about it and rush back. But I don't know why. Up till now, there has been no news from Xuanzu and the others at all." Bebe continued, concern etched on his face. He had trust in Shrek Academy, but felt worried as Muen and the others had been absent for such a long time. Zhang Lexuan reassured him, saying, "Bebe, there's no need to worry. Given Xuanzu's strength, no one could pose any threat to them on the DOLOU continent. Plus, since they're all out together, it's even more formidable. No force in DOLOU can contend with all the senior leaders of Shrek Academy simultaneously. I suspect they must have been delayed by something." Chapter 384, DD2 Chapter 384, Wang Yan and Du Weilan's plan, Shrek can still be saved. Zhang Lexuan still had great confidence in the strength of Muen and others. She felt it was not an exaggeration to call Muen the strongest in the DOLOU continent, except for the beast god Daitian. Even though Long Xiao and Yizishui were also ultimate DOLOU, they lacked the light of the sea god in comparison to Muen. Therefore, in a real fight, Muen would prevail. So, even if Bebe was a little worried about Muen and the others disappearing for so long, Zhang Lexuan was completely unconcerned. She thought that nothing would happen to Muen and the others. After hearing Bebe's concerns, Zhang Lexuan began to comfort him again. Encouraged by Zhang Lexuan, Bebe felt that her reassurances made sense. He quickly replied to Zhang Lexuan, "Indeed. Xuanzu and the others are still extremely powerful. Unless the beasts in the Stardew Great Forest attack together, it's impossible to take them down. But without reason, those beasts would never leave the Stardew Great Forest, so Xuanzu and the others should not be in trouble." Bebe felt relieved at this point. Then he spoke to Zhang Lexuan. "In that case, we need to stabilize the morale of our academy as much as possible. Currently, the entire Shrek Academy is in a panic due to outside public opinion. Although wise people know that rumors should not be taken seriously, it's understandable that the Shrek community feels scared since Xuanzu and the others haven't explained the situation yet." Zhang Lexuan nodded in agreement. "Okay, then let's go help Director Du Weilan." After finishing their conversation, they rushed to the teaching department of Shrek Academy, ready to help calm the emotions of its people and temporarily alleviate some of the external pressure of public opinion through their efforts. However, at this moment, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters present couldn't help but start laughing after seeing the content on the screen. Although they held no prejudice against Zhang Lexuan and did not hate her, After witnessing the conversation between her and Bebe, the soul masters in the gap burst into laughter. They knew that Bebe and Zhang Lexuan were completely mistaken. Shrek Academy was much more corrupt than they realized. Mu En and the others were far from the forefront of power on the current DOLOU continent. After seeing the content on the screen, the soul masters in the gap began speaking again. Hee, I didn't expect that Bebe and Zhang Lexuan in this parallel world would still be so naive. But this is understandable. As the saying goes, those close to vermilion become red, and those close to ink become black. Since they are in Shrek Academy, they are naturally unaware of the truth and are misled by the lies propagated by Shrek Academy. This is not their fault. But this makes me curious. I wonder how Bebe and Zhang Lexuan in this parallel world will react once they discover the truth. Will they ever learn the truth? Why not? The truth is that those in the parallel world have already died. Not to mention that Shrek Academy wasn't clean to begin with. Even if they were, the other four empires would find ways to smear their reputation. Because they offended Yuhao in the parallel world. To demonstrate their loyalty, the four empires must take action. So, in the end, it's Shrek Academy in the parallel world that will suffer, isn't it? In my opinion, Shrek Academy is bound to face misfortune. The four empires will surely devise many schemes against them. Now, we just need to wait and see. A group of soul masters continued discussing, eagerly anticipating the events that would unfold. Meanwhile on the screen. After agreeing with Bebe, Zhang Lexuan quickly made her way to Shrek Academy to stabilize morale. Zhang Lexuan had no means to pacify those outside, as they were not from Shrek Academy. Although she was well known within Shrek Academy, her reputation did not extend beyond its walls. Yet, she knew she could still be a source of support for the students and teachers in Shrek Academy. Thus, at this critical juncture, Zhang Lexuan took the stage. Everyone, please be quiet. We have all been part of Shrek Academy for such a long time. I believe everyone understands what Shrek Academy is truly like. I am troubled and cannot comprehend why the senior management of Shrek Academy has yet to come forward to clarify the truth. This is indeed a bit strange. However, when I think about it carefully, why is this incident so coincidental? Why wasn't this issue raised when the senior management of Shrek Academy was present? Why only now, when they are absent, does it come to light? I think it's reasonable to suspect that this is a carefully planned attack on Shrek Academy by an external force. If we consider it from this perspective, I believe everyone can calm down. Zhang Lexuan continued articulating her thoughts. Bebe also spoke at this moment. Yes, everyone. As members of Shrek Academy, we should unite and support one another. Moreover, it's understandable that outsiders may not believe in our Shrek Academy, as they do not know our situation. But should we, as our people, cast doubt on each other? I believe that the reports circulating outside must be based on gross misunderstandings. I do not think our Shrek Academy would engage in such behavior. There must be misunderstandings at play. So, I urge everyone to remain calm and give Shrek Academy some time. I believe we will soon receive answers, and our senior management will return shortly. The truth will undoubtedly be revealed then. Bebe continued to speak. Within Shrek Academy, many students and teachers who had previously doubted or lost faith in the academy due to public opinion found their hearts slowly calming after hearing what Bebe and Zhang Lexuan had said. Indeed, their distrust stemmed not from disbelief in Shrek Academy itself, but rather from a sense of insecurity due to its current leadership vacuum. Now, after Zhang Lexuan and Bebe took charge of the situation, many students and teachers regained their composure. They restored their faith in Shrek Academy and even began to chant slogans. That's right, we at Shrek Academy would never do such a thing. I believe in Shrek. That's right, I believe in Shrek too. The voices of students and teachers continued to echo. After witnessing this scene, Zhang Lexuan felt a bit relieved. Some senior students at Shrek Academy voiced their support. We also trust Shrek Academy. Don't worry, senior sister, senior brother Bebe, we will not stand idly by while Shrek Academy is in trouble this time. You were right earlier. This situation arose so suddenly and with intense force, it must be a premeditated attack on our academy. Coincidentally, our family has some influence in the Star Luo Empire. I will contact my family and ask for their help to restore Shrek Academy's reputation. A student from a prominent family in the Star Luo Empire quickly declared his support. After hearing this, disciples from other influential families also expressed their solidarity. Among those voicing their support were nobles from the four empires, their families bearing esteemed titles. As the second generation of officials, they held certain power and renown in their respective nations, making their assistance beneficial for Shrek Academy. Another group included disciples from various sects, either the sons of elders or clan leaders. They also had significant influence. At this moment, they expressed their willingness to help Shrek Academy overcome its difficulties. This enthusiasm brought great joy to all students and teachers of Shrek Academy, filling them with renewed confidence. Thank you all for your support. After this incident, Shrek Academy will surely give back. After hearing their declarations, Zhang Lexuan felt a surge of happiness. What Shrek Academy needed now was support from every corner. They recognized that public opinion was rising and that if all parties could come together to suppress it, the crisis could be resolved more swiftly. Once the situation was contained, they could deal with it more effectively. Consequently, Zhang Lexuan expressed her gratitude to each of them. No need for that, senior sister. We are all from Shrek Academy. When Shrek Academy is in trouble, we should all lend our support. This sentiment further ignited a sense of enthusiasm among the students of Shrek Academy. While they expressed their support, many also secretly hoped for a reward from Shrek Academy. Some had been hesitant to assist initially, but after hearing Zhang Lexuan's inspiring words, they resolved to reach out to their families for help. They understood that if they could help Shrek Academy weather this storm successfully, they would undoubtedly be rewarded in the future. Thus, many students had a change of heart. Lexuan, Bei, you both did an incredible job this time. Thanks to your efforts, our Shrek Academy has managed to stabilize the situation temporarily. At this moment, Wang Yan, Du Weilan, and others also stepped forward. They had been present during the previous events, but their efforts had not yielded the same effect as those of Bei and Zhang Lexuan due to their lower reputations. However, the situation had begun to stabilize due to Zhang Lexuan and Bei's intervention, allowing them to breathe a little easier. Wang Yan said, "Everyone, I have an idea. If possible, we can also seek help from the three empires in the name of Shrek Academy." Despite our academy having maintained a distance from the three empires on DOLOU continent, we have also provided them with numerous favors over the years. Let's not forget the Shrek Supervisory Group. We have eliminated countless evil soul masters across DOLOU continent. Thus, the entire DOLOU continent owes us a debt of gratitude. I don't know who orchestrated this incident, but it happened suddenly, and the major empires didn't have time to assist. However, I believe that if we take the initiative to ask for help, they will show us respect, and we can subsequently suppress this matter. Du Weilan nodded in agreement after hearing this. I concur, and the most crucial factor is that the Sun-Moon continent is eyeing our DOLOU continent. Even though the other three empires are strong, I believe the Sun-Moon Empire is hesitant to take any aggressive actions precisely because they fear our Shrek Academy. Otherwise, they would have declared war long ago. I perceive this kind of situation, and I believe the other empires recognize it too. Therefore, for their interests, they will undoubtedly come to our aid. Wang Yan nodded in response. Following this, Du Weilan promptly sent people to the major empires with Wang Yan to plead for assistance. After witnessing this scene, the soul masters in the gap between the planes were filled with amusement once again. Chapter 385, DD2 Chapter 385, Identity Change, Street Rat Shrek. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters laughed after seeing the latest content played on the screen. As for why they couldn't help laughing at this moment, it was mainly because, from their perspective, the thoughts and practices of the people in Shrek Academy were extremely ridiculous. Nothing they did or thought was right, and everything was wrong. They didn't expect that this time was not an accident at all. It was a coordinated attack by the four empires aimed at Shrek Academy. They didn't realize that their Shrek Academy had become a fish on the chopping block at the mercy of others. Thus, the fate of Shrek Academy was completely doomed. Therefore, after seeing the content that appeared on the screen, the soul masters in the gap between the planes began to discuss. Haha, it's really funny, these Shrek Academy guys. Until now, they still think their value is very high. But what they didn't expect is that Shrek Academy is now worthless. The reason the other four empires haven't taken action against them is merely to maintain a good reputation, while continuously weakening the people of DOLOU continent's good impression of Shrek Academy. They haven't continued their attack for the time being, but once the top leaders of the four empires achieve their goals, they will ruthlessly strike directly at Shrek Academy. Isn't it unfortunate? The current Shrek Academy is still obsessed with the glory of the past, believing the entire DOLOU continent revolves around them. What they don't know is that the dynamics of the DOLOU continent have shifted completely without their realization. In short, another good show will soon unfold. No matter which empire on DOLOU continent Wang Yan and his party approach for help, they will ultimately be turned away. I find it quite exhilarating. The once lofty Shrek Academy has become a target for ridicule, like a rat crossing the street. How exciting will that be? It's really interesting. The soul masters in the gap between the planes kept talking. After a brief discussion, they continued to watch the screen. And at that moment on the screen, a few days later, Wang Yan and other members from Shrek Academy did go to the major empires and influential forces on DOLOU continent for help. Upon discovering Wang Yan's arrival, the soldiers immediately reported the matter to the top leaders of several empires. No, let them go. Zhu Jiawei was extremely tough on the matter. Although the Star Luo Empire has always had a good relationship with Shrek Academy over the years, there is a saying, there are only eternal interests, no eternal friends. The current situation of Shrek Academy is that everyone pushes down the wall when it falls. Now Yuhao and the Body Sect are the true top forces on DOLOU continent, and this Shrek Academy is merely a piece of fish that can be slaughtered at will. Given this situation, the Star Luo Empire, regardless of how deep their past friendship with Shrek Academy was, has to set aside those matters now. For them, the most crucial thing now is to protect themselves. Zhu Jiawei's choice was thus very rational. He instructed his subordinates to drive Wang Yan and others away, and then directly issued orders to others in his charge. Let those nobles and major forces listen carefully. Shrek Academy is finished. All the senior leaders of Shrek Academy are dead, and Yuhao of the Body Sect has ascended to godhood. Now Yuhao wants Shrek Academy to perish, and perish it must. No one is allowed to support Shrek during this time. No one is allowed to spread this news. Otherwise, be prepared to face my wrath. Zhu Jiawei said coldly. After all, he is still the king of a country. When he speaks, he intimidates. Upon hearing Zhu Jiawei's order, the people below immediately set about executing the matter. While they described the situation, they did not provide too many details. However, they conveyed the matter's significance, which led the major forces and nobles on the DOLOU continent to understand the situation clearly. They realized that this time, Shrek Academy was done for. Under these circumstances, being tied to Shrek Academy was not favorable. At this moment, in Shrek Academy, Wang Yan and others, who had initially been filled with confidence, returned empty-handed and now looked extremely grim. As they sat in the conference room, their expressions turned cold. None of them understood why the major forces, which had previously scrambled to curry favor with Shrek Academy, were unwilling to help them now. What is going on? At this moment, Zhang Lexuan, Beibei, Du Weilan, and others all arrived. They were unaware that Wang Yan and the others had been turned away and therefore had high expectations. They hurried forward and asked Wang Yan and the others directly, "How did it go? Teacher Wang Yan, did you achieve any results this time?" They all expected Wang Yan to provide a positive answer. Unfortunately, he could not nod affirmatively because they truly returned without good news. Everyone sighed, and then Wang Yan, as a representative, said, "This time, I don't know what happened. In the past, whether it was the three empires or other forces on DOLOU continent, they always proactively sought our favor. But this time, upon seeing us, it was as if they faced the plague. Although they did not show overt hostility towards us, they have become extremely cold when interacting with us. They even deliberately distanced themselves from us. This is something I cannot fathom." Wang Yan continued recounting all that he experienced during this outing. This caused everyone in Shrek Academy to feel utterly shocked, as they had not expected matters to turn out this way. It was completely beyond common sense. How could this happen? Upon hearing this, Beibei's expression suddenly became worried. Even Zhang Lexuan, who had previously felt completely confident, grew somewhat anxious. She said, "Mr. Mew and the others haven't returned yet. Could it be that something truly happened to them, and that only the people of Shrek Academy remain oblivious to the truth? Otherwise, I cannot comprehend why things have turned out like this." Just then, a teacher from Shrek Academy burst in anxiously. "It's bad, everyone, it's not good." Upon hearing the teacher's words, the mood of those present soured significantly. The current situation was already dire. The teacher seemed to bring even more bad news, which was truly unsettling. So Beibei, Du Weilan, and others instinctively did not want to heed the matter. Yet they understood it was futile to avoid certain issues, so even if they were displeased, they had to confront the situation. Not long after, Du Weilan asked the Shrek Academy teacher, "Teacher Li, what happened? Why do you look so panicked?" Once Du Weilan spoke, the teacher named Li replied, "Many students in our Shrek Academy were forcibly taken away by their parents, and some even dropped out of school. And those students are all children of nobles, including a disciple from a prominent family. They had supported us before, even promising to seek assistance from their families for Shrek Academy. I never expected it would end like this." Upon hearing this, Du Weilan, Beibei, and the others' expressions turned grim. Shock washed over their faces, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "How could this happen?" At such a critical moment, why did these people withdraw the ladder? Finally, Zhang Lexuan confirmed her earlier suspicion. She said, "It seems that matters have indeed become very complicated. This time, it's likely as I suspected before. It's highly plausible that something has happened to the senior executives of our Shrek Academy. And what our Shrek Academy relies on most is the upper management. If anything happens to them, then our academy will be rendered worthless. Thus, I can only conclude this possibility. Otherwise, the attitudes of the major forces towards us would not have shifted so drastically." Beibei interjected, "But Xuanzu and his men are exceptionally strong. How could such a thing occur?" Zhang Lexuan sighed and said, "I don't want to believe that this is true. However, honestly, so much time has passed, and this incident is so significant. If Mr. Mew and his team could escape, they would have returned long ago. But the problem is, they still have not appeared." Upon hearing Zhang Lexuan's words, everyone fell silent. Afterward, they all looked at Zhang Lexuan and began asking her what to do next. Although she wasn't the eldest among them, she possessed the highest qualifications and status, having already been admitted to the Sea God Pavilion. In this situation, everyone was inclined to follow Zhang Lexuan's command and guidance. Zhang Lexuan was not vague at this time. She recognized someone needed to take charge. She stated directly, "I believe our next step is to determine what happened to the senior leaders of our Shrek Academy. Since so many nobles and forces have rejected negotiations with us now, it indicates they possess certain information. If we are unable to uncover what has happened to our leaders, we'll have to begin with these nobles and sects." Zhang Lexuan expressed her thoughts clearly, and the others around her felt a sense of acknowledgement upon hearing her rationale. So they wasted no time and swiftly got to work. On the other side, in the body sect, when confronted by Yuhao, the four empires were filled with trepidation. Yuhao's strength was now formidable, and with such a terrifying entity looming over them, they had to be cautious in all their actions, fearing that one misstep would trigger Yuhao's wrath, resulting in the annihilation of their countries. Thus, after making decisions and achieving milestones, they directly reported to Yuhao at the body sect. At this moment, it unfolded like this. The emperors of the four empires stood respectfully before Yuhao as he held the reports they had brought to examine. After reading them, Yuhao finally made his stance clear. "Well done, you may continue with this approach." Upon hearing Yuhao's words, the emperors collectively sighed with relief and then expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Yuhao. We will continue to work hard." Chapter 386, DD2 Chapter 386. The second stage, the scum of Shrek Academy exposed. After learning that Yuhao is now very satisfied with the performance of their four empires, the top leaders of the four empires felt relieved. After all, Yuhao is too powerful now. Although the people who previously spoke with Yuhao were all kings of their respective countries and held great power, they truly did not feel any sense of superiority or air in front of him. Instead, they felt very humble. Therefore, their status with Yuhao was completely unequal at this moment. In this case, upon hearing Yuhao's reply, the top leaders of the four empires were understandably quite happy. They continued to listen to Yuhao's instructions before saying goodbye to him. Afterward, they quickly returned to the meeting room of the Heavenly Soul Empire. "Okay, let's report the current situation again." After leaving the body sect, the leaders of the major empires felt much more at ease. Upon arriving at the meeting room, they became lively and began discussing how to deal with Shrek Academy. The leaders of the major empires did not hesitate. After one person took the lead, others soon stood up to express their ideas, and some directly sorted out the current situation. A middle-aged man wearing glasses said, "According to my understanding, our plan this time was implemented very successfully. After we exposed the dark side of Shrek Academy, many people who had been oppressed stood up to speak out, forming a powerful force to help us. The most direct result of this is that many people and soul masters on the DOLOU continent have seen the true face of Shrek Academy. Now, Shrek Academy has become the target of criticism from the vast majority of people on DOLOU continent. Although there are still some who choose to believe in Shrek, the number of supporters for Shrek Academy has greatly diminished. Therefore, our next step is to continue to dig up dirt on Shrek Academy and further affect their status and reputation among the people. In this way, it won't be long before Shrek Academy becomes a target of public criticism again. When that time comes, we can follow the trend and destroy Shrek Academy based on public opinion." The middle-aged man stood up and expressed his thoughts directly. The elder who was leading the meeting responded, "Well, that summary is very good and the idea is sound. However, we still do not have specific, feasible policies, do we? What good ideas do you have?" He first acknowledged the results and achievements of everyone thus far and conceded that the general policy was correct. However, they desperately needed a clear and actionable plan, so he quickly raised another probing question. After hearing this, many high-ranking individuals present began to scratch their heads, clearly unsure of what to do. The elder in charge of the meeting applied pressure to all the soul masters present. "Everyone, while we have achieved good results this time and Lord Yuhao is very satisfied, this is only our first successful step. We must not become complacent. What we need to do is continue pursuing and attacking, taking advantage of Shrek Academy's inability to resist. We must seize the opportunity to bombard them, ensuring we successfully take them down. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, or if we ultimately fail to take down Shrek Academy, I believe none of you will be able to justify that to Lord Yuhao." He exerted more pressure. Upon hearing his words, all the high-ranking people present suddenly felt a huge weight on their shoulders. Finally, a tall woman with long golden hair, tied in a ponytail, stood up. She possessed an outstanding demeanor, and her tone was compelling as she spoke. At that moment, when no one could think of a good solution, all eyes focused on her. This woman was confident and unafraid of the stage in this situation. Despite the attention on her, she initiated, "Please hear my ideas." The elder nodded in response and said to the woman, "Please go ahead." The woman continued, "I believe we can attack Shrek Academy based on the character of its students. In fact, I met some soul masters who graduated from Shrek Academy in my earlier years, and I found that while they are all very powerful, they share a significant flaw. They tend to cause trouble and display domineering behavior. To be polite, they just stir things up. To be blunt, they engage in numerous bad deeds. Although they don't typically cross the line into extreme actions, they have engaged in a lot of bullying over the years. There have indeed been a few Shrek Academy disciples who have committed crimes. One phrase I particularly remember is, "Those who don't cause trouble are mediocre," which is essentially a school rule at Shrek Academy. Consequently, students from Shrek Academy often create chaos, such as bullying ordinary soul masters, harassing the common people, and even robbing women. While such incidents may be rare, they are not unheard of. Previously, these individual cases were suppressed by our several empires due to the Academy's immense power. But now, I believe there's no need to continue covering up such incidents. I even think we should expose all these things. Doing so will undoubtedly diminish Shrek Academy's status in the eyes of the public. If this decline continues over time, I believe Shrek Academy will completely lose the support of the people. The blonde woman expressed her thoughts. It must be said that while she appeared well-mannered, her suggested strategy was extremely ruthless. If the senior leaders present took her advice, Shrek Academy would certainly face significant trouble. The four empires couldn't bear to see Shrek Academy thrive. The more trouble Shrek encountered, the happier they would be. Thus, after hearing the blonde woman's proposal, many soul masters present couldn't help but applaud and exclaim, "Oh my God, your suggestion is simply brilliant. With this, Shrek Academy will find itself in hot water again." That's right, my friend. I've seen similar cases before, but I couldn't recall them until now. But now that you've mentioned it, this is indeed an excellent approach. Those students who graduated from Shrek Academy are all arrogant and overbearing, often looking down on others and bullying them. Moreover, the worst offenders are usually the long-graduated alumni. As the saying goes, the dragon slayer eventually becomes the dragon, and that's the truth. When these Shrek Academy students graduated, they would have personally taken action to restore order and address the bullying perpetrated by others. Yet later, as their strength grew and their status rose, they began to commit many actions they earlier despised. This is indeed a good strategy to deal with them. Indeed, this is truly a sound approach. Many soul masters at the scene expressed their approval. Subsequently, they immediately began executing the task with unanimous agreement. The four empires started sending troops to apprehend those Shrek Academy students who had committed various wrongdoings in the past. Although they had refrained from action previously due to the students' special identities, they were now determined to ensure none of them escaped. Consequently, the four empires swiftly set out to capture the students from Shrek Academy, charging them with crimes based on their past actions, exposing them, or executing them. "I am from Shrek Academy. How dare you attack me?" However, some soul masters who hailed from Shrek Academy still did not see the situation. They continued to believe that Shrek Academy could protect them, and thus still used the Academy as a shield. HMPH, the one they arrested is from Shrek Academy. Jing Hongchen sneered and immediately detained the Shrek Academy student, taking him back to the prison cell of the Star Soul Empire. Soon, the deeds of the soul masters from Shrek Academy were all exposed, and the soul masters they had oppressed over the years chose this moment to stand up and speak out. For a time, the entire DOLOU continent was ablaze with renewed agitation. I never expected that these people from Shrek Academy are not good. They have done so many bad things. Yeah, I didn't expect these Shrek Academy individuals to be so wicked. They weren't like this before. I remember that these students have always been quite commendable. Is it possible that they have always behaved this way? It's just that in the past, Shrek Academy was so powerful that no one dared to challenge them. How could such a large organization be completely clean? But why do they dare to act against Shrek Academy now? Did something happen to Shrek Academy? Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, why don't their senior executives come forward to clarify? I suspect something has indeed gone awry. Or perhaps, the major empires can no longer endure the misdeeds of Shrek Academy. many soul masters on the DOLOU continent were continuously discussing this issue. As a result of this incident, the reputation of Shrek Academy was once again severely impacted. Suddenly, the entire reputation of Shrek Academy worsened dramatically. The previous incident had already tarnished their image, and it was shocking that they faced such exposure again in such a short period. Another crucial point is that before this, Shrek Academy's characterization had been excessively exalted. Previously, it was depicted almost as the holy land for soul masters in the DOLOU continent. Anywhere within DOLOU continent, or even within Sun Moon continent, nearly everyone aspired to attend Shrek Academy. This illustrates just how aggressively Shrek Academy had marketed itself. But what they fail to realize is that sometimes the higher you elevate something, the harder it falls. Now, because Shrek Academy had once enjoyed an unblemished reputation, many people are struggling to accept the stark contrast between their past and present, leading to widespread anger. Of course, the most uncomfortable position now is undoubtedly at Shrek Academy itself. As the saying goes, one wave has not settled, another wave rises, and this is precisely what is happening now. At present, within Shrek Academy, Beibei, Zhang Lexuan, and others never imagined that their institution would produce so many scums. What they found hardest to accept was that these individuals had genuinely graduated from Shrek Academy. Initially, Zhang Lexuan doubted this, thinking it was a false accusation made by rival forces. However, after conducting a careful investigation, she discovered that there were no innocent parties. All these people were indeed from Shrek Academy, and all the malicious acts they had committed over the years were irrefutably proven. Thus, it was not just that they wanted to defend their academy. Even Beibei and Zhang Lexuan, who had always sought to advocate for Shrek Academy, found themselves silenced after seeing this evidence. It wasn't that they didn't want to explain, but because there was no way to provide any justification at all. Chapter 387, DD2 Chapter 387, the supervisory group system was exposed. Parents went crazy. In this matter, the people of Shrek Academy were truly speechless. They knew that if this continued, the reputation of Shrek Academy would worsen significantly. They also recognized that the best way to address this situation was to stand up and clarify matters for Shrek Academy. But the problem was that those people were indeed from Shrek Academy. This time, it was genuinely the people of Shrek Academy who had made mistakes, so they were left with little to say. Thus, under the circumstances, they could only take this loss. What Zhang Lexuan, Beibei, and the others did not expect was that there would be even more bad news to follow. Just when they were feeling overwhelmed by the recent events, the group of Shrek Academy teachers they had sent out to gather information successfully returned. Upon hearing of their return, Zhang Lexuan, Beibei, and others were filled with expectations. They quickly went to the conference room to meet with them, asking the returning teachers, "How did it go? Did you find any useful information?" The group of teachers quickly nodded at Zhang Lexuan, Beibei, and others, but their faces were solemn. Zhang Lexuan, Beibei, and the others were not blind. Upon seeing their grim expressions, they understood that the news might not be good. Regardless, they had to ask, and so Beibei gritted his teeth and inquired, "Is the news bad?" Several teachers nodded directly in response to Beibei's question, clearly stating, "Very, very bad. We finally understand why the major empires dare to attack us. The top leaders of Shrek Academy have truly run into trouble." Beibei's eyes narrowed at this revelation, and he pressed further with a serious expression. "What happened?" However, the teachers from Shrek Academy shook their heads, explaining, "We don't know the specifics, but we do know that something has occurred involving the top leaders of our academy. Moreover, it wasn't just one force that attacked us. It was the 4 empires that struck simultaneously. Not only the 3 empires, the Star Luo Empire, Heavenly Soul Empire, and Dew Spirit Empire, but even the Sun Moon Empire has joined in, and they intend to destroy Shrek Academy." After providing all the information they had gathered, the faces of all the soul masters present grew extremely grim. They understood that being targeted by all 4 empires at once spelled disaster. If the top leaders of Shrek Academy were still present, it would have been manageable. Even if the four empires targeted them, there would be ways to fight back. But now, the critical issue was that the top leaders of Shrek Academy were missing. Bebe quickly spoke after a moment of silence. The most pressing issue now is to find out where the top leaders of our Shrek Academy are. He declared, although I don't know what's happened to them or why they got into trouble, I believe that with the strength of our top leaders, even if the other four empires join forces, it should be impossible for all of them to be detained. It is very likely that they were trapped by the sole guidance mechanisms of the Sun-Moon Empire, or that some circumstances have restricted their movements, preventing their escape. Therefore, what we must do now is uncover what has happened to them and then assist them. Only when the top leaders of Shrek Academy return will our academy be saved. Bebe continued to express his views. His perspective gained recognition from many present. Consequently, many in attendance echoed, "That's right, that's exactly what we need to do. We must find a way to rescue them first." But at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after witnessing the scene at Shrek Academy, the Soul Masters couldn't help but laugh. They began to discuss among themselves. The idea is good, but they overlooked one crucial point. The senior executives of Shrek Academy are all deceased. With their current strength, they can't protect themselves on the DOLOU continent. So their ideas are merely wishful thinking. I look forward to Shrek Academy's future collapse. This kind of garbage school should close down sooner. All of them wished for the downfall of Shrek Academy. After observing the fate awaiting Shrek Academy, everyone seemed to be in high spirits. And on the screen, the intelligence groups and senior officials of the four empires were engaged in further discussions in the meeting room of the Heavenly Soul Empire at that moment. The think tanks and senior officials of the four empires were very satisfied with the results of this public opinion campaign. Moreover, they all recognized that Shrek Academy had lost most of the people's support. After the various scandals were exposed, the Soul Masters on DOLOU continent no longer trusted Shrek Academy. Now, they only needed to make a final move to completely ruin Shrek Academy's reputation. So, the chief of staff of this operation brought the discussion back to a critical point. Everyone did a great job this time. However, we are still a little short of destroying Shrek. So, everyone, do you have any good plans? He addressed the members present. Not long after, a middle-aged man stood up assertively. I have a plan. This time, we can directly expose the supervisory group system of Shrek Academy. As soon as his words fell, a wave of discussion erupted, and the think tank members couldn't help but talk amongst themselves. Shrek Supervisory Group, isn't this their contribution to DOLOU continent? Over the years, Shrek Academy has eliminated numerous evil soul masters. Isn't that admirable? If we want to deal with Shrek, we should try to avoid this topic. All the think tank members continued sharing their thoughts, expressing reservations about the previous member's suggestion. But he soon replied, No, it seems that you don't understand the supervisory group system of Shrek Academy. He continued, I have worked closely with the Shrek Academy supervisory group, so I know very well that the supervisory group is not as clean as it appears on the surface. Although the Shrek Academy Supervisory Group is presented as an organization focused on dealing with evil soul masters, the reality is far different. Everyone around turned to the speaker with interest. Feeling the collective gaze, he continued, The Supervisory Group of Shrek Academy is essentially an exploitative evil organization. In case you aren't aware, let me inform you that the members of the Supervisory Group are primarily teachers and students of Shrek Academy. The reason they join the supervisory group is out of their belief. They think they can help DOLOU continent and create a better future. Thus, when the Academy calls upon them to join the supervisory group, it is understood that none of them will be paid. The member emphasized this point again. Do you understand the problem here? No reward at all. Yet the students and teachers of Shrek Academy must work for the reputation of the Academy. Of course, these students and teachers have their convictions and choose to contribute willingly. We cannot criticize them. In fact, We should be grateful because they have made real contributions to the peace and stability of DOLOU continent by dismantling many evil soul masters. But the issue is that Shrek Academy has never made this information public. The member asked pointedly, "Everyone, I believe if it weren't for what I am saying today, most of you wouldn't even know that the students and teachers of Shrek Academy are working for free for the academy, right? But after completing their assignments for the supervisory group, Shrek Academy still receives compensation. Sometimes even major forces and empires offer extra remuneration as a token of appreciation for the efforts of the supervisory group members." Now, where does that money go? All the members present felt a pang of realization, as they had no idea such a practice existed. Their expressions darkened as they processed this information. Many of them received help from the members of the Shrek Academy supervisory group, which had been one reason for their previous respect for Shrek Academy. But now, wasn't Shrek Academy essentially exploiting them? They used the so-called faith to extract labor from students and teachers. If those students and teachers died during missions, it wouldn't affect Shrek Academy, but their families would suffer the consequences. What of Shrek Academy itself? They would reap the rewards regardless. In reality, they contributed nothing. The students and teachers bore the burden while Shrek Academy took all the glory. The members of the supervisory group remained nameless, and no one outside could recognize them. When the Soul Masters considered this, their collective expression turned grim. Someone soon spoke up. If the truth is as stated, then this despicable Shrek Academy is doomed. Once this information comes to light, the public outrage will be enough to crush Shrek Academy. At that point, we won't even need to act. This massive academy will drown in public resentment. That's true. All the Soul Masters concurred. They immediately began investigating to confirm the previous members' claims. Upon investigation, they found the allegations were true, igniting their collective anger. They wasted no time in exposing the truth. After revealing the truth, the entire DOLOU continent was thrown into uproar. Shrek Academy had already lost the support of many due to recent exposures. But this latest revelation had the potential to destroy them completely. After learning the truth, the Soul Masters on the DOLOU continent were furious. Shrek Academy, how could they be so despicable? How many students have they harmed? Is this still an academy? My child also suffered a tragic fate. Shrek Academy told us it was due to an accident while obtaining the soul ring. I believed them, but now it seems my child died because of Shrek Academy. My child must have perished as a result of their negligence. Damn Shrek Academy. They must pay for my child's life. I want the top leaders of Shrek Academy to answer for this. The other teachers at Shrek Academy must also be held accountable. I want them to face the consequences. Many parents went completely mad, rushing toward Shrek Academy, which threw the entire institution into disarray. Chapter 388, DD2 Chapter 388, Zhang Lexuan is completely disappointed. Bebe is dead. After the matter of the Shrek Academy supervisory group was exposed once again, the entire Shrek Academy found itself engulfed in a massive storm. This time, the storm that engulfed Shrek Academy was even more severe than previous ones. The crime committed by Shrek Academy this time was indeed significant. If Shrek Academy had not exploited the labor of its students and teachers in the supervisory group for profit, they might have been fine. Even considering that they had contributed so much to the people of DOLOU continent over the years, the populace might have felt grateful and overlooked the past mistakes of Shrek Academy. However, it was precisely because Shrek Academy had exploited the labor of those students and teachers, using their beliefs as tools and causing harm while reaping benefits, that all the Soul Masters on DOLOU continent could not accept this situation. Many Soul Masters who were involved in this incident went to Shrek Academy to strongly condemn and verify the matter. Parents whose children were killed due to Shrek Academy's actions also went directly to Shrek Academy to confront them. Having lost their children at a young age, they were still harboring grief. Now that they knew the truth, their anger was natural and intense. Amidst this chaos, these parents began to seek revenge against Shrek Academy. Everyone, what should we do next? In Shrek Academy, Du Weilan and others felt overwhelmed. Unsure of what to do in this situation, they could only look to Zhang Lexuan for guidance. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lexuan had no intention of assisting Shrek Academy at that moment. Instead, she was engulfed in deep suspicion. The revelations were beyond her expectations. Although she was about to become a senior executive of Shrek Academy, she was not yet one, and thus had never known the top secrets of the inspection team, which only the elders of the Sea God Pavilion were privy to. Before this, Zhang Lexuan had always taken pride in being a member of the supervisory group. Most students in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy shared that same pride. None of them had expected that their beliefs were mere illusions, that the top leaders of Shrek Academy had treated them as tools and cheap labor. Therefore, upon learning this, even Zhang Lexuan felt completely shattered. How could this happen? How could it be like this? The truth about Shrek Academy, how could it be like this? Zhang Lexuan's face was filled with existential doubts. She held her forehead with one hand, continuously reflecting and unwilling to believe that such a thing could happen. But now that the evidence lay before her, she couldn't help but accept it. Consequently, Zhang Lexuan's expression grew increasingly grim. "Senior sister, you must have faith in Shrek Academy. Our school cannot be like this." Seeing her distress, Bebe hurriedly spoke to Zhang Lexuan. But Zhang Lexuan replied indifferently, "Then Bebe, tell me, how do you explain this matter?" "Tell me," she suddenly shouted angrily at Bebe. Her shout was filled with resentment and disappointment toward Shrek. Years of faith had shattered, and this feeling was undeniably painful. Zhang Lexuan could hardly contain herself at this moment. Bebe struggled to find a response to Zhang Lexuan's outburst, and he fell into silence. "You can't respond, can you?" "Forget it, this place is completely different from what I thought." "Whatever." Zhang Lexuan laughed bitterly and turned to leave. Bebe wanted to chase after her, but how could Zhang Lexuan's speed compare to Bebe's? Thus, after Zhang Lexuan resolved to leave, Bebe was quickly left behind. She soon vanished from the sight of everyone present. In another few months, the armies of the three DOLOU empires also arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy. The reason they had made so many preparations was merely for this moment. Shrek Academy's status in the hearts of the people on the DOLOU continent had been elevated for too long. To dismantle it, their wrongdoings had to be exposed. Now, with many of Shrek Academy's misdeeds revealed, the trust of all the people of DOLOU continent in Shrek Academy had completely shattered, transforming into resentment. At this critical juncture, the armies of the four empires finally took action. They stormed into Shrek Academy, and a substantial number of soldiers from their ranks began sealing off the Academy's premises. After that, the leaders of the three empires simultaneously stood up to announce their nation's actions. According to our investigation, Shrek students have committed numerous evil deeds over the years. They have used their identities to harm DOLOU continent, inciting intense public outrage. Therefore, from now on, the Star Luo Empire, the Heavenly Soul Empire, and the Dew Spirit Empire have decided to terminate all cooperation with Shrek Academy and close it down. From today forward, there will no longer be a so-called Shrek Academy on the entire DOLOU continent. I hope everyone in the Academy will leave promptly. The leaders of the three empires read out their imperial edicts. Upon hearing the declarations from the three empires, the Soul Masters who had come to hold Shrek Academy accountable cheered loudly. However, at that moment, Bebe was not pleased. After hearing the voices of the three empire heads, Bebe stepped forward angrily and roared, "Dare to attack Shrek Academy? We'll see who dares. Do you think there's no one in our Shrek Academy?" As he spoke, Bebe spotted a soldier sealing their academy, which only fueled his anger further. He had a profound connection to Shrek Academy, and under these circumstances, he would never permit anyone to insult it. Upon witnessing the soldier putting up seals, he launched an aggressive attack. "Get out of here!" In an instant, Bebe summoned his martial soul, transforming into a massive blue lightning tyrant dragon, and struck the soldier with a powerful blow. That soldier was merely an ordinary combatant. Although he possessed some cultivation, he was just a three-ring soul master. In contrast, Beibei had reached the combat strength of an 8-ring level, and in his rage, he killed the soldier with a single strike. Beibei's massive paw tore through the soldier's chest, creating a large hole and causing a burst of bright red blood to flow onto the ground. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, making it noticeably foul. He dared to kill someone. Is this Shrek Academy? Indeed, the reports during this period have not been wrong. The people of Shrek Academy are not good. No wonder they commit so many evils after graduation. Okay, he dared to act in front of so many people. What if no one was here? What would happen then? Kill him. Killing someone means paying with their life, and settling debts is only natural. Since he dared to attack the people of the 3 empires, do you think we should just let it slide? The surrounding soul masters were extremely furious and yelled, venting their outrage compared to Beibei. At this moment, the representatives of the 3 empires also felt anger rising within them. Although they had received orders only to ban Shrek Academy, it was wise not to engage in conflict unless necessary. But since Beibei had acted so rashly, they believed they could no longer show mercy. Though they preferred not to take action, Beibei's brazen behavior left them no choice. If they did not respond, they risked condemnation from their superiors and scorn from other soul masters across the DOLOU continent. Their frustration boiled over, as they perceived that Beibei was disregarding them entirely. Under these circumstances, the leaders of the 3 empires swiftly issued orders. Kill him. With that command, 3 titled DOLOU stepped out of the assembled forces. Although the foundations of the 3 empires were not particularly deep, having a few titled DOLOU was enough to intimidate. In this tense atmosphere, upon receiving their leaders' orders, the 3 titled DOLOU launched simultaneous attacks on Beibei. The martial souls of these titled DOLOU were interestingly diverse. One wielded a long, sharp sword filled with murderous intent. Many soul masters around recognized it instantly. The 7-killing sword. It must be the 7-killing sword. I didn't expect that there was still a 7-killing sword on DOLOU continent, cultivated to the level of titled DOLOU. The other 2 titled DOLOU summoned beast martial souls, one wielding a poisonous spider soul, the other a bone dragon soul. At that moment, the 3 titled DOLOU unleashed their powers simultaneously against Beibei. The scene quickly seemed one-sided. No matter how powerful Beibei was, he was just a soul DOLOU, and the gap in strength between a soul DOLOU and a titled DOLOU was substantial, especially since it involved the concept of a soul core. However, the issue was not only that Beibei was up against titled DOLOU, he had to face 3 of them at once. He had no chance of winning. Dare to attack me, my great-grandfather is Mu-En, aren't you afraid of death? Realizing this, Beibei invoked Mu-En's name, hoping to intimidate the 3 titled DOLOU. However, he was unaware that Mu-En had already died. Thus, after Beibei mistakenly thought he had invoked a powerful trump card, his words fell flat and only elicited laughter from the 3 titled DOLOU standing before him. Finally, the 3 titled DOLOU chose to execute him without hesitation. Before dealing the final blow, they coolly remarked, "He is still associated with Mu-En." If Mu-En were still alive, do you think he wouldn't have intervened by now? What Mu-En? The senior leaders of your Shrek Academy have all been killed by sect master Yuhao. The 3 of them stated matter-of-factly. This revelation made Beibei's heart quail. He was filled with existential doubts, repeatedly insisting, "Impossible, impossible. My ancestor is invincible in the world. He is an ultimate DOLOU. How could Yuhao, a mere fool, have killed my ancestor?" The 3 titled DOLOU regarded him as if he were a fool and replied, "So what if he's an ultimate DOLOU? Sect Master Yuhao has long been an ultimate DOLOU and is no longer bound by that realm. He has ascended to godhood now. Those who are ultimate DOLOU or not are like ants in his presence." Amidst derisive laughter aimed at Beibei, the 3 titled DOLOU moved decisively. Accompanied by a flash of light, Beibei's head was severed in an instant. Chapter 389, DD2 Chapter 389, Knowing the Truth. Zhang Lexuan recognizes her relatives. With a sudden attack from the title duo of the three empires, Beibei's head was chopped off. All the Shrek Academy members, who had previously been restless, fell silent. The reason for this sudden hush was not only because of their fear of the formidable strength of the three titled duo. It was also because they had heard the shocking statements made by the three. It turned out that Mu-En was dead. All the senior executives of Shrek Academy were also dead, and now Yuhao has become a god. In this case, Shrek Academy was utterly defenseless, a lamb to the slaughter. They had been reluctant to resist before, choosing to break their ties with Shrek Academy. However, after hearing the words of the title duo, that sentiment shifted dramatically. They quickly rose to express their intentions. From today onward, I Du Weilan will withdraw from Shrek Academy. From today onward, I Wang Yan will withdraw from Shrek Academy. One by one, teachers and students of Shrek Academy continued to drop out. This only worsened the already disintegrating situation of Shrek Academy. Before long, the entire Shrek Academy was completely dismantled. With everyone withdrawing, what remained was merely an empty shell of a once-great academy. Consequently, the three empires immediately sealed off the academy and transferred its final fate to Yuhao of the body sect. Deep down, they understood who the real power was. The real mastermind was not them, but Yuhao, who orchestrated the recent events. Having learned from the previous experiences with Shrek Academy, they dared not act recklessly. The decision regarding how to handle the assets of Shrek Academy was entrusted to Yuhao. And in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters could not contain their excitement upon witnessing this outcome. In fact, before this, it had been evident that the Soul Masters in the gap had wished for Shrek Academy's downfall. Thus, the destruction of Shrek Academy filled them with joy. They quickly redirected the conversation back to Tang-san. One by one, they began to chat animatedly. Finally, Shrek Academy has been destroyed. The next target to address is Tang-san, who is currently in the God realm. But dealing with Tang-san may not be as straightforward as dealing with Shrek Academy. After all, Tang-san now resides in the God realm, and his strength is undoubtedly far superior to that of those from Shrek Academy. What are you worried about? Yuhao is exceptionally powerful now. Even if he can't take down Tang-san immediately, he will surely be able to conquer him given time to develop further. We just need a bit more time. After their discussion, all eyes gravitated toward the screen. On the screen, Yuhao did not show any interest in the assets of Shrek Academy. His goal had never been to expand his influence or to rule the Duoluo continent. The reason for addressing Shrek Academy was merely that they had crossed his line. Mostly, he was not particularly interested in rights and power. When the emperors of the four empires personally asked if he intended to incorporate Shrek Academy into the territory of the body sect, Yuhao flatly refused. He no longer wanted to concern himself with Shrek Academy. That chapter was closed. Now, he needed to focus on strengthening himself in pursuit of ascending to the God realm. He left the four empires to manage the destiny of Shrek Academy. The four empires were grateful for this decision. Next, Yuhao planned to make his way to the Stardew Great Forest to find the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuina. However, unexpectedly, a figure who surprised him arrived at the body sect. It was Zhang Lexuan. Yuhao, while surprised by Zhang Lexuan's visit, was now at the pinnacle of the God-King level, possessing omniscience. As long as he desired, he could perform calculations at will. Nothing within the realm of Duoluo could remain hidden from him. In no time, he realized the purpose of Zhang Lexuan's visit and even uncovered a secret during his calculations regarding her. Interesting, really interesting, he remarked. Let's deal with Zhang Lexuan's matters first before heading to the Stardew Great Forest. He summoned Zhang Lexuan directly. In the gap between the planes, all the Soul Masters were filled with curiosity. They all wanted to know what Yuhao in the parallel world had just deduced. At that moment, all eyes were glued to the screen. On the screen, when Yuhao met Zhang Lexuan, she exhibited hostility. Yuhao was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Although he had advocated for the destruction of Shrek, it was rooted in his belief that the academy no longer needed to exist. He did not attack the other individuals associated with Shrek Academy. As for Muen and others, they had deserved their fate. Yuhao maintained this calm demeanor, even while addressing Zhang Lexuan. In fact, he appeared quite gentle. He smiled and addressed Zhang Lexuan. "I already know your intention." After speaking, he flicked his finger, sending a droplet of water toward Zhang Lexuan. Regarding the unexpected scene, Zhang Lexuan was filled with doubts. Yuhao explained directly, "Crush it, and then you will understand everything." Zhang Lexuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. After crushing the droplet, everything that had transpired that day flooded Zhang Lexuan's mind. Meanwhile, Yuhao sat calmly drinking tea, waiting for Zhang Lexuan in silence. As Zhang Lexuan saw the events unfold that day, her expression gradually darkened. For what Muen and the other senior officials from Shrek Academy did on that day was truly unacceptable. Upon reaching the body sect, they had conducted a massacre without justification, killing every disciple within the sect. In the end, they stooped to the despicable act of kidnapping Yuhao's mother. Even though Zhang Lexuan was part of Shrek, witnessing such events left her looking at these Shrek Academy officials with disdain for the first time. Zhang Lexuan also observed Yuhao in his confrontation with Muen. Bearing witness to this event, however, Zhang Lexuan's emotions were no longer clear. Logically, as a member of Shrek Academy, she should have harbored anger toward Yuhao, given that Muen had saved her life. Yet Zhang Lexuan, a person adept at distinguishing right from wrong, couldn't find it within herself to harbor hatred for Yuhao. At this moment, Zhang Lexuan's expression shifted into one of deep conflict. "How about it, do you still hate me now?" Yuhao asked Zhang Lexuan with a faint smile. When he witnessed the turmoil on her face, he added, "Since our paths are so intertwined, let me share something more with you. I happened upon this information. You're fortunate to have met me, otherwise you might have remained in ignorance for all your life." Yuhao smiled. Zhang Lexuan was filled with confusion, unsure of Yuhao's implications. So she quickly pressed him, "What are you talking about?" Yuhao quickly replied, "You'll understand soon." He then employed the same method again, flicking his finger to send another droplet of water toward Zhang Lexuan. Zhang Lexuan caught the droplet swiftly. Having used it before, she was well aware of its purpose. Without waiting for further instructions from Yuhao, she directly examined its contents. Upon viewing it, her expression shifted drastically, for she recognized it as a picture from her childhood. In that picture, she discovered that Muen had first laid eyes on her when she was just 6 years old. At that time, Muen had already been eyeing her for a long while. Realizing Zhang Lexuan's potential, Muen had sought to take her as his apprentice and had requested her parents. However, Zhang Lexuan's parents refused, coming from the Sun Moon Empire and having come to DOLOU continent for business. They believed that even if she were to attend school, Zhang Lexuan would eventually have to return to the Sun Moon Empire. Little did they know that Muen would end up enraged. Thus, he orchestrated that assassination. He sent people from Shrek Academy to impersonate evil soul masters and directly murdered Zhang Lexuan's parents. Moreover, he deliberately allowed Zhang Lexuan to escape, pretending not to notice her hiding under the bed. But how could they possibly be unaware? If they truly intended to kill Zhang Lexuan, being soul masters, they would easily sense her presence. They completed their objective and retreated, at which point Muen appeared. Feigning heroism, he rescued Zhang Lexuan. To further bind Zhang Lexuan to Shrek Academy, he even coerced her into promising to marry Bebe in the future. That was where the vision Zhang Lexuan experienced concluded. However, after uncovering the entirety of the truth, her complexion turned ghostly pale. She had never imagined that the reality was this twisted. Even worse, she had unwittingly been serving her enemies all these years. Feeling despondent, Zhang Lexuan found herself lost for direction. With her parents gone and the revelation that Shrek Academy and Muen, the figure she had looked up to for many years, were her foes, she felt utterly hopeless. Zhang Lexuan was at a loss for what to do next. In a moment of impulsivity, she reached for her forehead, contemplating suicide. However, Yuhao simply snapped his fingers and halted Zhang Lexuan's actions. "Don't be hasty. What's the point of seeking death?" With her heart broken, Zhang Lexuan shook her head, murmuring, "My life holds no meaning." Yuhao smiled softly. "Just wait a little longer. Someone should be arriving soon." Though filled with uncertainty, Zhang Lexuan recognized Yuhao's incredible power and omniscience. Thus, after hearing his words, she refrained from acting impulsively and remained obediently in place. Not long later, an elderly man approached the body sect. Upon arriving in front of Yuhao, the old man bowed respectfully and excitedly addressed him. "Master Yuhao, this is." Yuhao nodded, saying, "Yes." He then turned to leave, stating, "The next event is in your hands. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Yuhao disappeared. Zhang Lexuan, still filled with confusion, looked at the elderly man before her and inquired, "Who are you?" Kong Deming replied, "Kong Deming, yes, your grandpa." Zhang Lexuan was shocked to hear this, exclaiming, "Grandpa, how is this possible?" Kong Deming produced a photo album and handed it to Zhang Lexuan. Upon seeing many of the photos within, she was utterly astounded. This is Chapter 390. DD2 Chapter 390. Go to the Star Du Great Forest to find Gu Yuina. At this moment, after seeing the many photos handed over by Kong Deming, Zhang Lexuan was stunned on the spot. Her expression was full of shock, and her beautiful eyes were even wide open because she was too shocked by the content of the photos. Finally, she opened her mouth and made an extremely incredible sound. This is a photo of my father and my mother. Is this child me? Is this you? Zhang Lexuan said with a shocked face. When she said the latter part, she looked at Kong Deming in front of her with a look of horror. In her heart, she had already made some guesses about Kong Deming's identity. After hearing what Zhang Lexuan said, Kong Deming nodded and then said directly, "Yes, I am your grandfather. The people in this photo are your father and mother, and this child is you." Kong Deming revealed his identity, and even, to better convince Zhang Lexuan, he said to her, "Perhaps you will be very curious why I know that you are my granddaughter. In fact, this matter is thanks to Lord Yuhao. Lord Yuhao has become a god now. He is omniscient and omnipotent. Nothing can be hidden from him on the DOLOU continent. As for the evidence, in addition to this photo of us when we were young, the more important thing is our martial soul." Speaking of this, Kong Deming directly summoned his martial soul. A ray of light emerged from his body, and a strong soul power emerged directly from him. Then, a yellow moon appeared behind Kong Deming's body. 9 soul rings emerged neatly from Kong Deming's body, and then soft moonlight radiated from his moon martial soul. Before this, Zhang Lexuan's face was still full of doubt because she didn't know what Kong Deming wanted to express. But at this moment, she completely understood what Kong Deming wanted to convey. It turned out that her martial soul was the same as Kong Deming's, so she quickly said, "We have the same martial soul." After hearing this, Kong Deming smiled at Zhang Lexuan and said, "Yes, we have the same martial soul. Moreover, the moon martial soul has always been very rare in our DOLOU star. According to my understanding, there are no soul masters with moon martial souls in the DOLOU continent. As for our sun-moon continent, only our family has inherited it over the years. So before this, when I heard Lord Yuhao say this, I was already very sure that you were from our family. But at that time, I was not sure who you were. However, later, through Lord Yuhao's story, I checked the information again, and then I knew that you were my granddaughter." Speaking of this, Kong Deming added, "In fact, in those days, after your parents disappeared, I also sent many people to look for them on DOLOU continent, but DOLOU continent is vast and boundless, and after all, it is not our territory. So, in the end, there was no way, and the matter was left unresolved. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. This Shrek Academy and Mu-En are dreadful." Kong Deming kept talking. To be honest, although before this he had always been hostile to Shrek Academy. But at that time, the reason he was hostile to Shrek Academy was mainly because they were the enemy of their Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Because of this reason, they were hostile to Shrek Academy. But apart from that, they had no personal grudges with Shrek Academy. However, this time, after learning the truth, Kong Deming hated Shrek Academy. If Mu-En had not died and Shrek Academy had not been disbanded, he would have sought revenge. So the truth is like this, Grandpa. Of course, the person most touched by this incident was not anyone else but Zhang Lexuan. After all, before this, Zhang Lexuan had felt disheartened by the betrayal of Shrek Academy. She thought that there was no one she could rely on in this world. So, in that situation, she had already thought about committing suicide. But just now, after learning that she still had relatives, Zhang Lexuan rekindled her hope for life. So Zhang Lexuan completely changed her mind. Let's go home first, let your grandma see you. She will be very happy to find out about you. Kong Deming continued speaking. And Zhang Lexuan was indeed very happy. Well, let's go. She quickly agreed and planned to follow Kong Deming home. Of course, before she left, she specifically asked where Yuhao was now. In fact, Zhang Lexuan was very grateful to Yuhao in her heart. Although not long ago, she still had some resentment towards him because of the situation with Mu-En and Shrek Academy. But at that time, after all, Zhang Lexuan didn't know the truth of the matter. So it was because of this misunderstanding that it occurred. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Zhang Lexuan fully understood what Shrek Academy had done over the years. Naturally, she would not continue to side with Shrek Academy, and it was even more impossible for her to resent Yuhao. On the contrary, she felt very grateful to Yuhao because he helped her find her relatives and gave her hope for life again. Therefore, at this moment, when Zhang Lexuan was about to leave with Kong Deming, she intended to thank Yuhao. Sorry, the sect master is not in the sect at the moment. He went out for something. But unfortunately, Yuhao was no longer in the sect at this moment. Therefore, even if Zhang Lexuan wanted to thank him in person, his absence meant she had no way to do so. That's a pity, Zhang Lexuan said with some regret after hearing this. Kong Deming on the side said, Since Lord Yuhao is not here, then we will wait until he comes back next time, and then we will bring gifts. Kong Deming also quickly expressed his thoughts. He was no less grateful to Yuhao than Zhang Lexuan, because Kong Deming only had one daughter and he had no other relatives, and he was old and infertile. Therefore, Kong Deming's family has been facing the problem of no descendants over the years. Although Kong Deming never clearly expressed it over the years, this has always been a thorn in his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. But this time, because of Yuhao's help, Kong Deming found his granddaughter. Although Zhang Lexuan is a woman, as long as she has the blood of the Kong family, they can recruit a son-in-law to ensure their family continues. Therefore, at this moment, Kong Deming's gratitude to Yuhao is even stronger. After hearing that Yuhao was not there, he planned to visit again next time, and he would prepare gifts when he returned. Then the two of them left directly. On the other side, in the gap between the planes. After learning about this, the faces of the Soul Masters were filled with deep shock. After all, if it weren't for Yuhao in the parallel world who exposed this matter, they would not have thought that Mu-En and Shrek Academy's methods were so dirty. Although they believed they had seen through Mu-En and Shrek Academy's methods very clearly, they still underestimated them. Therefore, they soon couldn't help but talk about it again. How despicable! I didn't expect that Mu-En, who looks like a decent person, is so foul in private. That's right, and he even made Zhang Lexuan agree to marry Bebe when she was young. This is truly disgusting. Indeed, now that Shrek Academy in this parallel world has ended up like this, I can only say that it deserves it. Just a parallel world. I think, when we return to DOLOU continent, the fate of Shrek Academy will be the same. Because we have all seen the true face of Shrek Academy, and there will be no one willing to continue studying there. That's right, if that's the case, it's great. They kept discussing in the chat room. And at this moment on the screen. After leaving the body sect, Yuhao headed directly toward the Star du Great Forest. According to Yuhao's current ability, it doesn't take too much time to rush from the body sect to the Stardew Great Forest. Yuhao casually tore apart the space and arrived outside the Stardew Great Forest. After that, he used his perception ability to detect the most powerful aura in the Stardew Great Forest. That power should be the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuina. Well, it is indeed the aura of a first-level god, but it is a bit weak. It seems that in these years on the DOLOU continent, she has not had too many suitable resources for recovery. But it's okay, I can help her. Yuhao soon learned about Gu Yuina's situation and rushed directly in her direction. However, before that, when Yuhao was still outside the Stardew Great Forest, the number of soul beasts was relatively small, so he walked very easily along the way. But as Yuhao got closer to the core area of the Stardew Great Forest, the number of soul beasts he encountered increased. With Yuhao's current strength, it would be extremely easy to kill these soul beasts, but Yuhao is now the new dragon god, and all soul beasts are his people. So he is naturally unwilling to attack these soul beasts. Therefore, when these soul beasts attacked him again, Yuhao could only sigh helplessly and then urged the divine power in his body, causing a strong aura to burst forth from him. He did not forcefully suppress these soul beasts. However, for all the soul beasts present, after they felt the aura emanating from Yuhao, they instinctively experienced a strong fear and blood suppression. As a result, they no longer continued to attack Yuhao, but knelt on the ground and trembled like subjects. All the soul beasts looked at Yuhao with deep respect in their eyes. Yuhao calmly walked forward under the gazes of the soul beasts, approaching the core area of the Stardew Great Forest step by step. Finally, he met many soul beasts of 10,000 and tens of thousands of years, but even creatures of this level still felt ashamed under Yuhao's pressure. They were no different from the soul beasts with lower cultivation outside. After sensing the powerful aura radiating from Yuhao, they could only kneel on the ground and surrender. Yuhao continued to walk into the core area of the Stardew Great Forest. "Who is this? How dare you trespass into our Stardew Great Forest?" Finally, Yuhao arrived at the core area of the Stardew Great Forest. All of a sudden, the beasts that came out to block his way were no longer ordinary soul beasts, but those that were over 100,000 years old, or even fierce beasts from the DOLOU continent. They suddenly stood up one by one and directly blocked Yuhao's way, ready to attack. But soon, the aura on Yuhao's body emerged again, and after feeling this terrifying aura, all the soul beasts present were shocked once more. What's going on? Why do I feel like surrendering when I meet this human? Chapter 391, DD2, Chapter 391. Enter the core area and subdue Gu Yuina. At this moment, after sensing the powerful aura emerging from Yuhao's body, all the soul beasts present felt immense pressure. Although Yuhao was just standing in front of them, motionless, even being affected by this aura made it impossible for them to hold on. This feeling was as if all of the soul beasts were placed in heavy shackles. When they continued to stand in the same place, they felt as though their entire bodies had become very heavy. It was precisely because of this that the previously aggressive soul beasts lost their ability to resist when facing Yuhao. However, soul beasts are creatures that possess a longer lifespan and stronger cultivation. At this moment, the soul beasts in front of Yuhao were among the oldest in the Stardew Great Forest. In addition to the 10 great beasts, such as Daitian, Xingjun, and Baijai, there were many other powerful soul beasts present, all of which were at least 100,000 years old. Therefore, even though this group of soul beasts felt a terrifying suppressive force from Yuhao's aura, their cultivation was several levels higher than that of the previous soul beasts, so they were not immediately rendered unable to move. "No passage here. Please leave, human." One of the 100,000-year soul beasts spoke quickly. Its cultivation had reached 100,000 years, allowing it to communicate in human language. But Yuhao showed no intention of retreating after hearing these words, which only angered the soul beast further. Boom, boom, boom. The soul beast suddenly smashed its fists into the ground in great anger. It was an ape-shaped soul beast. After noticing Yuhao's presence, it pounded its chest, making a series of violent noises. Then it quickly rushed in front of Yuhao, unleashing a mighty punch. The terrifying force hurtled toward Yuhao. The space around him seemed to shatter under the force of the punch. Yet Yuhao maintained a calm demeanor when faced with the attack from this ape-shaped soul beast. He did not get angry, nor did he immediately retaliate. As the new dragon god, he viewed these soul beasts as his people, and thus he would not attack them. Instead, he silently amplified the powerful aura emanating from his body. As this terrifying aura gradually enveloped Yuhao, the previously arrogant soul beast suddenly became submissive under the formidable bloodline suppression. Plop, the soul beast fell to the ground, feeling ashamed. Upon witnessing this, the beasts behind it couldn't help but display expressions of deep solemnity. They all felt Yuhao's strength, prompting them to voice their thoughts. Dai Tian, this human is extremely powerful and should not be underestimated. He can be considered the most formidable human I've encountered in these years. Those I met before, whether it was Dragon God Mu En, Yi Zishui, or Long Xiao, were completely different from him. Bear King, the most terrifying aspect is the strange aura surrounding him, indicating that he wants me to obey him voluntarily. But he is a human. Why would I, as a soul beast, bow to a mere human? The king of 10,000 monsters. Outrageous, it's truly outrageous. This human is truly peculiar. I suggest we attack together to defeat him outright. Otherwise, if we confront him alone, an unexpected outcome could be troublesome. We cannot allow him to intrude here. After some discussion, all the fierce beasts planned to attack simultaneously. Their current position was too critical. If it were anywhere else, it wouldn't matter. But their soul beast master, Gu Yuina, was sleeping behind here. If Yuhao broke through this barrier, it could disrupt Gu Yuina's rest, a situation they dreaded. Thus, after a brief exchange, Dai Tian, Xingjun, the king of 10,000 monsters, and the other soul beasts rushed toward Yuhao, intending to confront him directly. But Yuhao retained his calm expression. He still refrained from attacking them, silently enhancing the powerful aura that surrounded him. Under the weight of this terrifying aura, although Dai Tian and the other beasts had been aggressive just seconds ago, they were now suppressed by their bloodlines and knelt on the ground. Dai Tian and the others could not understand why this was happening, but they had no means to prevent Yuhao from progressing further. Their expressions morphed into deep frustration. What is going on? Why did it turn out like this? Who is this guy? They glared at Yuhao with anger in their eyes. Yuhao finally spoke, addressing them. Don't worry, I mean no harm to Gu Yuina, and I am from the same lineage as you. Otherwise, you would have perished countless times for your earlier actions. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Star du Great Forest, the section that Dai Tian and the others were guarding, the aura Yuhao exhibited had been powerful enough to disturb Gu Yuina within. Gu Yuina awakened from her deep slumber upon sensing this aura. After carefully checking it several times, even she was taken aback. What is this aura, the dragon god? This is impossible. The dragon god died that day, and it was only after his death that he gave birth to me and the golden dragon king. How could the dragon god's aura manifest today? No, I must go see. Gu Yuina was shocked by these revelations. Unable to figure out what was happening, she had no choice but to abandon whatever she was doing. She dashed out and happened to see the beasts, including Dai Tian, kneeling on the ground under Yuhao's pressure. Lady Gu Yuina, we have disturbed your rest. We are incompetent and deserve to die. Lady Gu Yuina, please forgive me. Upon seeing Gu Yuina's arrival, Dai Tian and the other beasts were immediately taken aback. Soon this astonishment turned into self-reproach and shame. They were indeed loyal to Gu Yuina, so realizing they had failed to protect her, all the soul beasts felt embarrassed and even contemplated suicide. However, Gu Yuina's gaze did not linger on the soul beasts. Rather, her attention was fixed on Yuhao since she first saw him. She initially doubted the resurrection of the dragon god, but at that moment, she could strongly sense the dragon god's essence emanating from Yuhao, and it was undeniably powerful. Although Gu Yuina confirmed that Yuhao's cultivation could not match the victorious dragon god, it certainly surpassed that of the god king. Therefore, Her expression was one of shock and confusion as she continued to observe Yuhao. Yuina asked him, "Who are you? Why do you carry the dragon god's aura? Are you the dragon god's reincarnation? Or is it something else? Please tell me." Her demeanor softened in front of Yuhao, as even she felt significant pressure from him, prompting her to speak gently. Yuhao no longer concealed his identity. He understood there was no need for continued secrecy. Responding to Yuina's inquiry, he said, "Yes, I am the dragon god. To be precise, I am the new dragon god. On that day, I received the dragon god's inheritance and power. Before departing, the dragon god requested that I promise him one last thing, to take you to the god realm and challenge the rules established there." Yuhao succinctly stated his intention. He then flicked his finger, sending a drop of water directly toward Yuina. Yuina reached out her finger to catch the droplet. From it, she learned the truth about all the events that had transpired that day, causing her to comprehend the situation with shock. "I never expected the truth to be like this." Yuina couldn't help but exclaim, then knelt on one knee in front of Yuhao, pledging, "In this case, I, Silver Dragon King Yuina, will be at your service from now on." Yuina directly expressed her loyalty, leaving the surrounding soul beasts completely dumbfounded at the scene. In their understanding, Yuina was a supreme being, but they never anticipated that Yuhao held a status even higher than hers, leading to their collective astonishment. "Master Yuina, what is going on?" "Yes, I don't understand. Can you please clarify this for us?" Confused, all the soul beasts exhibited deep doubt and began to inquire about the matter one by one. Yuina did not waste much time. She quickly explained the situation to the soul beasts, ensuring they understood Yuhao's significance to them. "So this is the truth behind why our soul beasts must endure the thunder tribulation. This is truly despicable. Master Yuhao, we will follow your lead from now on." Having learned the truth, the soul beasts expressed deep respect toward Yuhao, recognizing their need for his assistance. They realized if they hadn't known this before, it would be one thing, but now that they were aware they could avoid the effects of the thunder tribulation, every soul beast wished to alter that rule. After all, no soul beast desires to seek death willingly. Thus, under these circumstances, all the soul beasts showed tremendous respect for Yuhao. Yuina then asked Yuhao, "In that case, Lord Yuhao, what should we do next? Should we go directly to the god realm? Excuse me, but with our current strength, we are not qualified to enter the god realm directly. If we act recklessly, the outcome can only be tragic. The gap between our combat prowess and that of the gods in the god realm is far too vast." Yuina first questioned Yuhao, and then articulated her thoughts. Yuhao understood this clearly and replied to Yuina, "I am fully aware of this. Our current strength cannot threaten the god realm, so we can discuss going there later." As he spoke, Yuhao flicked his finger again, injecting a stream of energy directly into Yuina's body. After the energy entered, Yuina quickly noticed her injuries, which had not fully healed, began to recover rapidly until they were completely healed. This discovery filled Yuina with immense excitement. Have my injuries truly recovered? Chapter 392, DD2 Chapter 392, Tang San exerts force. Tai Tan Niu Tian moves out. The injury that has troubled Yuina for many years has finally healed today. She is very excited about this. At the same time, it also heightens her expectations for Yuhao. Soon, Yuina began to thank Yuhao. "Thank you, Lord Yuhao." Yuhao calmly spread his hands. After all, this kind of thing is just a trivial matter for him. He then informed Yuina of his arrangements. "Regarding what you just said about having no way to attack the god realm now, I agree. So, I used my power of creation to forge a space. The spiritual energy in that space is more concentrated, and the flow of time there is much faster than here on DOLOU continent. I plan to let you take some powerful soul beasts from the Stardew Great Forest to practice there. When everyone's cultivation reaches their upper limit, let me know. Although the god realm will send down thunder tribulations when soul beasts reach each bottleneck, as long as I am here, I can keep you safe." In other words, in the coming time, as long as you can cultivate, you can focus entirely on it. I will help you deal with the thunder tribulations. If you can cultivate for more than 1,000,000 years, you can directly prove your Tao to become a god. At that point, your cultivation will be comparable to that of a third-level god. Yuhao continued sharing his thoughts. Both Gu Yuina and the soul beasts present became very excited after hearing what Yuhao proposed. Thank you, Lord Yuhao, they expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Afterward, under Gu Yuina's leadership, a powerful soul beast army was formed, and they followed Yuhao to the body sect. This team included Dai Tian, Xingjun, Bai Jai, and other fierce beasts from the Stardew Great Forest, along with the Emperor's auspicious beast. Although the Emperor's auspicious beast's cultivation is much weaker than those fierce beasts, it possesses a unique talent. The auspicious beast is unaffected by thunder tribulations, so strengthening it will be beneficial in the long run. However, when Yuhao first met the Emperor's auspicious beast, he discovered another soul fragment within it that belonged to Xiao Qi. With his current strength, he was able to detect it immediately upon encountering the beast. Thus, Yuhao took the opportunity to extract the soul fragment from the Emperor's auspicious beast, planning for Wang Donger to absorb it and become a complete individual once they returned. After this, they did not linger in the Stardew Great Forest, but headed straight for the body sect, arriving after a long journey. Due to their significant presence, many other soul masters on the DOLOU continent noticed them along the way. Is that Dai Tian, Xingjun, and the 10 fierce beasts from the Stardew Great Forest? Although the soul masters on the DOLOU continent did not know Gu Yuina, they were familiar with Dai Tian and his allies. At that moment, upon discovering Dai Tian and the others, each soul master displayed shock on their faces. Ordinary soul masters, naturally frightened by beasts like Dai Tian, promptly fled upon catching sight of them. Meanwhile, other major empires on the DOLOU continent temporarily organized forces to confront Dai Tian and his entourage. Master Yuhao, why are you here? Why are Dai Tian and his forces with you? Did you subdue them? At this critical moment, the observing soul masters noticed Yuhao was among Dai Tian's group. They all halted their actions, looking at Yuhao with astonishment. Yuhao did not offer an elaborate explanation. He simply said, "Well, they are all my people. You can leave now." The soul masters exchanged glances, but ultimately recognized that Yuhao was the current authority on the DOLOU continent. Under the circumstances, they were reluctant to challenge his statement. So the soul masters quickly acknowledged, understood Master Yuhao. Then they promptly dispersed, returning to their respective homes. At this moment, in the body sect, the disciples were equally taken aback upon seeing Yuhao return with these soul beasts. However, unlike the soul masters, they did not show hostility toward Dai Tian and his companions. Instead, they approached Yuhao with confusion, asking, "Sect master they are." Yuhao replied, "We are all family, there's no need for formality. Humans and soul beasts should be one family, living in harmony. But due to the soul ring issue, they have always been at odds. I will have to resolve this issue sooner or later." After saying a few words, he instructed the soul beasts to go to the spaces he had prepared for training. These soul beasts obeyed Yuhao's commands. Upon receiving his orders, they immediately proceeded. And in the cracks between the planes. After hearing Yuhao's words, many soul masters couldn't help but engage in discussion. Can humans and soul beasts coexist peacefully? It shouldn't be possible. After all, humans need soul rings to become soul masters, and acquiring soul rings typically involves killing. Indeed, such a scenario seems unavoidable. However, I don't think it's necessarily hopeless. After all, Yuhao in the parallel world is different from others. Now that he is so powerful and has obtained the inheritance of the dragon god, I believe he must have a way to resolve it. I hope so. The soul masters in the cracks of the plains continued their conversation. And after that, they quickly resumed watching the screen. At that moment, the perspective switched directly to Tang San in the God realm. Since Tang San failed to convene the God King Conference and did not achieve his desired outcome, he began to contemplate a new, sinister plan. He intended to use Tai Tan and Niu Tian to persuade Wang Donger. As long as he had Wang Donger's support, it would be much easier to deal with Yuhao later. Tang San believed the primary reason he had not defeated Yuhao was due to Wang Donger's betrayal. His ideal scenario was for Wang Donger to unconditionally support his ideas. In such a case, dealing with Yuhao would be straightforward. Yet Wang Donger's unwavering support for Yuhao had thwarted Tang San's plans. Now, he aimed to eliminate the root of the problem, so he enlisted Tai Tan and Niu Tian to confront her openly. He would let Wang Donger discover her true lineage, claiming everything he'd done before was simply a test of Yuhao. Tang San hoped this would cause her to reconsider her stance and perhaps afford him some respect as her father. Therefore, Tang San immediately contacted Tai Tan and Niu Tian using his divine consciousness from the Clear Sky sect. After Tang San detailed his plan, Tai Tan and Niu Tian promptly accepted the task and set out toward the body sect. After a long journey, they arrived at the gate of the body sect. Of course, the body sect was now heavily guarded. Not only ordinary soul masters, but even gods could not enter freely. Therefore, under these circumstances, even Tai Tan and Niu Tian dared not act recklessly. They could only wait and have someone announce their presence. Wang Donger happened to be training in another space at that moment, so she was unaware of the situation. As a result, the matter was unresolved until Yuhao's return. When Yuhao spotted Tai Tan and Niu Tian, his expression became notably excited. Based on his current strength, he could see the divine power surging within both Tai Tan and Niu Tian. This further confirmed that they had been sent by Tang San. Aren't these Uncle Tai Tan and Uncle Niu? Yet, Yuhao refrained from attacking them immediately. He recognized that these were Wang Donger's adoptive fathers, so it was appropriate for her to address this matter herself. Yuhao feigned ignorance and addressed Tai Tan and Niu Tian. He then directly inquired, "So, Uncle Tai Tan and Uncle Niu Tian, are you here to find Donger?" Tai Tan and Niu Tian nodded at Yuhao. Yuhao smiled and said to them, "Okay, wait a moment, I'll go fetch her." After that, Yuhao tore apart the space directly to find Wang Donger. Upon witnessing, Yuhao used this method to reach Wang Donger. Both Tai Tan and Niu Tian were deeply shocked. To be honest, they had already learned from Tang San about Yuhao's newfound power, but seeing it firsthand was another matter entirely. The display of Yuhao's strength astonished both Tai Tan and Niu Tian even more. In this state, after observing the immense power that Yuhao exhibited, the two were left in shock for a long time. Is this Yuhao's current strength? It's terrifying. He's incredibly strong. Does he truly surpass the God King? Tang San was right. If we want to confront him now, we can only start with Donger. Otherwise, we absolutely cannot succeed against him. I hope we can succeed this time. Tai Tan and Niu Tian continued their discussion. Meanwhile, in another space, Wang Donger was initially deep in her training, but suddenly, that space was ripped apart by Yuhao, and he appeared right in front of her. "Yuhao, I've missed you so much." Upon seeing Yuhao, Wang Donger rushed up to him and enveloped him in a big hug. After all, she had been training in that space for quite some time. The time flows differently there compared to the outside world, so Wang Donger truly hadn't seen Yuhao in a long while. This absence was naturally tormenting for her. Yet, to grow stronger and better assist Yuhao, she endured the loneliness. However, upon seeing Yuhao again, Wang Donger could no longer contain herself and embraced him tightly. Yuhao comforted her, and after Wang Donger's emotions calmed down slightly, he directly allowed her to merge with Xiao Qi's soul fragments. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into Wang Donger's mind, and she became whole once again. During this process, Yuhao watched closely, slightly anxious about any potential changes in Wang Donger. Fortunately, she remained unchanged. Although she recalled certain memories, Wang Donger was still very much herself. This reassured Yuhao. She playfully teased him, saying, "You seem scared." Yuhao smiled faintly. "I was concerned that you might take Tang San's side once you remembered everything." If that happens, it will complicate matters for me. Wang Donger asked, if I did that, what would you do? Yuhao sighed, responding, then I'd have to grant you some leeway. After all, you are the woman I love most. Wang Donger reassured him, don't worry, that will never happen. Her eyes suddenly turned fierce, and she said to Yuhao, after recalling the past, I will only grow more disgusted and angry with Tang San's actions. Yuhao felt relieved upon hearing this and then informed Wang Donger, by the way, Tai Tan and Niu Tian are here. I suspect they're up to something. Wang Donger's expression turned cold. Of course, they're allied with Tang San and they must have bad intentions. I will go see what they are plotting. Chapter 393, DD2 Chapter 393, Wang Donger, do you think I'm stupid? After the voice fell, Wang Donger and Yuhao did not delay further. Yuhao made another move, tearing the space apart. He took Wang Donger's hand and entered the space, rushing back toward the DOLOU continent. At this moment, in the gap between the planes. After seeing the content on the screen, the soul masters in the gap were intrigued. They couldn't help but start discussing. It seems that something interesting is coming. Yes, Tang San in this parallel world still thinks Wang Donger doesn't know what he did, believing he can make her side with him by revealing his identity. But what he doesn't realize is that Wang Donger already knows Tang San is her father, and that he split her soul into two that day. Things just got interesting. A group of soul masters continued their chatter. After a while, they all focused intently on the screen, eager to see what would unfold next. And at this moment on the screen, under Yuhao's leadership, he and Wang Donger soon returned to the DOLOU continent. At that time, Tai Tan and Niu Tian were still waiting at the gate of the body sect. As the previously closed space was torn open again by Yuhao, Wang Donger and Yuhao appeared in front of Tai Tan and Niu Tian once more. Seeing them, Tai Tan and Niu Tian were visibly excited, but they knew that persuading Wang Donger would be easier if Yuhao was not present. So, they planned to find an opportunity to get Yuhao away. Donger, long time no see, Tai Tan and Niu Tian greeted Wang Donger. Now that Wang Donger knew they were associated with Tang San, she had no patience for their games. She asked directly, what are you doing here? Tai Tan and Niu Tian noticed the coldness in Wang Donger's tone and attempted to get close to her, saying, Donger, what do you mean? If there's nothing, can't Daddy and Second Daddy come to see you? Wang Donger gave them no quarter, knowing they were speaking nonsense. She replied coldly, if there's nothing, I'll leave, I have things to do. Tai Tan and Niu Tian felt helpless. They didn't understand Wang Donger's sudden change in attitude, but realized they had to comply. Otherwise, if she left, they wouldn't be able to report back. Thus, Tai Tan and Niu Tian continued, don't go, Donger, let's talk. We have something important to discuss with you today. Wang Donger had already guessed this was coming. Upon hearing their words, she simply replied, if you have something to say, just say it. Tai Tan and Niu Tian glanced at Yuhao and said, Yuhao, Donger and I have some private matters to discuss. Could you please step aside for a moment? Yuhao remained silent after hearing their request, but Wang Donger could no longer contain herself. She stood up and firmly said to Tai Tan and Niu Tian, what can't be said directly? Why do you need Yuhao to leave? Then Wang Donger addressed Yuhao. Yuhao, you don't need to avoid anything. I don't need to hide anything from you, and there's no need for secrecy. So, if you have something to say, just say it outright. Faced with Wang Donger's resolution, Tai Tan and Niu Tian felt a wave of embarrassment. However, since she had insisted, they could only fall silent for a moment before Tai Tan spoke up. Actually, we came to talk about your father. Wang Donger and Yuhao looked puzzled at this statement. But at this moment, Tai Tan and Niu Tian continued without noticing their expressions. Didn't you go to the special place called Kyankun Wenking Valley recently? There, you should have encountered a very powerful being, but you may not know that this being is your father. Tai Tan and Niu Tian explained, you might find this confusing, so let us clarify. Since this person is your father, why did he attack you? But in truth, he only wanted to test you, or rather, he was testing Yuhao. After all, as his only precious daughter, your father had very high standards for his son-in-law. That's why your father was so harsh back then. And now you should understand. Donger, your father is the mighty sea god, Tang San, from 10,000 years ago on the DOLOU continent. Not only is he a prominent figure on the DOLOU continent, but even in the god realm, your father ranks among the strongest. If he wanted to kill Yuhao, then Yuhao wouldn't still be alive. This misunderstanding shouldn't have happened, but as you know, due to the sudden appearance of the dragon god, what was intended as a simple test turned into an incident. What you might not know is that your father, Tang San, intended to stop at that time, but the dragon god's unexpected arrival disrupted everything. These matters should have been conveyed by Tang San himself, but as I mentioned earlier, his identity is quite special. Being the god king in the god realm, he can't leave at will, so we're here to relay the message. What he wants us to tell you is that there are many flaws within the relationship between the dragon god and the god realm. The dragon god dreams of destroying the god realm and will do whatever it takes to achieve it. Your father also conveyed that, although he doesn't know what the dragon god told you, he believes it was likely many falsehoods about the god realm, intended to create discord between you. He implores you not to be deceived by the dragon god. After all, he is still your father, Yuhao. If you want to marry Donger, then Tang San is your father-in-law, so you need to consider this carefully. Tai Tan and Niu Tian continued, pushing most of the blame onto the dragon god. They described him as a madman bent on destroying the god realm, asserting that anything the dragon god told Yuhao and Wang Donger was false. However, what Tai Tan, Niu Tian, and even Tang San in the god realm had never anticipated was that the dragon god had already disclosed everything that had transpired. Thus, no matter how hard they tried to argue, they could not influence Yuhao and Wang Donger's judgment. At that moment, after hearing what Tai Tan and Niu Tian said, both Wang Donger and Yuhao perceived them as nothing more than clowns. Neither of them believed a single word, punctuation, or otherwise, of what was said. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, after viewing everything that appeared on the screen, the group of soul masters couldn't help but ridicule the situation. It seems Tang San and Tai Tan are attempting to deceive Yuhao and Wang Donger with these clumsy tricks. Unfortunately, their efforts are doomed to fail. Bibai Dong added, "These guys are simply clowns. I'm genuinely looking forward to the moment when Wang Donger and Yuhao expose them." Everyone laughed at Tai Tan and Niu Tian on the screen. They continued watching, brimming with anticipation for what would happen next. And at that moment on the screen, after listening to the amateur lies of Tai Tan and Niu Tian, neither Yuhao nor Wang Donger was inclined to continue. They had lost all patience with their nonsense. After a moment, Wang Donger spoke again. "Are you done?" Tai Tan and Niu Tian were taken aback by Wang Donger's attitude. They could tell that Wang Donger saw through their charade and didn't believe a word they said. Thus they both asked, "Donger, don't you believe what we just told you?" Wang Donger sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Then Wang Donger motioned to Yuhao. "Yuhao, let them see. I believe once they witness this, they'll have nothing further to say." Yuhao and Wang Donger were in sync. He understood clearly what she wanted Tai Tan and Niu Tian to see, the footage of Tang San dismantling Wang Donger's soul that day. Now they had sufficient evidence in hand. Faced with such irrefutable proof, no matter how much Tai Tan and Niu Tian argued, they wouldn't be able to fool them again. They simply needed to present the evidence directly. So, after Yuhao nodded at Wang Donger, he swiftly took action. He let out a low shout, and an overwhelming divine power erupted from his body. Yuhao flicked his fingers, and a surge of divine energy flew from his palm, ultimately stopping in front of Tai Tan and Niu Tian. Tai Tan and Niu Tian were naturally astonished by Yuhao's mastery over divine power. They were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixated on that divine power. The divine power suddenly expanded, transforming into an enormous light curtain. Within the light curtain, clear images began to play. Tai Tan and Niu Tian initially displayed little concern, but after a moment, their expressions shifted completely. What they saw on the screen was the moment Tang San split his daughter Xiao Qi's soul in the God realm, depicting the aftermath of Wang Donger and Wang Qier's deaths. The images showed Tang San's daughter with him, but as a father, he paid no mind to her desperate cries. Heartbroken, they witnessed Tang San violently split Xiao Qi's soul into two and forcibly integrated one into Wang Donger's body. Tai Tan and Niu Tian were present during this scene. In that instant, both Tai Tan and Niu Tian fell utterly silent, their faces filled with intense embarrassment. Yuhao and Wang Donger offered no pity. Together, they wore strong smirks on their faces. Finally, Wang Donger stepped forward to challenge Tai Tan and Niu Tian. Big Daddy and Second Daddy, do you have anything to say now? Chapter 394. DD2, Chapter 394. 10 years later, solving the contradiction between soul beasts and humans from the root. At this moment, after hearing Wang Donger's question, a strong sense of embarrassment appeared on the faces of Tai Tan and Niu Tian. In fact, they wanted to make excuses for their actions. But the problem is that there was no way to justify themselves now. The saying, facts speak louder than words, is applied here. Yuhao and Wang Donger had already presented the evidence before them, leaving no room for argument. Therefore, after hearing Wang Donger's question, Tai Tan and Niu Tian stood there, their faces etched with embarrassment. They remained silent for quite a while, unsure of how to respond. Wang Donger was unwilling to waste more time with them. She said coldly, "You go, from now on, we are no longer relatives." She asserted firmly, "Go back and tell Tang San that I know everything he has done. Let him prepare himself for consequences in the God realm." Wang Donger spoke without mercy. This made Tai Tan and Niu Tian's expressions change visibly. Soon after, they directly addressed Wang Donger. "Donger, think twice before you act. No matter what, he is still your father." However, when Wang Donger looked at them, her eyes were filled with disdain. She replied, "Father, what kind of father treats his daughter like that, ignoring her cries and splitting her soul in two? I will never forget the pain he caused me that day. I begged him, but he refused to listen. So, he's not my father anymore." Wang Donger stated this coldly. After hearing this, Tai Tan and Niu Tian widened their eyes in shock and quickly asked Wang Donger, "Donger? No, Xiao Qi. Are you recovering your memory?" Wang Donger sneered, "Yes, you never would have thought I'd regain my memory. Yuhao has been to the Stardew Great Forest, and he brought back the traces of my soul from the body of the Emperor Beast and merged them with me. Now I know everything. I remember what Tang San did that day. No matter what you say, it won't change a thing." Tai Tan and Niu Tian had nothing to say in response. They both understood that they could not deceive Wang Donger any longer and would have to leave. On the other side of the God realm, Tang San had been monitoring this incident closely. He initially believed his plan would work perfectly, that Wang Donger would return to his side with the persuasion of Tai Tan and Niu Tian, easing the tension between him and Yuhao. However, he never expected the outcome to be like this, and thus Tang San's face turned grim. At that moment, Tang San slammed his fist on the table, unleashing a powerful force that shattered it. His voice rang out in frustration. "That rebellious girl. I raised you, and you show me no gratitude. For that, Wildman, you don't even want your father. It's truly infuriating." "Aza." He yelled in anger, and after a long time, he gradually calmed down. But at that moment, Tang San's face had become extremely serious. He had thought this plan would help improve his relationship with Yuhao, but now it had completely failed. As a result, Tang San and Yuhao had become irrevocable enemies. Reflecting on this, Tang San's expression grew ferocious, and he snorted coldly. "I didn't want it to come to this, but you've forced my hand. Since you insist on battling to the death, then let's see. I, Tang San, have faced all sorts of challenges. Why should I fear a mere junior? Even if you possess the inheritance of the dragon god, what can you do? I will kill you eventually." With that, he waved his hand dismissively and left, pondering how to deal with Yuhao and his group in the future. At this moment, back in the body sect, after Tai Tan and Niu Tian departed, Wang Donger felt a bit lonely. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Tai Tan and Niu Tian had played a significant role in her childhood. They had raised her, and now that she knew the truth, Wang Donger felt betrayed and somewhat uneasy. However, Yuhao noticed Wang Donger's emotional turmoil and lifted her spirit, saying, "Let the past be the past. You still have me and a new home." Wang Donger's eyes turned red at his words, and she nodded, answering softly, "Yes." For the time that followed, life settled into a calm routine. Although Yuhao wanted to charge directly into the god realm to eliminate Tang San and seek justice for all soul beasts, he understood that they weren't strong enough yet and needed to conserve their energy. Thus, Yuhao, Wang Donger, Electrolux, the two ice and snow empresses, Guyuina, and the soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest continued their training, striving to grow stronger. Before long, 10 more years had passed on the Duluo continent. After these years, Yuhao's strength improved considerably, but he still didn't know his exact level. 10 years prior, he had already surpassed the God King. However, during the last decade, he had trained in a mysterious space. While only 10 years seemed to have passed in Duluo, Yuhao had spent nearly 100 years cultivating in that space. Therefore, even he was unsure of the level he had achieved. But one thing was certain, his strength was formidable. During these years of training, Wang Donger, Electrolux, the Ice Empress, and the Snow Empress reached the level of second-level gods. Guyuina, however, remained at first-level god rank, as the gap to the God King was immense, hindering her advancement. Combined, their combat power was already terrifying. Yet the reality remained that even their combined strength did not match Yuhao. When Yuhao fought them, he could defeat them effortlessly, underscoring his immense power. In addition to Yuhao and his friends, the strength of the soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest also increased significantly. If the soul beasts trained on their own, neither 10 nor 100 years would suffice to see substantial improvement. Compared to humans, soul beasts had less comprehension capacity, thus not able to achieve significant advancement in such a short time. However, with Yuhao, a super strong man guiding them, the soul beasts experienced significant growth. Most importantly, Yuhao assisted them in withstanding heavenly tribulations. Previously, every time the soul beasts attempted to break through the 100,000-year mark, they faced lethal thunder tribulations. Each subsequent tribulation was more terrifying than the last, resulting in many soul beasts perishing. But now, with Yuhao on Duluo continent, he intervened to dissipate the thunder tribulations, ensuring the safety of the soul beasts, allowing them to advance rapidly. Now, Dai Tian's cultivation had broken through to 900,000 years, while others like Xingjun boasted 500,000 to 600,000 years of cultivation. Among them, the Emperor's auspicious beast had shown the fastest growth. Her original cultivation was under 100,000 years, but through Yuhao's guidance, she reached 200,000 years. Admittedly, this level of power offered little assistance to Yuhao and his group. After all, once they confronted the gods in the god realm, they'd face deities in the god realm. Those below the god realm were but ants. Until one ascended to godhood, whether a peak Duluo or a soul beast of hundreds of thousands of years, they were insignificant. Thus, Yuhao resolved to take a few hundred more years for further recuperation. But that was manageable, as Yuhao now possessed strength surpassing the God King and had attained an eternal lifespan. As long as the soul beasts were not struck by heavenly tribulations, they too could enjoy lifespans stretching hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. As for Yuhao's friends and family, with his assistance, they had essentially all broken through the ranks of titled Duluo, and many had reached the level of Super Duluo and Ultimate Duluo. Generally, those who entered this realm could live for 300 to 500 years. However, Yuhao represented a special case. Not being a soul master, she wasn't suited for cultivation. Thus, even if Yuhao wished to, he couldn't guide her in becoming a powerhouse above titled Duluo. But Yuhao didn't want to lose his mother, so he injected part of his life essence into Yuhao's body long ago. While Yuhao couldn't possess the same powers as him, as long as he existed, she could enjoy eternal life. As time passed, however, Yuhao recognized that the contradiction between human soul masters and soul beasts was becoming increasingly irreconcilable. For soul masters to strengthen their abilities, they needed soul rings, which only materialized upon the death of soul beasts. In the past, this was less concerning, as soul beasts rarely lived beyond 100,000 years and often perished during the thunder tribulation at that threshold. Now, however, soul beasts had largely overcome this limitation. If human soul masters stopped their indiscriminate slaughter, soul beasts could lead long, free lives spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Consequently, Yuhao, the current master of DOLOU continent, gradually grasped this pressing issue. He resolved to address the problem at its source. Now, Yuhao was officially discussing this matter in the body sect with Wang Donger, Dubu Si, Guyuina, and others. Everyone had their ideas, but Yuhao believed the key was to tackle the issue directly from the ground up. Solve the problem from the root. This left everyone puzzled. Yuhao expressed his thoughts. Ultimately, this issue arises because humans need soul rings to enhance their strength. So, what if humans didn't require soul rings to grow stronger? He proposed a novel idea. Upon hearing Yuhao's thoughts, Wang Donger, Dubu Si, and the silver dragon King Guyuina displayed expressions of deep shock, struggling to comprehend his perspective. Without soul rings, how would spirit masters strengthen? They questioned. Indeed, if soul rings are discarded, can humans still be deemed spirit masters? Everyone was perplexed and quickly turned to Yuhao for clarification. Yuhao patiently responded. Consider this. What if we told humans on DOLOU continent not to become soul masters? He continued, soul masters represent a unique power system on our DOLOU continent. However, from memories I gleaned from the dragon god, not all beings within the DOLOU universe rely on this system to achieve strength. According to what I've learned from the dragon god's memories, some creatures in the universe can strengthen their bodies or enhance their energy through alternative cultivation methods. Though their cultivation systems differ, they ultimately arrive at the same destination: godhood. Moreover, soul beasts don't follow the soul master cultivation methods. Thus, I propose we create an alternative power system to replace soul masters and address the issue from its roots. This way, humans won't depend on soul rings for strength, and conflicts with soul beasts will naturally dissipate. Yuhao shared more of his thoughts. Wang Donger hesitated at first about the effects of her actions on Electrolux and Guyuina, yet she recognized the validity of Yuhao's ideas. Especially Electrolux, who hailed from another world, understood that such possibilities could indeed exist, becoming the first to support Yuhao's vision. Chapter 395. DD2 Chapter 395. The prize-winning quiz session reappears and the parallel world's new power system. In that case, let's start trying. Since it has been determined to try this direction, Yuhao would naturally not waste any time. He quickly issued an order, and Electrolux and the others began to assist Yuhao in the research. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters in the gap never imagined that Yuhao in this parallel world was studying such a concept. After all, while they clearly understood that the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts stemmed from soul rings, their limited abilities prevented them from considering a change to this power system. However, after watching the imagery displayed on the screen, they suddenly realized that such a transformation was indeed possible. At this moment, the soul masters in the gap between the planes displayed expressions of deep shock. They couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. Can this succeed? If it can, then perhaps it could truly resolve the conflict between soul beasts and soul masters. Yes, and the one attempting this is Yuhao from the parallel world. If it were anyone else, I might doubt their ability to pull this off. But Yuhao from the parallel world, I believe he can do it. He is a man who knows how to create miracles. A group of soul masters continued their conversation, all expressing their trust in the parallel world and Yuhao. After all, they knew just how powerful he had become, instilling great confidence in them. They eagerly looked at the screen, anticipating what would happen next. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Ding, triggering prize-winning question-and-answer session. The mysterious voice that had long been absent now returned. Since it had not appeared for some time, the soul stones in the gap had nearly forgotten about it. But now, with the voice back, all the soul stones became extremely serious. They calmed down and listened intently, understanding that each time this voice sounded, it represented a significant opportunity for them. If they grasped it successfully, they could earn generous rewards. In previous instances, figures like Tangya, Bibai Dong, and the God of Destruction had all received impressive benefits. After those past experiences, the spectators in the gap were keen on replicating that success for their rewards. Finally, this is my only chance to turn the tide. Tang San in the gap couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. He hadn't won the prizes he desired from previous quizzes, yet he understood that if he wanted to change his fate, this quiz was his best shot. Given that his current realm had slipped from divine heights and he had offended many, including the formidable God of Destruction, he was now at risk of failing against Bibai Dong and Kaiyan Rangsu, not to mention the watchful Xiao Wu. He knew this had to be his one shot. Thus, he waited earnestly for the voice to sound once more. The voice didn't disappoint. After a brief pause, it was announced again. The new quiz question is, can Yuhao in the parallel world complete this power system innovation? Answer: it can be completed. The parallel world's Yuhao has great magical powers. Is there anything he can't accomplish? So, he can achieve this. Answer B: it can't be accomplished. Even gods have their limits and can't act at will. Creating this power system is one of those limits. The parallel world's Yuhao cannot accomplish this task. The correct answer will receive a mysterious reward. Please choose within 1 minute. The voice quickly posed the two answers and the question. Upon hearing the prompt, the soul masters in the gap hurriedly made their choices. Naturally, this time all the fans, including Tang San, chose to believe in the parallel world's Yuhao. After all, having spent time in this world and participated in several prize-winning quizzes, they recognized Yuhao's exceptional abilities. Time is up. The question and answer session is over. Please wait patiently for the answer to be announced while watching the parallel world screen. 1 minute later, the voice sounded again. With the voice's resurgence, the screen depicting the parallel world started moving once more. The soul stones in the gap eagerly focused on the screen, their anticipation palpable. Tang San was also filled with excitement at this moment, repeatedly saying to himself, I must win this time. Not only that, but I must also secure a super big prize. That's the only way I can achieve a comeback. And on the screen. After the events of that day concluded, Yuhao and his team spent about 5 to 6 years in research. During this time, they tirelessly worked on creating a new power system. Indeed, they achieved certain results, successfully developing 4 or 5 new power systems, one of which was directly derived from the power system Electrolux had used from his homeland. However, Yuhao ultimately rejected that power system. This did not indicate that Electrolux's hometown system was unusable. Rather, it appeared less comprehensive than the new power system conceived by Yuhao. The power system created by Yuhao was dubbed the Soul Master. While it shared the same label, its fundamental cultivation principles diverged significantly from the original. The original power system relied on harnessing the power of soul beasts for cultivation. Without soul beasts, soul masters couldn't utilize their abilities to break through. It was a rather inadequate system. In contrast, Yuhao's newly crafted power system did not require soul beasts at all, nor did it necessitate the presence of martial souls. Soul masters could refine weapons or enhance their physical forms to bolster their strength by continuously honing their bodies or improving their soul strength. Through this power system, individuals can begin practicing at the age of 3. This early age is not due to the need to awaken martial souls. Rather, by age 3, humans possess the requisite ability to train independently. Their practice will subsequently be divided into multiple stages. The first stage is the Soul Power Stage, with 10 levels. Soul Power Stage 1, Soul Power Stage 2, Soul Power Stage 3, and so forth up to soul power stage 10. While soul masters at this stage can practice soul power, they can't yet shape it or utilize specialized soul skills. At this stage, the soul power within their bodies acts merely as an energy source to enhance physical strength. Thus, there are two paths to increasing strength in this stage. The first is to circulate and practice soul power within the body to reinforce physical strength and meridians, improving their physical form from within. The second method is much simpler and more brute force in nature, involving rigorous physical training to bolster physical capabilities. Though this approach is direct, it is more painful and challenging to sustain, and for ordinary children on the DOLOU continent, it may prove unbearable. Consequently, while the direct physical training method is more straightforward, Yuhao predicts that children on the DOLOU continent will likely adopt the first method of practice in the future. Once a soul master breaks through the 10th level of soul power, they advance to the second stage, the soul master stage. At this stage, they can practice various exercises to accelerate their training rate. Simultaneously, they can begin to control their soul power and release it for offensive purposes. Of course, this second stage also has two subpaths: body training and chi training. Chi training, as one might expect, involves continuous enhancement from the inside out. By honing their soul power, the soul master can boost the soul power stored within their body, enabling them to unleash more vigorous assaults in actual combat. However, there is a limitation. Even a soul master specializing in chi training will not possess significantly more soul power than one focused on body training. Consequently, the offensive potency of their attacks may not be particularly strong. In contrast, body training involves refining strength from the outside in. Practitioners employ rigorous self-discipline through various arduous training regimens. Even if their soul power level remains low, their physical strength is remarkably heightened through relentless training. Thus, when a regular chi trainer encounters a body training practitioner, their energetic attacks may often fail to penetrate their defenses. Conversely, should those in body training strike, they could potentially overpower or even kill their opponent instantly. Therefore, at this stage, the physical training soul master possesses significantly greater strength compared to one specializing in chi training. That said, chi training remains easier to master than body training, so likely, chi trainers will eventually surpass their counterparts. However, if both are at the same level, the body training soul master will consistently have the edge. Upon breaking through the second stage, soul masters advance to the third stage, the Great Soul Master. At this point, a soul master has become adept at controlling their soul power, gradually narrowing the gap between those who practice body training and chi training. This doesn't imply that the physical advantages of body training practitioners have vanished entirely. Instead, it signifies that chi training soul masters have discovered effective methods to contend with their body training counterparts. In the prior stages, the chi training soul masters were significantly outclassed by body training practitioners because their greatest strengths couldn't be effectively utilized. The primary advantage of chi training soul masters lies in their greater pool of soul power, allowing them to unleash soul skills freely. However, unlike before, soul skills are no longer gained by hunting soul beasts for absorption. These skills are now derived from the soul master's understanding or practice from techniques left by predecessors. During their earlier stages, chi training soul masters were unable to create powerful soul skills and capable techniques because their limited soul power precluded them from using advanced legacy abilities. The more powerful techniques couldn't compensate for the disparities between them and body training soul masters. However, once they transition into the Great Soul Master stage, everything changes. They can learn various flight-related soul skills, enabling low-altitude flight or short-distance movement. Here, we must note another flaw of body training practitioners. At this stage, those who focus on body training cannot fly because they generally don't cultivate their soul power, resulting in a meager reservoir of soul power. Consequently, they can't use any flight soul skills. Furthermore, as body training soul masters enhance their physical capabilities, their flesh and blood density increases, making their bodies heavier. Thus, they cannot keep pace with great soul masters possessing flying abilities. Should those great soul masters also have ranged attack capabilities, body training practitioners will struggle to reach their opponents and could end up being relentlessly attacked instead. Of course, not all great soul masters possess flying or ranged attack skills. Thus, at this stage, aside from a few with those capabilities who can contend with body-refining great soul masters, most great soul masters still hold a comparative advantage. Chapter 396. DD2 Chapter 396. Rewards released. Did Tang San win this time? This is the case when one is under a great soul master, but once a soul master reaches the next stage, it is completely different. Upon reaching the next stage, all soul masters who focus on cultivating soul power gain the ability to fly. Soul power transformed into wings is the most prominent feature of the soul stage within the soul master system. At this stage, all chi training soul masters can skillfully control the soul power in their bodies. Because their soul power is abundant, they can fly without using soul skills. With their exquisite control, they can directly transform soul power into wings and remain aloft for extended periods. In contrast, those who focus on cultivating the physical body lack this ability. As mentioned before, body-refining soul masters increase the weight of their physical bodies as they strengthen them. Thus, while they can unleash terrifying bursts of speed in combat, it is not due to the lightness of their bodies. Their bodies have become significantly heavier, but their immense strength allows them to move rapidly despite the added weight. In this case, soul power transformed into wings presents a clear advantage. The control over soul power exhibited by chi training soul masters is much more refined than that of physical training soul masters. Since the total amount of soul power in their bodies is limited, the heavier physical bodies make it much less feasible for them to fly. Once this stage is achieved, chi training soul masters gain a distinct edge. In one-on-one encounters, physical training soul masters will be unable to connect with chi trainers before exhausting their soul power. Simply taking to the air gives chi training soul masters a decisive advantage over body-refining soul masters. Moving forward, we have the Soul King stage. At this level, both groups gain various enhancements to their abilities, yet the advantages and disadvantages remain largely unchanged. However, upon reaching the next level, the Soul Emperor stage, everything transforms again. At this level, chi training soul masters transcend ordinary capabilities and become extraordinary. Typically, they refrain from engaging in physical combat, relying instead on their abundance of soul power to unleash skills from a distance. But does this imply that body-refining soul masters are utterly inferior? Not at all. At this stage, those who focus on body refinement have already tempered their physical forms to a remarkable degree, resulting in outstanding defensive capabilities. Their defensive might is not the only exceptional trait. Their explosive power is equally impressive. It is true that they still cannot fly. Even upon reaching this level, that ability eludes them. However, they can utilize their explosive strength for remarkable feats. They may not achieve sustained flight, but their potent abilities enable them to leap thousands of meters high instantaneously. Although they will descend quickly after reaching their peak height, their formidable defensive capabilities ensure they emerge unscathed from the fall. At this stage, the balance of power between the two groups begins to level out. Chi training soul masters engage in long-range bombardments, while those training the physical body embody extraordinary superhuman strength. Their offense and defense are both extraordinarily capable. If they strike, chi training practitioners might perish on the spot. Conversely, body refiners might endure the attack thanks to their remarkable defenses. Of course, the final stage is known as the Emperor realm. Upon attaining this state, whether in chi training or body refinement, both groups have transcended and entered another dimension. The Soul Emperor focused on chi can command all the soul power in the world. Their power is virtually limitless, enabling them to eliminate opponents from tens of thousands of miles away. The body-refining Soul Emperor may lack this extensive control over soul power, yet they can still shatter space with a single punch. Their defense and offensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable. If they wish, they can even destroy DOLOU star with just one blow. This represents the pinnacle of power. In truth, the upper limit of the system established by Yuhao is significantly higher than that of previous soul masters. Under the old soul master system, upon reaching the 99th level, one had to use divine inheritance to become a god before advancing further. In Yuhao's system, one can eventually obtain the strength of a god king or even a god king without requiring aid from a deity. This is precisely why Yuhao settled on this power system. He promptly expanded this power system across today's DOLOU continent. As he commenced his advancements, the entire DOLOU continent was thrown into bewilderment. Yet, after a brief moment of shock, all the soul masters on the DOLOU continent opted for Yuhao's new power system. This choice wasn't driven by their love for peace or a desire to resolve conflicts with soul beasts at the root. The inhabitants of DOLOU continent seldom dwelled on such concerns. The reason they embraced Yuhao's power system is straightforward. It empowers them and makes them far stronger. As for the soul beasts, they never factored into their thoughts. Of course, Yuhao remained indifferent to these matters. He didn't care about human perceptions. He only focused on resolving issues at their core through his initiatives, and that was sufficient for him. After handling this situation, he returned to addressing his affairs. Yet at this moment, in the gap between the planes, witnessing the images on the screen, the expressions of the soul masters were filled with shock. Their hearts brimmed with envy. After all, they had also seen the capabilities of this newly introduced power system in the prior segment. How could they possibly reject such power? However, a twinge of disappointment lingered. They realized they could not learn this new cultivation system. Unlike the residents of the parallel world, these soul masters lacked Yuhao's guidance to promote this cultivation system. In their world, any effort to learn was limited to only a fleeting glance. They didn't know the specific cultivation methods, let alone which techniques to adopt. Consequently, many soul masters in the plane gap felt deep regret. Despite their disappointment, they had all answered the prize-winning quiz correctly. Their decision to trust Yuhao from the parallel world proved wise. Once again, he had created a miracle. Thus, at this moment, all the soul masters in the gap donned expectant expressions, eagerly awaiting the mysterious voice to sound again. Bing, the answers to the prize-winning quiz are now announced. The correct answer is A. All soul masters who chose option A will receive random rewards. Amidst their mounting excitement, the voice finally echoed once more. Hearing that sound, all the soul masters in the plane gap erupted in glee. They were eager to see that the story of the parallel world was about to conclude. With the end of this tale, they would soon return to their real world, making this moment likely their last chance to win a quiz reward. As the mysterious voice continued, generous gift boxes materialized one after another. All the soul masters in the plane gap swiftly began to open their reward boxes. Some expressed joy, others disappointment. Certain soul masters reveled in their generous prizes, feeling euphoric as they soared into the sky. Sadly, others found nothing at all, quickly issuing a thank you for your patronage, which left them infuriated and dismayed. Bibai Dong and others found themselves among the unfortunate. Initially, Bibai Dong believed her good luck would continue, expecting a favorable outcome this time as well. However, she was taken aback to discover that her luck had entirely run dry. Timidly, she turned her gaze to Cayenne Rengsu to observe her luck. Cayenne Rengsu, having learned from Bibai Dong's misfortunes, was cautious while opening her reward chest. Yet the result was the same, nothing. She too issued a thank you for your patronage. How could this happen? She muttered to herself in frustration. In another section between the planes, Tang San laughed aloud at the spectacle. Although he had yet to open his rewards, as long as Cayenne Rengsu and Bibai Dong remained empty-handed, he felt he had already achieved half his victory. His main adversaries were Bibai Dong, Cayenne Rengsu, and the God of Destruction. Tang San quickly shifted his gaze to the God of Destruction and Xiao Wu. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Both Xiao Wu and the god of destruction met equally dismal fates. Seemingly cursed, they had done everything to secure good fortunes, praying fervently in their hearts before the draw. Alas, they too found only "thank you for your patronage," with no other reward in sight. Now, even the god of destruction looked tense. Despite their superior strength, their capabilities were still limited. Most critically, it was clear that the mysterious reward was tremendously generous. Tang San was already formidable. If he received even more power, a comeback was entirely possible. This realization deepened the worries of Bibaidong, Qian Rengsu, the god of destruction, and Xiao Wu. Even that mysterious existence is aiding me. I'm going to stage a comeback. Tang San's excitement surged. He comprehended that his chances for a resurgence were remarkably high now. Whether it was Bibaidong, Qian Rengsu, the god of destruction, or Xiao Wu, none had advanced. With this advantage, as long as he received a generous reward to boost his strength, he could turn the tide. Tang San felt his face flush with exhilaration. Then, in full view of everyone, he opened the treasure box to reveal his reward. Crunch! A strange sound echoed. Following it, a dazzling golden light erupted from the treasure box. Wow, golden legend! Tang San's excitement escalated at the sight of the radiant lights. Though he hadn't yet seen the particulars of the reward, their sacred glow indicated something exceptional. He didn't need to ponder the implications. He knew he had likely received a powerful reward this time. Gasping with excitement, he speculated, is it an artifact, a super artifact, or perhaps a plethora of super artifacts? After playing it safe for so long, isn't it finally my turn? Angry expressions adorned the faces of the god of destruction and others. No way, it can't be that they let him win. Yet, in the next instant, as the golden light faded, the expressions of everyone present transformed dramatically. Chapter 397, DD2, Chapter 397, Punished. Tang San fell to the second level of God realm. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. In the gap between the planes, Tang San's excitement reached a fever pitch. His face was filled with anticipation, and his eyes glimmered with a strong desire for rewards. He could almost envision the moment he would receive a generous reward, enhancing his strength significantly and allowing him to stage a comeback against the odds. At that moment, the smile on Tang San's face appeared increasingly unsettling. However, just as the light from the treasure chest completely dissipated, Tang San was frozen in place, his smile vanishing, replaced by a deep expression of shock. Then a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Is this a joke? Thank you for your patronage. Why is my reward also a thank you for your patronage? If it was just a thank you for your patronage, why did that dazzling golden light just appear? Are you kidding me? Tang San felt completely shattered at this moment. He had held extremely high hopes for this reward, believing that the grand presentation indicated a precious final reward. But he never expected it to turn out this way. Tang San felt worse than if he had eaten something repulsive. Just a second ago, he had felt optimistic about his future, but now reality crushed all of his previous hopes. He hadn't received any reward at all. As a result, Tang San was driven to madness. He began to roar in anger. The other soul masters surrounding him couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, I thought it was something amazing. It turned out to be a thank you for your patronage. Goodbye, Tang San, this is too funny. No, after such a dramatic setup, it turned out to be a mere thank you for your patronage. How miserable, poor Tang San. I assess that he deserves it. Tang San has it coming. All right, mysterious sir, you did a great job. The laughter erupted among the soul masters in the gap between the planes. None expressed sympathy for Tang San and his plight, as they were all aware of his past misdeeds and were gloating over his downfall. At that moment, Tang San's expression darkened further. Oh yeah, shut up, everyone, shut up. Damn it, get out of here. Tang San cursed angrily. Unfortunately for him, his outburst amounted to impotent rage in the eyes of others. Thus, even while he berated those around him, his behavior did not come across as threatening. Instead, they viewed him as a clown and his antics seemed absurdly humorous. The chat room in the gap between the planes became animated again. Ha 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 ha, so anxious. Someone's anxious. I've never seen a clown perform in a circus. Thank you, friend, for giving me a real show. Wow, did you hear that? The person above is outrageous. Oh, isn't this just a little punk? Ha 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 ha. The chat room was soon filled with the laughter of the gathered soul masters. At that moment, the mysterious figure suddenly made an announcement. Ding, additional explanation. The reason the reward Tang San opened was so extravagant was due to a glitch in the system. Originally, that special effect would only manifest when the highest level of reward was granted. However, due to the aforementioned glitch, this anomaly occurred. But please rest assured, errors like this don't happen often, and the bugs have been promptly addressed, so there's no need for concern. The mysterious voice, matter-of-fact in its tone, aimed to clarify the confusion among the soul masters in the gap of the plane. However, Tang San could not accept this explanation in the least. He lashed out at the voice in furious indignation. No, this is your mistake. Since you made a mistake, why won't you compensate me? Shouldn't I receive some mental damages? I was in such high spirits just now. Compensate me. Understanding that this might be his last opportunity, Tang San pleaded with reckless abandon, begging the mysterious figure for compensation like a beggar. His behavior, however, sparked strong dissatisfaction among the other soul masters present. Upon hearing Tang San's demands, they quickly chimed in. What are you saying? What do you mean? Even if a bug occurred, it had no real impact. He did admit his mistakes, he simply corrected them. Exactly, he had acknowledged his errors, what more do you want? This Tang San is just too detestable. The others joined in, voicing their disapproval of Tang San. In truth, their disdain for him stemmed from their inability to tolerate him thriving. Thus, they rallied together in opposition to Tang San. As a result, Tang San's face grew even more contorted with anger upon hearing their words. At this time, the peculiar voice sounded once more. Your suggestion is invalid. Since no losses were caused to others and your reward was originally empty, your request is unfeasible. Tang San's proposal has been rejected. The voice completely expressed its stance, again inciting laughter from the soul masters in the gap between the planes. Great, 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 that's how it should be. Just don't spoil the fun for Tang San. Fantastic, this is wonderful. This time, Tang San is done for. I doubt there'll be more quiz sessions after this. This means Tang San has no chance to turn the tide. Brilliant, when we finish things here and go back to the DOLOU continent, Tang San is toast. The soul masters in the gap became even more jubilant, finding immense amusement in Tang San's predicament. For his part, Tang San could not handle the ridicule. Especially since he had gained nothing, yet found himself lambasted by others, a fact he simply could not bear. At that moment, Tang San felt completely undone. Damn it, a bunch of beasts. And you, mysterious figure, you are the beast among beasts. If it weren't for you, how could I end up like this? I think you're deliberately targeting me, Tang San. Damn it, who are you? Why don't you dare to show yourself and let me see your face? Damn. Tang San fumed, hurling curses and insults at the other soul masters and the mysterious existence in the gap between the planes. Realizing he might truly be finished, he began to behave recklessly, vowing to lash out at everything. This further incited the ire of the soul masters present. At the same time, the mysterious figure decided enough was enough. Soon, the enigmatic voice echoed again. Ding! Since Tang San dared to insult me, he will be severely punished. As the voice faded, Tang San found himself suddenly controlled and suspended in midair. Let me go, damn it. Tang San was furious at this sight. Even as he struggled against the control imposed by the mysterious existence, it felt futile. In the next instant, a divine thunderbolt struck down fiercely from the heavens, directly impacting Tang San's body. Suspended in midair and unable to move, he felt a searing pain as the divine thunder struck him. His face contorted with agony, and the arrogance he once displayed dissipated completely. His flesh appeared to blur. But the mysterious figure had only just begun. It was not content with merely punishing Tang San briefly. Thus, in the following moments, more lightning fell from the skies, relentlessly bombarding him. Boom, 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 boom. A barrage of lightning continued to strike Tang San, shattering his divine body. The most horrifying realization for Tang San was that each strike not only inflicted immense pain, but also degraded his cultivation. Previously, after suffering various setbacks, he had already fallen to the peak of the first-level god. However, at this moment, under the relentless assault of divine thunder, Tang San sensed his cultivation continuing to plummet. He first fell from the peak of the first-level god to the late stage, and then from the late stage to the mid-stage of the first-level god. I was wrong, God, I was wrong, you are the true God. Please let me go, I beg you. Tang San was utterly terrified at that moment. For him, his cultivation was everything. After years of effort, he had ascended to the rank of God King. However, after separating from Xiao Wu, he descended to the peak of the first-level god. Yet now, he found this mysterious existence was even more merciless than Xiao Wu. It was actively stripping him of his divine power and reducing his cultivation. At this moment, real fear gripped Tang San. He could feel quite clearly that if this continued, he would likely fall to the peak of the second-level god in no time. Even reaching the second-level god would seem unbearably weak. He couldn't even beat Bibai Dong or Cunning Renksu, let alone Xiao Wu. Consequently, Tang San was trembling with fear, no longer the rebellious figure from earlier, and began to plead for mercy from the voice. Pleading for mercy is invalid, the punishment continues. Yet the mysterious voice showed no intention of halting the punishment. After receiving Tang San's pleas, it continued the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Countless black thunders cascaded from the sky, relentlessly crashing into Tang San's body. Afterward, Tang San's cultivation diminished once more. He fell from the late stage of the first-level god to the middle stage, and then from the middle stage to the early stage of the first-level god, eventually descending to the peak of the second-level god. Tang San felt numb. As the realization sank in, he was utterly finished. When his cultivation still resided at the peak of the first-level god, he at least had the potential to escape from Cunning Renksu and Bibai Dong, and even engage them in battle. Now, however, he feared they would erase him in a heartbeat. And with the deep enmity they held, Tang San understood well that they wouldn't let him escape unscathed. At that moment, his heart turned cold. He perceived his future as bleak. The punishment ends here. I hope Tang San takes this as a warning. But at this moment, the mysterious voice resounded again. It spoke in a calm tone. With the conclusion of the voice, Tang San plummeted toward the ground. Although his formidable strength ensured he would not suffer from a fall from such heights, profound despair now infused his heart. He knew he was finished. In the gap between the planes, all the soul masters gazing up at Tang San felt a new respect for the mysterious existence that had delivered such punishment. At the same time, as they looked upon Tang San, their eyes were ablaze with mockery. Chapter 398, DD2, Chapter 398, Parallel World Yuhao sets out to attack the God Realm. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters couldn't help but laugh at Tang San's miserable state. They jeered at him mercilessly. Ha 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 ha, you don't know when to quit. You dare to provoke others without any self-awareness. I assess that you deserve this. Yeah, isn't this what you brought upon yourself? It's fine to run your mouth, but you even dared to insult that adult. Isn't that courting death? That adult was able to bring all of us here, which shows that his strength is far above ours. How dare Tang San act this way? He's lost his mind. It can only be said that he is truly foolish. He deserves this fate. The Soul Masters in the gap between the planes continued to scold Tang San, which only pushed him deeper into despair. It hurts, it's all too painful. This world is against him. At this time, the screen began to play again. The Soul Masters in the gap between the planes were eager to see what would happen next in the parallel world, so they quickly turned their attention away from Tang San. The screen lit up once more. After Yuhao withdrew from the new cultivation system, several decades passed on the DOLOU continent. During these decades, the number of soul masters on the DOLOU continent has become very rare. Most humans have already adopted the new power system that Yuhao introduced, achieving impressive results. Of course, when he says that the number of soul masters has decreased, it doesn't mean there are none left. There are still individuals practicing according to the original cultivation system. After all, the soul master cultivation method is relatively straightforward. Although Yuhao's system is robust, it is also more complex and difficult. Especially in the path of body refinement, very few are willing to attempt it, as most give up after trying. Thus, most train in chi practice. However, this method is still much more challenging than the original soul master methods. So, if someone awakens with good innate soul power or full innate soul power, they will likely choose the original soul master system. The significant advantage is that the practice speed is faster. In contrast, Yuhao's system generally has slower practice speeds. Although it ultimately produces stronger results, it does have certain disadvantages in this area. But Yuhao did not focus too much on this after that. He had already helped the soul beasts solve their crisis. Though there are still a small number of soul masters, their low numbers do not affect the survival of the soul beasts. That was enough for him. As for the idea of eradicating all soul masters, Yuhao thinks it unnecessary. This world operates on natural selection and survival of the fittest. While he can change the larger picture, he doesn't have the energy to manage the minor details. He still needs to deal with Tang San in the God realm. So, over these decades, he has been diligently practicing. Individuals like Bingdi, Zudi, Electrolux, and Gu Yuina have also secluded themselves to train in silence. After decades of practice, their strengths have improved. Although Gu Yuina is still stuck at the peak of the first-level god, she is just a step away from achieving the god-king level. Bingdi, Zudi, Wang Donger, and Electrolux have all reached the realm of the first-level god. Meanwhile, figures like Dai Tian and Xing Jun have been cultivating for millions of years. Thus, Yuhao believes it is time to carve his way into the god realm. At that moment, on the DOLOU continent, the soul masters in the Plain Gap couldn't help but sigh. Finally, have we reached this point? I've been waiting too long for this step. Yes, I thought it would happen sooner, but I didn't expect so many events to occur in between. But it's understandable. After all, they must fight in the god realm and have a showdown with Tang San. If they remain on the DOLOU continent, Tang San and the gods in the god realm won't dare to act against us. But going to the god realm changes everything. So Yuhao in this parallel world must be more prepared. Yes, yes. The soul masters in the gap eagerly discussed. Just then, a strange voice rang out in the Plain Gap. Ding! The quiz with prizes is now open. All the soul masters present paused in surprise. After just having completed a quiz, they were astonished to find another one was being introduced. They quickly began to discuss among themselves. The quiz has started again. Is there such a good thing? Is it because we're nearing the end, granting us some benefits? This is amazing. Many soul masters felt joy at this unexpected news. Another quiz meant another chance to win rewards. As long as they answered correctly, they could receive gifts, and with a bit of luck, some might even get great items from the treasure chests. Thus, they were eager to participate once more. Great, great. So there's still a chance. Can I still turn the tide? The happiest among them was Tang San. He was like an indestructible cockroach, having just been crushed by that mysterious existence. Yet now, with the announcement of a quiz, he felt a spark of hope. He believed his chance had returned. It must be noted that although Tang San was a wretched character, he did possess some skills that led him to his current status and strength. Thus, he quickly regained his composure. Now that he knew another chance had presented itself, he began to look forward to his future again. However, others such as Bibaidong, Kaiyan Rangsu, the god of destruction, and Xiao Wu were less than thrilled at the prospect of this new quiz. They were eager to eliminate Tang San, and given the current situation, it seemed inevitable they would succeed. Yet if Tang-san were to receive further rewards, their plans could be jeopardized. Therefore, in that space between the planes, the actual decision-makers weren't the likes of Bibai Dong and her associates. Thus, even if they felt immense dissatisfaction and unhappiness within, they could only watch events unfold. Bibai Dong remarked, "It seems we have to gamble once again. I hope our team continues to win, but we must not allow Tang-san to reverse his fortunes." Kyan Renksu added, "Don't worry, mother. Tang-san has been very unlucky since entering this plane gap. I have faith he will keep up his streak of bad luck." Bibai Dong chuckled in response, "Daughter, what kind of faith is that? It's outrageous." But she soon affirmed, "You're right, Tang-san has always been unlucky. This time, I believe he will continue along the same path as before." Once they finished speaking, they remained poised, waiting. Not long thereafter, the mysterious voice returned. Then it began to announce the latest round of questions. "New test questions released. Please consider. Can Yuhao in the parallel world finally accomplish the task assigned to him by the dragon god in the god realm? Can he change the fate of the soul beasts? Answer A. Yes. Yuhao in the parallel world is incredibly powerful now. Besides Tang-san, the 5 great gods harbor little animosity toward Yuhao. I believe that Yuhao in the parallel world will surely conquer them in the end." Answer B. No. Even if Yuhao in the parallel world is strong, the strength of the god realm is not to be underestimated. The critical point is that Yuhao faces 5 foes. Although he's not without assistance, Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Electrolux, Wang Donger, and Silver Dragon King are all first-level gods. The god realm does not lack first-level gods either. They will not have enough manpower and will probably end up losing. The answers have now been provided. Please make your selection within 1 minute. The voice chimed in once more, prompting the Soul Masters in the plane gap once again. Upon hearing the call, the Soul Masters swiftly began to act, choosing their answers. However, the vast majority opted to believe in Yuhao. Despite the current scenario indicating that he was not in an advantageous position, the ongoing quiz had consistently favored Yuhao. He had performed miracles repeatedly. Therefore, many Soul Masters were inclined to believe that Yuhao could once again achieve the impossible. At that moment, several declared, "I choose as well." Similarly, Tang-san also made the same choice. He had suffered a major setback earlier for not supporting Yuhao in the parallel world. Had he chosen to believe in Yuhao right from the start, he would have gained several more opportunities to draw from the lottery, which could have altered his fate. Thus, Tang-san, without a moment's hesitation, chose Yuhao in the parallel world. Soon the minute passed. Ding, time is up. When the time elapsed, the mysterious voice spoke again. The time for answering the questions has concluded. Those who have not answered will be considered forfeited. Next, please watch the following content carefully. After the answers are revealed, rewards will be distributed. The voice faded swiftly after a few additional words. Then, the Soul Masters in the plane gap again directed their gazes to the screen. At this moment, the screen brightened. Under the leadership of Yuhao, the Soul Masters in the plane gap have made plans to venture directly into the God realm. Considering Yuhao's exquisite cultivation, he doesn't need guidance to reach the God realm. He can go whenever he desires. Thereupon, Yuhao waved his hand, and a massive spatial crack emerged in the air. As this spatial crack appeared, a corresponding crack formed in another part of the God realm. Clearly, these 2 spatial distortions were interconnected. As soon as Yuhao and his group stepped through this crack, they would swiftly enter the God realm. Once they traversed this passage, they would arrive directly in the God realm. Thus, Yuhao promptly informed the gathered group, "All right, the passage has been opened. We can embark now." Upon hearing Yuhao's declaration, everyone eagerly concurred. "Okay." However, Wang Donger asked curiously, "Yuhao, if we do this, won't our presence be discovered?" Yuhao responded, "They will notice us, but that's irrelevant. Even if they discover us, they will not be able to stop me. This passage has been opened by my ability. Only I or a being stronger than myself can close it. But right now, no god in the god realm is stronger than I am. No matter if it's Tang San or the other major god kings, they are fundamentally the same. Thus, this situation does not concern me. Yuhao explained to Wang Donger, who nodded eagerly after understanding. Oh, I see. Then it's fine. They rushed through the spatial crack, heading toward the god realm. At that instant, the god realm felt compelled to act. Chapter 399, DD2 Chapter 399, Tang San was shocked. Yuhao is here. At this moment, above the god realm. Upon discovering a crack in their god realm, the initial thought of all the gods was to close it immediately. Although this crack was unusual and different from typical cracks, it had not caused any immediate damage to their god realm. However, all the gods believed that this plane gap was an extremely unstable point. In this situation, the best way to address the crack was to seal it directly. Consequently, when a god in the god realm first detected the crack, his instinctive response was to close it at once. The problem arose, however, when, despite spending 9 years' worth of effort, he could not complete this task. He exerted all his divine power, but still failed to mend the crack. Realizing he needed assistance, he sought out help. After all, his cultivation level in the god realm was not particularly high. He was merely a third-level god. He thought that bringing in a god with a higher cultivation would surely solve the issue. Is this the place? So he quickly found his helpers. His helper was a second-level god in the god realm. This second-level god was the god of war, named Daimubai, who held a high status within the god realm due to his close relationship with Tang San. Upon recognizing he could not handle the crack alone, the god invited Daimubai. His reasoning was twofold. First, Daimubai's strength was indeed greater than his own. Second, because of their connection to Tang San, even if they couldn't resolve the issue themselves, Daimubai's presence might prompt Tang San to intervene, saving them time on recruiting others. Thus, there were multiple advantages to inviting him. Watch me control this. Once arriving, Daimubai immediately began to prepare for action. He started channeling divine power within him, and a brilliant divine light suddenly erupted from his body. Then, Daimubai stretched his hands toward the huge crack in front of him. His arms expanded considerably as he grasped at the edges, intending to close it directly. However, at that moment, no matter how hard Daimubai tried, the space remained unyielding. This left him feeling entirely baffled. For Daimubai, repairing space cracks was not new to him, and he had encountered no difficulties in the past. Previously, he would have easily succeeded, but now, despite his best efforts, he could not seal it. A wave of embarrassment flooded Daimubai's face as the god who had invited him whispered, "How about letting Master Tang San come?" Upon hearing this, Daimubai's expression darkened. The suggestion made him feel humiliated. Truthfully, Daimubai held some resentment toward Tang San. Back on Duluo continent, he had always been the boss of the Shrek 7 devils and had a high opinion of himself. But after arriving in the god realm, he recognized that, while he was still the nominal boss of the Shrek 7 devils, it had become merely a title. In reality, Tang San was the true leader of the Shrek 7 devils, a sentiment shared among the others. Even more distressing for Daimubai was that while Tang San had previously called him Big Boss, he now simply referred to him as Mubai. Though Daimubai had never verbally expressed his feelings about this over the years, he was undoubtedly sensitive to the shift in their dynamic. Thus, when the third-level god made his suggestion, a flame of unacknowledged anger sparked within him. However, he would not openly express it, responding to the third-level god with a tight-lipped, "No, I can handle it." He then continued to channel divine power, attempting once again to close the space crack. But how could such a formidable crack be so easily sealed? As a result, no matter how Daimubai strained, the outcome remained unchanged, leading him to feel even more embarrassment. The third-level god, hesitant to push him further, opted to stay back, awaiting the moment Daimubai would concede. But Daimubai, unwilling to lose face, dug in, resulting in a stalemate. Finally, a strange voice cut through their efforts. "Mubai, what are you doing here?" The sudden voice startled Dai Mubai and the third-level god, and they turned to see none other than Tang San. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San in disbelief, quickly asking, "Zio-san, why are you here?" Tang San replied, "I sensed instability in the god realm space, so I came to investigate and found you all here." "So it seems this crack is the source of the issue. How could you not fix it, even with your abilities?" Dai Mubai awkwardly explained, "I can't fix it. This situation is a bit strange." Though dissatisfaction surged within him, he did not dare show it. Tang San was no longer the same Tang San he had once known. He was now the god king of the god realm, elevated above all else. Although Dai Mubai was a second-level god, he recognized the vast difference between their powers and did not wish to provoke Tang San. Tang San remained unfazed, calmly replying, "In that case, step back, I'll handle it." His tone was casual, as if it were a foregone conclusion that he would be able to close the crack. But the next scene left Tang San deeply shocked. Upon hearing his words, Dai Mubai hastily stepped aside, allowing Tang San to take action directly. Yet, despite activating his powerful divine abilities, Tang San too could not seal the crack. Tang San's expression darkened. "What's going on?" Dai Mubai voiced his confusion as well, saying, This doesn't seem right." In truth, he felt a twinge of satisfaction. After all, his earlier failure had caused him embarrassment, but now he saw Tang San struggling as well, making it easier to swallow. After a moment of silence, Tang San extended his spiritual sense toward DOLOU continent. After scanning carefully, he found no sign of Yuhao or anyone else. Tang San's face grew grave. Could it be that Yuhao and others are coming to kill me? Tang San began to theorize, but it was merely speculation. Decades prior, Yuhao had utilized his abilities to set up numerous formations on the DOLOU continent. The sole purpose of these formations was to block the god's perception of the realm. Thus, even as Tang San now attempted to locate Yuhao's presence, he could not investigate as thoroughly as he once could. He could only discern whether Yuhao's signature remained on the DOLOU continent. At that moment, under Tang San's focus, the absence of Yuhao's energy confirmed his apprehension, and Tang San's demeanor shifted to one of intense seriousness. "It seems I need to inform the other god kings." Tang San could not afford to underestimate the situation. He recognized Yuhao's formidable strength. Though he was reluctant to concede it, he understood that alone, he would not stand a chance against Yuhao. In the process, he quickly relayed this information, prompting the other god kings in the god realm to react immediately. They began to inquire, "What is going on? Why have we all been summoned?" Tang San stated gravely, "Yuhao is likely making his way toward our god realm." The god of destruction's brow furrowed at the news. "How did he come?" Tang San gestured toward the crack. "It should be coming through here. This passage is exceptionally strong. I've tried sealing it, but without success." Stepping forward, the god of destruction asserted, "Let me try." He concentrated his divine power, and an array of dazzling destructive light erupted from behind him. With that, the god of destruction also attempted to close the space crack, yet he too failed. This led the god of destruction to recall Tang San's earlier warnings, resulting in a serious expression. "Let's combine our divine powers and see if we can seal this breach." The other gods nodded in agreement, activating their divine powers. An overwhelming wave of divine energy surged from them, causing the air around them to become charged. Then, the gods exerted their collective strength, aiming to seal the crack. Unfortunately, despite their combined efforts, eventually, they could not successfully close the crack, which only served to intensify the grim expressions on their faces. Boom! At that moment, a strange sound echoed from the crack. Simultaneously, a powerful divine energy surged from the passage, colliding violently against the combined divine energy of the gods. The space around them began to shake violently. However, Tang San and the other great gods were unprepared. Although they had amassed significant divine power, the energy erupting from the crack tore through their defenses in a split second. As they were stunned momentarily, Tang San and the others hastily attempted to shield themselves with their divine power. But the tremendous force from the crack was overwhelming. Even with their protections in place, they were forcibly repelled. What is this aura? Such potent energy, it can only belong to the dragon god's inheritance. The gods gazed forward, astonished. Tang San's expression darkened considerably. It was only by confronting the source directly that he realized the vast difference between his strength and Yuhao. It was a chasm that spanned the heavens and the earth. Tang San's face twisted in anger and frustration. He cursed inwardly. It's all their fault. They hesitated to eliminate this kid earlier. Now he has grown to such a terrifying level. Who can stand against him now? Damn it! Tang San struggled with his thoughts. Under their watchful eyes, Yuhao and his companions emerged from the crack. As he stepped out and laid eyes on the gathered gods, Yuhao displayed no fear. Instead, a faint smile creased his lips. Why do we have such a grand welcome? It seems you've all come to greet us. Chapter 400, DD2 Chapter 400, The Gods Are Shocked. Why does Wang Donger want to deal with Tang San? At this moment, Yuhao emerged from the space crack with an expression of indifference. He projected a demeanor that seemed more relaxed and comfortable, as if he were simply touring the god realm rather than preparing for an assault. As the powerful divine energy radiated from Yuhao's body, coupled with his calm demeanor, all the gods present felt immense pressure. For the 5 great god kings, Tang San, the god of destruction, the goddess of life, the god of kindness, and the god of evil, it was manageable. Although they sensed the frightening strength within Yuhao, they could at least maintain their aura and were not overwhelmed by the formidable presence he exuded. In contrast, Dai Mubai and the other third-level gods felt genuinely suppressed and breathless in the wake of Yuhao's terrifying aura. They stood there, solemn-faced, daring not to move. In their eyes, Yuhao appeared as a demon. This was their home court, yet they hesitated to directly confront him. Are you the descendant of the dragon god, Yuhao? At that critical moment, the god of destruction stepped forward. Among the gods present, the god of destruction was one of the oldest, having personally experienced the dragon god's transformation and witnessed countless events concerning the god realm. While he sensed Yuhao's immense aura and felt a tinge of shock, he was not rendered speechless like the others. As for the goddess of life and the god of evil, they were too young to handle the situation. Tang San, however, was apprehensive of Yuhao's intentions, understanding that Yuhao was specifically targeting him. Consequently, the god of destruction was the first to speak up among the assembled gods. Yes, that's me. Yuhao, however, did not exhibit any tension. After all, he believed that the only true conflict lay with Tang San. He intended to confront him specifically, viewing the other gods as less significant. Regarding the god realm's past actions against soul beasts, Yuhao felt it was not necessary to bear a grudge against them, noting that it was the dragon god who had initially decreed that soul beasts should not become gods. The gods had merely been following his orders, despite the dragon god having regretted this later. Thus, Yuhao's attitude toward the god of destruction was relatively neutral. The god of destruction recognized some of Yuhao's perceptions from his demeanor. Rather than attacking outright, he continued, "You are certainly strong. I didn't expect you to be even stronger than the old dragon god. I fought alongside the dragon god, and to be honest, he wasn't as formidable as you seem now. Otherwise, we 5 great gods might not have been able to defeat him." The god of destruction smiled, conveying his admiration to Yuhao. Tang San, however, grew deeply anxious upon hearing the god of destruction's words. He thought to himself, what? The god of destruction thinks this kid's strength surpasses that of the dragon god. Is that true or just hyperbole? If it's just a tactic to put me at ease, then that's one thing. But if his strength is truly that daunting, it's over. This realization left Tang San sweating. He now clearly understood that there was no possibility of reconciliation between himself and Yuhao. For Tang San, the realization of Yuhao's increasing power only brought more trouble, leading to a genuine fear in light of the god of destruction's statement. Meanwhile, Yuhao remained calm, sensing that he might have overestimated the god kings. Although they hadn't fought yet, their perceived weakness gave him added confidence. He quickly addressed the god of destruction. "You are too kind." The god of destruction knew it was time to move past pleasantries. Understanding the precariousness of the situation, he initiated a more serious discussion. "Okay, Yuhao, let's cut to the chase. Can you explain why you're here? Are you planning to destroy our god realm or do something else?" Yuhao smiled. No, why would I destroy the god realm?" "You must have misunderstood. While it may seem that the death of the dragon god would incite my vengeance as his inheritor, that's not the case." Continuing, Yuhao clarified, "If I were here for revenge, you would be severely underestimating my capabilities." The god of destruction pressed for further explanation. "Then, why are you here?" Without delay, Yuhao snapped his fingers, summoning a stream of divine power that began to condense and reorganize in front of the gathered gods, ultimately forming a massive divine power like curtain. What a powerful ability to manipulate divine power. The gods, including the god of destruction, were shocked at this display, feeling the weight of Yuhao's strength once more. However, Yuhao's actions weren't merely for show, they held deeper significance. He intended to follow the dragon god's counsel. The light curtain revealed the instructions imparted by the dragon god, emphasizing the importance of negotiation in resolving issues before resorting to force. As the gods fell silent, the god of destruction remained contemplative, deeply absorbed in the scene before him. Tang San, growing increasingly agitated, thought, "No, are they truly going to change the rules because of this? If so, that would bring grave embarrassment to our god realm." His dread at the prospect of Yuhao and the god of destruction forming a pact left him increasingly anxious. Tang San was determined to prevent this outcome, unwilling to let Yuhao escape unscathed. Yuhao, noticing Tang San's unease, raised an eyebrow and calmly addressed him. "Tang San, we will settle our accounts later. Right now, I must oversee the tasks entrusted to me by the dragon god." In response, Tang San seized the opportunity to make his case vocal, proclaiming in front of all, "Everyone, do you see what Yuhao is like? He dares threaten one of the 5 great gods of the god realm in front of us. What will happen if we let him go free? He'll ascend even further." He spoke emphatically, and as the other gods regarded Yuhao with increased hostility, Tang San felt a sense of pride. Internally, he sneered, "You want to confront me? I have countless ways to deal with you." However, unexpectedly, a familiar figure stepped forward, and the gods present showed their astonishment. "Tang San, you know the extent of your actions, and for now, we choose not to argue with you. But rest assured, once this is over, we will settle our grievances one by one." The voice belonged to Wang Donger, who had just stood up. As the gods shifted their focus to her, their surprise deepened. They recognized Wang Donger well. With Wang Donger standing on Yuhao's side and hostile towards Tang San, the gods were thoroughly confused. They could not comprehend why she, Tang San's daughter, would side with an outsider against him, creating a palpable tension in the air. "Ziochi, isn't that you? What's happening? Why are you siding with Yuhao? And what did you mean about Tang San's actions? Did he do something wrong?" "Regardless of his faults, he is still your father. You shouldn't aid an outsider against him. Please, Ziochi, tell us what's going on." The other gods implored Wang Donger for an explanation, eager to understand her stance. Chapter 401, DD2 Chapter 401, The Disagreement Between Tang San and the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction wants to support Yuhao. It's a long story with Tang San, so I won't elaborate further at this moment. But everyone, I want to emphasize that there are matters on which you should refrain from making rash comments until you know the whole truth. It's not that I don't want your evaluations, but the reasons are complex and you may not be aware of them. When you learn the truth, you will undoubtedly be surprised. After hearing Wang Donger's words, the surrounding gods felt slightly uncomfortable, as only she was fully aware of the numerous immoral actions Tang San had committed. At this moment, however, she chose not to elaborate further, knowing the priorities of the situation. While Tang San's matters were indeed significant, they were ultimately a personal issue between her and him. The matter concerning the soul beasts was a commitment that Yuhao and Wang Donger had made to the dragon god, and it needed to be fulfilled. Therefore, at this juncture, Wang Donger believed that they must first achieve a resolution regarding the dragon god's concerns. There would be ample time to address Tang San later. Having conveyed her thoughts, Wang Donger refrained from pushing the matter further. The gods present found her reasoning quite reasonable and did not linger on the topic any longer. Yuhao quickly redirected the conversation back to the god of destruction, asking directly, "Okay, god of destruction. Now you should be able to provide me with your answer." Upon hearing Yuhao's inquiry, the god of destruction fell silent, a contemplative expression crossing his features. The other gods turned their gaze to the god of destruction, clearly waiting for his final decision. "What else is there to consider? Just take him down," Tang San interjected impatiently. He remained determined to instigate a confrontation between the god realm and Yuhao, fully aware that without such conflict, his fate would be dire. Thus, he once again attempted to fan the flames. However, Tang San overestimated his standing and influence in the god realm. While the gods may have respected him in the past, in the face of such a critical decision, he did not hold the final say. Consequently, despite Tang San's outburst, the gods in the god realm ignored him, maintaining their faith in the god of destruction. This disregard left Tang San visibly frustrated. His face darkened with embarrassment as he surveyed the other gods, feeling humiliated. Clown, pure clown. Do you genuinely think his influence is that significant? In reality, his impact is negligible. What a joke. As the soul masters observing from the dimensional gap laughed at his misfortune, they found Tang San's behavior comical. They were also keenly interested in what choice the god of destruction from this parallel world would make next. On the screen, despite Tang San's displeasure, he refrained from expressing any outburst at this critical moment. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the god of destruction did not neglect Yuhao. He truly took a moment to think. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally reached a decision. Looking directly at Yuhao, he said, "Do you wish to know my answer?" "Okay, then I will tell you directly what my choice is." With the attention of everyone upon him, the god of destruction slowly spoke. "I already know the full context of the situation. You have come here on behalf of the dragon god regarding the matter of the god realm that day. Thus, you have a legitimate reason. As such, we will not view you as an enemy for it. However, please understand that a considerable amount of time has passed since that incident. While we, the gods of the god realm, hold the dragon god in high esteem, the rules established cannot be easily revoked." Upon hearing this, Tang San's face brightened with pride, as he believed that if they could not reach a consensus, Yuhao and the god realm would inevitably clash, a result that satisfied him. In contrast, Yuhao frowned at the god of destruction's response, pressing further. "So, the god realm means that the order cannot be rescinded. God of destruction, you understand my determination in this matter." Yuhao continued, wanting to avoid conflict if possible. He was not a bloodthirsty or warlike individual. However, the god of destruction's response left him no choice but to consider more aggressive measures. Ultimately, Yuhao's statements served to persuade the god of destruction. The god of destruction acknowledged Yuhao's strength, saying, "I know you are powerful, Yuhao, and I admit that none of the other gods here can match you in combat. Whether they are god kings, first level, second level, or third level gods, in comparison to you, they are as insignificant as ants." He continued, "However, as the god king of the god realm, I cannot yield to power. I, the god of destruction, abide by the rules of the god realm, and thus I cannot simply abolish them based on your strength." The god of destruction then mentioned, "That said, there is a rule within the god realm that could prove beneficial for you." Tang San frowned at this, while Yuhao's interest piqued. He directly asked the god of destruction, "Oh, then, god of destruction, what is the rule you just mentioned?" Without hesitation, the god of destruction replied, "Run for the title of Lord of the God realm." The gathered gods were momentarily taken aback, as they had never heard of such a title. They were accustomed to only knowing about the 5 great god kings, believing that they were the most powerful entities within the god realm. Hearing the reference to the Lord of the God realm puzzled them, and they looked to the God of destruction for further clarification. Lord of the God realm? Why have we never heard of it? God of destruction, please elaborate on what this so-called Lord of the God realm entails. Yes, please enlighten us. All the gods clamored for the God of destruction's explanation. Yuhao regarded the God of destruction with a mix of confusion and curiosity, as the God of destruction continued. Perhaps you are unaware, but the God realm did have a master in the past, the dragon god. So, why is there no master now? The criteria for selecting a master is extremely stringent. In our God realm, it has never been the case that the strongest individual alone could assume the role of master. To become the lord of our God realm, one must not only exhibit unparalleled combat skills, but also defeat the 5 great god kings. If the candidate happens to be one of the 5 great gods, we find another powerful contender to replace them. Ultimately, to become the lord of our God realm, you must possess the ability to take on all 5 alone. If you can pass this test, you can directly assume the title of Lord of the God realm, thus granting you the power to enact the decisions you desire. As the God of destruction articulated this rule, the present gods were left in shock, beginning to cast doubt on the validity of the information he had just shared. What he said is true. At that moment, several gods, including the goddess of life, the god of kindness, and the god of evil, stood to confirm the God of destruction's words. They acknowledged that this rule was genuine, having been long established. However, since the dragon god's demise, no one had been strong enough to challenge for the position. Those gods with average abilities had little need for this rule, which clarified their ignorance of its existence. Tang San, however, became agitated. Although he was aware of the rule's existence and had contemplated running for the position, he was adamant in preventing Yuhao from pursuing it. If Yuhao succeeded in this election, Tang San knew he would be finished, so he must intervene to prevent that from happening. Thus, Tang San stepped forward, stating, "The God of destruction speaks correctly. Such a rule indeed exists within the God realm. However, the issue is that this rule applies only to the gods of our realm. Only our gods are eligible to participate in the election, and Yuhao is not one of them." Despite Tang San's protests, the God of destruction displayed no signs of rejecting Yuhao. He seemed keen on offering his support for Yuhao's candidacy. While Tang San acted out of self-interest, the God of destruction's priorities lay with the overall welfare of the God realm. From the God of destruction's perspective, he had observed that the development of the God realm had stagnated in recent years, leading him to advocate for expansion. In contrast, Tang San had been obstructing his efforts for personal gain, causing the rift between them. However, given Yuhao's potential, the God of destruction viewed him as a beacon of hope. He believed that if Yuhao proved worthy, he would be willing for Yuhao to lead their God realm, indifferent as to who held the reins thereafter. Thus, the God of destruction remained open to Yuhao, stating, "Is there truly nothing preventing him from joining directly? We have a rule allowing all beings who ascend to godhood to join our God realm and attain the status of a god. They merely lack the final step, and as a descendant of the dragon god, Yuhao is indeed deserving of that status." I'll upload remaining chapters tomorrow. Chapter 402, DD2 Chapter 402, Joining the God Realm, Yuhao fights the 5 great god kings. At this moment, after hearing what the God of destruction said, Tang San couldn't help but feel slightly taken aback. As he continued to gaze at the God of destruction in front of him, Tang San's expression darkened considerably. He realized that the God of destruction seemed to be deliberately helping Yuhao. Although the God realm had such rules, if the God of destruction hadn't stood up and mentioned them, no one in the God realm would have known anything about it. No one would have even voiced it. At this point, Tang San's heart began to feel extremely uneasy. As he continued to look at the God of destruction, anger flared deep within his eyes. he gritted his teeth and said to the god of destruction, "Destruction. You." The god of destruction, unfazed by Tang San's ire, replied lightly, "Why, Tang San, am I wrong? The things I just said are by the rules, right? I don't understand what you're so angry about." The god of destruction clarified. Tang San knew he couldn't fault the god of destruction on this matter. Although he felt immensely dissatisfied, he realized he had no recourse. Nor could he confront the god of destruction about it. Grinding his teeth, he retorted, "Destruction, this is your choice, and I hope you won't regret it later." The god of destruction responded, "I can't say whether I will regret it, but I believe it's worth trying." After speaking, he turned to the goddess of life, the god of kindness, and the god of evil, understanding that the other gods must agree with his decision. At this moment, he sought their support. Tang San also turned his gaze towards them, knowing that without an absolute ability to suppress his opposition, the 5 gods of the god realm held equal voting rights. To counter the god of destruction, he needed the backing of the others. Then the other gods began voicing their support. "I think what the god of destruction said makes sense. I agree. Indeed, we can allow Yuhao to join our god realm, provided he is willing." The god of destruction's reputation surpassed that of Tang San, especially in this matter. The god of kindness, the god of evil, and the goddess of life were unwilling to engage in conflict with someone as powerful as Yuhao. They preferred a peaceful resolution instead. Thus, under these circumstances, the other gods rallied around the god of destruction. In making their final decision, they collectively chose to support him. This deepened the smile on the god of destruction's face. Okay, thank you all for your support." Tang San understood that no amount of protesting would change the situation. Even though he was deeply dissatisfied, he found himself powerless to alter the outcome. Damn god of destruction, a group of short-sighted fools, damn it. It seems he can only defeat Yuhao in the upcoming battle. Though he is strong, 5 against 1 is not without a chance. Tang San's mind raced with these thoughts. Meanwhile, the god of destruction focused on Yuhao, asking, "I believe you understand what has transpired. As I mentioned earlier, I cannot promise to help you alter the rules established by our god realm. However, if you are willing to challenge us, your strength could eventually change the rules through your merit. Of course, there's a prerequisite. You must become a god in our god realm. If you succeed in facing this challenge, you will become the master of our god realm, commanding all the gods from a position of power. This isn't a bad outcome. If you can succeed, you will be the lord of the gods, wielding supreme authority. I trust this is something you desire, right?" The god of destruction continued to speak to Yuhao. After hearing this, Yuhao smiled at the god of destruction. "I must admit, the conditions you propose are tempting. The title of Lord of the Gods is certainly exhilarating. Unfortunately, my ambition does not lie in titles. I am not interested in such fame. Therefore, this prospect does not captivate me." In response, the god of destruction pressed him, "So you intend to reject my proposal? I hope you understand that this opportunity is the best I can offer you. Should you decline, your options may lead you down a far darker path, which would change our stance toward you in the god realm." The god of destruction wasn't threatening Yuhao, but merely presenting a reality. Yuhao comprehended this fully. Therefore, after considering the god of destruction's words, he replied with a smile, "Do not worry, god of destruction. While I have already indicated that I am not particularly interested in such matters if joining allows me to improve the situation for soul beasts, I can accept this condition. Thus, I will not decline your kindness. Instead, I intend to accept it." With resolve, Yuhao stepped forward and declared before the assembly of gods, "I, Yuhao, hereby announce today that I wish to join the god realm and be named Dragon God." At this proclamation, the god of destruction's face lit up with profound joy. His efforts had culminated in this moment. The other gods present shared in this elation, not feeling the weight of their responsibilities towards the god realm as the god of destruction did. They simply wanted to avoid confrontation with Yuhao, whose power was undeniable. A conflict would bring immeasurable suffering upon all living beings, which was something none wished to see. Thus, upon witnessing Yuhao's declaration, the expressions of nearly all those present shifted to genuine delight. Of course, Tang San could not share in this happiness. Instead, his face twisted in anger. Once Yuhao concluded his declaration, he stepped forward. Now that you have joined the God realm, you must abide by our rules. If you intend to change those rules, you must first defeat the 5 great God kings of our God realm. As he spoke, an overwhelming divine power emanated from his body, rolling like thunder. It surged and flowed furiously, enveloping him in an aura of might. Although the battle had yet to commence, Tang San resolved in that instant to do whatever it took to eliminate Yuhao, for it was his only chance. With this determination, he pressed onward. Upon seeing Tang San's display of power, the other 5 great God kings also unleashed their divine powers, which filled the God realm with a terrifying presence. Everyone, please step back, Yuhao instructed the surrounding gods. Despite his preparations for an epic confrontation, he discovered the gods here were surprisingly reasonable. This realization eased Yuhao's nerves. Thus, in the face of the other gods, he felt less animosity and suggested they keep their distance to avoid being caught up in the battle that was to ensue. His actions garnered approving smiles from the present gods, particularly the 4 widely revered ones: the god of destruction, the god of kindness, the god of evil, and the goddess of life. Yuhao's demeanor proved to them that he was fundamentally a good person, prompting several of the gods to reconsider their stance. However, Tang San would not be swayed by this change in sentiment. Watching Yuhao, he huffed in annoyance, "Enough pretending." He then urged Yuhao directly, "Are you going to fight or not? If you're not, then just admit defeat." Yuhao shrugged off Tang San's provocation. Though most of the surrounding gods had retreated, he remained unswayed. He faced Tang San, saying coldly, "HMPH, why the rush? Are you eager to lose? Tang San, don't think I don't see the tricks up your sleeve." Yuhao openly mocked Tang San, while the god of destruction and others grew increasingly curious about the nature of the rivalry between Tang San and Yuhao. Understanding it was not the right moment to delve into personal grievances, they held their questions. Instead, they advanced, launching a coordinated attack on Yuhao from all directions with power so great it shook the very ground. Yet Yuhao, now exuding immense strength, responded to the simultaneous assault with a thunderous dragon roar. A powerful aura erupted from within him. As this aura surged outward, the 5 clashed forces were abruptly repelled by Yuhao's overwhelming energy. They were sent hurtling back several thousand meters, taking considerable time to regain their composure. At that moment, Tang San, the god of destruction, the god of kindness, the god of evil, and the goddess of life all shared a profound shock on their faces. They realized that Yuhao's strength was far beyond anything they had previously anticipated. Their reactions varied in intensity. The god of kindness, the god of evil, and the goddess of life were astonished, simply stunned by Yuhao's prowess. Conversely, Tang San felt a surge of fear. It wasn't until he faced Yuhao directly that he recognized the sheer terror of his strength. The fear crept in. He was genuinely worried about potential repercussions after this confrontation. On the other hand, the god of destruction displayed an expression of excitement. He was pleased with Yuhao's performance, confident that such strength could lead their god realm to unprecedented achievements. Chapter 403, DD2 Chapter 403, Yuhao becomes the master of the god realm, Tang San escapes. Although the god of destruction had been very pleased with the strength displayed by Yuhao, they had yet to officially declare a winner. Given this situation, the god of destruction was not inclined to halt the battle against Yuhao. Thus, the god of destruction prepared to act once again. He let out a resounding roar, and as he did, a terrifying divine power erupted from his body. This divine power was a striking purple-black, a reflection of the god of destruction's domain. Each god's divine power bore distinct colors, just as the god of destruction's was unique due to his role. After summoning this power, he soared toward Yuhao and launched his next attack, swiftly waving his hand. Countless destructive energies coalesced in the air, forming an enormous sword. With the sword aimed directly at Yuhao, he slashed downward. "Sword of destruction!" he shouted, and as the sword descended, a fierce wave of destructive force charged at Yuhao. Simultaneously, the god of goodness, the god of evil, and the goddess of life joined the fray. Although they did not wish to engage in conflict with Yuhao, as one of the 5 great gods of the god realm, they had their commitments and were determined to give it their all. At this moment, as the god of destruction unleashed his attack, the other gods displayed their powers and used their ultimate techniques. "I'll join in too." Sword of Asura. Tang San also prepared to fight. In truth, when he attacked Yuhao, his strength surpassed that of the other 4 gods. Tang San fully understood after their previous battle that the gulf in strength between him and Yuhao was vast. Faced with this reality, he realized that this was his only opportunity to eliminate Yuhao. If he failed, he wouldn't get another chance. As a result, he went all out, aiming to exploit this moment to strike down Yuhao. "Come on!" Dragon God Claw. Upon witnessing the combined attacks of the 5 god kings, a faint smile crept onto Yuhao's face. After obtaining the dragon god's inheritance, he felt a touch of loneliness, as his power had grown to a level where he struggled to find worthy opponents. This was the bane of the strong. However, in this confrontation with the 5 god kings, he felt a renewed sense of pressure that excited him. After observing their simultaneous attacks, his expression brightened, and he decided to counterattack. Booms, 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 boom. He employed the Dragon God Claw, a unique skill of the Dragon God. In contrast to the imitation Dragon God Claw used by Dai Tian, Yuhao's version was the authentic one, packed with unparalleled power. As the 5 divine energies collided with Yuhao's attack, 6 massive forces clashed fiercely. The 5 energies merged quickly into a new and formidable force. Yet, despite the fusion of the 5 great gods' powers, they could not gain any upper hand against Yuhao's assault. The resulting shockwaves triggered a massive explosion, propelling both Yuhao and the 5 gods backward. Regaining their footing, they launched themselves at each other once more, leading to a furious melee. In the heat of battle, Yuhao transformed, manifesting as a 9-colored dragon. Every part of his body became a weapon in the fight. Despite the numerical advantage and combined power of Tang San and the others, they were systematically suppressed by Yuhao's overwhelming strength. While Yuhao fought 5 against 1, he sustained blows from the other gods. However, his defense was impenetrable. A thick layer of scales covered his body, rendering him nearly unscathed. In stark contrast, the 5 great gods were not as fortunate. They could barely endure 1 or 2 of Yuhao's attacks and were gradually pushed back. Although Yuhao had no ill intentions towards the other 4 god kings, grateful for their help since arriving in the god realm, he displayed incredible restraint when attacking them. He didn't approach the battle with the intent to kill. Otherwise, they would have been decisively defeated by now. It was precisely Yuhao's mercy that allowed them to survive this encounter. And although they suffered some injuries, none were life-threatening. However, with Tang San, Yuhao held nothing back. He had no personal grievances with the other 4 gods, but his animosity toward Tang San was immense. Consequently, while Yuhao had refrained from being ruthless with the 4 other gods, he fought Tang San with all his might. This relentless assault caused Tang San to cry out in pain. Yuhao's might was overwhelming. In one-on-one combat, Tang San stood no chance. As the battle unfolded, the 5 great gods and other spectators in the god realm realized that their combined strength, while formidable, paled in comparison to Yuhao. If it hadn't been for Yuhao's repeated acts of mercy, they might have perished right then and there. Indeed, Yuhao had numerous opportunities to eliminate the 5 great god kings, but he consciously chose not to. Thus, they continued to engage with him. The 5 great god kings, except for Tang San, were not shameless individuals. They recognized Yuhao's restraint and understood their limitations. Having assessed the situation, they felt there was no dignity in continuing to fight, fully aware that they were outmatched. At this moment, the god of destruction led the way, withdrawing his divine power and retreating swiftly. He addressed Yuhao directly, saying, Yuhao, I concede this match. You are incredibly strong, far beyond me. I know you have been holding back, allowing us to last this long. In this case, there's no sense in continuing the fight. I acknowledge your strength. The god of destruction expressed his position clearly. Following his lead, the goddess of life, the god of kindness, and the god of evil voiced their support. They were pleased with this outcome. However, Tang San was not so easily comforted. He realized that this was his only chance. Failing to seize it would lead to dire consequences. Frantic, he shouted, "What are you doing? Are you breaking the rules? The winner hasn't been determined, you cannot concede. Keep fighting." But Tang San's pleas fell on deaf ears. The other gods had already made their judgments and acknowledged the substantial difference in strength, refuting his desperation. Tang San, stop resisting futilely. Don't you see the massive gap in strength between us and Yuhao? You're deceiving yourself, one of them countered. Seeing their resolute expressions, Tang San grew increasingly agitated, unwilling to accept defeat. In response, Yuhao sneered, addressing Tang San. I had intended to grant you a dignified exit, but since you refuse to concede gracefully, let me assist you. With a mocking laugh, he lunged at Tang San, delivering a powerful punch that echoed through the battleground. Tang San's strength paled in comparison to Yuhao's might. When they fought as a group, the other four gods had been able to hold their ground, but now it was a one-on-one match, and Tang San felt entirely outmatched. Consequently, after a single attack, Yuhao dispatched Tang San instantly. The election is over. I declare Yuhao the new master of our god realm. He will soon take his place as the master of our god realm. The god of destruction immediately soared into the air, broadcasting this announcement. The other gods had witnessed the entire conflict, their respect for Yuhao's prowess evident as they chimed in. Agreed. Let Yuhao be our new master of the god realm. I second that. Yes, we all agree. One by one, they expressed their endorsement, officially recognizing Yuhao as the new master of the god realm. Tang San, however, bore a look of deep dismay. This outcome was the last thing he wanted to see. Yet even in his unwillingness, the events played out as they did, leaving him visibly frustrated. Realizing he had no chance of escaping Yuhao's vengeance, Tang San bolted without a second thought after Yuhao's status was confirmed. Chapter 404, DD2 Chapter 404, revealing Tang San's evil deeds, the gods are shocked. At this moment, everything happening on the screen was visible to the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes. Upon witnessing the scene, the Soul Masters began to sneer continuously, having long anticipated seeing this moment. They eagerly awaited the moment when the parallel world's Tang San would be defeated by the parallel world's Yuhao. Now that they saw Tang San on the screen, fleeing without dignity, the Soul Masters laughed uproariously. Heck, it seems that Tang San in this parallel world knows just how miserable his end will be. After all the wrongs he has committed, Yuhao in the parallel world is now the master of the god realm. He certainly can't remain there. He's brought this upon himself. He provoked Yuhao first, and now it's over for him. Tang San's finished. What a fitting end. Truly, he deserves it. The Soul Masters in the gap between the planes engaged in lively discussions. On the other side, Xiao Wu, Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, and others watched the screen with anticipation, eager to witness Tang San's fate in the parallel world. At this moment, a mysterious voice resounded again. Since Yuhao in the parallel world has become the master of the god realm and holds the authority to change all the rules, the results will be announced now. The answer is, Yuhao successfully changed the rules of the god realm through his ability. Next, rewards will be distributed to all contestants who chose option A. As the voice faded, reward treasure chests appeared one after another. Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, and the others received significant rewards. After receiving their rewards, Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, and the others found their strengths significantly enhanced, elevating them to the level of God Kings. The god of destruction was promoted to a level above God King, and even Xiao Wu raised her cultivation to that of a first-level god. Witnessing these developments, Tang San's mood darkened further. He grits his teeth and opens his reward. To his dismay, he discovered it was merely a thank you for your patronage. In that instant, Tang San's mood plummeted into despair. Once all the rewards were distributed, the mysterious voice disappeared, and the soul masters in the plane gap continued to gaze at the screen. At this moment on the screen, the god of destruction and the other gods were taken aback by Tang San's abrupt choice. Seeing that Yuhao had taken control, he fled without a word. This left the god of destruction and others deeply curious about the extent of the grudge between Tang San and Yuhao that could scare him so. However, Tang San found he could not escape, for Yuhao had indeed become the master of the god realm and could alter its rules at will. He had also fulfilled his promise to the dragon god. Next, Yuhao planned to resolve the grudges that existed between him and Tang San. Therefore, at that moment, as Tang San was preparing to flee, Yuhao extended his hand. Although he stood still, having already flown far away, Tang San suddenly felt the space around him completely locked in place. He could move one moment, but in the next, he found he was entirely immobilized. Shock swept over him. No, no, no. He shouted in terror, realizing the despair of impending death began to envelop his heart, prompting frantic cries for mercy. Yet Yuhao had no intention of sparing him. Freezing the space around Tang San, his outstretched hand swiftly expanded to become a giant hand several dozen meters in size. With Tang San unable to move, Yuhao caught him effortlessly. Yuhao held Tang San like a mere chicken and then threw him in front of himself. As Tang San faced Yuhao, fear filled his eyes. Though his heart was brimming with resentment, he understood that if he were to die, everything would be lost. At that moment, even if he thought his actions might be extremely humiliating and would cost him his dignity, he opted for survival. He knelt before Yuhao, dropping to the ground and beginning to kowtow without dignity, his head hitting the ground repeatedly. Please, Yuhao, let me go. Everything that happened before was my fault. I won't dare to do it again. Tang San, though a god, suffered no physical harm from the kowtowing, but this act was undeniably shameful. Witnessing Tang San's behavior, the gods present looked down on him. They had once perceived Tang San as lofty and proud, but now he was reduced to a mere clown. Before this moment, he had exuded an air of superiority, yet now, faced with life and death, he resorted to a humiliating plea for mercy. As a result, many gods felt contempt for him. A profound silence enveloped the assembly as they processed Tang San's actions. After a moment of quiet, one of the gods finally spoke. Tang San, are you truly so afraid of death? This is utterly disgraceful. If it were me, I'd rather die than be so cowardly. I misjudged him entirely. The disdain in the eyes of the gods was evident as they regarded Tang San. At that moment, Xiao Wu, unaware of the realities, rushed over, confronting Yuhao and Wang Donger. Why are you treating the brother San like this? What has he done wrong? Xiao Wu directed her question, especially at Wang Donger, confusion evident in her gaze. She couldn't grasp why Wang Donger, daughter of Tang San, didn't speak up for her father and instead sided with Yuhao. What had transpired? This confusion mirrored the thoughts of all the soul masters in the god realm. They were equally eager to understand what Tang San had done to warrant such treatment from Yuhao and Wang Donger. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's question, the crowd's eyes shifted to Yuhao. Don't you understand? Let me show you the good deeds Tang San has committed, Yuhao replied. Yuhao knew he was in the right regarding this matter, recognizing that Tang San was, in fact, the one who had erred. Therefore, exposing the truth would only worsen Tang San's predicament. Yuhao did not shy away from revealing the reality, relishing the opportunity to see Tang San's downfall. After considering Xiao Wu's question and the scrutiny from the other gods, he began to chuckle. With a wave of his hand, a new light screen appeared before the assembly. The gods, having witnessed Yuhao's methods before, were not caught off guard this time. They watched the screen intently as Yuhao proceeded to explain. This recording shows what occurred when we were in Wanking Valley that day. He then revealed the events that transpired that day, displaying how Tang San had abused Yuhao. The gods in the god realm were momentarily taken aback before their discussions erupted. Isn't this a bit too much? Even if a father-in-law wants his son-in-law to succeed, he doesn't need to resort to such cruelty. Isn't this tantamount to torture? Initially, I thought Yuhao's actions were harsh, but it's clear now that all this is what Tang San deserves. Compared to Tang San, Yuhao's actions seem moderate. I never imagined Tang San's methods could be so brutal. I would have defended Tang San before, but now it seems there's no need. The gods engaged in their debates, visibly dissatisfied with Tang San's actions. The truth was apparent, and they felt that justice lay in common understanding. Many simply needed to witness the evidence to comprehend the situation fully. Consequently, the gods recognized that these transgressions belonged to Tang San. The god of destruction, known for valuing the rules of the god realm, was further incensed by the footage on screen. He exclaimed, "So, Tang San has been violating the rules of our god realm for a long time." Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The god of destruction continued, "In this case, even if the lord of the god realm chooses not to punish you, I cannot allow your actions to go unaddressed." Watching this unfold, Xiao Wu grew pale. She asked, "Are these things truly accurate? How could I be unaware of any of this?" Calmly, Yuhao responded, "There's much you don't know." He then addressed the other gods. "Everyone, don't get too riled up. What just happened is merely an appetizer. The truly reprehensible actions committed by Tang San are far worse than these." Yuhao continued, "I, Yuhao, have never sought out enemies, but Tang San is someone I am compelled to fight to the death, demonstrating just how vile he truly is." The gods, intrigued, turned their attention to Yuhao once more, prompting him for further revelations. "Okay, Lord of the God Realm, don't keep us in suspense any longer. Tell us, what has Tang San done?" In reply, Yuhao readily agreed. "Let's shed light on the truth. Let us see for ourselves the extent of Tang San's misdeeds, ensuring there are no misconceptions that I, Yuhao, am merely seeking his downfall. However, after you learn of his actions, I believe you will all understand just how fitting the retribution is for everything he has committed. Everyone, take a look." Chapter 405, DD2 Chapter 405, Tang San's Death, Yuhao, the God of Creation. Finale. After hearing what Yuhao said, the doubts on the faces of the God of Destruction and other gods intensified. They felt a rising curiosity within themselves. From the scenes Yuhao had just shown them, they could already tell that Tang San's actions were extreme. Yet Yuhao stated that those events were merely appetizers. In comparison to Tang San's real deeds, those earlier actions were trivial. At this moment, the God of Destruction and the other gods in the God realm truly felt curious about the depths of Tang San's misdeeds. How monstrous must Tang San be to commit such heinous acts? With that thought, they continued to watch the screen. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters displayed deep excitement on their faces. Compared to the gods in the parallel world, they probably already had an inkling of what Yuhao in this parallel world intended to reveal. That must be the moment when Tang San split Wang Donger's soul in two, a deed among the most inhumane Tang San had committed. Thus, they eagerly anticipated Yuhao broadcasting that scene. As their thoughts turned to this expectation, the Soul Masters became increasingly intrigued by what would unfold. They were desperate to know how the gods in this parallel world would react upon discovering Tang San's actions. Fixated on the screen, their anticipation grew. On the screen, Yuhao was showcasing all of Tang San's other evil deeds. What played out was indeed the scene of Tang San splitting Wang Donger's soul that fateful day. After witnessing Tang San's actions, the gods present in the God realm wore expressions of disgust. Especially Xiao Wu, who could not comprehend how Tang San could commit such an atrocity. Her eyes reflected disbelief as she continued to look at Tang San. "Brother San, it can't be true. Please tell me this isn't real." However, the god of destruction interjected. "No, this is true. I never imagined Tang San could stoop so low." It's no wonder Xiao Qi despised him. Who wouldn't hate him after being treated like that? As the gods in the god realm regarded Tang San, their gazes filled with contempt and fury, clearly enraged by his actions. At this moment, Yuhao prepared to act. Now that he had revealed everything to the gods, he could confront Tang San directly. With a flick of his fingers, Yuhao expertly controlled Tang San with his telekinesis, lifting him into the air. "Please let me go." Tang San faced Yuhao, his expression one of sheer terror. Desperately, he activated the divine power within himself, frantically resisting in hopes of escaping Yuhao's grasp. Yet Yuhao's strength was overwhelming. If Tang San hoped to survive, he would have to beg for mercy. "Let you go, do you think you're worthy?" Yuhao had no intention of relenting. Even as Tang San pleaded, his anger and resentment remained steadfast. Tang San had crossed a line, and Yuhao swore not to let it slide. Slightly pinching with his fingers, a terrifying divine energy surged towards Tang San's being. As the divine power encroached, Tang San's very essence began to unravel. Tang San no longer begged, he was beyond the ability to speak. Then, with a resounding crash, a great explosion occurred, and Tang San's body was obliterated on the spot. No one present felt sorrow for Tang San's fate. The gods in the god realm believed he got what he deserved. "Xiaoqi, woo. It's all your mother's fault. I trusted him, leading you to suffer so unjustly." At this moment, Xiao Wu felt no sympathy for Tang San. She darted over to Wang Donger and hugged her tightly. Wang Donger responded, "It's all over, mother. In a way, I must thank Tang San. If not for him, I wouldn't have met Yuhao." Watching Yuhao from a distance, the hut realized that Yuhao's immense power intimidated everyone, including Xiao Wu, who did not dare to act overly familiar with him. However, Yuhao had always been respectful. Recognizing Xiao Wu as Wang Donger's mother, he treated her with the courtesy she deserved. The harsh treatment of Tang San stemmed solely from Tang San's misdeeds. Otherwise, Yuhao would not have acted so ruthlessly. Thus, as he addressed Xiao Wu, Yuhao projected a congenial demeanor. "Mother-in-law," he smiled, addressing Xiao Wu with respect. Hearing his voice, Xiao Wu beamed with joy. What followed unfolded more calmly. After becoming the lord of the god realm, Yuhao altered numerous rules, ensuring soul beasts would no longer be threatened by divine tribulations. He also brought all his loved ones and friends into the god realm. Unlike Tang San, Yuhao embraced the god of destruction's vision to expand the god realm, establishing a harmonious alliance with him. Consequently, not long after, the god realm vastly expanded, welcoming many new gods. Of course, Yuhao soon wed Wang Donger. In due course, she gave birth to 2 children, a boy and a girl. Thus, Yuhao truly lived a carefree existence within the god realm. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, as the screen showcased these scenes, a familiar voice echoed again. "Ding, notice, the plot of Yuhao in the parallel world has concluded. You are about to exit the gap between planes and return to the original DOLOU continent. Return time, countdown initiated, 3 minutes remaining, please prepare." Upon hearing this voice, the soul masters within the gap felt a mix of emotions. Some eagerly anticipated returning to DOLOU continent, eager to go home after their lengthy stay, many satisfied with the gains they had received. Conversely, others, like Tang San and the members of Shrek Academy, had a growing reluctance to return. Previously eager to leave, they now realized the exposure of their actions had made them countless enemies. Given this situation, remaining in the parallel world seemed safer for them. Regrettably, they had no choice but to return. Many of them become anxious, especially Tang San. Haunted by memories of the degrading fate displayed on the screen, his fear intensified. He dreaded the prospect of facing his parallel self's horrific demise. 3 minutes have elapsed. You will return to your original time and space. Until we meet again. Before long, the mysterious voice announced once more. At that moment, Tang San and all the soul masters within the gap returned to the DOLOU continent. Many felt joy at this return. Yet in the following second, they sensed a wave of powerful divine energy approaching, crashing down toward Tang San. Boom, booms, boom. The divine energies were so potent that their approaching force caused the surrounding space to tremble. As this divine power closed in, panic gripped Tang San's expression. No, I need to run. He took off, fleeing in another direction. However, he was unprepared for the unexpected confrontation when Xiao Wu appeared before him, wielding the Shura sword. Die, Tang San. Xiao Wu's eyes were as cold as ice. Before Tang San could react, she drove the sword deep into his heart. A terrifying surge of destructive force flooded into Tang San's chest. With the shattering force of this Asura power, his body collapsed instantaneously. I'm dying now. Just then, Bibaidong and Kaiyan Rengsu arrived, but they were dismayed to witness Tang San's downfall at Xiao Wu's hands. All they felt was discomfort. After all, they had also desired to deal with Tang San directly. What a pity, they couldn't help but lament. But knowing he had met his end at Xiao, Wu's hands gave them a sense of relief. Perhaps, on some level, it's fitting that he died in this manner. Forget it, it's no longer our concern. Soon Tang San's body completely dissolved, twisted by the Asura divine power, sealing his fate. This turn of events evoked sighs among many. Afterward, the gods each returned to the god realm. The matter concluded, and they, as gods, had no reason to linger in the DOLOU continent. Yuhao did not return to Shrek Academy. All disciples of Shrek Academy had disbanded, having confronted the truth about the academy. They all embarked on new journeys. While Yuhao might not have matched the power of his parallel counterpart, he felt liberated from the constraints imposed by Tang San in the original timeline. This freedom was more than enough for Yuhao. He took Wang Donger and Wang Qiwer by his side. Throughout it all, Yuhao held a lingering curiosity: who was the mysterious being behind it all? Yet his abilities did not extend to uncovering the true identity of that entity. After reflection, he concluded it might be best not to dwell on it. His future was rewritten. All he needed was to live well. What they could not anticipate was something unforeseen. At this very moment, in a dimension beyond the DOLOU universe, a figure resembling Yuhao was simulating two universes. He was the being behind the earlier voice, named Yuhao. He had traversed a journey similar to that of his namesake, but ultimately ascended to become the strongest creator god. Thus, he held the power to forge everything. Both the previous Yuhao and the one from the parallel world were, in essence, products created by the creator god Yuhao. However, there was one individual who did not originate from this creator, Tang San. This Tang San was the one bound to the side of the creator god Yuhao. In the past, the creator god Yuhao had been manipulated by Tang San in countless ways, yet he ultimately prevailed, claiming the title of creator god. He had no intention of freeing Tang San. Instead, he resolved to preserve Tang San's soul and create a new universe. Each time he crafted a new realm, Tang San's memories were systematically erased and placed within that universe, allowing him to suffer as per the creator's design. Now, he extracted Tang San's soul once more. As Tang San regained all his memories, his gaze met Yuhao, filled with deep-seated fear and rage. Devil, you are nothing but a devil. Let me die, stop torturing me. But the creator god, Yuhao, was unwilling to grant Tang San the comfort of death. He wanted Tang San to endure eternal suffering, a fitting retribution for his heinous deeds. Thus the creator god Yuhao merely sneered and replied, "Freedom? Impossible. A new world awaits you." The moment the words left his mouth, he conjured a brand new world, swiftly imprisoning Tang San's essence within it. At the end,